Chapter 1. The Legend of Qin Feng in the World of One Piece. In a corner of a bustling metropolis, a fervent celebration exclusively for the fans of One Piece is in full swing. Multicolored lights dance and twinkle like playful sprites, adorning the entire space with a dreamlike quality. The deafening music crashes like surging waves, relentlessly pounding against the eardrums of the revelers, compelling every soul present to sway in unison. At the heart of this intoxicating atmosphere is Qin Feng, a passionate youth whose love for One Piece runs deep. He gently cradles a glass of beer, still frothy with bubbles, and his face, flushed with excitement, radiates a brilliant smile akin to a sunflower basking in the sun. Dressed in Luffy's iconic straw hat and red vest, the hat tilts slightly, embodying Luffy's carefree spirit, making him stand out in the crowd like the brightest star in the night sky, drawing the attention of all. "Cheers to our eternal One Piece!" Qin Feng exclaims, lifting his glass high. His impassioned voice slices through the cacophony of music like a resounding trumpet, reverberating in the air. Friends respond in kind, their glasses clinking joyfully, creating a melody of laughter and cheers that intertwines, composing a symphony brimming with passion and joy, as if igniting the world around them. Yet, unbeknownst to Qin Feng, this seemingly ordinary night is on the brink of becoming the most tumultuous and thrilling turning point in his life. The party's fervor escalates, soaring like a rocket into the heavens. Qin Feng's gaze begins to blur, and his steps falter slightly, as the alcohol weaves its magic within him. Nevertheless, his spirits soar like a bird that has broken free from its cage, joyfully gliding through the vast sky. "I need some fresh air on the balcony," he mutters, striving to keep his voice steady as he sways towards the balcony, his movements reminiscent of a small boat tossed about by the waves. The night breeze caresses Qin Feng's face like a gentle mother's hand, the coolness somewhat sharpening his muddled mind. He leans against the balcony railing, his eyes lost in the mesmerizing cityscape aglow with lights, his heart filled with hopes and dreams for a bright future. The twinkling lights seem to transform into mysterious treasures from the One Piece world, radiating an alluring glow. Suddenly, darkness envelopes him, as if pulled by an invisible force into a shadowy abyss. The world around him begins to spin wildly, his body swaying uncontrollably. Qin Feng's eyes widen in terror as he reaches out, desperately trying to grasp something to steady his faltering form. But everything happens too rapidly, and all he grasps is air. When Qin Feng regains consciousness, the sight before him leaves him utterly astonished. He finds himself on a completely unfamiliar island, surrounded by a dense, mysterious jungle that seems to envelop him in its verdant embrace. The rich greenery forms a natural barrier, isolating him from the outside world. The waves crash against the rocks like an enraged giant, producing a thunderous sound that seems to narrate the cruelty and indifference of this world. Qin Feng bolts upright, his eyes wide as saucers, his face a canvas of disbelief and confusion. "Where am I?" he murmurs, his lips trembling, the tremor in his voice laden with fear, bewilderment, and helplessness, akin to a lone boat adrift in the vast ocean. He quickly stands, warily scanning his surroundings. Like a startled rabbit, beneath his feet lies a stretch of soft, fine sand, its delicate texture offering no solace to his anxious heart. Towering palm trees stand sentinel behind him, steadfastly guarding this land in the distance. The mountains are shrouded in a veil of twilight, casting an air of mystery and obscurity, as if concealing countless untold secrets. Qin Feng desperately searches his mind for any recollection of what had transpired, but his thoughts are as chaotic as a storm-tossed sea, leaving only a murky void. Suddenly, a piercing headache strikes him like a tidal wave, forcing him to clutch his head and crouch on the ground. In that moment, a flood of unfamiliar memories bursts into his consciousness. He has, astonishingly, crossed into the realm of One Piece and inhabited the body of a boy who also bears his name. Qin Feng, this boy, was merely an ordinary child from a small fishing village, who met with misfortune during a fishing expedition. Amidst a ferocious storm, the winds howled, and monstrous waves surged, mercilessly shattering their boat into splinters. The boy, by sheer luck, clung to a piece of wood and drifted across the vast ocean, ultimately washing ashore on this desolate island. where he struggles to survive with the island's scant resources. Qin Feng grapples with the influx of this bewildering information, his astonishment akin to tumultuous waves that refuse to settle. He had often imagined, in the stillness of night, stepping into the enchanting world of One Piece, embarking on adventures alongside Luffy and his crew. Yet now that this fantasy has materialized, he feels disoriented, like a fawn that has unwittingly wandered into an unfamiliar forest. Since fate has brought me here, I must embrace it. I shall strive to survive and realize my dream of becoming a pirate. Qin Feng takes a deep breath, rallying his spirits, determination glimmering in his eyes like brilliant stars in the night sky, infused with hope and courage for the future. With utmost caution, Qin Feng ventures forth to explore this enigmatic island, each step taken with trepidation, as though the very ground beneath him might open its gaping maw to devour him. Clutching a sturdy branch, his sole means of defense, he remains vigilant, attuned to every minute sound around him. The jungle is thick with humid air, wrapping him in a heavy mist that makes it hard to breathe. Strange and eerie sounds occasionally echo from the depths of the forest, sharp and piercing, low and ominous, as if whispers from another realm. Quickening Qin Feng's heartbeat yet, he presses on, each step resolute, embodying the spirit of a fearless warrior challenging the unknown. As he walks, a glimmer catches his eye, and he discovers a crystal-clear stream. The water flows gently, sparkling like silver under the sun, resembling a ribbon of light woven into the earth. Overjoyed, Qin Feng rushes over, crouches down, and eagerly scoops up the water with his hands. Drinking deeply, the cool, sweet liquid flows down his throat, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of comfort and refreshment, as though parched earth has welcomed a long-awaited rain, easing his taut nerves. I must find something to eat, otherwise I'll starve before I can leave this island. Qin Feng muses, his gaze resolute and decisive. Continuing along the stream, he harbors hopes of discovering fruits to satiate his hunger, or perhaps a small creature to capture. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound breaks the silence of the jungle. Jarring him into alertness, he halts, his body tensed like a drawn bowstring, scanning the surroundings abruptly. A massive wild boar bursts forth from the thicket, its thick black fur bristling. Its razor-sharp tusks glint menacingly in the sunlight, resembling two gleaming daggers, its gaze fierce and predatory, locking onto Qin Feng as if he were its next meal. Startled by this sudden turn of events, Qin Feng's face drains of color, and he turns to flee. The boar pursues relentlessly, kicking up clouds of dust with each thunderous step, as if intent on shattering the ground beneath. Just as the beast seems poised to catch him, Qin Feng spots a tall, sturdy tree ahead, standing like a giant sentinel. Without a moment's hesitation, he scrambles up the trunk with agility. The wild boar circles the base of the tree, frustrated, ramming its powerful body against the trunk with a dull thud. Shaking the leaves above, Qin Feng clings tightly to the bark, scarcely daring to breathe, his heart racing fiercely within his chest, as if it might burst free after a tense moment. The boar, realizing it cannot reach Qin Feng, reluctantly retreats, its fierce demeanor still evident in its departing figure. Qin Feng exhales a long sigh of relief, his body slumping like a deflated balloon as he slides down the tree. His legs tremble beneath him, and he collapses onto the ground, the lingering fear still etched upon his face. This is far too perilous. I must swiftly devise a means to escape this wretched place. Qin Feng panted to himself, a glimmer of resolve evident in his gaze. Continuing his exploration of the small island, Qin Feng treaded carefully, leaving no potential clue overlooked. At last, in a tranquil and secluded cove, he stumbled upon a dilapidated little boat. The bow of the vessel had splintered, the uneven planks appearing as though they had been savagely gnawed by a beast, while the hull was riddled with numerous gaping holes, resembling a fishing net worn to tatters, swaying precariously in the sea breeze. Yet, as he gazed upon this battered craft, a flicker of hope illuminated Qin Feng's eyes, as if he had glimpsed the dawn breaking through the darkness. Perhaps this is my sole opportunity to leave this place, he resolved silently, determined to restore the little boat to its former glory and set sail once more. He searched the surroundings for branches of suitable thickness and resilient vines, dedicating himself to mending the gaping holes in the hull. His hands moved with the dexterity and finesse of a skilled artisan. Weaving seamlessly between the branches and vines after several arduous hours, the holes were finally patched up while the repairs appeared rudimentary. They had indeed fortified the vessel significantly. Next, Qin Feng turned his attention to the bow. He scoured the island as a diligent bee flits among blossoms. Eventually, he discovered a suitably shaped plank, though somewhat rough around the edges. It was perfect for repairing the boat's bow. Employing stones and branches as tools, he secured the plank firmly to the bow, laboring until a rudimentary yet functional bow was completed. Finally, Qin Feng meticulously wove a sail from palm fronds. His fingers danced nimbly among the leaves, and though the sail lacked elegance, it was undeniably practical. Once everything was prepared, Qin Feng surveyed his handiwork with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment, as if he were standing atop a majestic peak, filled with immense pride. Just as Qin Feng was ready to hoist the sails and depart the island, a cacophony of raucous sounds suddenly erupted. His heart raced, body tensing as he instinctively concealed himself behind a massive rock, peering cautiously through the crevice to assess the unfolding situation. A band of pirates had appeared on the shore of the island, clad in a riot of colors and bizarre attire. Some wore tattered black cloaks, while others sported outlandish hats, their faces twisted in grotesque grins, as if they were demons risen from the depths of hell. "Ha ha! There must be treasure hidden on this island," one pirate bellowed, his voice saturated with greed and madness, as if the treasure were within arm's reach. "Brothers, search for it," another pirate commanded, his voice booming like thunder, reverberating through the air. The pirates then scattered across the island, wielding sharp weapons, seizing and destroying everything in their path, leaving behind a trail of devastation akin to a swarm of locusts, bringing untold calamity to the once peaceful isle. Witnessing this scene, a surge of indignant righteousness welled up within Qin Feng, igniting a flame of fury in his chest. These despicable pirates must not succeed. He gritted his teeth, the sound echoing in the stillness, resolutely deciding to take a stand. His eyes radiated determination and fearlessness, reminiscent of a hero ready to charge into battle. He stealthily approached the pirates, skillfully utilizing the surrounding trees and underbrush to mask his presence. His movements were light and silent, akin to a nocturnal feline, each step taken with utmost caution to avoid alerting the marauders. As he neared a solitary pirate, a flicker of anxiety coursed through Qin Feng, yet his gaze remained steadfast. Suddenly, he lunged from behind, wielding the branch he had previously equipped for defense, and with all his might, struck the pirate fiercely upon the head. The pirate let out a shriek that pierced the air, his body swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, his weapon clattering beside him. The other pirates, alerted by the commotion, hastened toward Qin Feng, their eyes filled with rage and ferocity, resembling a pack of enraged beasts. Undaunted, Qin Feng crouched slightly, adopting a combat stance as he prepared to engage in a fierce struggle against the pirates. However, outnumbered, Qin Feng soon found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining several injuries, blood staining his garments. He continued to resist valiantly, brandishing the branch in a desperate attempt to fend off the attackers. Just as he felt his strength waning, a deafening roar echoed from the heavens. Qin Feng looked up to behold a colossal, formidable naval warship emerging upon the waves. The vessel, akin to a steel behemoth, majestically traversed the sea, its flag billowing triumphantly in the wind, a symbol of justice. "It's the Navy!" the pirates exclaimed in a panic, their faces paling as terror gripped their hearts. The previously organized ranks dissolved into chaos as the pirates scattered like headless flies. The Navy swiftly and decisively sprang into action, expertly charging toward the pirates, their weapons glinting ominously in the sunlight. In no time, the naval forces subdued the pirates, binding them with ropes as they slumped, defeated and devoid of their prior bluster. From the ship descended a tall, imposing naval commander, his face etched with resolve and authority. Each step he took resonated with a palpable gravitas, instilling an intangible pressure upon those around him. "Who is it that valiantly combats the pirates here?" the commander boomed, his voice ringing like a bell through the air. With great effort, Qin Feng rose from the ground, his body swaying slightly, face marred with fatigue, and blood, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Resolute in its defiance, he wiped the blood from his face, striving to regain clarity of vision. "It is I," Qin Feng declared with conviction, his voice, albeit faint, resonating with strength, as if proclaiming his existence to the world. The commander appraised Qin Feng with a discerning eye, a glimmer of admiration surfacing within him, akin to the warmth of the spring sun. "You are quite courageous. Young man, would you be willing to accompany us back to the naval base?" The commander inquired gently, his voice laced with anticipation as he awaited Qin Feng's response. After a moment of hesitation, myriad thoughts flickered through Qin Feng's mind. He understood that aligning himself with the Navy would expedite his adaptation to this world and afford him the opportunity to acquire further skills and knowledge, a rare chance indeed. "Very well. I shall accompany you," Qin Feng affirmed with a nod, a spark of determination igniting in his gaze, as if he had made a monumental decision. The commander smiled faintly, his expression reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. Instilling a sense of warmth, he led Qin Feng aboard the warship, its deck broad and sturdy, as Qin Feng stood upon it, filled with anticipation for the future. The warship gradually departed the island, navigating steadily toward the unknown. Qin Feng stood upon the deck, gazing back at the receding island, a wave of bittersweet emotions washing over him. The island diminished into a mere speck before vanishing beyond the horizon. Yet he knew it would forever remain etched in his memory, marking the commencement of his adventures in this world. "This is merely the beginning of my journey in the world of pirates. Greater challenges await me ahead," Qin Feng vowed silently, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve and tenacity, determined to carve out his own path and let his name shine in this world. As the warship surged through the waves, the bow cleaved the water, sending forth sprays of white foam that sparkled like crystalline wings under the sun. Qin Feng stood on the deck, gazing into the vast expanse of ocean, which appeared as a massive blue satin, gently undulating in the breeze. His mind was a tempest of thoughts, akin to a leaf carried by the wind, uncertain of its destined path. He reminisced about the fierce battle with the pirates on the island, his inaugural skirmish in this world. Though fraught with peril and challenges, it had profoundly unveiled the courage and strength that resided deep within his heart. That force flowed within him like a clear spring, fortifying his spirit and instilling within him a newfound confidence. "Child, what is your name?" The naval commander approached Qin Feng, inquiring softly, his voice piercing through Qin Feng's reverie and grounding him in reality. "Qin Feng," he replied respectfully, his eyes reflecting gratitude for the commander's presence. "Qin Feng, what brought you to that deserted island?" the commander asked, curiosity evident in his gaze. Qin Feng succinctly recounted his harrowing experience, his tones steady and composed, as if narrating a tale detached from his own existence. The commander nodded thoughtfully, his expression betraying a flicker of understanding and sympathy. Upon this vast and boundless ocean, danger is omnipresent, yet it is also replete with limitless opportunities. Now that you have chosen to accompany us back to the naval base, you must be prepared to endure hardship, the commander stated with a grave expression, his eyes betraying a hint of concern, as if he feared that Qin Feng might not withstand the trials that lay ahead. Qin Feng's gaze was resolute as iron. "I fear not the hardships. I yearn to become a formidable warrior, to uphold justice." His voice resonated with conviction and strength, as though he was declaring his unwavering determination to the commander, a resolve as unyielding as steel. A faint smile of appreciation crept onto the commander's face. Such steadfast determination is commendable. But remember, the path of justice is never a smooth one. His tone carried a note of admonition, as if he were cautioning Qin Feng about the arduous and thorny road that awaited him. At that moment, the soldiers aboard the warship were diligently engaged in their tasks, some polishing weapons, while others organized ropes, each face adorned with a look of seriousness and focus. Qin Feng curiously observed their every move, his eyes reflecting a tinge of envy and longing, yearning to master various skills with the same proficiency as they exhibited. "May I learn how to fight?" Qin Feng could not help but inquire, his voice laced with anticipation, akin to a child eager to receive a treasured gift. Chapter 2. The tempering and growth at the naval base. During the protracted duration at the naval base, Qin Feng resembled a rough-hewn gem, diligently immersed in rigorous training each day, resolutely confronting every challenge, and gallantly advancing towards his aspiration of becoming a formidable warrior at dawn, when the first faint rays of sunlight had yet to fully illuminate every corner of the naval base, and the world remained enveloped in a delicate veil of morning mist. Qin Feng had already commenced his daily running regimen on the training ground, akin to a lithe cheetah. His figure darted swiftly through the morning light, his strides resolute and powerful, each footfall stirring up tiny plumes of dust. Sweat cascaded down his forehead and cheeks like a string of pearls, thoroughly soaking his attire, which clung to his body. Yet he remained indifferent to it all, fixated solely on the seemingly endless track ahead. His heart set on transcending his physical limits. In the combat training arena, Qin Feng faced off against formidable sparring partners with unwavering courage. Each clash was akin to a ferocious tempest, the sound of fists and bodies colliding reverberating in the air. Time and again, he was mercilessly knocked to the ground, the impact with the earth producing a dull thud, and his lips often bore traces of blood. Yet his indomitable spirit was never vanquished. A fervent and resolute flame burned in his eyes, as if proclaiming to the world his unwavering determination to never surrender. With hands pressed to the ground, gritting his teeth, he persistently rose again and again, propelled by sheer willpower and an unyielding pursuit of victory. Re-entering the fray with renewed vigor, his body bore an array of bruises, like mushrooms sprouting after rain, each one a testament to his toil and resilience, narrating the saga of his struggles on the training ground. During weapon training, Qin Feng embodied an artist consumed by his craft, wholly dedicated to mastering the techniques of each weapon, from the sharp sword to the powerful gun, from the heavy knife to the agile staff. He approached each with an almost reverent attitude, meticulously analyzing the nuances of every movement and repeatedly practicing each technique, striving for an adeptness that would allow him to wield them with ease. The weapon in his hands shimmered with a cold brilliance under the sun, as if it were an extension of his body, dancing in harmony with his intentions, embodying a unique rhythm and beauty of strength. On one particular day, as Qin Feng engaged in arduous physical training, the relentless sun scorched the earth, transforming the training ground into a vast steamer. Suddenly, the instructor's solemn and commanding whistle pierced the air. "Assemble!" he bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder across the training field. Qin Feng and his fellow trainees sprang into action, promptly and orderly forming ranks like a formidable iron wall, each individual's gaze filled with reverence for the instructor and anticipation for the forthcoming training. From today onward, the intensity of your training will be significantly heightened. The instructor strode steadily before the ranks, his sharp gaze sweeping over each trainee. "I end this world rife with peril and opportunity. Only the strong can survive. The weak are destined to be ruthlessly eliminated, serving merely as stepping stones on the path to strength. Therefore, cast aside any notions of luck and give your utmost effort in training." Qin Feng clenched his jaw tightly, silently resolving that, no matter how arduous the training ahead might be, he would persevere to the end, never bowing to adversity. His hands instinctively formed fists, knuckles whitening with the strain, as if vowing to his inner self his unwavering commitment. The days that followed grew increasingly grueling, with the daily training volume escalating exponentially and rest periods drastically curtailed, leaving one gasping for breath. Yet, Qin Feng never exhibited a hint of complaint. His gaze remained steadfast and serene, for he understood that this was the arduous path to becoming strong. Much like the phoenix reborn from ashes, only by enduring the flames could one achieve rebirth and radiate with even greater brilliance. During an intense sword training session, Qin Feng's remarkable performance caught the attention of a mysterious elder. Clad in a pristine and imposing naval uniform, the elder seemed to carry with him countless tales of glory. The medals adorning his chest sparkled brilliantly in the sunlight, each one a testament to his illustrious achievements and extraordinary status. "Young man, your swordsmanship shows potential, but compared to true masters, you still have much to learn." The elder approached Qin Feng with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes revealing a subtle hint of appreciation and a faint smile. Qin Feng gazed at the elder with utmost respect, his eyes shimmering with a thirst for knowledge and reverence. He slightly inclined his body, performing a standard bow, then earnestly implored, "I humbly request your guidance. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly and live up to your expectations." The elder smiled gently, his expression akin to flowers blooming in spring. Warm and inviting, he casually picked up a sword, which seemed to come alive in his hands. The elder personally showcased exceptional swordsmanship, his blade dancing through the air like a silver flash of lightning, swift as the wind, captivating all who beheld it. Each movement was imbued with profound inner strength and exquisite skill, resembling a magnificent swordsmanship gala. Qin Feng watched the elder with rapt attention, his eyes filled with admiration and longing. His heart surged like a tumultuous sea, profoundly moved by the elder's swordplay, under the elder's meticulous guidance. Qin Feng absorbed the essence of swordsmanship like a parched sponge, experiencing remarkable progress. Each swing of his sword became more confident and incisive, as if he had begun to grasp the very essence of the art. However, the tranquility of training life was soon shattered like a calm lake disturbed by a sudden stone. An urgent mission abruptly interrupted the routine that a band of ruthless pirates was rampaging in the nearby waters, plundering merchant ships and slaughtering innocent civilians, committing heinous crimes. "We have received orders from higher-ups to eradicate them and restore justice for the people," the commander declared gravely during the assembly. A sense of trepidation gripped Qin Feng's heart, for he understood that the moment of true trial had arrived. This would mark his first authentic combat experience in this world, and he felt both nervous and exhilarated, instinctively tightening his grip on his weapon, as if it could somehow steady his nerves. The naval fleet swiftly set sail, each warship cutting through the waves like colossal steel beasts, the bow slicing through the water, sending up sprays that glittered in the sunlight like white wings. Standing at the ship's prow, Qin Feng felt the sea breeze whip across his face, tousling his hair. Yet he paid it no mind. He gazed out at the surging, boundless sea, filled with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation, uncertain of the fierce battle that awaited him. Upon reaching the destination, the pirate ships loomed before them, dilapidated and chaotic, adorned with an array of bizarre flags, resembling a pack of wolves emerging from the shadows. "Prepare for battle," the commander bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder over the sea. Qin Feng gripped his weapon tightly, charging bravely alongside the naval forces toward the pirate vessels, his eyes reflecting determination and fearlessness, akin to a valiant warrior heading into battle. The clash erupted instantaneously, blades flashing and clashing amidst shouts of battle that reverberated through the heavens, threatening to tear the sky asunder. Qin Feng displayed no signs of retreat. He fully utilized his combat skills and swordsmanship, engaging in a fierce struggle with the pirates. His body adeptly evaded their attacks, his weapon striking with the precision of a lethal bolt, repeatedly targeting the pirates' vital points. Yet these pirates were exceptionally ferocious, akin to a pack of frenzied beasts, recklessly assaulting the naval forces. Qin Feng gradually felt overwhelmed. His breath quickened, his arms began to tremble slightly, and fresh wounds adorned his body, blood staining his clothing to a T. That critical moment, memories of the instructor's earnest teachings and his own solemn vows surged to the forefront of his mind. A powerful force erupted from within, akin to a dormant volcano awakening, flooding through him and revitalizing his spirit. In an instant, Qin Feng unleashed his full potential, his eyes radiating a resolve and ferocity. He executed a flurry of attacks, his weapon moving with an impenetrable precision, defeating multiple pirates in swift succession. Each strike bore Unma. The diary lay buried amidst a heap of clutter, its cover yellowed with age and its pages appearing exceedingly fragile, as if a mere touch might cause them to disintegrate. With an insatiable curiosity, he cautiously opened the diary, revealing a collection of bizarre symbols and arcane writings. These symbols and texts seemed akin to a code from a mysterious realm, leaving one utterly perplexed. Qin Feng felt an instinctive conviction that this diary concealed profoundly significant secrets. Thus, he carefully stowed it away in his bosom, as if cradling a precious treasure. Upon returning to the base, Qin Feng immersed himself in the study of this enigmatic diary. Alone in his room, his desk cluttered with various tomes and documents. The dim, flickering light cast elongated shadows of his figure, Yet the symbols and text proved to be exceedingly intricate. And despite exhausting all avenues of thought and attempting a myriad of methods, he found himself utterly incapable of deciphering their meanings. Those symbols and writings danced before his eyes like mischievous sprites, eluding his grasp of their secrets. Just as confusion threatened to overwhelm him, the elder who had once instructed him in the art of swordsmanship seemed to hear the call of his heart and reappeared. "Let me take a look." The elder extended his hand, and Qin Feng promptly handed over the diary, his gaze filled with anticipation. The elder scrutinized the diary for a considerable time, his brow furrowing slightly, revealing signs of contemplation. "This appears to be an ancient cipher. If I am not mistaken, it is likely connected to a legendary treasure." The elder spoke slowly, his voice imbued with a hint of mystery and excitement. Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. A treasure? His heart raced uncontrollably, and visions of countless treasures flooded his mind, filled with yearning and curiosity. The elder nodded slightly. "However, unraveling this cipher will require additional clues. It is no simple task, and will demand substantial time and effort to research and explore." Resolutely, Qin Feng decided to delve deeper into this mystery, embodying the spirit of a dedicated adventurer embarking on an uncertain journey. He seized every precious moment during his training to voraciously scour the base's library for various materials. The library was suffused with the musty scent of aged books, shelves brimming with a myriad of volumes. As Qin Feng navigated through the aisles, seeking any potentially useful leads, after days of relentless effort, Qin Feng finally uncovered some faint traces regarding the cipher. These clues glimmered like distant stars in the darkness. Though weak, they ignited a flicker of hope within him. Just as he prepared to delve further into his studies, an urgent mission was suddenly assigned, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day. This time, they were to venture to a mysterious island, rumored to harbor a formidable pirate faction, notorious for their heinous deeds in these waters, instilling terror in the hearts of many. Without hesitation, Qin Feng joined the expedition, fully aware that each mission presented a rare opportunity for growth. Only through real combat could one truly evolve into a formidable force. As they approached the enigmatic island, Qin Feng stood solitary at the bow of the ship, the sea breeze whipping his garments. Producing a rustling sound, he pondered how to confront the impending challenges and how to decode the mystery of the diary. His gaze bore a solemn determination, as if contemplating a battle of life and death. After days of sailing across the vast ocean, the vessel gradually neared the mysterious island. In the distance, a shroud of mist enveloped the island, resembling a vast white veil that obscured the true visage of the land. The island's hills undulated, lush with verdant trees, yet beneath the veil of mist, it appeared particularly ominous, as if concealing myriad dangers and secrets. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng endeavored to steady himself, preparing for the forthcoming battles and unknown adventures. Gripping his weapon tightly, he sought solace in the belief that it would afford him a measure of security. As the ship drew closer to the mysterious island, Qin Feng's heartbeat quickened. He could feel his heart pounding violently within his chest, as if it sought to burst forth. The moment they set foot on the island, a chilling aura assailed him, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. The surrounding trees loomed tall and twisted, their branches interwoven, forming a natural, colossal prison that ensnared them. "Everyone, exercise caution," the commander warned in a hushed tone, his voice tinged with tension and vigilance. Qin Feng treaded carefully within the ranks, his steps light and soundless, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings for any movement. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled past, rustling the leaves, and shadowy figures darted swiftly from the woods. Those shadows moved with lightning speed, akin to phantoms of the night. "It's a pirate ambush," someone shouted, fear and fury evident in their voice. In an instant, battle erupted anew. Qin Feng, undaunted, charged forward to confront the oncoming pirates. His swordsmanship reached its zenith in that moment. Each swing of his blade carried an air of resolute determination, as if he were an ancient swordsman striking down foes on the battlefield. His eyes reflected a fierce resolve, conveying to the pirates that he would not easily retract. However, these pirates were no ordinary adversaries. Their coordination was impeccable, and their tactics were deviously unpredictable, rendering them formidable foes. Qin Feng felt the pressure mounting, new wounds appearing on his body as blood flowed freely, staining his garments. Yet he continued to resist valiantly, wielding his weapon with fervor, attempting to fend off their assaults. "I must not yield," Qin Feng roared internally. As if rallying his own spirit, he summoned the latent power within him, a force surging like a tidal wave, invigorating his entire being. In that instant, he spotted the pirate captain standing some distance away, commanding the battle. The captain was a towering figure, his gaze filled with malice and cunning, wielding a massive blade that glimmered ominously. A spark ignited within Qin Feng. He resolved to capture the leader first. Skillfully evading the surrounding pirates' attacks, he surged towards the captain like a nimble monkey. His eyes shone with unwavering focus, as if the world had narrowed down to just him and the captain. The captain, sensing Qin Feng's intent, sneered and advanced towards him. He raised his colossal blade high, exuding an aura of formidable strength as he slashed downward at Qin Feng. The two engaged in an intensely fierce duel. The captain's might was staggering, each of his strikes imbued with immense power and speed, forcing Qin Feng to the defensive, constantly dodging and parrying. Yet, through sheer willpower and an indomitable spirit, he gradually discerned the captain's vulnerabilities. Now, Qin Feng seized the moment, his eyes flashing with determination, as a sword lunged towards the captain's vital point like a bolt of lightning. The captain, caught off guard, was struck by Qin Feng's blade. Staggering back before collapsing heavily to the ground, his eyes wide with incredulity and fear, the pirates, witnessing their captain's fall, were thrown into disarray. The naval forces seized the opportunity to launch a fierce counterattack. Akin to a pack of tigers descending from the mountains, decisively routing the pirates, they scattered in all directions, some captured by the navy, while others plunged into the sea, vanishing without a trace. "Well done," Qin Feng, the commander, praised, his eyes reflecting a mix of relief and admiration. Qin Feng wiped the sweat and blood from his brow, revealing a faint smile of satisfaction, though fatigue caused his body to tremble slightly. His eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and pride. However, before they could celebrate their triumph, they sensed that this island harbored even more unknown dangers. An ominous aura gripped their hearts like an invisible hand, instilling a sense of inexplicable dread. Delving deeper into the island, they stumbled upon an ancient and mysterious castle. Vines clung to its walls, as if chronicling the castle's storied past through the passage of time. The heavy door loomed shut, emanating an air of mystery and terror, as if the mouth of a colossal beast awaited their arrival. "This castle appears to be anything but simple. We must tread carefully," the commander advised cautiously, a note of concern in his voice. Qin Feng and his companions approached the castle with utmost caution. As they pushed open the heavy door, a stale, decaying scent assailed their senses, prompting them to cover their noses. The hall was empty, save for a few dimly flickering oil lamps, their light wavering uncertainly, as if poised to extinguish and plunge them into an abyss of darkness. "Split up and search," the commander commanded, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Qin Feng paired with a teammate, cautiously exploring the castle. Their steps were light and slow, wary of disturbing anything. They entered a chamber filled with an array of peculiar instruments and books. The instruments appeared remarkably ancient and enigmatic, adorned with an array of peculiar buttons and dials that left one utterly bewildered. The books exuded a musty aroma, their pages yellowed with age, as if whispering tales of yore. What could this possibly be? Curiously, a teammate picked up a book, its cover tattered, rendering the title illegible. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from within the pages, instantaneously transforming into a colossal monster. This creature, of immense stature, was covered in sharp spines, its eyes resembling two gigantic red lanterns emanating a fierce glow. "Be careful," Qin Feng shouted, his voice brimming with tension and vigilance. The monster lunged toward them, prompting Qin Feng and his comrades to prepare for battle. They relentlessly assailed the beast with their weapons, yet its skin proved remarkably tough, with their strikes seemingly inflicting little damage. After a harrowing and intense confrontation, they finally discerned the creature's weakness and succeeded in vanquishing it. The monster's form gradually dissipated, transforming into a wisp of smoke. Continuing their search, they stumbled upon a hidden chamber in the castle's basement. The door to this chamber was inscribed with strange symbols. Reminiscent of those found in the diary, a flicker of realization ignited within Qin Feng. Could this place be connected to the secrets within the diary? His heart raced involuntarily, filled with anticipation and excitement. Just as they were about to investigate how to open the hidden chamber, a cacophony of chaotic sounds erupted from outside the castle. The noise roared like thunder, instilling an inexplicable dread. This is bad. Reinforcements from the pirates must be arriving, a teammate exclaimed in terror. Qin Feng and his comrades swiftly returned to the hall, successfully reuniting with the other naval officers. Chapter 3. The Legendary Journey of Qin Feng. The Pirate King. The awakening and guardianship of mysterious powers upon returning to the naval base with the ancient texts acquired from the mysterious island. Qin Feng's heart blazed with an insatiable fervor. Eager to delve into the cultivation methods contained within, the pages of the ancient tome were brittle and yellowed, yet the words and illustrations seemed to pulse with boundless mysterious power, captivating Qin Feng's relentless pursuit. He understood that this power was exceptionally unique, formidable, and unfathomably enigmatic, requiring extraordinary talent and unimaginable toil to cultivate. Nevertheless, there was no trace of retreat in Qin Feng's gaze. Instead, it shone with an increasingly resolute brilliance, akin to the radiant stars in the night sky, illuminating his path forward. In the days that followed, Qin Feng resembled an indefatigable machine, meticulously completing his regular naval training while dedicating every other moment to the cultivation of the mysterious power. Like a devoted acolyte adhering to ancient rituals, he fervently attempted to channel the elusive essence within him, akin to a slumbering spirit, striving to perceive the subtle and ephemeral energy flow that seemed on the verge of vanishing at any moment. Initially, the progress of his cultivation was as sluggish as a snail's pace, often leaving Qin Feng feeling frustrated and defeated due to his inability to precisely grasp the complex and nuanced techniques. His heart felt overshadowed by a cloud of despair. Yet, the flame of perseverance within him never extinguished, stubbornly burning on. He repeated the steps of his training time and again, with each failure laying the foundation for his next attempt. Every drop of sweat bearing witness to his tenacity and resilience. After countless trials and tribulations, Qin Feng finally arrived at the long-awaited moment of breakthrough. During what seemed to be an ordinary training session, he suddenly felt a powerful and robust force erupting from the depths of his being, surging forth like a volcanic eruption, instantly permeating every corner of his body that a faint, dreamlike glow enveloped him, as if gently shrouded by an ancient and mysterious power. Overjoyed, Qin Feng realized that he had successfully taken the critical first step in harnessing this mysterious power. Though small, this step illuminated his path like a beacon in the darkness. As his cultivation deepened, Qin Feng evolved into a skilled artisan, gradually mastering the intricate techniques of wielding this power. He was astonished to discover a profound enhancement in his physical abilities, with strength, speed, and endurance surpassing all previous limits, as if he had been reborn. Moreover, he adeptly integrated this mysterious power into his swordsmanship and combat techniques, infusing each strike with astonishing might, akin to a thunderous force that left adversaries defenseless. New tasks and challenges. The threat of pirates. While Qin Feng immersed himself in the fervent pursuit of mysterious powers, the naval base was disrupted like a tranquil lake shattered by a boulder, receiving a fresh and daunting mission. According to reliable intelligence, a ruthless band of pirates, akin to incarnations of demons, have been wreaking havoc in a particular maritime region, their malevolent deeds beyond comprehension. Not only did they plunder merchant vessels like ravenous wolves, stripping them of all valuables, but they also perpetrated unspeakable atrocities against innocent coastal villages, leaving devastation in their wake and casting a pall of fear and despair over once peaceful settlements. In light of the urgency, the Naval High Command decisively resolved to dispatch an elite fleet to eradicate this pirate menace, with Qin Feng's unit included in the mission due to their exceptional performance and tenacious fighting spirit. Upon learning this news, Qin Feng's emotions surged like a tempestuous sea, a blend of exhilaration and anxiety. The excitement stemmed from the long-awaited opportunity for real combat, a chance to test the fruits of his arduous training. Akin to a sword yearning to prove its mettle on the battlefield, the anxiety arose from the grim understanding of the pirate's ferocity, leading him to ponder whether he possessed the requisite strength to confront such a formidable and brutal foe. Yet deep within his heart, the sense of duty as a naval officer burned as fiercely as steel, and the conviction to uphold justice loomed like an insurmountable mountain, unyielding, regardless of the trials that awaited him. He would not entertain a moment's hesitation, for he recognized this as his responsibility, an inescapable mission. After days of navigating the vast, boundless ocean, the fleet, armed with keen reconnaissance and precise judgment, finally located the pirate's trail. It was a massive and menacing pirate fleet. The vessels, though dilapidated, emanated an aura of intimidation, as if they were ghost ships emerging from the depths of darkness. Upon sighting the naval fleet, the pirates exhibited no fear or retreat. Instead, they erupted into raucous and unrestrained laughter, their mirth echoing across the waves like the cries of night owls, sending shivers down one's spine. "Naval officers, today marks your demise," the pirate captain bellowed from the prow. Exuding the air of an imperious overlord, his voice, gravelly and menacing, resonated like a curse from the underworld, brimming with provocation and disdain for the Navy. Qin Feng tightened his grip on his weapon, which seemed to quiver in response to his determination. His gaze held a steadfast brilliance, burning with fury and fighting spirit. Taking a deep breath, akin to a warrior preparing for battle, he began to channel the mysterious power throughout his body, tensing every muscle in anticipation of the fierce combat that lay ahead. The battle horn sounded instantaneously, and the naval fleet clashed with the pirate armada, akin to two enraged behemoths engaging in a ferocious cannonade. Shells screamed death as they arced across the sea, erupting into colossal splashes, as if the ocean itself roared in fury. Amidst the swirling smoke, Qin Feng and his fellow valiant naval soldiers unhesitatingly boarded the pirate ship, plunging into a heart-stopping melee with the pirates. With his newly honed, formidable strength, Qin Feng navigated the throngs of pirates as if they were mere shadows. A veritable god of war descended upon the battlefield. Each of his strikes bore the formidable weight of the mysterious power, causing the pirates to fall like fragile scarecrows, their blood staining the deck. Yet the pirates were no mere pushovers. They were numerous and fiercely savage, akin to a pack of wild beasts fighting for survival. The battle quickly descended into a stalemate, with both sides exchanging blows, the cacophony of battle cries deafening, and the specter of death looming over the entire battlefield. At a critical juncture in the fray, Qin Feng, with his keen insight, pinpointed the location of the pirate captain. Understanding the adage of capturing the king before the thieves, he resolved to take a daring risk. Skillfully evading the frenzied attacks of surrounding pirates, he darted toward the captain like a bolt of black lightning. The pirate captain, sensing Qin Feng's intentions, smirked coldly, a cruel confidence radiating from him, as he advanced to meet the challenge. The two engaged in a breathtaking duel, one destined to be etched in the annals of history. The pirate captain's prowess was indeed formidable, wielding a massive curved blade that glinted menacingly in the sunlight. Resembling the scythe of death itself, his strikes were vicious and relentless, each assault imbued with tremendous force and astonishing speed, as if he sought to cleave Qin Feng in two in an instant. Qin Feng, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, did not dare to exhibit even the slightest hint of complacency. He remained fully focused as he countered the chief's relentless assault, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the leader's every movement, while his mind calmly sought an opportunity for retaliation. Amidst the fierce combat, Qin Feng gradually discerned the patterns of the pirate chief's attacks, akin to a shrewd chess player who perceives his opponent's strategy. Seizing upon a fleeting vulnerability, he abruptly channeled the enigmatic energy within him into his sword, which instantly blazed with an ethereal brilliance, as if infused with a soul of its own. With a mighty cry, Qin Feng thrust his blade toward the chief's vital points. Caught unawares, the pirate leader was struck by this fierce blow, his body propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the deck with a dull thud. blood erupting from his mouth. The unexpected turn of events threw the pirates into disarray, resembling a flock of directionless sheep. Seizing the moment, the Navy launched a vigorous counterattack, akin to tigers descending from the mountains. Driving the pirates into retreat, the scales of victory gradually tilting in favor of the Navy. After a fierce struggle, the Navy ultimately achieved a hard-won victory, and the pirates, disheartened, cast down their weapons and surrender. Their once mighty demeanor reduced to that of a bereaved dog, faces etched with despair and fear. While clearing the battlefield, Qin Feng, much like a meticulous explorer, stumbled upon a peculiar device. This apparatus bore the semblance of an ancient compass, yet was inscribed with a myriad of intricate symbols and mysterious patterns, reminiscent of those he had encountered in the ancient tomes on the mysterious island. A stirring intuition ignited within him. He sensed that this device might conceal a crucial secret, perhaps the key to unraveling the deeper mysteries of the enigmatic power. As Qin Feng meticulously examined the device, the sky abruptly darkened, and ominous clouds gathered. These clouds loomed like a colossal black shroud, swiftly enveloping the entire battlefield, flickering with unsettling and eerie luminescence, as if harboring some malevolent force. Subsequently, a formidable wave of energy, powerful enough to annihilate all, shot down from the clouds like lightning, striking the naval fleet with precision. Chaos erupted aboard the ships, which rocked violently. As many soldiers were injured, their pained groans and desperate cries intertwining in a harrowing symphony. "What is happening?" Qin Feng gazed up at the sky in astonishment, his face a canvas of shock and confusion, a foreboding sense of dread swelling within him, as though an invisible hand had tightened its grip around his heart. Before he could fully process the situation, another wave of energy, akin to the scythe of death, descended. Without a moment to spare, Qin Feng summoned his mysterious powers, conjuring a solid shield just in time to barely deflect this lethal onslaught. Yet, he understood that this was not a sustainable solution. He must swiftly uncover the source of the energy waves to avert this unforeseen crisis, lest the entire naval fleet face utter annihilation. With keen intuition akin to that of a hunting falcon, Qin Feng discerned a profound connection between the energy waves and the peculiar device. Upon further scrutiny, he observed that the symbols on the device began to flicker with an eerie glow. Seemingly awakened by some arcane force, a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. This device might have been activated by a hidden power, and the individual behind it was likely the orchestrator of this entire scheme. Just as Qin Feng contemplated strategies to confront this sudden crisis, the enigmatic adversary materialized like a specter, a figure cloaked in black, descended slowly from stormy clouds, its silhouette a chilling shadow against the night. Adorned with a mysterious mask obscuring his features, the figure exuded an aura of formidable power, reminiscent of a demon from the abyss, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. "You Navy fools have thwarted my plans." The figure intoned coldly, his voice sharp as a winter wind, brimming with resentment and fury. Qin Feng, vigilant and unyielding, met the black-cloaked figure's gaze, a fierce light shining in his eyes as he demanded, "Who are you? Why have you attacked us?" The black-cloaked figure let out a sinister laugh, a sound that echoed like a curse from the depths of hell. "Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you should not interfere with my quest for that treasure." A chill ran through Qin Feng. He realized that the treasure referred to by this shadowy figure was likely linked to the mysterious powers, perhaps an artifact capable of reshaping the very fabric of the world. Fully aware of the dire implications, he understood that if this black-cloaked individual were to acquire the treasure, the consequences would be catastrophic, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness and calamity. In this critical moment of life and death, Qin Feng faced a decision as daunting as scaling a sheer cliff. He recognized that, given his current capabilities, defeating this formidable foe was a formidable challenge. However, retreating would not only jeopardize the Navy fleet, but also allow the treasure to fall into nefarious hands, endangering the world. After a brief yet intense internal struggle, a resolute glimmer ignited in Qin Feng's eyes. He resolved to exert every ounce of strength in a confrontation with the black-cloaked figure, willing to sacrifice his very life to uphold justice and safeguard the world's peace. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Feng summoned the full extent of his mysterious powers, transforming into a formidable warrior on the brink of eruption. Gripping his sword tightly, which resonated in response to his determination. He emanated a steely resolve, his eyes ablaze with the courage that defies death. "Come forth, I shall not allow you to prevail," Qin Feng proclaimed, his voice resounding like a thunderclap over the sea. A declaration of war against the black-cloaked figure. The black-cloaked figure scoffed disdainfully, waving his hand as a wave of energy, powerful enough to obliterate worlds, surged toward Qin Feng. Undeterred, Qin Feng wielded his sword, executing his most formidable sword technique, which clashed with the energy wave in a dazzling display. In an instant, a cataclysmic force capable of rending the heavens and earth erupted, causing nearby vessels to tremble violently. Akin to leaves in a tempest, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming weight descend upon him, propelling him backward until he collided forcefully with a ship, leaving a significant dent in its hull. Yet, bolstered by an indomitable will akin to steel, he steadied himself and charged once more toward the black-cloaked figure, each step infused with unwavering resolve and an indomitable spirit. The two engaged in an intense duel, a clash reminiscent of a divine struggle. Qin Feng unleashed the full spectrum of his abilities, seamlessly merging swordsmanship with arcane power, launching relentless assaults upon the black-cloaked figure, each strike fueled by his anger and unwavering commitment to justice. The black-cloaked figure, wielding an overwhelming strength that instilled despair, effortlessly countered Qin Feng's onslaught, retaliating with lethal precision, each strike a harbinger of judgment from the abyss. As the battle raged on, Qin Feng began to discern the black-cloaked figure's vulnerabilities. Akin to glimpsing a sliver of dawn amidst darkness, he observed that while the figure's energy attacks were terrifyingly potent, his close-quarters combat left much to be desired, revealing a critical flaw akin to that of a giant with a fatal weakness. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng swiftly altered his strategy. He adeptly evaded the energy waves, darting forward like a nimble shadow to engage the black-cloaked figure in close combat, catching him off guard, surprised by this sudden change in tactics. The black-cloaked figure faltered momentarily, his footing becoming unsteady. Qin Feng seized this rare opportunity, launching a flurry of strikes, his sword striking like lightning, forcing the black-cloaked figure into a position of retreat, visibly rattled. Yet the black-cloaked figure, despite his formidable prowess, quickly regained his composure, and the two were soon locked in a stalemate, exchanging blows in a fierce back and forth, the battle escalating to a fevered pitch, just as the battle seemed ensnared in an endless deadlock. Qin Feng recalled a unique method of harnessing special powers he had discovered in ancient texts, a technique akin to uncovering hidden treasure in the darkness. Deciding to take a risk, he began to channel his mysterious energy in a unique manner, concentrating it into a singular point, and unleashed his most potent strike to date. This attack embodied all of Qin Feng's strength and courage, its power akin to a stellar explosion. The black-cloaked figure, sensing the overwhelming force of this blow, displayed fear for the first time, realizing too late that evasion was futile. The radiant light, as brilliant as the sun, surged forth as Qin Feng's strike found its mark, delivering a devastating blow to the black-cloaked figure. With a piercing scream, the black-cloaked figure was propelled backward by the tremendous force, akin to a falling meteor, crashing heavily upon the surface of the sea and sending up a tremendous spray of water. As the black-cloaked figure fell, the ominous clouds in the sky began to dissipate, much like a shroud of darkness being lifted, and the waves of energy ceased their assault. The naval fleet has finally emerged from this terrifying crisis. With soldiers cheering and celebrating this hard-won victory, Qin Feng, weary and slumped on the deck, felt as if his body had been disassembled, aching all over, yet a contented smile graced his face. Although this battle was exceptionally arduous, akin to a nightmare, he ultimately triumphed through his courage, intelligence, and indomitable will, safeguarding both the naval fleet and the peace of the world. While clearing the battlefield, Qin Feng once again examined that peculiar device. After careful exploration, he finally discovered the method to deactivate it, as if he had unraveled an ancient enigma. Upon shutting down the device, Qin Feng found a delicate little box hidden within, emanating an aura of mystery. Opening the box revealed a gem radiating a mystical glow, captivating Qin Feng's gaze like the most enigmatic star in the night sky. He speculated that this gem might be the treasure spoken of by the cloaked figure, an essential item related to the cultivation of mysterious powers. Perhaps it concealed even greater secrets and more formidable strength. He resolved to take the gem back to the naval base, entrusting it to his superiors for further research, hoping to uncover more secrets about the mysterious forces and contribute further to the preservation of world peace. Following this thrilling event, Qin Feng's name resounded throughout the Navy, echoing louder than ever. His heroic deeds spread like legend across the fleet, making him a paragon and hero in the hearts of many naval soldiers. However, Qin Feng remained humble, aware that his path of cultivation was still long and arduous, akin to ascending an endless peak, with more challenges awaiting him in the days to come. He would continue to strive for improvement, relentlessly enhancing his strength to dedicate everything to safeguarding the peace and justice of the seas, thereby penning his own legendary tale. Chapter 4. The Secret of the Mysterious Gem. Upon returning to the naval base, laden with fatigue, yet glory, Qin Feng immediately became the center of attention. His display of bravery and exceptional prowess in that harrowing battle against the pirates and the cloaked figure shone like brilliant stars illuminating the path of naval glory, earning him lavish praise and rewards from naval leaders. However, within him lay a tranquil, profound lake, untouched by the ripples of external accolades. That moment, his entire world was consumed by the mysterious gem he had fought so hard to retrieve from the battlefield, as if it were a compass guiding his fate toward an unknown and challenging future. Qin Feng knew that this gem was no ordinary object. It likely harbored immense secrets capable of reshaping understanding and unimaginable power. He sensed that it might be the key to unraveling the enigma of mysterious forces, a vital opportunity for him to ascend to a higher realm and uphold justice. Thus, he resolutely decided to delve deeper into the mysteries of this gem. Like a dedicated explorer yearning to unearth precious treasures in uncharted territories, seeking greater strength and knowledge to shoulder his sacred mission of safeguarding justice, he carefully placed the gem in his room, which transformed into his secret laboratory in the days that followed. Aside from completing essential daily training and arduous tasks, Qin Feng devoted considerable time and energy, like a devoted acolyte, to meticulously observing and pondering the enigmatic gem. The gem lay there quietly, emitting a captivating yet elusive glow that flickered and dimmed, seemingly adhering to some ancient, mysterious pattern. Despite his unwavering gaze, Qin Feng could not fully comprehend its secrets. The wheels of fate turned quietly in an unforeseen moment, and an accidental opportunity arrived like a ray of dawn in darkness. His astonishment, when he attempted to gradually infuse the mysterious and powerful force within him into the gem, it underwent subtle yet perceptible changes. Its originally gentle glow transformed into a dazzling brilliance, as if infused with newfound vitality, and vague, indistinct patterns and symbols emerged on its polished surface, resembling ancient codes awaiting Qin Feng's interpretation. He keenly realized that the gem was perhaps communicating with him in a unique and mysterious manner, attempting to convey crucial information to uncover the truth behind these mysterious patterns and symbols. Qin Feng once again immersed himself in the vast, starry library of the base. The library was permeated with the unique scent of aged paper and ink, filled with towering shelves brimming with an array of books, resembling a treasure trove of knowledge. In this ocean of wisdom, Qin Feng voraciously perused numerous ancient texts and esoteric tomes, each page laden with the weight of history and the wisdom of ages. His gaze was focused and resolute, sparing no detail that could potentially relate to the patterns on the gem, akin to a traveler in the desert seeking a water source, leaving no stone unturned. After days and nights of relentless effort, he finally discovered similar patterns recorded in a nearly forgotten ancient tome. Covered in dust, in that moment, his heart surged with indescribable excitement, as if he had found the key to unlock the treasure's door. According to the obscure yet invaluable descriptions in the ancient text, these patterns seemed to represent a long-lost ancient language, embodying a power potent enough to change the world and a legacy of knowledge refined through the ages. His hands trembled with exhilaration as he realized he was one step closer to unveiling the gem's secrets, as if he could already glimpse the glimmer of victory ahead. However, he understood that merely knowing the meanings of these patterns was far from sufficient. Akin to possessing a map without knowing the path to follow, he needed to discover an effective method to awaken the dormant power within the gem, undoubtedly a formidable challenge in the ensuing days. Qin Feng resembled a mad scientist, persistently experimenting and boldly exploring, that he gradually discovered that the gem exhibited a remarkably unique and sensitive reaction to his mysterious powers. Whenever he carefully infused his strength into the gem at specific frequencies and precise intensities, the patterns on the gem would become clearer and more vivid, as if narrating ancient tales. Thus, Qin Feng, like a dedicated musician, continually adjusted the notes of his power output, striving to find the perfect code to completely activate the gem. This was a journey fraught with setbacks and failures. Qin Feng endured countless attempts, each failure weighing heavily on his heart. Yet his steadfast resolve never wavered. Finally, on a tranquil night, under a sky adorned with countless stars, Qin Feng succeeded in activating the gem.at that moment. The gem erupted in brilliance, akin to a newly born sun, illuminating the entire room as brightly as day. Amidst the radiance, Qin Feng seemed to traverse time and space, witnessing ancient and hazy images, precious scenes depicting the origins and applications of mysterious powers, unfurling before him like a long-buried epic. Just as Qin Feng was wholly engrossed, intent on deciphering these mysterious images, an irresistible force suddenly yanked his consciousness into the gem. He felt a blur before finding himself in an entirely unfamiliar and enigmatic realm. Surrounding him was a dazzling, extraordinary light, and ancient runes sparkled like stars, seemingly guardians of this space, silently recounting the vicissitudes of time. In this unfathomable realm, Qin Feng encountered a mysterious entity. This presence appeared before him in a fleeting, ethereal form, its voice resonating with a profound, celestial quality, as if emanating from the depths of the universe, carrying an air of timeless authority. Brave warrior, you have successfully activated the gem's power, but this is merely the beginning. You must undergo rigorous trials to truly master this power and fulfill the mission it bestows upon you. The mysterious entity spoke slowly, each word striking Qin Feng's heart like a hammer. A fearless glimmer shone in Qin Feng's eyes as he straightened his back and resolutely replied, "I am prepared. Whatever trials await me, I shall confront them with my life and blood, never yielding an inch." The mysterious entity appeared satisfied with Qin Feng's response, offering a faint smile, and the surrounding scenery shifted dramatically. As if in a dream. To Qin Feng's astonishment, he found himself in a colossal and magnificent arena, surrounded by countless adversaries whose eyes gleamed with ferocity and brutality, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, poised to rend him to pieces at any moment. Your trial is to survive this brutal battle and comprehend the essence of the mysterious power. Only then will you be worthy to become its true master. The voice of the mysterious entity echoed throughout the vast. Qin Feng found himself compelled to swiftly recalibrate his state of mind, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to the application of every combat technique and arcane power he had mastered in a fierce struggle against the relentless onslaught of his adversaries. At first, drawing upon his vast experience in battle and the newly acquired mystical skills, he managed to withstand the relentless waves of assault from the enemy. His figure darted agilely through the ranks of foes, the weapon in his hand glinting ominously as each swing repelled a portion of the attackers. However, as time cruelly marched on, the enemy numbers not only failed to dwindle, but surged with increasing ferocity and cunning, as if they were a horde of demons that could never be vanquished. Qin Feng gradually sensed his strength waning. His breath became ragged, sweat drenched his garments, and numerous wounds adorned his body, staining his attire with blood. Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, memories of his grueling training days at the naval base flashed through his mind. Recollections of running under the scorching sun and fighting through storms with unwavering resolve. Moments of courage and determination in the face of life-and-death battles against pirates. and the solemn vows he had made to uphold justice and shield the innocent. These reminiscences shone like brilliant stars, illuminating the darkest corners of his soul, bestowing upon him boundless strength and courage. He took a deep breath, striving to adjust his state of being, reassessing the powers at his disposal in search of a way to transcend his plight. In this critical juncture of life and death, Qin Feng suddenly realized that amidst the chaos and fatigue, he had relied too heavily on external forces, neglecting the inexhaustible wellspring of power that lay within him. He gently closed his eyes, calming his mind, akin to a meditative sage, attuning himself to the natural flow of the mystical energy within, seeking harmony with his surroundings to achieve a state of unity with the cosmos. Gradually, he was astonished to discover that he could perceive the intentions and trajectories of enemy attacks with greater acuity, enabling him to counter with more skillful and precise applications of his arcane abilities. Each evasion and strike flowed with newfound fluidity, as if he were dancing in concert with the elements. After an arduous and thrilling battle, Qin Feng ultimately prevailed against all his foes through indomitable will and profound comprehension of his powers. When the last enemy fell with a resounding crash, the mysterious realm underwent a wondrous transformation once more, and the enigmatic presence reappeared before him, its gaze imbued with a hint of satisfaction. Congratulations, brave warrior. You have passed the trial. You have now begun to grasp the power of the mystical gem. Yet remember always, with great power comes great responsibility. You must wield this strength to safeguard justice, protect the innocent, and restore peace and tranquility to these waters. Upon finishing, the mysterious entity gently infused a surge of potent and pure knowledge and power into Qin Feng's being. He felt as though his body and soul were enveloped in a sacred baptism, resulting in immense enhancement and purification. Every cell pulsed with vitality, and each facet of his spirit brimmed with power. As he gradually exited the mysterious realm and returned to the tangible world, he was elated to realize that his understanding and application of mystical forces had ascended to unprecedented heights, as if he had opened a gateway to a new world. However, fate appeared disinclined to grant Qin Feng a moment's respite. Before he could fully assimilate this invaluable acquisition, a new crisis surged forth like a roaring tide. The naval base received urgent intelligence that reverberated like thunder across the tranquil skies. A formidable and fearsome pirate fleet, akin to a black tempest, was swiftly approaching their position. This pirate armada was led by a malevolent figure known as the Dark Overlord, a name that sent shivers of dread throughout the seas. Possessing terrifying strength and ruthless methods, he had long terrorized the oceans, leaving devastation in his wake, plunging countless souls into despair and agony. The naval commanders swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation, urgently assembling all soldiers as generals strategizing before battle. An atmosphere of tension and solemnity permeated the naval base, with everyone acutely aware that this would be an unparalleled and daunting challenge. A struggle for survival. Qin Feng understood this well, yet his eyes bore no trace of fear. Instead, they sparkled with unwavering resolve. He was convinced that the newfound power he had acquired would play a pivotal role in this conflict, becoming a crucial weapon for the Navy in their struggle against the pirates on the eve of battle. Qin Feng, alongside his fellow naval soldiers, immersed themselves in meticulous preparations. They resembled diligent artisans, scrutinizing every piece of weaponry to ensure that no errors would occur in combat. They also embodied wise strategists, intensely devising tactical plans to identify and exploit the pirates' vulnerabilities. Each face was etched with seriousness and determination, as though they were a band of warriors poised for battle. Silently pledging victory in their hearts at last, the dread pirate fleet loomed into view. The flagship of the Dark Overlord towered ominously, akin to a black fortress at sea, radiating an oppressive aura. The flag bore a grotesque skull, flapping menacingly in the wind, like a harbinger of death that sent chills down the spine. "Prepare for battle," the commanders bellowed, their voices echoing like rolling thunder across the waters. Qin Feng and the other naval soldiers unhesitatingly boarded their warships, like valiant knights charging into the fray, confronting the oncoming pirate fleet. In an instant, cannon fire erupted, smoke billowed, and a fierce and brutal naval battle commenced. cannonballs traced deadly arcs across the surface of the sea, erupting in colossal splashes as if the ocean itself were roaring in fury. The clashing of warships resounded like deafening thunder, as though colossal iron beasts were locked in a savage struggle. Qin Feng stood at the bow, resembling a courageous naval commander, wielding his sword and vocally directing the soldiers in their assaults. He fully harnessed the formidable powers granted by the mystical gem, skillfully repelling the pirates' frenzied attacks time and again. His figure shone with exceptional bravery amidst the flames of war, becoming a beacon of hope for the naval soldiers. Yet, the strength of the Dark Overlord far exceeded their expectations. Akin to a demonic entity rising from the depths of hell, he personally led a squadron of elite pirates aboard the Navy's vessels, launching into fierce hand-to-hand combat. The Dark Overlord, towering and brawny, his muscles bulging like solid rock, wielded an enormous and heavy battle axe, each swing summoning a gale, as if he could cleave the heavens. Qin Feng did not falter. Determination gleamed his eyes as he engaged in a breathtaking duel with the Dark Overlord, a confrontation destined to be chronicled in history. Their weapons clashed violently, showering sparks in every direction, each collision echoing the wrath of the gods. Qin Feng acutely sensed the suffocating might of the Dark Overlord. Yet fear did not grip his heart. Rather, it ignited a fervent fighting spirit within him, like flames that blazed ever brighter. Amidst the fierce combat, Qin Feng, leveraging his keen insight and indomitable will, gradually discerned the flaws in the Dark Overlord's assault. These vulnerabilities glimmered like a ray of hope in the darkness. Though faint, they were sufficient to serve as his opportunity for counterattack, seizing a brief opening after one of the Dark Overlord's strikes. He swiftly adjusted his stance, channeling all his strength into a rapid and lethal counter, his sword striking like a bolt of lightning towards the Dark Overlord's chest. The Dark Overlord, evidently blindsided by Qin Feng's astute recognition of his weakness, roared in fury and hastily raised his battle axe to block the attack. Nevertheless, Qin Feng's fierce blow inflicted significant damage, causing the Overlord's body to stagger and a pained expression to flicker across his face. "You have angered me, boy," the Dark Overlord bellowed angrily, akin to a wounded beast, launching into an even more ferocious and frenzied assault, each strike laden with his wrath and hatred, as if he sought to utterly crush Qin Feng. With his teeth clenched, Qin Feng's eyes radiated unyielding tenacity as he deftly evaded and countered the onslaught. His body was already marred with wounds, blood staining his garments, yet his gaze remained resolute. Unyielding in the face of adversity, that moment, Qin Feng suddenly felt an overwhelming and surging power emanating from the mystical gem, flooding into his being like a tidal wave. Without hesitation, he channeled this force into his sword, which instantly gleamed with a blinding radiance akin to the sun, as though infused with divine strength. With every ounce of his being, Qin Feng unleashed a final strike towards the Dark Overlord. This blow, imbued with unstoppable momentum and determination, seemed capable of severing any obstacles in its path. The Dark Overlord, at last, could not withstand this formidable assault. Terror and despair flickered in his eyes as Qin Feng's sword struck him forcefully, sending him hurtling away as if he were a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the deck with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing their leader's defeat, the pirates instantly lost their will to fight. Resembling a flock of aimless sheep, they laid down their weapons in droves, surrendering in defeat. Once invincible, they now resembled lost dogs, their faces etched with fear and despair. This fierce naval battle ultimately culminated in a resounding victory for the Navy. The name of Qin Feng resonated once more among the naval ranks, shining like a brilliant star in the hearts of every sailor, as he became a revered hero and role model. Yet, Qin Feng was acutely aware that this was merely a small triumph in the long and arduous journey ahead, akin to a solitary wave upon the vast ocean. In this boundless expanse, filled with the unknown, numerous challenges and dangers awaited him, along with countless malevolent forces that needed to be eradicated and innumerable innocent lives that required his protection. He would steadfastly continue his journey, akin to a fearless navigator, wielding the power of the mysterious gem and supported by his companions, penning his own legendary saga upon the tumultuous seas, safeguarding justice with his strength, exploring more secrets concealed in the depths of darkness, and bringing true peace and tranquility to these waters. In the aftermath of the naval victory, the base was awash in joyous celebration, with people cheering and rejoicing for this hard-won triumph, the sounds of jubilation and laughter intertwined, resembling a victorious anthem echoing through the air. However, Qin Feng stood apart in solitude, gazing quietly at the distant sea, his expression profound and serene, unclouded by the euphoria of victory. He understood that the threat of pirates lurked like hidden rocks in the darkness, never to vanish easily, while the weight of responsibility upon his shoulders grew heavier, akin to a towering mountain pressing down upon him. During the period of recuperation following the battle, Qin Feng did not allow himself to relax, but instead diligently delved into the study of the mysterious gem's power. Much like an obsessed scholar, he yearned to unearth more formidable abilities from this enigmatic gem to aid in the protection of justice, akin to a greedy treasure seeker, never content with the spoils already acquired. He discovered that the gem's power seemed capable of significantly enhancing not only individual combat prowess, but also potentially exerting a profound and crucial influence on the strategic deployment and defensive systems of the entire Navy. Much like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface point one day. While practicing alone, Qin Feng suddenly sensed a peculiar and subtle vibration emanating from a gem, as if a butterfly were gently flapping its wings. His heart stirred, and relying on his keen intuition, he delved deeper into this vibration, unexpectedly uncovering a hidden space within the gem. This space resembled a forgotten treasury, seemingly housing ancient and precious documents and maps, each bearing the weight of long-buried history and wisdom. Qin Feng, elated as if he had found a treasure, studied these documents and maps with utmost care, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. He discovered that they contained records of a mysterious and intricate formation, capable of greatly enhancing teamwork and defensive capabilities, akin to a powerful umbrella providing solid protection for the team. Realizing that this could be the key to overcoming future pirate threats, he resolved to share this significant discovery unreservedly with the naval commanders, like passing the torch of hope. With the strong support of the commanders, Qin Feng began training the Navy soldiers to master this mysterious and powerful formation. The training process was filled with hardships and sweat. Every movement and detail required repeated practice and refinement. Yet, under Qin Feng's leadership, the soldiers persevered. Chapter 5. A new journey and unknown threats after successfully repelling numerous waves of fierce pirate attacks. The naval base where Qin Feng served entered a rare period of tranquility. However, he did not allow himself to become complacent in this temporary peace, fully aware that within the vast ocean, danger lurked like a beast in the shadows, poised to spring forth at any moment, bringing unforeseen calamity. During these relatively calm days, Qin Feng devoted most of his energy to the in-depth study of the mysterious gem. After thorough exploration, he was astonished to discover that within the gem lay a cryptic map, marking locations never before seen on any existing nautical charts. This astonishing revelation ignited an uncontrollable curiosity within him, prompting him to report this significant finding to the naval commanders without delay. Upon hearing Qin Feng's report, the naval commanders immediately recognized the gravity of the discovery. After serious and earnest deliberation, they made an important decision to form a specialized expedition team, with Qin Feng appointed as the captain, tasked with exploring those enigmatic territories based on the gem's mysterious map. Without hesitation, Qin Feng accepted this arduous yet honorable mission. And with his keen insight and extensive experience, he meticulously selected a group of exceptionally skilled and experienced naval warriors, thus forming an elite expedition team. Before embarking on their journey, Qin Feng and his team conducted comprehensive and meticulous preparations. They not only stocked ample food and fresh water to ensure their basic survival needs during the long voyage and unknown explorations, but also equipped themselves with a wealth of fine weaponry for unforeseen circumstances. Once all preparations were complete, the expedition team boarded a remarkably sturdy warship, resolutely setting sail toward the mysterious and uncharted waters. Along the way, they faced extremely adverse weather conditions and surging waves. With howling winds sweeping across the sea, the towering waves crashing against the warship as if intent on engulfing them. Nevertheless, Qin Feng and his team, armed with unwavering determination and exceptional sailing skills, repeatedly turned peril into safety, successfully overcoming numerous formidable challenges. Finally, after enduring countless hardships, they arrived at the first mysterious location marked on the map. This was a small island shrouded in thick fog, exuding an air of mystery and eeriness, as if countless eyes were watching them from the shadows. Qin Feng cautiously led his team ashore, each member vigilantly observing their surroundings, unwilling to let their guard down. The vegetation on the island grew abundantly, with tall, ancient trees standing like weary giants, silently narrating tales of time's passage and transformation. During their in-depth exploration of the island, Qin Feng stumbled upon some peculiar ruins. These remnants appeared to be ancient structures, but due to prolonged exposure to the elements, they had fallen into a state of disrepair, their walls etched with various mysterious symbols and patterns that left observers perplexed and bewildered. Understanding that these ruins might conceal significant clues, Qin Feng decided to lead his team in a more thorough and detailed investigation. As they immersed themselves in studying the ruins, a low, ominous growl suddenly emanated from the depths of the forest. This unexpected sound sent a wave of tension among the team members, who instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Observing their reaction, Qin Feng quickly signaled for everyone to remain calm and not to panic, then cautiously approached the source of the sound. Suddenly, a massive beast burst forth from the trees, its colossal form resembling a mountain, covered in sharp claws and teeth, its eyes gleaming with a fierce and savage aura, seemingly intent on tearing everything apart. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng charged forward, engaging in a thrilling and intense battle with the ferocious creature. The other team members quickly sprang into action, joining the fray. After a grueling and arduous struggle, they ultimately succeeded in vanquishing the beast. However, several team members sustained injuries during the fierce combat. Seeing this, Qin Feng promptly decided to search for a safe location on the island where the injured members could recuperate. While seeking a resting place, they unexpectedly discovered a laboratory hidden within a cave. Upon entering the laboratory, they found an array of strange instruments and experimental materials, with the walls adorned with blueprints related to biological modification and the study of mysterious powers. Witnessing all this, an ominous premonition surged within Qin Feng. He realized that this seemingly tranquil island may have once been a site for dangerous and nefarious experiments, just as they cautiously explored the laboratory. A piercing alarm shattered the silence. Instantly, the entire laboratory began to tremble violently, with alarming cracks appearing on the walls. This place might collapse. Everyone, evacuate, Qin Feng shouted. Upon hearing his call, the team members immediately reacted, swiftly making their way towards the cave's exit. Just as they burst out of the cave, a deafening roar echoed behind them, and the entire cave collapsed into a heap of rubble. Following this harrowing experience, Qin Feng became even more cautious and vigilant, fully aware that the island concealed many unknown secrets and dangers, where any oversight could lead to fatal consequences. Thus, he continued to lead his team with utmost care in their exploration of the island. During their exploration, they gradually uncovered what seemed to be a colossal secret hidden on the small island, a secret likely intertwined with the enigmatic gemstone held by Qin Feng. Deep within the island, they stumbled upon an ancient and mysterious temple. The entrance to the temple was firmly shut, as if guarding some unspeakable truth. Nevertheless, Qin Feng could distinctly sense an overwhelming surge of power emanating from within the temple, instilling a profound sense of cautious. There may be danger ahead, he cautioned his companions, as he slowly pushed open the temple door. Yes, soon as the door creaked open, a powerful gust of air rushed forth, nearly toppling them. Entering the temple's interior, they were greeted by a dazzling and mysterious radiance, at the center of which lay a colossal crystal orb. Intrigued, Qin Feng approached the orb. Scrutinizing it closely, he noticed that the orb displayed some indistinct images, seemingly foretelling a future calamity, sending a chill down his spine. Just as Qin Feng was about to delve deeper into the orb's mysteries, a group of shadowy figures emerged slowly from the temple shadows. Clad in black robes and masks to obscure their features, They exuded an aura of enigma and eeriness. "Who are you? What brings you here?" Qin Feng inquired warily, gripping his weapon tightly, prepared for any potential threat. "We are the Guardians. Outsiders are not permitted to trespass here," one of the mysterious figures replied coldly. "Guardians? What exactly are you tasked with safeguarding?" Qin Feng pressed, his curiosity intensifying. The enigmatic figure paused momentarily before responding. "Here lies a force capable of annihilating the world. Your presence could trigger a catastrophe." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's heart raced, realizing that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Yet, rather than retreating, he affirmed with unwavering resolve, "Our purpose is to uphold justice. If this force falls into the hands of malevolent individuals, the consequences would be dire. We must uncover the truth." Seemingly moved by Qin Feng's steadfast determination, the Guardians exchanged glances and decided to grant him an opportunity to demonstrate his resolve and capability. "Deep within the temple lies a trial. If you succeed, we shall reveal everything," the mysterious figure declared. Without hesitation, Qin Feng led his team further into the depths of the temple. The trial was fraught with various dangers and challenges, each requiring immense effort and sacrifice to overcome. However, through wisdom, courage, and mutual support among his team, Qin Feng ultimately triumphed over the multitude of trials. The Guardians honored their promise and unveiled the secrets of the island. It was revealed that, long ago, this had been the site of a powerful ancient sorcerer's forbidden experiments. This sorcerer had sought to create a mysterious power capable of controlling the world, but the experiments spiraled out of control, resulting in a catastrophic disaster that devastated the globe. To prevent this potent and perilous force from being misused again, the lineage of the Guardians had borne the responsibility of safeguarding this place through the generations. The mysterious gemstone in Qin Feng's possession was the key to controlling this power. The Guardians solemnly warned Qin Feng to exercise utmost caution in wielding the gemstone's power, for any misstep could lead to unimaginable repercussions. Aware of the immense responsibility resting upon him, Qin Feng dared not show the slightest negligence. He resolved to return to the naval base immediately and convey this critical intelligence to the commanders. However, en route back, they were suddenly beset by a fierce storm. The winds howled and the waves surged violently, causing the warship to sway perilously, akin to a fragile leaf, on the verge of being mercilessly swallowed by the sea. With determination, Qin Feng led his team in resisting the onslaught of the storm. Yet the situation grew increasingly dire, each moment fraught with life and death trials. Just as all hope seemed lost, a mysterious vessel emerged on the horizon. It bore a black flag emblazoned with a chilling symbol, evoking a sense of foreboding. Could this be a new enemy? Qin Feng was engulfed in confusion and apprehension. Before they could react, the enigmatic ship swiftly approached their warship, and a cadre of warriors clad in black armor boarded with ghostly swiftness. Without uttering a word, these warriors launched a fierce assault against Qin Feng and his team. Amidst the chaos of battle, Qin Feng discerned that the warriors seemed intent on seizing the gemstone he possessed. "They must be after the gemstone. I cannot allow them to succeed," he thought resolutely, determination gleaming in his eyes. He rallied his team to resist fiercely, engaging in a desperate struggle against the shadowy warriors. However, the strength of the adversaries proved overwhelming, and Qin Feng and his team gradually found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Each attack becoming increasingly arduous, each defense teetering on the brink of collapse. Just when they were on the verge of succumbing, an idea sparked in Qin Feng's mind, recalling the power he had acquired on the island. He resolved to take a risk and began to channel the energy within himself into the gemstone. Instantly, the gemstone radiated a blinding light, and an immense force surged forth, akin to an invisible shockwave, repelling the surrounding shadowy warriors. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Qin Feng led his team to regain control of the situation. They maneuvered the warship with all their might, evading the relentless pursuit of the mysterious vessel, and continued their journey toward the naval base. After several days and nights of arduous sailing, they finally returned safely to the naval base. Without pausing for rest, Qin Feng promptly reported his discoveries and encounters on the island to the commanders. Upon hearing his account, the commanders were left utterly astounded. They understood that if this mysterious and potent power fell into the hands of evil, it would spell disaster for the entire world. Consequently, they resolved to bolster the naval base's defenses and initiate in-depth research on the gemstone and the island's secrets. Qin Feng recognized that the path ahead would be fraught with more challenges and dangers. Yet he was fully prepared. Regardless of the trials that lay before him, he would not waver, advancing resolutely in his quest to uphold justice until the ultimate victory was achieved back at the naval base. Qin Feng immediately immersed himself in the urgent work at hand. He engaged in emergency discussions with the commanders to devise strategies, acutely aware that the mysterious and formidable force could bring about catastrophic consequences if it fell into the hands of malevolent individuals. In the days that followed, Qin Feng actively assisted researchers in probing the gemstone's mysteries, eager to unveil more of the secrets concealed within. Simultaneously, he did not relent in training his team, continually enhancing their combat prowess and collaborative abilities to better prepare for any potential threats that might arise. However, the dark forces coveting the gemstone were far from deterred. They lurked like venomous serpents in the shadows, poised to strike with lethal intent. One fateful night, the naval base was once again confronted by a sudden enemy onslaught. The alarm blared, shattering the tranquility of a night, plunging the entire base into chaos. Upon hearing the alarm, Qin Feng sprang into action, swiftly leading his team into battle. This time, the foes were not only numerous but also well-equipped. Clearly having come prepared, they surged into the base like a tidal wave, engaging the naval forces in a fierce melee. The battle was extraordinarily intense, with flames illuminating the night sky and the cacophony of battle cries reverberating. Qin Feng led the charge, wielding his sword with ferocity, each strike infused with unwavering resolve and formidable strength, as if he intended to annihilate every enemy before him. Yet, the enemy's assaults came in relentless waves, seemingly endless, overwhelming them with pressure and fatigue. Just as the conflict reached a stalemate, Qin Feng suddenly realized that the enemy's leader was attempting to stealthily infiltrate the core area of the base, where crucial research data regarding the gemstone was stored. They must not succeed. With a fierce roar, Qin Feng's heart surged with anger and determination. He swiftly extricated himself from the fray and charged toward the leader's direction without hesitation. The leader, sensing Qin Feng's approach, immediately turned to engage him in a life-or-death struggle. Their strengths were evenly matched, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand, each attack and defense fraught with peril and excitement. Yet, Qin Feng's conviction grew ever stronger as he recalled the innocent people oppressed by pirates and the mission he bore, fueling an inexhaustible wellspring of strength within him at last, after a fierce exchange. Qin Feng spotted a flaw in the leader's defense. Seizing the moment, he delivered a decisive strike to the leader's vital point. The leader was suddenly wounded and collapsed to the ground, blood staining the earth. Upon witnessing this, the enemy's morale plummeted, and they began to retreat in disarray. Under the guidance of Qin Feng, the Navy seized the opportunity to mount a counterattack. After a grueling and extraordinary battle, they ultimately succeeded in repelling the adversary. However, this assault profoundly instilled in them the awareness that the road ahead would be fraught with even greater challenges, as the enemy's strength and ambition could not be underestimated. Nevertheless, Qin Feng was not daunted by the immediate difficulties before him. Gazing at the rising sun, his heart brimmed with unwavering faith and determination. He silently vowed that regardless of the multitude of hardships and obstacles that lay ahead, he would advance fearlessly, resolutely safeguarding justice until the final victory was achieved, that he believed that as long as they united as one, they could conquer any adversity, preserving the peace and righteousness of the sea. Chapter 6. Mysterious allies and dark conspiracies. After enduring numerous breathtaking battles and perilous crises, Qin Feng and his naval forces temporarily found a moment of respite at their base. Yet they dared not indulge in any complacency, as everyone was busily and anxiously preparing for their next course of action. Amidst this flurry of activity, a mysterious letter was quietly delivered into Qin Feng's hands. The origins of this letter were shrouded in enigma, lacking any clear signature or return address, as if it had materialized from an endless abyss of darkness. However, the content of the letter struck Qin Feng like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake. Instantly heightening his alertness and concern, IT mentioned that within the distant and profound ocean depths, there existed a similarly enigmatic organization, one that possessed an extraordinary understanding of the powers contained within the mysterious gem. Furthermore, they expressed a willingness to collaborate with Qin Feng in the fight against the malevolent forces lurking in the shadows, poised to strike at any moment. Holding the letter, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. His eyes filled with doubt and vigilance. Deep within, he questioned the authenticity of the letter, for in this sea rife with conspiracies and dangers, any unexpected message could potentially be a trap meticulously laid by the enemy. Nevertheless, certain details within the letter made him feel that this matter was not entirely unfounded. These particulars seemed like faint clues hidden within a fog, subtly tugging at his curiosity and sense of responsibility. After a lengthy period of contemplation, Qin Feng ultimately made a decision. Following an honest report of the situation to his naval commanders, he would personally lead a small team of his most trusted confidants to the mysterious location mentioned in the letter to uncover the true intentions of this enigmatic organization. They boarded a small warship and sailed across the tumultuous sea for several days. Along the way, fierce winds howled, and waves relentlessly battered the vessel, as if the ocean itself were warning them against their venture. At long last, they arrived at the island indicated in the letter. This island was cloaked in a dense and shadowy forest, with lush trees obscuring the sun and rendering the entire landscape eerie and mysterious. Surrounding the island were treacherous reefs, protruding sharply from the sea like rows of jagged fangs, posing a significant threat to any approaching vessels and evoking a sense of danger and mystery from the depths of one's soul. As Qin Feng and his team cautiously set foot on the island, a figure emerged from the woods like a phantom. Tall and imposing, he donned a flowing black cloak that fluttered in the wind, enhancing his aura of mystery. His features were chiseled and cold, resembling a sculpted visage, and in the shadows, his deep-set eyes sparkled like cold stars in the night sky, exuding an indescribable depth and enigma. "Welcome, Qin Feng," the man spoke, his voice deep and resonant, as if it emanated from an ancient abyss, echoing across the silent island. Instantly alert, Qin Feng gripped his weapon tightly, his gaze piercing as he confronted the unfamiliar figure. Demanding, "Who are you? How do you know my name?" The man smiled faintly, his lips curling upward. "I am Ing, a messenger of this organization. We have been observing you and the mysterious gem from the shadows. Every move you make is within our sight." Qin Feng frowned, his suspicion intensifying. "What do you mean by cooperation? Why should I trust you?" Ing did not directly answer Qin Feng's inquiry, but instead gestured for him to follow. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng, accompanied by his team, decided to proceed. Yes, they walked. Ing slowly elucidated. "Our organization has dedicated extensive time and resources to studying mysterious powers for many years. We are acutely aware of the true objectives of the dark forces coveting the gem's power. Their ambitions extend far beyond merely ruling this vast sea. They seek to awaken a long-sealed evil force. Should they succeed, the entire world would plunge into an irreversible abyss, consumed by unending darkness." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated the gravity of the situation to surpass his imagination. This dark force resembled a hidden time bomb, poised to shatter everything they held dear at any moment. Ing seemed to sense the turmoil within Qin Feng and continued, "Our organization possesses powerful and mysterious artifacts, along with ancient and precious tomes. These resources could aid you in rapidly enhancing your strength, granting us a greater chance of survival in the impending disaster that threatens the very existence of our world. However, all of this hinges on your trust and full cooperation." Qin Feng fell into a contemplative silence, wrestling with his internal conflict that on one hand, the sudden emergence of this mysterious organization was disconcerting. Their motives remained unclear, and rash collaboration could potentially entangle him and his team in a perilous predicament. On the other hand, if their claims were indeed true, an alliance might present a viable path to confront the dark forces. After a prolonged period of deliberation, Qin Feng finally spoke. "How can I be certain that you do not have ulterior motives? In this perilous sea, trust is the hardest currency to offer." Ing halted, turning to face Qin Feng, his gaze penetrating as he sought to convey sincerity through his eyes. Time will reveal all truths. However, if we choose not to cooperate, relying solely on our individual strengths against that formidable and malevolent dark force, we stand no chance of victory. This is a battle for survival. We have little time for hesitation and suspicion. Once more, Qin Feng lapsed into silence, meticulously weighing each of Ying's statements and the associated risks. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and resolved to temporarily place his faith in Ying's words, for in this life-and-death situation, any glimmer of hope was worth pursuing. In the following days, Qin Feng and his team began frequent interactions with this mysterious organization. They gradually discovered that its members possessed remarkable abilities and unique skills that opened their eyes to new possibilities. The organization fulfilled its promise, providing a series of specialized training programs that were both unique and effective, enabling them to master and wield the gem's mysterious power with greater proficiency, resulting in a significant enhancement of their capabilities in a short span of time. However, as their collaboration with this enigmatic organization deepened, Qin Feng began to notice some unusual signs. Certain members of the organization seemed to consistently withhold key information during their exchanges and training sessions, and their actions often appeared furtive and enigmatic, eluding comprehension. That a sense of foreboding crept into Qin Feng's heart, prompting him to initiate a discreet investigation to unveil the hidden truth behind this mysterious organization. After a cautious reconnaissance, he was astounded to discover that this organization was not as simple and pure as it outwardly appeared. They seemed to harbor their own undisclosed agendas, and their alliance with Qin Feng might merely serve as a means to achieve those ends. Just as Qin Feng grappled with profound confusion and concern regarding the true intentions of this mysterious organization, an unforeseen upheaval struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. One night, while Qin Feng and his team slumbered in their base, a piercing and urgent alarm shattered the tranquility of the night, jolting them from their dreams. Qin Feng leapt from his bed, swiftly donning his attire and seizing his weapon, leading his team outside. To their shock, they found the entire base surrounded by a battalion of unfamiliar foes. Clad in black armor that glinted ominously, these adversaries wielded razor-sharp weapons, and the aura they emanated bore an uncanny resemblance to the dark forces Qin Feng had previously encountered. "What is happening?" Qin Feng demanded, his voice laced with fury and bewilderment. That moment, Ying appeared before him, a wry smile of resignation on his face. "Qin Feng, I apologize. We have been betrayed, and a traitor has emerged within our ranks, colluding with the dark forces to seize the mysterious gem and doom us all." Fuming, Qin Feng glared at Ying, rage igniting in his eyes. "Oh, it was your conspiracy all along. I should never have trusted you." Ying promptly shook his head, elucidating, "This was truly not our intention. We never anticipated such an occurrence. However, this is not the time for disputes. We must first devise a strategy to repel these adversaries." At that moment, the enemy had commenced a fierce assault, plunging both sides into an intense and brutal confrontation. Qin Feng, suppressing the fury within, led his comrades in a valiant defense against the onslaught of their foes. Yet, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and their strength formidable. Waves of attacks surged forth relentlessly, gradually ensnaring Qin Feng and his team in dire straits. Each attempt to withstand the assault proved exceedingly arduous. With the team's stamina swiftly waning. In this critical juncture, Qin Feng suddenly perceived a discernible pattern in the enemy's attacks. He fought against fatigue, focusing intently on the enemy's movements. At last, he discerned that the enemy's commander was concealed within a tower in the rear, orchestrating the assault with calculated precision. "Follow me," Qin Feng bellowed, leading a few agile teammates towards the tower like a leopard in pursuit. They navigated through the enemy's encirclement, enduring countless harrowing skirmishes, and ultimately succeeded in ascending the tower. On the tower, Qin Feng engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the enemy commander, each refusing to yield ground. Ultimately, through indomitable will and exceptional combat prowess, Qin Feng identified a chink in the commander's defenses and thrust his sword forcefully into the commander's chest. The enemy commander let out a piercing scream and collapsed, and the loss of leadership plunged the enemy into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng and his comrades launched a fierce counterattack, gradually turning the tide of battle. After a grueling and intense conflict, they ultimately succeeded in repelling the enemy. However, this battle had irrevocably shattered Qin Feng's trust in that mysterious organization that we must depart from here swiftly. We cannot allow ourselves to be exploited any further. Qin Feng declared decisively. His teammates nodded in agreement, swiftly packing their belongings in preparation for a hasty return to the naval base. Alas, their journey home was fraught with peril. Along the way, they encountered a series of ambushes and traps, meticulously devised by the Dark Forces, who seemed to have anticipated Qin Feng's escape and laid numerous obstacles to annihilate them completely. Qin Feng led his team cautiously through each ambush and trap, enduring countless hardships until they finally returned to the naval base. However, upon their arrival, the sight that greeted them plunged their hearts into despair. They discovered that the base had also been subjected to a fierce assault by the Dark Forces. With ruins strewn about, smoke billowing, and naval soldiers suffering heavy casualties, leaving the entire base in disarray, that we must quickly regain our strength and prepare for even greater challenges. Qin Feng surveyed the devastation before him, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The ambitions and schemes of the Dark Forces would not cease here, and future battles would be even more arduous and brutal. In the days that followed, Qin Feng and his comrades dedicated themselves to repairing the damaged base, while simultaneously intensifying their training to enhance their strength, preparing for the ultimate showdown against the Dark Forces. Upon returning to the base, Qin Feng gazed upon the ravaged landscape, his inner fury blazing like a raging inferno. He realized that the current tranquility was merely a fleeting calm before the storm. The Dark Forces would not relent, and their next assault would undoubtedly be more ferocious and lethal. Qin Feng promptly gathered all surviving naval soldiers, diligently organizing defensive fortifications and strategic deployments. He imparted valuable techniques and training methods gleaned from the mysterious organization to his comrades, hoping to elevate their collective strength in a short span. Simultaneously, he dispatched multiple reconnaissance teams to closely monitor the surrounding seas, aiming to detect the imminent resurgence of the Dark Forces and secure ample time for the base to prepare. Throughout the frenzied preparations, Qin Feng remained indefatigable day. He personally guided the soldiers through arduous training, continuously refining their movements and techniques to bolster their combat capabilities. By night, while others succumbed to slumber, he toiled alone in his quarters, studying the enigmatic gem, striving to unearth more latent powers to adequately prepare for the impending crisis. Days passed, and the base's defensive structures gradually took shape, with the soldiers' abilities markedly improved. Yet, a dense shadow loomed over Qin Feng's heart. He was perpetually consumed by anxiety over when the Dark Forces would strike again and in what manner they would descend, that unknown dread coiling around him like a venomous serpent. As fate would have it, on a night of tempestuous winds and rain, the reconnaissance teams sounded an urgent alarm. A multitude of pirate vessels surged towards the base like a relentless tide. Qin Feng ascended the lookout tower, gazing out to the distant sea, where a myriad of lights flickered amidst the tempest, resembling malevolent eyes in the darkness. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength to bellow. All hands, prepare for battle. Instantaneously, the entire base plunged into a heightened state of combat readiness. Soldiers taking their positions, their eyes reflecting resolute determination and fearless courage. As the pirates drew near, an intense cannonade erupted. Shells streaked across the inky night sky, illuminating the dark waters and the resolute faces of the warriors. Qin Feng stood at the command post, his voice unwavering and powerful, each order clear and precise, uplifting the spirits of his comrades, instilling in them strength and confidence amid the fierce conflict. However, this time, the pirates appeared well prepared. They not only possessed formidable and concentrated firepower, but also deployed an exceptionally elite assault team attempting to breach the base's defenses from the flanks. This assault team moved with remarkable speed and agility, exerting immense pressure on the base's defenses. Qin Feng astutely sensed the enemy's intentions, unhesitatingly leading a cadre of elite soldiers to swiftly reinforce the flank. In the midst of the fierce battle, Qin Feng led by example, his sword slicing through the air like lightning, each strike accompanied by his furious and determined battle cries. His figure darted across the battlefield, becoming a steadfast bastion and exemplar for his comrades. After a fierce and desperate struggle, Qin Feng successfully repelled the assault team, securing the flank. Yet the battle remained at a stalemate. Both sides suffered grievous losses. The battlefield littered with blood and corpses, a harrowing sight. Suddenly, an eerie and sinister laughter echoed from above. Qin Feng instinctively looked up to see a shadow descending like a demon into the heart of the battlefield. "Ha ha! Qin Feng, today marks your demise," the shadow proclaimed, its voice brimming with arrogance and malice. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng recognized the figure as the leader of the dark forces, exuding a potent aura of malevolence, as if he had emerged from the depths of hell. Clutching a wand that radiated dark luminescence, the wand flickered like the forked tongue of a serpent, sending chills down the spine. Undeterred, Qin Feng gripped his sword tightly, his eyes ablaze with fierce resolve. Charging unhesitatingly towards the leader, the two engaged in a breathtaking duel, the leader wielding his wand, unleashing torrents of dark magic that struck towards Qin Feng like bolts of black lightning. Qin Feng, relying on his agility and steadfast will, narrowly evaded the assaults, all the while seeking opportunities to counterattack. During the fierce exchange, Qin Feng remained acutely observant of the leader's every move, discerning that while the leader's magic was immensely powerful, it appeared to bear certain vulnerabilities during its release. His heart stirred, he concentrated, biding his time for the opportune moment at last, when the leader raised his wand once more to unleash a spell. Qin Feng seized the opportunity, channeling all his strength into a meteoric thrust aimed at the leader's chest. The leader let out a pained cry, disbelief etched across his face as he slowly crumpled to the ground. Upon witnessing their leader's fall, the pirates' morale shattered, and they swiftly lost their will to fight. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng shouted, "The enemy's leader has been vanquished! Charge!" The naval soldiers, invigorated by Qin Feng's rallying cry, surged forth like ferocious tigers launching their final assault. Under the onslaught, the pirates crumbled, fleeing in disarray like frightened dogs. After a long and arduous night of fierce combat, they successfully repelled the dark forces' incursion. As Qin Feng surveyed the battlefield, now a scene of devastation, his heart was a tumult of emotions. He understood that this was merely the beginning of the struggle against the dark forces. The trials ahead would be even more daunting and brutal, with myriad challenges still to confront. During the post-battle cleanup, Qin Feng sat wearily upon the ground, utterly exhausted, yet his gaze remained resolute. He gazed upon the rising sun, silently vowing that no matter the cost in the future, he would utterly eradicate the dark forces that threatened the peace and tranquility of this vast sea, ensuring that this beautiful maritime realm would no longer suffer from the clutches of evil, allowing those who dwelled within its embrace to once again live lives filled with happiness and serenity. This was his mission, his lifelong pursuit. He would spare no effort, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Chapter 7. The light of hope and the abyss of despair. After enduring wave after wave of heart-stopping clashes with the dark forces, the naval troops, led by Qin Feng, resembled a solitary vessel precariously swaying amidst a tempest. Despite their ironclad resolve and fearless courage that allowed them to defend the last bastion of their base, they had inevitably suffered grievous blows and heavy losses. The soldiers appeared as weary travelers, drained of all vitality, their bodies and spirits worn to the bone. Their eyes reflected profound fatigue and exhaustion, marks left by prolonged, intense combat and unyielding mental strain. They were plunged into a dire scarcity of supplies, with various military resources severely depleted. Like a dilapidated tower on the verge of collapse due to resource exhaustion, but a leaden atmosphere enveloped the entire base, an oppressive gloom that weighed heavily on every heart, making it difficult to breathe. Qin Feng stood alone atop the base, the sea breeze howling past him. Though his posture was upright, he appeared somewhat desolate in the wind. His gaze was deep and distant, as if traversing endless time and space, quietly observing the tumultuous sea before him. His heart churning like a tempest, thoughts racing like wild stallions. He understood all too well that the ruthless, treacherous enemies, akin to phantoms, would not easily let them off the hook, nor would they grant them the mercy of respite and recovery. At this critical juncture of life and death, it felt as if they were teetering on the edge of a cliff, needing to swiftly find effective means to reverse their dire circumstances. Otherwise, they would face only the grim fate of annihilation, like stars consumed by darkness, vanishing without a trace. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a scout hurriedly approached him with a report. "Captain Qin Feng, we have discovered a mysterious vessel in the nearby waters. Its movements suggest it harbors no overt hostility, yet its origins remain shrouded in uncertainty, as if it has emerged from the mists of nowhere." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt and vigilance stirring within him. In these perilous waters rife with danger and intrigue, any unknown entity could conceal immense risk, like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Yet it could also represent a glimmer of hope, a lifeline in their desperate plight. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to personally investigate the situation at the shoreline and unveil the mystery behind this enigmatic ship. Upon reaching the shore and beholding the mysterious vessel, Qin Feng's heart swelled with even more questions. The ship's design was unique and peculiar, adorned with ancient and enigmatic symbols that seemed to exude the weight of time and a sense of mystique, as if it carried countless secrets long buried by the ages. Akin to an ancient tome awaiting interpretation, at the ship's railing stood an elderly man, his silver hair dancing wildly in the sea breeze like frost flowers in winter. Yet his eyes sparkled with a keen intensity, akin to the stars twinkling in the night sky, deep and bright, as if perceiving the truths of the universe. Clad in a long robe embroidered with strange runes that emitted a faint glow, the symbol seemed to harbor some mysterious power, evoking a sense of awe. "Youth," the elder's voice resonated softly, calm and steady, as if transcending the barriers of time and space, carrying the composure and tranquility of one who has weathered many storms. Like a sage imparting ancient prophecies, Qin Feng eyed the elder warily, instinctively tightening his grip on his weapon, a reflex honed through countless life and death battles. He demanded, "Who are you? Why are you here? What is your purpose?" His voice tinged with tension and vigilance, akin to a taut bowstring ready to release. The elder's lips curled into a gentle smile as he replied, "I am a sage from afar. During my extensive travels, I have heard of your fierce and tragic struggles against the dark forces, that I deeply comprehend the weight of the mission you bear and the urgency of the crisis you face. Thus, I have come to assist you, hoping to illuminate a guiding light for your journey ahead." Skeptical yet intrigued, Qin Feng regarded the elder's words with caution. In these treacherous waters, human hearts are unpredictable, and the arrival of any stranger could potentially be part of a meticulously crafted scheme, akin to a net hidden in the shadows, waiting for them to ensnare themselves. However, in their current dire predicament, even the faintest glimmer of hope must not be overlooked. Much like a parched traveler in a vast desert would seize upon any potential source of water. After weighing the pros and cons, Qin Feng ultimately invited the elder into the base, his steps slightly heavy, but his eyes alight with anticipation. In the conference room of the base, the elder solemnly presented an ancient and tattered scroll. The parchment was yellowed with age, emanating an aura of antiquity, as if it bore the marks of time. Yet the contents inscribed within sparked a light in Qin Feng's eyes, akin to seeing brilliant starlight in the darkness. The scroll detailed a powerful and mysterious magical array, said to greatly enhance their forces once activated, like donning an impenetrable suit of armor, while simultaneously weakening their foes, ensnaring them in dire straits. This was undoubtedly the key to turning the tide of battle, a beacon of hope amidst their despair. However, activating this magical array was no simple task. It required the collection of 3 rare gemstones, each located on 3 perilous islands. That a hint of concern and gravity flickered in the elder's gaze as he spoke, his voice laced with the weight of the arduous journey ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng's resolve crystallized. His eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. Like a blazing flame, bright and fierce, he understood that this adventure was fraught with danger and challenges, akin to stepping into an unknown, mystical forest. Yet, to safeguard the base and rescue this maritime realm, he resolutely decided to organize a team to search for the gemstones immediately. Utilizing his keen insight and extensive experience, he meticulously selected a cadre of elite warriors, each having emerged victorious from numerous battles. Together with the elder, they embarked on a journey filled with uncertainty and peril, heading towards what could be hope or death. Their first destination was an island shrouded in relentless flames. A veritable purgatory. Molten lava coursed freely across the ground, akin to serpents of fire, spewing forth billowing clouds of smoke, while the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, making each breath feel as if they were inhaling flames. Qin Feng led his team cautiously across this treacherous island, seeking traces of the gemstone with trepidation in every step. Along the way, they faced fierce assaults from various monsters born of fire. These creatures, large and engulfed in flames, breathed scorching fire, each attack akin to a miniature volcanic eruption. Yet with indomitable will and exceptional combat skills, Qin Feng and his comrades repeatedly turned peril into safety, enduring countless hardships until they finally discovered the first gemstone, shimmering with mysterious light, deep within the island. In that moment, they felt as if victory was beckoning them forth. Without pausing, they hastened towards the second island, which was enveloped in a frigid embrace of snow and ice. Howling winds swept across the landscape, the bone-chilling gusts slicing through them like sharp blades, making it feel as though they were trapped in an ice cellar. Here, they not only had to contend with the relentless cold, but also remained vigilant against the myriad deadly traps and ferocious beasts concealed beneath the snow. Each step forward was fraught with danger and hardship, akin to walking a tightrope. Nevertheless, they persevered, their faith burning like a torch, illuminating their path forward. After an arduous struggle, they successfully retrieved the second gemstone from an ancient cave sealed in ice, their joy indescribable, as if all the cold and fatigue had vanished in an instant. When they arrived at the third island, brimming with hope, they were greeted by a thick, mysterious fog that enveloped the landscape, plunging them into a chaotic realm where they seemed to lose their way, like blind men groping in the dark on the island. An array of bizarre and enigmatic magical mechanisms exists, alongside terrifying illusions that can plunge one into an abyss from which there is no return, akin to stepping into a trap set by malevolent forces. Throughout their exploration of this mysterious isle, Qin Feng's team encountered multitude of unimaginable challenges. One team member inadvertently triggered a concealed mechanism, and in an instant was struck by a formidable magical force, sent hurtling through the air, leaving their fate uncertain. That moment, the hearts of all were gripped with trepidation. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of urgency, his eyes ablaze with anxiety and ire. Yet he understood that panic was not an option. Otherwise, the entire team would fall into a calamitous fate, much like a cart ensnared in a quagmire. Struggling only leads to deeper entrapment. Under the calm guidance of the elder, they gradually discovered methods to unravel the mechanisms and illusions, akin to finding an exit in a labyrinth. After a prolonged and arduous search, they finally located the last gem at the heart of the island. This gem radiated a dazzling brilliance, seemingly harboring boundless mysterious power, illuminating a glimmer of hope for all. In that moment, it felt as though victory beckoned them. However, fate seems to delight in tormenting souls at pivotal moments. Just as they were preparing to depart the island with joy in their hearts, the dark forces pursuers arrived like phantoms. An intense and brutal battle erupted instantly, forcing Qin Feng and his team to fight while retreating. Yet the enemy's numbers swelled, and they gradually found themselves in a desperate situation, ensnared as if caught in an invisible net, unable to escape, like prey trapped in a hunter's snare. At this critical juncture, the elder stepped forward. Chanting incantations, he gestured with his hands, weaving a powerful spell that a blinding light erupted from his hands, striking the enemy like a bolt of lightning, temporarily repelling their assault. In that moment, he seemed to embody the very essence of justice. Yet, due to the tremendous exertion, the elder's body swiftly weakened, his complexion paling to that of parchment, ultimately collapsing to the ground like a lamp drained of its oil. Qin Feng, take the gem and flee swiftly. You must conquer the dark forces and safeguard the peace and tranquility of these waters. The elder, expending his last ounce of strength, spoke with eyes filled with anticipation and trust, his voice imbued with hope for the future. Qin Feng gazed at the fallen figure of the elder, tears brimming in his eyes, yet he understood that this was not the time for sorrow. Suppressing his grief, he successfully led his team to escape the island, weathering numerous trials, and finally returned to their base like a tea that moment. It felt as though they had emerged from a harrowing nightmare back into the realm of reality. Upon their return, they immediately set to work activating the magical array. As the energies of the three gems gradually infused the array, it burst forth with a radiant brilliance, enveloping the entire base in a powerful and mysterious force. As if shielded by sacred halo, the warriors felt this energy coursing through them, their previously weary bodies rejuvenated, their spirits lifted, eyes gleaming with steadfast resolve and fearless courage, as if reborn anew. Just as they prepared with unwavering confidence to face the next battle, a disheartening message struck them like a bolt from the blue. The dark forces had seized the opportunity while they were away seeking the gems, launching a despicable attack on several nearby villages, ruthlessly pillaging and abducting numerous innocent civilians, using them as leverage to coerce Qin Feng and his team into surrendering. It was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy, thrusting them into a dire predicament. Upon hearing this news, Qin Feng found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Should they refuse to surrender, the unarmed civilians would surely perish, their blood staining the sea, a scene too gruesome to bear. Yet if they capitulated, all previous efforts would be rendered futile, allowing the dark forces to rampage unchecked, plunging these waters into an endless darkness and despair, a world shrouded in shadows, devoid of daylight, that we cannot yield to evil. A hot-blooded young warrior shouted vehemently, his eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit, like a sword engulfed in flames. But those civilians are innocent. We cannot stand by and watch them be slaughtered. They are the ones we are sworn to protect. How can we abandon them? Another warrior's voice trembled with anguish and conflict, akin to a soul wandering in darkness. Qin Feng clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers. His heart ached profoundly, as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Enduring a torment akin to torture, he realized this was an excruciating choice, one that weighed heavily upon life and justice. A single misstep could lead to irreparable ruin. Like a dancer teetering on the edge of a cliff, one false move away from obliteration. Gazing at the fervent warriors, Qin Feng's mind was a tumultuous battleground. He understood that surrender would signify betrayal of justice, a desecration of the beliefs they had steadfastly upheld. Yet the lives of the innocent civilians bore down upon him, an unbearable burden, as if he were carrying an insurmountable mountain. "Captain, we fight. We cannot allow the dark forces to prevail," a young warrior declared, his eyes aflame with fury, voice resonating with determination and courage, as if sounding the battle horn. Qin Feng inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "Everyone, hold on. We must not act impulsively." He spoke with unwavering steadiness, his voice resonating like a clarion call in the ears of his comrades. "Every moment those civilians remain in our hands increases their danger. Yet, if we act recklessly, we may not only fail to rescue them, but also endanger countless others. That we must think calmly and devise a comprehensive plan, much like seeking a path through darkness." After careful deliberation, Qin Feng resolved to dispatch a reconnaissance team to ascertain the dark forces' precise deployment and the exact location of the captives. Taking the first step in navigating through the darkness, during the agonizingly long wait, the reconnaissance team finally returned with crucial intelligence. It turned out that the dark forces were holding the civilians in a heavily fortified camp. Surrounded by an array of traps and numerous vigilant guards, successfully rescuing the captives would be no easy feat, akin to assaulting an impregnable fortress. "This is a deadlock," a warrior lamented, his voice laced with frustration and despair. Like a sigh escaping into the darkness, Qin Feng paused, resolute determination gleaming in his eyes, stating, "Even if it is a deadlock, we must find a path to survival. We bear the weighty responsibility of protecting these waters and the people. We cannot give up easily." Like warriors seeking life amidst despair, he then convened all the core members, fervently strategizing a rescue operation before a massive map, akin to plotting a life-and-death battle. After intense discussions and thorough evaluations, they ultimately devised a bold and audacious plan, like a double-edged sword, fraught with peril, yet potentially life-saving. Qin Feng decided to personally lead an elite team, utilizing the cover of night to stealthily infiltrate the enemy camp and rescue the hostages, while the main force would lie in ambush at a distance, awaiting Qin Feng's signal. Once the hostages were successfully liberated, the main force would launch a full-scale assault, disrupting the Dark Forces formation and creating favorable conditions for their retreat. Akin to a meticulously choreographed drama, where every detail was of utmost importance, night descended like a black satin cloak, enveloping the world in silence. Qin Feng and his team set forth like phantoms, cautiously evading enemy patrols, drawing closer to the camp where the civilians were confined, akin to assassins moving stealthily through the darkness. However, just as they were on the verge of reaching their objective, calamity struck. One team member inadvertently triggered a cleverly concealed alarm. In an instant, the camp erupted in blinding light, and the enemy surged forth like a tidal wave, encircling them completely, as if ensnared in a trap. Charge! Qin Feng realized there was no retreat. They could only fight with all their might. His voice rang out, strong and resolute, like a battle cry, invigorating his team's spirits, akin to the trumpet heralding a charge into battle. The team members surged forward, engaging in a fierce and brutal clash with the enemy. Qin Feng, like a tiger descending from the mountain, wielded his sword with the swiftness of the wind, each strike imbued with fierce determination and immense power, causing enemies to fall before him, blood staining the ground, akin to a gruesome slaughter. Yet the enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and they gradually found themselves ensnared in a deadly encirclement, the situation growing increasingly perilous. Like a solitary boat amidst a tempest, that moment, a keen-eyed warrior spotted the room where the hostages were held. "Captain, over here!" the warrior shouted, his voice tinged with surprise and hope. Hearing the call, Qin Feng fought his way through the chaos, determinedly charging toward that room. When they flung open the door, they beheld the terrified civilians. Qin Feng shouted loudly, his voice imbued with solace and encouragement. Akin to a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, the common folk, witnessing the glimmer of hope, eagerly trailed behind him, their eyes shimmering with tears of exhilaration, as if they had glimpsed light amidst the shadows. With the hostage in tow, Qin Feng commenced a grueling breakout, simultaneously signaling the main force with a predetermined signal, reminiscent of a desperate plea for help in the night. Upon receiving the signal, the main force launched a fierce assault without delay. In an instant, the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries and the blaze of gunfire, plunging the entire encampment into a chaotic frenzy. As if a fierce war had erupted, the dark forces, caught off guard by this sudden onslaught, faltered in disarray, resembling a swarm of headless flies. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng and his group broke through the enemy's encirclement, retreating with the hostage as if escaping the jaws of a tiger. Yet, during the retreat, Qin Feng noticed that a portion of the populace, weakened and terrified, moved slowly, severely hampering the entire group's pace. Akin to a heavy burden. "You go ahead. I will hold them off." Without hesitation, Qin Feng halted, turning to face the pursuing enemies, his gaze radiating resolute determination and fearless courage, much like a solitary hero. "Captain," the soldiers cried out, their voices laden with concern and reluctance, as if bidding farewell to a beloved kin. "Move quickly." "That is an order," Qin Feng bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, as if issuing a final command. Reluctantly, the soldiers complied, continuing to lead the civilians away, akin to bearing a precious treasure. Alone, Qin Feng confronted the relentless onslaught of enemies, sustaining multiple injuries as blood stained his garments. Yet he steadfastly resisted, each strike embodying his commitment to justice and protection of the people, earning them precious moments to flee, akin to a guardian angel. Just as he neared his breaking point, the main force finally arrived. A torrent of steel, driving back the foes like a timely downpour. "Captain!" The soldiers swiftly encircled him, their eyes brimming with concern and admiration, as if welcoming a triumphant hero. Qin Feng managed a weary smile. Weakly inquiring, "Are the civilians safe?" As if holding on to his last concern after fulfilling his mission. "All safe, Captain," the soldiers replied, their voices imbued with a hint of relief. Chapter 8. Counterattack and Desperation in That Moment of Fate. When Qin Feng learned that the Dark Forces possessed a mysterious and unimaginably powerful weapon requiring a specific energy source to activate, he hesitated not for a moment, swiftly and decisively organizing an elite suicide squad. Each member bore a resolute expression, cold as steel, fully aware that this mission was fraught with unimaginable peril, akin to stepping into a den of dragons and tigers, where a single misstep could lead to utter destruction. Yet their eyes held no trace of fear or retreat, for within their chests burned a fervent fire, ignited by the desire to safeguard justice and peace. This flame, bright and ardent, dispelled all shadows of dread and trepidation, compelling them to willingly sacrifice everything for this noble cause, even their lives, standing tall at the forefront. Qin Feng's gaze was steadfast and potent, akin to the twinkling stars in the deep night sky. Sweeping over the faces of each squad member, his eyes filled with trust, resolve, and a longing for victory. His voice, steady yet impassioned, reverberated through the stillness of the night. "Brothers, this mission is fraught with peril, more daunting than anything we have endured thus far. Yet we bear the sacred duty of saving countless lives, a burden as heavy as Mount Tai upon our shoulders, yet it also bestows upon us boundless strength. If we succeed in destroying that energy source, we shall carve out a sliver of hope for ultimate victory, much like igniting a beacon of hope in the darkness." Upon hearing this, the squad members unitedly proclaimed, "We are willing to live and die with our captain, to safeguard justice." Their voices soared to the heavens, shaking the very air around them, a powerful declaration of war against the dark forces. Imbued with unwavering conviction and fearless courage, enough to instill dread in any foe. Under the cover of the night, as dark as satin, the suicide squad stealthily embarked on their mission. They navigated the treacherous, rugged mountain paths with utmost caution, each step taken carefully and slowly, fearful of eliciting any sound that might alert the dark forces patrols. Throughout the journey, Qin Feng's heart was taut like a drawn bowstring. His nerves heightened, acutely aware of every subtle movement in their surroundings. He understood that in this perilous environment, even the tiniest misstep, as insignificant as a speck of dust, could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction, leading to the complete failure of their mission and consigning them to the abyss of despair. After a lengthy and arduous trek, they gradually approached the location of the energy source. Before them loomed a fortress, fortified as securely as a steel drum, surrounded by an array of insidious and lethal traps, alongside advanced and sensitive surveillance equipment, creating an almost invisible net that tightly guarded the stronghold, instilling awe in any who beheld it. "Everyone be cautious. Proceed according to plan," Qin Feng whispered, his tone low yet commanding, as if squeezing the words from between clenched teeth, fearful of alerting the enemy. One adept at stealth moved like a specter of the night, silently advancing toward the fortress. His movements were agile and swift, akin to a nimble cat, employing his superior stealth skills to successfully neutralize several unsuspecting sentries, the entire process executed cleanly without raising a single alarm. However, just as they prepared to surge into the stronghold, an unexpected calamity struck, as sudden as a clap of thunder. A piercing alarm blared from within the fortress, shattering the tranquility of the night, echoing like a demon's roar. Unbeknownst to them, they had inadvertently triggered a hidden alarm system, akin to a slumbering beast awakened, instantly unleashing a lethal signal. In an instant, enemies surged forth from all directions, their figures emerging from the shadows, weapons gleaming ominously, as if a horde of malevolent spirits from the depths of hell were descending upon the suicide squad. "Attack!" Qin Feng roared, his voice reverberating like thunder. Causing the very air around them to tremble, he charged headlong into the fray, wielding his sword aloft, glinting fiercely in the moonlight, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving the night sky. The squad members, undaunted, ignited with righteous fury, engaged in a fierce and brutal battle. In that moment, blades clashed and blood splattered, creating a gruesome spectacle of carnage. Qin Feng navigated the battlefield with the prowess of a war god. Each swing of his sword carrying immense and lethal force, akin to the scythe of death, as foes fell before him, accumulating into a mountain of corpses at his feet. Yet the enemy continued to pour in, their numbers swelling like a locust swarm, gradually encircling the suicide squad, trapping them in a nearly impenetrable grip, rendering them in a desperate plight. "We cannot be trapped here. We must break through," Qin Feng declared, his voice laced with resolve and determination, akin to a final battle cry amidst despair. Under his leadership, the Suicide Squad fought valiantly to break free, unleashing extraordinary strength and courage, akin to cornered beasts fighting for survival. After a fierce and grueling struggle, they finally broke through the enemy's encirclement, successfully penetrating the fortress. However, the defenses within the fortress proved even more formidable than anticipated, filled with intricate traps and powerful adversaries. These traps lurked like demons concealed in the shadows, poised to claim the lives of any intruders, while the formidable foes stood as the guardians of Hell's gates, each possessing exceptional skills and incredible combat prowess. One squad member tragically fell victim to a suddenly triggered trap, sacrificing his life in an instant, his body hurled away by the force, crashing heavily to the ground, blood staining the earth around him. "Press on." Qin Feng's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, yet his steps never faltered, resolutely advancing toward their goal. The tears lingered in his eyes, but did not fall, for he understood that there was no time for sorrow. Their mission remained unfulfilled, and they must continue forward. Even if the path ahead was fraught with peril, they would march bravely onward. They painstakingly navigated through the fortress, ultimately locating the chamber housing the energy source. Yet at the entrance stood a massive and powerful enemy, akin to an iron tower, his gaze exuding ferocity and brutality, the weapon in his hand radiating a chilling aura. Qin Feng showed no signs of retreat, engaging in a fierce battle against this formidable foe. The two figures moved swiftly at the doorway, the clash of their swords resounding incessantly, sparks flying as they fought. Qin Feng unleashed all his strength, each attack imbued with lethal intent, while the enemy countered with unwavering resolve, his defense impenetrable and counterattacks ferociously swift. After a fierce struggle, Qin Feng finally discerned a flaw in the enemy's defenses. Seizing the opportune moment, he lunged forward with a sword thrust that struck with the swiftness and lethality of a lightning bolt, precisely targeting the enemy's vital area. The adversary recoiled in pain, their body swaying slightly, actions momentarily slowed. Qin Feng capitalized on this brief vulnerability, launching a more ferocious assault, ultimately achieving victory over his foe. As they burst into the room, they discovered that the energy source was meticulously safeguarded by an intricate and enigmatic magical array. The array shimmered with an otherworldly radiance, exuding a potent and mysterious energy, resembling an indomitable barrier that fiercely protected the energy source. "There's no time to waste. Everyone, attack the magical array," Qin Feng commanded, urgency lacing his voice as he understood that with each passing second, the danger intensified. Upon hearing his words, the team summoned all their strength to unleash a relentless barrage against the magical array. Their weapons howled through the air as they struck with ferocity, each assault accompanied by their roars of fury and determination. Through their collective effort, the magical array began to exhibit cracks, resembling a spider's web that gradually spread, signaling its impending collapse. At the critical moment when the array was on the verge of shattering, the leader of the dark forces materialized like a specter. His arrival was akin to a nightmare, instantly thickening the atmosphere in the room with tension and dread. "Did you truly believe you could thwart my plans? Such naivety," the leader sneered, his voice chilling, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. Laced with mockery and disdain, Qin Feng glared at the leader, his eyes ablaze with righteous fury, as if he intended to incinerate the villain. "Today marks your end." He once more rallied his comrades to mount a fierce assault against the leader. The adversary's formidable prowess surpassed imagination. Each of his strikes carried immense force and uncanny techniques, resulting in an impasse as both sides found themselves locked in a fierce struggle. the battle reaching a fever pitch. In that moment, a keen-eyed team member identified a flaw in the leader's defenses. Without hesitation, he charged forward, weapon raised high, aiming a decisive thrust at the exposed vulnerability. Yet the seasoned warrior was no novice. The leader reacted with astonishing speed, countering with a blow that struck the team member with the force of a tidal wave, severely injuring him. The member's body flew backward like a severed kite, crashing against the wall before crumpling to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. No, Qin Feng cried, torn between grief and fury, his heart ablaze with anguish as if 1,000 needles pierced his soul. In the depths of his despair, his strength erupted, and he bellowed, recklessly charging at the leader with his sword. The blade, infused with all his wrath and resolve, moved with the swiftness of lightning and the power of thunder. The leader, caught off guard, was wounded by Qin Feng's strike, his body swaying slightly, a flicker of pain crossing his face. Seizing the opportunity, the team launched a final onslaught, disregarding all else as they surged towards both the magical array and their foe. Through their desperate efforts, they ultimately shattered the magical array, obliterating the energy source in that instant. The room was illuminated by a blinding radiance, akin to the dawn of victory, dispelling all shadows. We did it. They cheered, their voices brimming with joy, excitement, and relief, as if celebrating a hard-won triumph. Yet the leader of the dark forces, unwilling to accept defeat, burned with frenzied determination. Even in his wounded state, he launched a final offensive. With all his might, he lunged at Qin Feng, his weapon radiating a lethal aura. Without hesitation, Qin Feng stepped forward to intercept the blow, using his own body as a shield. The impact struck him with tremendous force, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. "Captain!" The team members gasped, their voices heavy with concern, fear, and reluctance. They quickly gathered around him, lifting him up. "Hurry, the mission is complete," Qin Feng urged, his voice faint and hoarse, yet resolute and unwavering. With tears in their eyes, the team swiftly evacuated the fortress, bearing the injured Qin Feng with them. Their silhouettes darted through the night, akin to lambs fleeing a predator, racing toward the direction of their base. Upon returning, Qin Feng fell into unconsciousness, his pallor resembling that of a lifeless statue, peacefully resting on the hospital bed. The warriors anxiously surrounded him, their gazes filled with worry and concern as they silently prayed for his swift recovery. Meanwhile, the dark forces, now deprived of their energy source, resembled a toothless tiger, temporarily halting their large-scale assaults and descending into a state of chaotic disarray. In the depths of his unconsciousness, Qin Feng perceived the silhouettes of his fallen comrades, their figures flickering in the darkness, adorned with smiles that radiated warmth and brightness, akin to the sun in spring. They smiled and urged him, "Qin Feng, press on. Do not give up." Their words resonated like a clarion call in his ears, gradually awakening his consciousness. When Qin Feng finally opened his eyes, he beheld the faces of his comrades, filled with concern and elation. Their smiles blossomed like flowers, vibrant with life and energy. "Captain, you're awake," the team members exclaimed, their voices quivering with suppressed joy and excitement. Qin Feng nodded slightly, his voice weak yet resolute. "We must continue to fight until we utterly eradicate the dark forces." His words resonated like an oath, echoing in the hospital room, instilling in everyone a palpable sense of his determination and conviction. After a period of careful recuperation, Qin Feng gradually regained his health. He exhibited no signs of lethargy or idleness, immediately immersing himself in preparation for the next battle. His gaze radiated an unprecedented resolve and tenacity, as if proclaiming to all that he would spare no opportunity to vanquish the dark forces. At this juncture, the dark forces, stripped of their formidable weaponry, began to fracture from within, succumbing to discord and division. They became akin to scattered sand, losing their former cohesion and combat efficacy. Qin Feng astutely seized this rare opportunity. Leading his warriors into proactive strikes, they descended upon the battlefield like tigers unleashed, achieving victory after victory, gradually constricting the dark forces' territory and driving them to the brink of annihilation. However, the dark forces did not capitulate entirely. They fought back like cornered beasts, desperately seeking to reclaim what they had lost in the face of despair. The climactic battle that would determine the ultimate victor loomed on the horizon, akin to an impending storm set to engulf the entire sea, dictating the fate of the maritime realm. That on the eve of this decisive confrontation, Qin Feng understood that this would be a battle for survival. Its significance beyond question that he and his warriors remained vigilant, every member taut with anticipation, wholly engrossed in their battle preparations. They trained day and night, honing their combat skills and teamwork, perfecting strategic deployments, leaving no detail overlooked. Striving for victory in this ultimate showdown, standing atop the base, Qin Feng surveyed the diligent warriors preparing for battle below, his heart awash with myriad emotions. His gaze reflected a complex amalgamation of yearning for victory, reminiscence of the past, and trepidation for the future as he recalled the hardships and sacrifices endured along the way. The faces of comrades who had fought alongside him flickering through his mind, their bravery and fearlessness serving as the torch that illuminated his path forward. "Captain, the latest intelligence indicates that the Dark Forces are mustering their remaining strength for a final counterattack," the scout reported breathlessly, his voice tinged with urgency and trepidation. Qin Feng's eyes hardened with determination as he nodded. "Notify everyone to prepare for battle. This is our decisive conflict. We shall accept no defeat." His voice resonated like a battle cry, echoing throughout the base, instilling each warrior with his unwavering resolve and confidence. The day of reckoning arrived, the sea shrouded in a tense and oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm were imminent. Qin Feng led the naval fleet toward the Dark Forces from a distance. Their ships were densely arrayed across the waters, creating a chilling tableau reminiscent of a dark cloud, casting a shadow over the entire maritime expanse. "Warriors for justice, for peace, charge!" Qin Feng shouted, his voice slicing through the air. Reverberating across the sea, he surged ahead into the fray, his figure akin to a majestic eagle swooping down upon its prey. In an instant, the ships collided with a thunderous roar, echoing like the wrath of the thunder god. The battle erupted, with cannon fire and flashing blades, chaos reigning across the surface of the sea, evoking an apocalyptic scene. Qin Feng navigated the battlefield with remarkable agility, his sword dancing through the air, each strike infused with boundless fury and resolve, as if he were unleashing all his hatred and discontent upon the forces of darkness. Amidst the fierce conflict, Qin Feng keenly discerned a colossal flagship among the Dark Forces. Standing as a sovereign in the shadows, orchestrating the entire battle, he realized that by obliterating this flagship, he could disrupt the enemy's formations, akin to severing the vital nerve of a serpent, plunging them into chaos. "Follow me. Our target is the flagship." Qin Feng rallied a cadre of elite warriors, charging determinedly towards the vessel. Their figures darted across the battlefield with the swiftness of lightning, advancing resolutely toward their objective. Along the way, they encountered numerous obstacles posed by the enemy. Yet Qin Feng and his comrades pressed on fearlessly, engaging in fierce combat. Their gazes reflected unwavering conviction and indomitable courage, each attack imbued with lethal intent. At last, they approached the flagship. With a leap akin to that of a leopard, Qin Feng ascended onto the deck of the flagship. Enemies surged toward him in droves, encircling him tightly, their eyes glinting with malice and brutality, their weapons gleaming ominously as if intent on delivering his demise. Unfazed, Qin Feng's swordsmanship was razor-sharp. Wherever he moved, foes fell before him, his form weaving through the enemy's encirclement like a specter, each motion accompanied by anguished cries and the splatter of blood. Just as Qin Feng was embroiled in a fierce struggle with the enemies, the leader of the Dark Forces made his appearance, clutching a massive black sword that seemed a hellish instrument of death. He emanated an aura that instilled dread. His gaze brimmed with murderous intent, resembling a famished wolf fixated on its prey. "Qin Feng, today shall mark your demise," the leader bellowed as he charged at Qin Feng, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the very air around them. Qin Feng met him head-on, and the two engaged in a breathtaking duel for survival. Their swords clashed, sending forth a shower of sparks, each collision reminiscent of two meteors colliding, radiating brilliant light. The leader's strength was unfathomable, each of his strikes imbued with formidable power and cunning techniques. Gradually, Qin Feng found himself at a disadvantage, yet he persevered with unwavering will and exquisite swordplay. Akin to a resilient pine standing firm amidst a storm, a critical moment. Qin Feng spotted a flaw in the leader's defense. A spark of realization ignited in his eyes as he thrust his sword with lightning speed. Striking precisely at the leader's shoulder, the leader staggered, momentarily thrown off balance. And seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng unleashed a more ferocious onslaught, his sword raining down upon the leader like a torrential downpour. Each strike infused with all his strength and determination. After a fierce struggle, Qin Feng finally discovered an opening. With every ounce of strength he could muster, he pierced the leader's chest with a decisive thrust. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief as his body slowly crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from his wound and staining the deck crimson. "The leader is dead. Charge!" Qin Feng cried, his voice resounding like a clarion call. Invigorating the spirits of the naval soldiers, emboldened, the naval warriors surged forth, standing resolutely at the helm of the flagship. Qin Feng's gaze was cold and steely as he fixed his eyes upon the enemy's stronghold ahead. With a single command, a cacophony erupted. The artillery fired in unison, the deafening roar shaking the very air. Shells, imbued with furious flames and tremendous force, streaked across the sky like meteors, instantly shattering the opponent's defenses. The explosion sent plumes of smoke and fire soaring into the heavens, reducing the enemy fortifications to mere ruins in the face of such a ferocious onslaught. A fierce exchange of fire ensued, illuminating the sea with flames and shrouding it in smoke, transforming it into a hellish expanse ignited by warfare. The warships rocked violently amidst the tumultuous waves, the thunderous booms of cannons melding with the soldiers' battle cries, crafting a harrowing yet heroic tableau of war. Qin Feng led the charge, personally directing the fleet into combat, his voice resonating across the battlefield, clear and commanding, each order a precise beacon, guiding his forces through the chaos with unwavering rhythm. In a pivotal moment of battle, Qin Feng, through keen observation and extensive combat experience, discerned the enemy's command ship hidden among the multitude of vessels. Despite its concealment, its aura of authority could not be masked. It was the heart of the enemy, controlling the very pulse of the conflict. "Follow me. Concentrate fire on the command ship." Qin Feng decisively rallied a squad of elite warriors, steering their vessel through the obstacles. Bearing down on the command ship with unyielding resolve, their eyes sparkled with determination and fearless courage, akin to a pride of leopards pouncing upon their prey. Just as they were on the verge of boarding the command ship, a horde of mysterious warriors clad in black armor erupted from within. These combatants were agile and formidable, their skills surpassing all expectations, and their sudden appearance posed immense resistance to Qin Feng and his men. The two sides were instantly embroiled in a fierce melee, blades flashing and blood splattering, each clash fraught with peril and the specter of death. Undeterred, Qin Feng's eyes burned with the fire of battle, his sword glinting coldly in the flames. Every strike he delivered was laced with boundless power and exquisite technique, as he shone like a star on the battlefield, leading his comrades in a desperate fight against the enigmatic warriors. Amidst the ferocity, he astutely observed the enemy's moves and vulnerabilities, seeking opportunities for counterattacks. After a grueling struggle, Qin Feng finally boarded the command ship, only to discover that it was utterly deserted, save for a few instruments and devices quietly operating with blinking indicators. "This is bad. We've fallen into a trap," he thought, a sense of foreboding washing over him. That moment, a sharp alarm blared from the rear of the fleet. Turning to look, he beheld another mysterious force exploiting their vulnerability, stealthily attacking from behind. Chaos erupted among the rear fleet as ships collided, flames ignited, and the air was filled with soldiers' cries and agonized screams, a scene too gruesome to behold. Qin Feng's heart raced with urgency. He immediately ordered a counterattack. Yet, the fleet was mired in disarray, struggling to mount an effective resistance. The enemy's assault grew ever more ferocious, casualties mounting, and the warships sustained severe damage, teetering on the brink of destruction. "Steady yourselves, do not panic," Qin Feng bellowed, his voice striving to pierce the battlefield's clamor, attempting to stabilize the troops' morale. He personally piloted his ship into the fray, his actions a rallying cry for the soldiers' spirits. After a fierce battle, they ultimately repelled the enemy, but not without incurring grievous losses. Many warships were left in ruins, soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and the ocean was stained red with blood, debris and bodies floating mournfully. Recounting the battle's brutality, upon returning to base, Qin Feng was engulfed in profound self-reproach. Alone in his chamber, he stared blankly ahead, his heart laden with regret and anguish. He understood that this defeat stemmed from his insufficient comprehension of the enemy, having underestimated their cunning schemes, which led to such dire consequences. "Captain, this is not your fault. The enemy was too cunning," his subordinates consoled him, their eyes filled with concern and understanding. Yet Qin Feng could not absolve himself of his mistakes. Shaking his head, he spoke with a low yet resolute tone. "It is my error that has caused everyone to suffer. But we cannot give up. This sea is our home, and we must bear the responsibility of protecting it. We will learn from this failure, re-strategize, and utterly eradicate this malevolent force, restoring peace to these waters." His eyes radiated steadfast determination and unyielding faith, as if he had rediscovered his path amidst the darkness. In the days that followed, Qin Feng immersed himself in intelligence analysis, meticulously scrutinizing each of the enemy's maneuvers in search of patterns and weaknesses that he toiled day and night, his eyes bloodshot yet resolute. Simultaneously, he dispatched elite reconnaissance teams deep behind enemy lines, risking their lives to gather more information. These scouts moved like shadows within the enemy's territory, carefully collecting invaluable intelligence. After relentless efforts, they uncovered a significant secret of the mysterious organization. They were developing a new type of weapon, one of immense power that, if completed and deployed, would wreak havoc across the entire region, plunging it into an abyss of despair. Aware of the urgency, Qin Feng resolved to strike again, willing to spare no expense in thwarting the enemy's sinister plot. This time, they were thoroughly prepared. Under the cover of night, the fleet set sail like specters on the decks. Soldiers stood ready, their eyes reflecting tension and anticipation. They understood the gravity of this mission, which would determine the fate of the entire sea. Upon reaching the enemy's base, they found the adversary conducting final tests on their weapon. The facility was ablaze with light, machines humming in a cacophony, while members of the mysterious organization bustled about, their faces aglow with excitement and expectation, as if envisioning their future dominion over the sea. "We cannot let them succeed. Charge!" Qin Feng commanded, and the fleet surged forward like arrows released from bows. In an instant, the thunder of cannon fire shattered the night's tranquility, igniting another fierce battle. Qin Feng led his warriors into a desperate struggle against the enemy, their figures darting through the flames. Each assault infused with unwavering resolve and a belief in their inevitable demise. At a crucial moment, Qin Feng, accompanied by several agile warriors, charged towards the enemy's weapon development center, braving a hail of bullets. "We must stop them." This singular thought blazed within him, dispelling all fear and hesitation. They successfully broke through the enemy's defenses and destroyed the weapon development equipment. As explosions reverberated, the enemy's scheme dissolved into smoke. The impending catastrophic weapon reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Witnessing the tide turn, the leader of the mysterious organization attempted to flee. Qin Feng would not allow this, gripping his sword tightly. He pursued him relentlessly. His gaze exuded unwavering determination and undeniable authority, a veritable embodiment of justice. Ultimately, Qin Feng apprehended the leader of the mysterious organization, bringing to justice the architect of countless calamities upon the sea. The battle concluded in victory, and tranquility returned to the waters. Sunlight glistened on the surface, shimmering as if the ocean itself rejoiced in their triumph. Merchant ships resumed their safe passage, fishermen ventured forth untroubled, and the lives of the people returned to normalcy. Yet, Qin Feng knew that the path to safeguarding peace was unending, much like the ceaseless waves of the sea. One crisis resolved, another emerged that he would remain steadfast, fighting for this ocean, for its people, until the end. His silhouette would forever stand upon these waters, an eternal symbol of peacekeeping. During the post-war celebration, Qin Feng gazed upon the familiar faces surrounding him. their expressions brimming with the joy and pride of victory, and his heart swelled with emotion. This is merely a new beginning. We must remain vigilant and not grow complacent due to this victory. Ensuring peace and tranquility in these waters is the responsibility of us all. That he raised his glass, celebrating with the crowd, while also preparing for future challenges. The wine shimmered gold in the light, symbolizing their hopes and aspirations for the future. As time flowed on, the tale of Qin Feng resonated throughout these waters, his spirit forever inspiring people to forge ahead and uphold justice and peace. His name became a legend of the sea, recounted by many, motivating generations to come. After the celebration concluded, Qin Feng dragged his weary body back to his quarters. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, his thoughts racing like wild horses, unrestrained and tumultuous. Reflecting on the recently endured fierce battle, his heart was a tumult of victorious elation and apprehensive foreboding. Though the enigmatic organization had been vanquished, the specter of new threats loomed ominously, akin to an unknown force lurking in the shadows, poised to strike again at any moment. Qin Feng was acutely aware that safeguarding the tranquility of these waters was not a one-time endeavor. He must remain ever vigilant, much like a watchful sentinel, preserving the serenity of the sea. He also recognized the necessity of continuously fortifying both himself and his fleet to confront the myriad challenges that the future might hold. In the days that followed, Qin Feng dedicated himself fervently to training his fleet. He personally devised a rigorous training regimen, meticulously considering every detail. His focus extended beyond merely enhancing the combat skills of the warriors, empowering them to exhibit greater valor on the battlefield. He also emphasized the cultivation of teamwork and adaptability. He understood that on the battlefield, the strength of a united team is boundless, and only through solidarity could they triumph over formidable foes. During each training session, he led by example, struggling alongside his warriors amidst the crashing waves, his presence becoming a beacon of inspiration, urging them to strive relentlessly. Simultaneously, Qin Feng actively promoted collaboration with the neighboring maritime powers. He personally visited various islands, navigating through turbulent waters in a modest vessel. Upon arrival at each destination, he engaged in profound discussions with local leaders, collaboratively devising defense strategies and trade partnerships. His words were imbued with sincerity, and his demeanor exuded resolute determination, showcasing remarkable leadership and expansive vision. Through these endeavors, they forged a robust alliance, akin to a fortified net, collectively safeguarding the vast expanse of the sea, rendering any force intent on disrupting peace utterly powerless. In terms of economic development, Qin Feng also proposed a series of innovative initiatives. He encouraged fishermen to explore new fishing methods, introducing advanced harvesting technologies to enhance yields, thereby enriching their livelihoods at the same time. He supported local enterprises in expanding maritime trade, fostering prosperity within the regional economy. Under his stewardship, the waters not only grew militarily formidable, but also began to flourish economically, evolving into a thriving region. However, the tranquil days did not last long. One day, Qin Feng received a mysterious letter. The parchment was yellowed, exuding an aura of antiquity, as if it had traversed the annals of time from a distant past. The letter spoke of unusual signs detected in the depths of far-off waters, suggesting the presence of an unknown force operating in the shadows, reminiscent of a colossal beast concealed beneath the ocean's surface. Instilling a sense of unease, Qin Feng's nerves tightened once more. He promptly summoned his trusted confidants to deliberate on their course of action. The atmosphere within the conference room grew tense, the eyes of those present betraying their anxiety and wariness. "Captain, could this be yet another trap?" one confidant inquired, his voice trembling as if foreseeing impending danger. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before responding, "Regardless of whether it is a trap, we cannot afford to let our guard down. The peace of these waters has been hard-won. We must uncover the truth behind this, even if it leads us into the jaws of peril." His gaze radiated unwavering resolve and fearless courage, reminiscent of an explorer seeking light amidst darkness. Thus, Qin Feng resolved to personally lead an elite team to investigate the waters mentioned in the letter. They embarked on a small vessel, navigating the tumultuous seas. As they traversed the waves, The wind howled and the sea surged, the vessel rocking violently as though it were a leaf adrift in a storm. Yet Qin Feng's gaze remained resolute, his grip firm on the railing as he gazed into the distance. Filled with a fervent desire to explore the unknown and a steadfast commitment to justice, after several arduous days and nights at sea, they finally reached their destination. The sight before them was astonishing. Strange objects floated upon the water's surface, varying in shape and emanating an eerie luminescence, as if they were mysterious artifacts from outer space. Qin Feng cautiously approached, his heart racing as he vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. He discerned that these objects appeared to be remnants of some advanced technological devices, their metallic exteriors marred with scorch marks and peculiar symbols, as if narrating a tale of a fierce and enigmatic conflict. "What on earth is this?" one team member asked in bewilderment, his voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he replied, "It seems a concealed battle has transpired here, one which likely harbors deeper secrets." Just as they prepared to investigate further, they were suddenly besieged by a horde of enigmatic creatures. These beings were bizarre in appearance, their bodies covered in tough scales, eyes gleaming with a crimson light, possessing formidable strength and agility. They surged forth like demons emerging from the ocean's abyss, clawing and gnashing at Qin Feng and his team. Qin Feng and his comrades fought back valiantly, swiftly drawing their weapons to engage in fierce combat with the mysterious entities. However, the onslaught of the adversaries was overwhelmingly fierce. Their power and speed far exceeded anything Qin Feng's team had anticipated. Gradually, they found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament, sweat soaking their garments, their breaths becoming labored and heavy. "Everyone, stay calm. Focus your fire," Qin Feng shouted, his voice resonating through the chaotic battlefield, striving to stabilize his comrades' spirits. He wielded his weapon with determination, rallying his team to resist against the formidable adversaries. Chapter 10. The emergence of a dark conspiracy, having successfully dismantled the mysterious laboratory, akin to severing the demonic grasp, reaching toward the sea at a critical juncture, thereby averting a disaster that could plunge the entire region into irreparable despair. Qin Feng and his team scarcely had the opportunity to relax their taut nerves and recuperate their weary bodies before new troubles surged forth like a tidal wave, offering no respite. Suddenly, an unanticipated influx of refugee vessels appeared on the periphery of the waters. These ships were a motley assortment, dilapidated and battered, as if they had struggled to reach this haven after enduring a tumultuous journey through stormy seas. The refugees aboard hailed from various islands, their attire tattered, expressions filled with terror, their gazes reflecting profound despair and helplessness. They recounted their harrowing tales of their homelands being inexplicably attacked and ravaged, the ghastly scenes evoking deep sympathy. Qin Feng immediately sensed that this was likely merely the onset of a series of chain reactions, akin to the initial ripple on a placid lake heralding an impending tempest. Without hesitation, he ordered the ports to be opened. Embracing these unfortunate souls with an expansive heart, he swiftly organized personnel to provide food, clean water, and temporary shelter, striving to instill a sense of warmth and security in those who had suffered. Simultaneously, Qin Feng decisively dispatched reconnaissance teams, akin to sending keen hounds in pursuit of their quarry, to investigate the circumstances surrounding the refugees' plight. The reconnaissance teams returned with urgency, their faces etched with gravitas and concern. Their findings revealed that these attacks were not random acts of plunder, but rather seemed meticulously orchestrated and well-planned. The weaponry and tactics employed by the assailants were exceedingly advanced, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary pirates or familiar hostile forces, indicating the presence of a formidable, unknown power lurking behind the scenes. Qin Feng fell into profound contemplation, his piercing gaze seemingly penetrating the fade before him, discerning the machinations concealed in the depths of darkness. He sensed invisible yet malicious hands manipulating the strings of this unfolding drama, akin to a puppeteer orchestrating chaos and peril. In pursuit of the elusive clues hidden within the dense fog, he resolutely decided to immerse himself among the refugees, akin to a warrior venturing deep into enemy territory to glean further insights. Within the crowded and cacophonous refugee camp, Qin Feng encountered a woman named Ai Li. Her eyes revealed a blend of fear and sorrow, tears brimming on the verge of spilling over. With a trembling voice, she recounted her ordeal to Qin Feng. We once lived on a tranquil and harmonious island, surrounded by our loved ones and friends, leading simple yet joyful lives. However, one fateful day, a group of masked figures appeared like phantoms, launching a frenzied assault on our village, pillaging and wreaking havoc without remorse. Their actions were akin to a demonic invasion, shattering our lives in an instant. Lee's voice quavered, each word laced with profound anguish. Qin Feng gently placed a hand on her shoulder, his gaze imbued with reassurance and resolve as he solemnly vowed. Rest assured, I shall uncover the truth, seek justice for you, and ensure that those who commit such heinous acts face the consequences they deserve. After conducting thorough and meticulous investigations, Qin Feng discovered that the refugees' experiences bore striking similarities. Resembling a series of replicated tragedies, the clues appear to point toward a powerful force lurking in the shadows, their motives and methods shrouded in a thick veil of obscurity, eluding comprehension to that moment. An abrupt and piercing alarm echoed from the port, shattering the brief tranquility. Qin Feng swiftly ascended the lookout tower, scanning the horizon, and beheld a massive and imposing fleet approaching. The fleet's banner was unfamiliar and enigmatic, the emblem resembling an ancient and malevolent symbol, exuding an unsettling aura. The warship was equipped with formidable artillery, its cannons gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, exuding an air of aggression, reminiscent of a pack of ferocious beasts bearing their fangs. Poised to strike, prepare for battle, commanded Qin Feng decisively and resolutely, his voice resonating like a thunderclap across the port, instantly igniting the warriors' fervor. The soldiers swiftly took their positions, their eyes resolute as they gripped their weapons tightly. Anxiously awaiting the enemy's approach, the sea breeze howled past, seemingly rallying for the impending clash. As the opposing fleet drew near enough to discern their features, a herald stood at the bow, proclaiming with an arrogant and icy tone, "Surrender the refugees, or we shall raze your port to the ground, leaving naught but ruins." Qin Feng glared fiercely, his eyes ablaze with wrath, responding loudly, "Not a chance. You band of marauders, today marks your doom." Both sides found themselves locked in a stalemate, the tension palpable as if the very air had frozen. A suffocating aura enveloped the sea, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, the adversary shattered this fragile equilibrium. Launching a fierce assault, shells rained down upon the port, instantly sending towering columns of water skyward. The explosive roared deafening, akin to the wrath of a thunder god. Qin Feng maintained his composure as he directed the fleet's counterattack, his voice clear and powerful, precisely issuing each command amidst the cacophony of cannon fire. The surface of the sea erupted in a symphony of cannonades, flames leaping into the sky, smoke billowing, transforming the scene into a hellish inferno ignited by war. The battle raged with ferocity, both sides suffering considerable casualties. Ships swayed and burned under the bombardment, the cries and shouts of soldiers intertwining to create a vivid tableau of carnage and heroism. Qin Feng understood that this stalemate could not persist. A strategy was essential to break the deadlock, lest they find themselves ensnared in an inescapable plight. His gaze was fixed on the enemy's formation. Sharp as a hawk after meticulous observation, he discerned a relatively vulnerable point, akin to a fracture in the enemy's defenses. "Concentrate fire on their left flank," Qin Feng bellowed, his voice imbued with resolve and determination. Under his command, they successfully breached the enemy's defenses, shells cascading onto the adversary's left-wing fleet, inflicting significant damage. Flames erupted aboard the enemy vessels, soldiers scattering in panic, their screams piercing the air. However, the enemy did not falter. Instead, they surged forward with the ferocity of enraged beasts, launching relentless assaults as if to unleash all their fury and resentment upon the battlefield. Amidst the fierce fighting, Qin Feng's fleet also sustained severe losses. Several ships were engulfed in flames, the blaze rapidly spreading, thick smoke billowing into the sky. The toll on soldiers mounted, blood staining the decks and mingling with the sea, creating a grotesque and tragic spectacle. Yet, Qin Feng did not relent. His eyes radiated unwavering faith and indomitable spirit. He rallied the morale of his warriors, shouting, "Brothers, hold fast. We cannot allow this sea to fall into enemy hands. For our homeland, for justice, we shall fight to the end." His voice burned like a torch, illuminating the path forward in darkness, empowering them to continue the struggle. After hours of grueling combat, the enemy finally began to retreat. Their fleet withdrew like a wounded beast, leaving in its wake a devastated sea littered with debris. As Qin Feng gazed at the receding ships, he felt no relief, but rather a profound sense of dread. Though they had temporarily repelled the foe, it had also unveiled their own vulnerabilities, akin to wounds exposed to the sunlight, in urgent need of healing. Moreover, the identity and objectives of the enemy remained shrouded in mystery, much like a cloud of uncertainty hovering over him, instilling unprecedented pressure. Upon returning to the port, Qin Feng promptly convened an emergency meeting. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy and oppressive. Exhaustion and anxiety etched on everyone's faces. The enemy is formidable. We must prepare thoroughly and allow no room for complacency. Qin Feng's voice, low yet resolute, shattered the silence in the room, that we must fortify the port's defenses, leaving the enemy no opportunity to exploit. Simultaneously, we will dispatch individuals to gather intelligence, sparing no detail, and uncover the enemy's true intentions. The assembly nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting a shared determination, as if in that moment they were united in pursuit of a common goal. In the days that followed, Qin Feng personally oversaw the construction of the port's defensive works, deploying more sentinels and watchtowers, reinforcing the walls and artillery emplacements, transforming the port into an impregnable stronghold. Concurrently, he dispatched the most elite intelligence operatives, casting a net across the seas to collect any information potentially linked to the enemy, that he also actively reached out to allies in other maritime regions, candidly communicating the crisis they faced and seeking their support and assistance through letters and envoys. However, just as they were diligently preparing, a dire report struck like a bolt from the blue, plunging everyone's spirits into despair. Several vital trade routes within the region had been ambushed, merchant vessels attacked unawares by the enemy, that a plethora of goods were plundered, precious supplies scattered, and merchant ships sank to the ocean's depths, leaving behind only splintered timber and floating debris. This series of blows thrust the region's economy into turmoil, akin to a cart mired in mud. Unable to extricate itself, the populace began to panic, their lives severely disrupted, an atmosphere of unease permeating the streets. Qin Feng understood that the crisis must be resolved post-haste, or the consequences would be dire. Anxious yet composed, he led the fleet cautiously along the trade routes, akin to explorers seeking light in darkness, hoping to uncover the enemy's trail. After several days and nights of arduous searching, they finally spotted a suspicious vessel. The ship floated silently upon the sea, an eerie aura surrounding it. Qin Feng ordered them to approach for inspection. Upon boarding, they found the ship deserted, save for remnants of cargo and traces of blood, as if a fierce and brutal battle had transpired there. "What is this?" a soldier inquired, his voice tinged with fear and unease. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, wariness reflected in his gaze. "This is a trap laid by the enemy. Tread with caution." No sooner had he spoken than numerous enemy ships emerged from the shadows, encircling them with no escape. That a fierce naval battle erupted once more, as Qin Feng led his fleet into combat. They charged fearlessly toward the enemy, shells darting across the waves, explosions echoing. Yet the enemy was numerous, employing cunning tactics, constantly shifting formations, leaving Qin Feng's fleet in a precarious predicament. Gradually, they found themselves ensnared in a trap meticulously orchestrated by the foe, struggling to break free. At this critical juncture, cannon fire erupted in the distance. It was the timely arrival of Allied vessels, rushing to their aid. The Allies' warships surged into the fray like a torrent of steel, instantly disrupting the enemy's formations. With their assistance, they successfully repelled the adversary, averting the impending crisis. Yet, Qin Feng knew this was merely a temporary victory. The true battle lay ahead. The enemy's machinations lurked like a venomous serpent concealed in darkness, poised to strike again at any moment. Following this incident, Qin Feng's resolve to unearth the mastermind behind the schemes intensified. He devoted himself to the study of intelligence, meticulously analyzing every enemy movement, leaving no detail overlooked, akin to a detective seeking truth amid shadows. At long last, through a fortuitous encounter, he stumbled upon a mysterious document. The parchment was yellowed, exuding an air of antiquity, the script barely legible, yet it seemed to contain the enemy's plans and conspiracies. Qin Feng's heart raced, his hand trembling slightly. He recognized this could be the key to unraveling the entire enigma, much like discovering a key to unlock a treasure trove in the dark. However, just as he prepared to delve deeper into the document, he found himself ensnared in a more formidable crisis. Clutching the enigmatic document tightly, Qin Feng's heart brimmed with tension and anticipation. Yet, at that moment, he sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. The once bright lights of the room extinguished abruptly, plunging the surroundings into darkness, as if an invisible hand had dragged him into the abyss. Qin Feng's heart raced. He instinctively tightened his grip on his sword, his breath quickening and becoming labored, every muscle in his body coiling like a leopard poised to pounce. "Who goes there?" he bellowed, his voice resonating through the darkness. Infused with anger and authority, no answer came, only the oppressive silence of death. Drawing upon years of combat experience, Qin Feng cautiously moved toward the door. His footsteps were light and deliberate, each step taken with utmost caution. Fearful of making even the slightest sound that might alert the enemies lurking in the shadows, just as he was nearing the doorway, a gust of wind swept through. Qin Feng sidestepped in a flash, catching sight of a dark figure darting past him, stirring a chill in the air. The shadow moved with extraordinary agility and swiftness, evading capture. "An assassin!" Qin Feng shouted, hoping to draw the attention of the guards outside. However, silence enveloped the exterior, as if the entire world were sealed off, his voice swallowed by the darkness, leaving no trace. Realizing he could rely only on himself, Qin Feng engaged in a fierce struggle with the shadow amidst the obscurity. The shadow's movements were remarkably nimble, each strike laden with lethal threat, reminiscent of a killer emerging from the abyss. Yet, Qin Feng was undeterred. With unwavering resolve and exquisite swordsmanship, he adeptly countered the shadow's assaults. His gaze was resolute and calm. Searching for the shadow's vulnerabilities in the dark, at last, he seized upon an opening, thrusting his sword into the shadow's shoulder without hesitation. The figure let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the lights flickered back on, revealing the shadow to be a stranger he had never encountered before, adorned with a peculiar mask, its bizarre and sinister patterns sending a shiver down his spine. "Speak! Who are you? Why do you seek to steal this document?" Qin Feng glared at him, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if intending to incinerate the stranger before him. The stranger let out a chilling laugh, his voice icy and cutting, as if it had risen from the depths of hell. "Do you truly believe that acquiring this document will alter anything? It is too late. Everything is already fated." With that, the stranger bit down on a hidden poison capsule, succumbing to death on the spot. His body crumpled slowly, eyes wide open in a blend of defiance and mockery. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. This entire affair resembled a colossal enigma. With each layer he unraveled, deeper mists emerged. Clutching the document, he exited the room only to find the guards outside, unconscious. A heaviness settled in his heart. He understood that the enemy had infiltrated far deeper than he had imagined, their conspiracy likened to an invisible web, ensnaring them tightly within its grasp. Qin Feng resolved to summon his trusted allies immediately to study the document together. He was acutely aware that they must unite in this critical moment to unearth a glimmer of hope amidst the overwhelming crisis. The contents of the document astonished them, revealing a grand conspiracy lurking beneath. An organization known as the Dark Alliance sought to dominate the entire maritime realm, employing various means to incite disputes and create chaos, only to exploit the ensuing turmoil like ravenous wolves poised to consume everything in their path. "We must act swiftly to thwart their plans," Qin Feng declared, his voice resolute and powerful, echoing like the tolling of a great bell. infused with undeniable determination. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with conviction. Their gazes reflected a courage that embraced death, as if, in that moment, they were prepared to sacrifice everything for the sake of the maritime realm. Qin Feng began to devise a meticulous plan to mount a counteroffensive against the Dark Alliance. They would enhance intelligence gathering, dispatching more operatives deep into enemy territory, akin to phantoms lurking in the shadows, seeking to retrieve further information about the Dark Alliance. Concurrently, they would covertly train a special forces unit, composed of meticulously selected elites who had undergone rigorous and grueling training, poised to deliver a lethal blow to the enemy, like blades concealed in the dark, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Throughout this preparation, Qin Feng encountered numerous obstacles and assassination attempts. The enemy seemed to have caught wind of his movements, akin to sharks detecting blood in the water, relentlessly launching assaults against him. Yet he did not falter. Instead, his resolve grew stronger. Each setback fortified his determination, and every peril brought him closer to the truth. Finally, all preparations were complete. Leading the Special Forces unit, Qin Feng stealthily infiltrated the headquarters of the Dark Alliance. The place was heavily fortified, teeming with patrolling guards and advanced defenses, resembling an impregnable stronghold. However, Qin Feng and his team, armed with exceptional strategy and fearless courage, successfully breached one line of defense after another. Traversing the thorns toward their objective, in the core region of the headquarters, Qin Feng finally confronted the leader of the Dark Alliance. The leader stood there, his gaze exuding arrogance and cruelty, as if he were a sovereign presiding over all. "Your end is nigh," Qin Feng bellowed as he charged at the leader, his voice resonating like a roaring lion, filled with rage and resolve. An intense final confrontation ensued, with both sides exerting their utmost strength. Qin Feng sustained injuries during the battle, blood staining his garments, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. His eyes reflected unwavering conviction and indomitable spirit, akin to a torch ablaze in the darkness, never to be extinguished. Ultimately, through sheer tenacity and unyielding spirit, he triumphed over the leader, plunging his sword into the leader's heart. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief as his body slowly crumpled, marking the destruction of the Dark Alliance's core. With the demise of the Dark Alliance, the maritime realm gradually reclaimed its former peace and tranquility. Sunlight once again bathed the ocean's surface, sparkling like laughter emanating from the sea. Merchant ships navigated the waters safely. Fishermen ventured out to sea with peace of mind, and the lives of the common people returned to normalcy, their faces glowing with happiness. Qin Feng emerged as a hero in the hearts of the people, his name destined to be etched in the annals of this maritime realm's history. His deeds were recounted by many, transforming into a legendary inspiration for future generations. Nevertheless, Qin Feng understood that the responsibility of safeguarding peace would never wane. Akin to ceaseless ocean waves, with one tide receding only for another to rise, he would continue to strive for the future of this maritime realm, protecting its beauty and prosperity, ensuring it remained vibrant and filled with hope. Years later, as Qin Feng reflected on the past, he was filled with myriad emotions. The battles, sacrifices, and victories he had experienced became the most treasured assets of his life. His gaze conveyed a sense of tranquility and fulfillment. As if, in that moment, he had accomplished his mission, yet he knew it was merely a new beginning, and this maritime realm, under his and countless brave guardians' protection, remained beautiful and prosperous, brimming with vitality and hope. It shone like a brilliant jewel, glistening under the sun, a testament to their sacrifices and dedication. Chapter 11. Mysterious clues. Years later, beneath the calm surface of the sea, undercurrents surged out on a remote island. A mysterious vessel quietly docked. A group of individuals clad in black robes, their faces stern, disembarked, their eyes glinting with an eerie light. Leading them was a man named Victor, possessing the sharp gaze of a hawk and a face devoid of compassion. "Though the Dark Alliance has fallen, our plan shall not cease," Victor whispered with a cold smirk. "Qin Feng, do you believe you can forever guard this maritime realm? You are sorely mistaken." They secretly established a base on the island, plotting new schemes. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the maritime realm, Qin Feng was engaged in discussions with leaders from other territories, collaborating to maintain peace and prosperity. Suddenly, an urgent letter arrived in Qin Feng's hands, its contents darkening his expression. Mysterious sea monster attacks had surfaced on some fringe islands, instilling fear among fishermen and severely impacting maritime trade. Qin Feng immediately recognized this as the potential onset of a new crisis. Bidding farewell to the others, he swiftly led his fleet towards the troubled waters. Upon arrival, they beheld tumultuous waves, massive sea creatures surfacing from the depths, their grotesque forms capable of spewing venom that corroded ship decks in an instant. Qin Feng's fleet engaged in a fierce battle with the sea monsters, but their overwhelming numbers and tough hides made it challenging to repel them. During the struggle against the sea monsters, Qin Feng discerned that these creatures seemed to be under the sway of some mysterious force. Their attacks, while ferocious, lacked agility, as if they were mere instruments being manipulated. Just as Qin Feng fell into contemplation, a small boat approached from the distance, carrying an elderly man clad in a white robe. The elder's countenance was kind, yet his eyes emanated an air of mystery. Qin Feng, you need not exert yourself in vain. These sea monsters are merely the beginning. The elder spoke slowly. Qin Feng regarded him warily, inquiring, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The elder smiled faintly, replying, "I am here to assist you. I know the origins of these sea monsters and the mastermind behind them." Startled, Qin Feng scrutinized the elder, filled with curiosity and caution. The elder, perceiving his thoughts, continued, "I am Eric, from an ancient organization that has long been safeguarding the balance of this maritime realm from the shadows. Although the Dark Alliance has been vanquished, their remnants have colluded with a more formidable evil force, seeking to stir turmoil once again." Ancient legend. Eric recounted to Qin Feng an ancient legend, one that spoke of a time long past when this maritime realm was dominated by a malevolent sea deity. With formidable sorcery, he commanded the creatures of the ocean, compelling them to serve his dark desires and bringing untold calamities to the waters. In time, a valiant warrior emerged, confronting the wicked sea god in a fierce battle, ultimately imprisoning him deep beneath the ocean's floor. However, as the sands of time slipped away, the seal's power began to wane, and remnants of the Dark Alliance uncovered this secret. They sought to unravel the malevolent sea god's confinement and reclaim dominion over these waters. Upon hearing this tale, Qin Feng was filled with astonishment and trepidation, realizing that this challenge would surpass the struggle against the Dark Alliance. Yet he did not falter. Looking at Eric, he resolutely declared, "No matter how formidable the enemy, I will not allow them to prevail. I shall protect this realm at any cost." Eric nodded in agreement, stating, "I believe in you, Qin Feng. However, to vanquish the wicked sea god, we must locate the legendary 3 artifacts. Only they can once again seal him away." Quest for the artifacts determined, Qin Feng embarked upon the quest for the artifacts, leading his loyal companions and Eric, following ancient clues to uncover their whereabouts across various islands and mysterious ruins. Throughout their journey, they faced myriad perils and challenges, from ferocious beasts and treacherous traps to the covert interference of the remnants of the Dark Alliance. Yet, through sheer will and courage, they consistently turned adversity into triumph. At last, within an ancient underwater palace, they discovered the first artifact, the trident of the sea god. This trident emanated a potent magic, as if it possessed consciousness of its own. The moment Qin Feng grasped the trident, he felt an overwhelming power surging through him, a sign of the artifact's acknowledgement of his worth of Betrayal's emergence. After securing the trident of the sea god, Qin Feng's movements were detected by the remnants of the Dark Alliance, who dispatched a multitude of assassins and spies to seize the trident. During an intense confrontation, Qin Feng uncovered a traitor within his ranks, someone who had surreptitiously leaked their plans to the enemy. Resulting in their encirclement, Qin Feng glared at the traitor, demanding, "Why have you betrayed us?" The traitor sneered, replying, "Qin Feng, you are naive. Do you truly believe you can thwart the Dark Alliance's schemes? I have merely chosen the stronger side for my own gain." Pain flickered in Qin Feng's eyes, but he had no time for sorrow. He rallied the remaining members to break free, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. Power of the artifacts in the heat of battle. Wielding the trident of the sea god, Qin Feng unleashed its formidable might. Wherever the trident struck, foes fell before him, seemingly crushed by an invisible force. They successfully repelled the enemy and continued their quest for the remaining artifacts. In the days that followed, Qin Feng and his allies unearthed the other two artifacts, the Shield of the Sea and the Heart of the Ocean. Together, these three artifacts radiated a dazzling brilliance, as if resonating with Qin Feng's resolve and courage. The final confrontation armed with the three artifacts. Qin Feng arrived at the location of the wicked sea god seal, and that moment, Victor and his minions had already partially unraveled the seal, and the sea god's power was beginning to awaken. Upon witnessing the malevolent deity, Qin Feng was overwhelmed with shock and fury. He raised the trident of the sea god and proclaimed, "Evil sea god, your doom is at hand." Thus began a heart-stopping final confrontation, a life-and-death struggle between Qin Feng and the malevolent sea god. The sea god's power was immense, unleashing black flames that could turn all to ash in an instant. Yet Qin Feng stood undaunted. With the strength of the artifacts and his unyielding spirit, he repeatedly withstood the sea god's onslaught. At a critical juncture in the battle, Qin Feng discerned the sea god's weakness. Seizing the moment, he channeled the power of the three artifacts into a devastating strike against the sea god's vulnerability. The sea god let out a ghastly wail as his form began to dissipate, ultimately transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, vanishing into the depths of the ocean. Continuation of peace with the malevolent sea god's demise, the maritime realm regained its former tranquility and serenity. Qin Feng emerged as the true guardian of these waters, his name echoing throughout the land, solidifying his place as an eternal legend. In the days that followed, Qin Feng continued to safeguard this realm, imparting his wisdom and valor to the next generation, ensuring they too embraced the responsibility of protecting the seas. Under the watchful eyes of Qin Feng and countless brave souls, this beautiful and prosperous maritime domain thrived, forever brimming with vitality and hope, continuing to shine with resplendent brilliance. Rising storm as time flowed onward and seasons changed, the maritime realm flourished under the guardianship of Qin Feng and his comrades. Enjoying years of peace and tranquility, the remnants of past battles faded into the sea breeze, with merchant vessels bustling through the waters, fish leaping and seagulls soaring, a scene of prosperity, yet beneath the calm. Dark currents stirred in the distant depths of a mysterious sea. An ancient and malevolent force was quietly reawakening. An organization known as the Shadow Council emerged from the annals of history, composed of ambitious individuals well-versed in dark magic and sinister technology, intent on shattering the existing order of the seas and subjugating the entire ocean under their nefarious rule. Lord, all preparations are complete. Those foolish mortals remain blissfully immersed in the fleeting peace brought about by Qin Feng, unaware that a true storm is on the horizon. A hunchback figure with a sinister visage reported to a leader shrouded in shadow within a dimly lit underground palace. Excellent. Let us first deliver a small surprise to Qin Feng. The voice from the shadows was deep and cold, reminiscent of whispers from the abyss. Meanwhile, in the bustling port city, Qin Feng was engaged in discussions with his companions regarding plans to bolster maritime defenses and enhance trade. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from beneath the earth, plunging the entire city into chaos. People fled in every direction, their screams echoing through the air. Qin Feng swiftly ascended to a vantage point, gazing out at the sea, where he beheld a colossal black tsunami racing towards the city with alarming speed. This cannot be happening. Qin Feng's brow furrowed in disbelief, unease flickering in his eyes. Yet he quickly regained his composure, shouting orders to evacuate the populace and organizing the fleet to brace for this sudden calamity. The tsunami mercilessly battered the coastal city, demolishing port defenses and capsizing numerous vessels. Leading his fleet, Qin Feng struggled against the turbulent waters, employing magic and cannon fire in an effort to mitigate the tsunami's ferocity. After a grueling battle, the onslaught of the tsunami finally began to wane. But the city lay in ruins, a scene of devastation. This is no natural phenomenon. There must be a conspiracy at play. Qin Feng resolved inwardly, determined to investigate the origins of this disaster. with the assistance of Ailey. He learned from an old sailor that a mysterious black ship had appeared in the vicinity before the tsunami struck, only to vanish without a trace. Qin Feng keenly sensed that this vessel was intricately linked to the disaster. Mysterious Clue Qin Feng led his elite team in pursuit of the enigmatic black ship. Following the old sailor's clues, they navigated the vast ocean for several days until they discovered traces on a secluded island. The island bore clear signs of ship docking, alongside peculiar symbols and markings that radiated an aura of mystery and malevolence. These markings resemble ancient magical runes, yet they seem unlike any I have encountered before, remarked one of Qin Feng's companions, a scholar well-versed in magic, as he knelt to scrutinize the symbols, his brow furrowed in concentration. Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting the island's vegetation exhibited a bizarre state of decay. As if drained of life by some dark force, they ventured deeper into the island, where they stumbled upon a hidden cave containing a tattered ancient tome. The pages of the tome had yellowed with age, and the text was cryptic, yet Qin Feng, employing his intellect and perseverance, gradually deciphered portions of its contents. This ancient tome chronicled the legend of the Shadow Council. This organization had once sought to dominate the seas, but was thwarted by a coalition of brave warriors who sealed them away. Now, as time wore on, the power of that seal had diminished, and they sought to rise once more. The tsunami was their first strike, intended to weaken Qin Feng's influence and sow chaos, paving the way for their subsequent malevolent schemes. It appears we face an exceedingly dangerous foe. Determination gleamed in Qin Feng's eyes. Yet we shall not allow them to succeed. At any cost, we must seal them away once more. However, the enchanted forest is rife with various dangers and unknowns. It is said that few who venture into its depths emerge alive. Without hesitation, Qin Feng and his companions embarked on their journey into the magical woods. The moment they stepped into the forest, they were met with a formidable wave of magical pressure that a thick mist enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly impossible, while the towering, twisted trees loomed like colossal, menacing giants. They proceeded cautiously through the forest when, suddenly, a horde of monsters, formed from concentrated magical energy, lunged at them from all directions. These creatures exhibited a myriad of forms. Some bore razor-sharp claws, while others could unleash fiery blasts, showcasing tremendous offensive power. Qin Feng and his companions swiftly drew their weapons and engaged in a fierce battle against the monsters. During the fray, Qin Feng discerned that these creatures seemed to be controlled by some arcane force within the forest, as their attack patterns and movements displayed a certain predictability. Leveraging his keen observational skills and combat experience, Qin Feng gradually identified the monsters' weaknesses, leading his comrades to successfully repel the onslaught. Yes, they ventured deeper into the woods. They encountered a turbulent river, its waters not composed of ordinary liquid, but rather a corrosive magical venom. Utilizing his intellect, Qin Feng discovered some peculiar plants by the riverbank. The sap from these plants had the ability to neutralize the venom's corrosive properties. They carefully applied the sap to their vessel and cautiously crossed the river. After enduring numerous trials, Qin Feng and his companions finally located the legendary magical artifact, the crystal ball, deep within the forest. The orb radiated a mysterious glow, brimming with potent magical energy. However, just as they prepared to seize the crystal ball, darkness suddenly enveloped them, and countless traps were triggered. Spikes erupted from the ground. Magical flames ignited around them, and powerful binding spells ensnared them in place. Members of the Shadow Council emerged from the shadows, led by a sorceress named Morgana, whose face twisted into a sinister grin, her eyes gleaming with madness and malevolence. Qin Feng, do you truly believe you can so easily take the crystal ball? Morgana taunted. This entire scenario was orchestrated by us. You are merely prey walking willingly into the snare, struggling against the magical bindings. Qin Feng's gaze reflected unyielding determination. Morgana, your scheme shall not prevail. We will thwart you. Despite finding themselves in dire straits, Qin Feng did not surrender. He focused intently, channeling his inner strength, attempting to break free from the magical restraints. Meanwhile, his comrades valiantly resisted the onslaught from the Shadow Council members. buying Qin Feng precious time. At a critical moment, Qin Feng suddenly recalled the symbols he had discovered on the mysterious island. He realized these symbols might hold the key to unraveling the magical traps before him. Drawing upon his extraordinary memory and wisdom, he began to mentally recite the incantations associated with those symbols. Infusing his power into the markings on the ground, as Qin Feng's incantations resonated, the symbols began to emit a faint glow, and the binding magic gradually weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng broke free, grasped his weapon, and charged at Morgana, engaging her in a fierce close-quarters combat. That Morgana's magical prowess was formidable, yet Qin Feng, fueled by indomitable will and exceptional skill, adeptly evaded her attacks while seeking openings to counter. During the skirmish, Qin Feng discerned that Morgana's magic was reliant upon the wand she wielded, prompting him to concentrate his assaults on it. After a fierce exchange, he finally spotted a flaw and cleaved Morgana's wand in two with a decisive strike. Deprived of her wand, Morgana's strength dwindled, allowing Qin Feng to deliver a devastating blow that vanquished her. With Morgana's defeat, the remaining members of the Shadow Council fell into disarray. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng's allies retaliated, successfully driving back the enemies. They grasped the magical crystal ball and swiftly departed the enchanted forest, ready to face the more formidable challenges that lay ahead in the ensuing battle against the Shadow Council. Qin Feng and his companions returned to the ravaged city, beginning to harness the crystal ball's power to restore the city's defenses and devise strategies to combat the Shadow Council. Meanwhile, the Shadow Council hastened their nefarious plans, launching attacks across the seas to sow panic and divert Qin Feng's attention. Understanding that inaction was not an option, Qin Feng resolved to take the initiative, leading a fleet of elite troops toward the Shadow Council's headquarters. Throughout their voyage, they faced multiple interceptions by the Shadow Council. Yet Qin Feng's astute leadership and unwavering combat spirit allowed them to breach enemy lines time and again. At last, they arrived at the island where the Shadow Council's headquarters was situated. The island was shrouded in a powerful magical barrier, surrounded by myriad treacherous traps and defenses. Undeterred, Qin Feng utilized the power of the crystal ball, collaborating with his companions to dismantle the magical barrier and forcefully ascend the island. A fierce showdown ensued on the island, both sides exerting their utmost effort. Members of the Shadow Council unleashed various dark spells and sinister technologies in an attempt to repel Qin Feng's advance. Yet, Qin Feng and his allies remained undaunted, working in unison to leverage their strengths and gradually gain the upper hand. In a pivotal moment during the battle, Qin Feng identified the Shadow Council's enigmatic leader. A mysterious figure cloaked in darkness, he emanated a formidable aura of dark power, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Qin Feng engaged him in a heart-pounding duel. The leader's attacks were exceedingly brutal and cunning. Yet Qin Feng, fortified by steadfast belief and resilient spirit, held his ground. During their intense clash, Qin Feng discerned that the leader's dark power stemmed from a black gem embedded in his chest. He realized that shattering this gem would significantly weaken the leader. Seizing the opportune moment, Qin Feng summoned all his strength and thrust his weapon towards the gem. With a resounding crash, the gem shattered, eliciting a scream from the leader as his power dissipated rapidly. Qin Feng seized this chance to unleash a final, decisive blow, successfully defeating the leader. With the leader's downfall, the remaining members of the Shadow Council fell into chaos and despair, casting aside their weapons and fleeing in disarray. Qin Feng led his forces to completely dismantle the Shadow Council's stronghold, eradicating this malevolent threat to the safety of the seas. Following this harrowing confrontation, tranquility and peace were restored to the waters. Qin Feng emerged as a true hero in the eyes of the people, his name etched into their hearts, becoming an everlasting legend of the seas. Nevertheless, Qin Feng understood that peace is a fragile gift, and the duty to safeguard the waters would never cease. He imparted his combat experience and wisdom to the next generation of warriors, empowering them to uphold the mantle of protection over the seas. Under Qin Feng's guidance, the people of the waters began to rebuild their homes, restore trade, and advance technology, breathing new life into the ocean. Years later, as Qin Feng gazed upon the flourishing expanse of the seas, His heart brimmed with satisfaction and pride. The battles, sacrifices, and victories of the past had become the most treasured riches of his life. He understood that as long as faith and courage persist in these waters, no matter the challenges that lie ahead, the ocean would forever retain its beauty and serenity, becoming an eternal beacon of hope for humanity. And so, Qin Feng's tale would be passed down through generations, inspiring countless successors to protect the peace and prosperity of these waters at all costs, forging ahead with unwavering resolve. Chapter 12. The Resurgence of Shadows in the Aftermath. The seas returned to their former tranquility and prosperity, and Qin Feng gradually receded from the public eye, leading a life of anonymity. He settled on a serene island, accompanied daily by the sea breeze and waves, as if those heart-stopping battles had become distant memories. However, the gears of fate never ceased to turn point one night, as Qin Feng stood alone by the shore, gazing at the shimmering surface of the sea. A sense of unease surged within him. Suddenly, an unusual light streaked across the sky, followed by a meteor plummeting deep into the island. Startled, Qin Feng felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the direction of the fallen meteor. Upon arrival, he found a massive crater before him, emanating an eerie glow from its center. Cautiously approaching, he discovered that the light originated from mysterious black crystal. The crystal seemed to pulsate with life, exuding a disquieting aura. As Qin Feng touched the crystal, a torrent of unfamiliar images and information flooded his mind. Amidst the chaos, one word stood out distinctly: Shadow Council. Qin Feng's expression grew grave as he realized that the malevolent force he once believed to be obliterated seemed to be surreptitiously resurfacing in a more insidious manner. Determined to uncover the truth behind this resurgence, he resolved to leave the island. Qin Feng first journeyed to the once thriving port city, yet the sight that greeted him was one of astonishment. An oppressive atmosphere loomed over the city, with scarce pedestrians on the streets and many shops shuttered for good. Seeking out an old friend, he learned from him that a series of bizarre events had recently transpired across the seas. Many merchant vessels had mysteriously vanished during their voyages, leaving behind only shattered planks and cargo adrift upon the waves. Moreover, some islands have been afflicted by a mysterious plague, with the afflicted suffering from agonizing black spots covering their bodies. Yet no remedy is in sight. Qin Feng is acutely aware that these occurrences are far from coincidental and are likely the machinations of the Shadow Council. He begins to seek out clues and eventually learns from an old sailor that a remote island is frequently visited by enigmatic ships, strikingly similar in design to those belonging to the Shadow Council of Europe. Without hesitation, Qin Feng leads a small team towards the island. As they approach the isle, a palpable darkness envelopes the entire land. Thick fog blankets the area, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, and Qin Feng and his companions tread cautiously. Suddenly, a swarm of shadows emerges from the surroundings, launching a fierce assault upon them. These shadows move with remarkable agility, their weapons glinting ominously with an eerie black light. Qin Feng and his comrades swiftly draw their weapons, engaging in a fierce battle against the shadows. During the fray, Qin Feng discerns that these apparitions seem to be under the influence of some dark sorcery, their attacks not only potent, but also laced with toxins. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience and indomitable will, Qin Feng gradually identifies the shadow's vulnerabilities, leading his team to successfully repel the assailants. Venturing deeper into the island, Qin Feng and his companions uncover a secret base concealed within a valley. The area surrounding the base is rife with various magical traps and defensive mechanisms, clearly indicating it as a significant stronghold of the Shadow Council. Utilizing his intellect and magical prowess, Qin Feng skillfully disarms the traps and infiltrates the interior of the base. Within its depths, he discovers a massive magical array, at the center of which lies a colossal black crystal, remarkably similar to one he encountered on the island. Encircling the crystal are several robed figures, intoning incantations as they appear to conduct some nefarious ritual. Realizing he cannot allow their ceremony to proceed, lest the consequences be dire, Qin Feng rushes towards the magical array, clashing violently with the robed figures. In the midst of the battle, he recognizes that these individuals are high-ranking members of the Shadow Council, wielding formidable magical abilities and executing their spells with perfect coordination. Undaunted, Qin Feng, fortified by his unwavering resolve and exceptional combat skills, gradually gains the upper hand. After an intense exchange, he successfully shatters the magical array, interrupting the dark ritual. However, just as he prepares to depart, a mysterious voice whispers in his ear, "Qin Feng, do you believe this will thwart us? This is merely the beginning. Shadows will engulf the entire sea, and you shall all become our slaves." Qin Feng surveys his surroundings but finds no trace of the speaker. He understands that the Shadow Council's conspiracy is far more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated. Departing the island with a heavy heart, he resolves to return to the port city and rally his former allies to collectively confront the Shadow Council's threat. Upon his return, Qin Feng discovers the situation has worsened significantly. The city is filled with unfamiliar faces, their eyes flickering with suspicion and their behavior erratic. He suspects they are spies for the Shadow Council. Additionally, the city's fortifications have suffered inexplicable damage, indicating sabotage. Realizing time is of the essence, he swiftly assembles his comrades, recounting his discoveries and the looming threat of the Shadow Council. His allies, moved by his determination, pledged to stand alongside him in the defense of peace and tranquility in their waters. Qin Feng begins to formulate a meticulous battle plan, fortifying the city's defenses while dispatching reconnaissance teams to seek out other strongholds and clues related to the Shadow Council. Simultaneously, he reaches out to allies from other regions of the sea, requesting their support. In the ensuing days, Qin Feng and his companions toil day and night, preparing thoroughly for the impending conflict. Yet the Shadow Council does not afford them much time. One fateful night, the city is suddenly besieged by a massive assault from the Council. Countless shadows surge into the city from all directions, indiscriminately slaughtering and destroying, plunging the town into chaos. Without hesitation, Qin Feng leads his comrades into battle, engaging in a desperate struggle against the shadows. He soon realizes that their numbers are swelling and their attacks growing fiercer, indicating the Shadow Council has come well prepared, intent not merely on assaulting the city, but on utterly annihilating their resistance. At a critical moment, Qin Feng recalls the magical crystal ball he once acquired in the enchanted forest. He retrieves it, concentrating his focus to harness its power. Instantly, the crystal emits a brilliant light, causing the shadows to dissipate wherever its radiance touches. Empowered by the crystal's might, Qin Feng gradually turns the tide of battle, successfully repelling the Shadow Council's invasion. Nevertheless, he understands that this victory is only temporary. The Shadow Council's strength is formidable, and they will not relent easily to decisively defeat them. Qin Feng resolves to take the initiative, seeking out their headquarters for a final confrontation. Guided by the old sailor, he learns that the Shadow Council's stronghold lies within a mysterious underwater palace, protected by powerful magical barriers and teeming with perilous marine creatures and magical traps. Undeterred, he leads his companions aboard a specially designed submersible, setting forth towards the underwater palace. As they near the palace, an overwhelming pressure envelopes them. The surrounding waters seem to be under the sway of a dark force, forming colossal whirlpools that attempt to drag their vessel beneath the waves. Utilizing the power of the magical crystal ball, Qin Feng stabilizes the ship and navigates cautiously through the whirlpools. At last, they arrive at the entrance of the underwater palace, obstructed by a massive magical door adorned with mysterious symbols and patterns. Qin Feng scrutinizes these markings, striving to decipher the method to unlock the door. After considerable effort, he unveils the secret and successfully opens the magical entrance. Upon entering the palace, they discover it riddled with various mechanisms and traps. They proceed with utmost caution, ever vigilant against lurking dangers. Suddenly, a horde of monsters, conjured from dark magic, surges forth from all directions. These creatures, varying in form, possess sharp claws and can unleash torrents of black flames. Exhibiting immense offensive capabilities, Qin Feng and his comrades swiftly draw their weapons, engaging in a fierce struggle against the beasts. During the confrontation, Qin Feng notices that the monsters appear to be governed by a certain magical force within the palace, their attack patterns and movements exhibiting a discernible rhythm. Drawing upon his keen observational skills and combat experience, he gradually identifies their weaknesses, leading his comrades to successfully fend off the onslaught, delving deeper into the palace. They finally confront the enigmatic leader of the Shadow Council, a figure known as the Black Sorcerer, cloaked in a flowing black robe and wearing a sinister mask that obscures his features. Only his eyes, glowing with a crimson hue, are visible. Qin Feng, you have finally arrived. Today marks your demise, as well as the end of this sea, intones the Black Sorcerer, his voice low and raspy, as if echoing from the depths of hell. Unfazed, Qin Feng meets his gaze, declaring, Black Sorcerer, your scheme shall come to naught. This day shall witness the downfall of you and the Shadow Council. With that, Qin Feng charges towards the Black Sorcerer, engaging in a breathtaking final duel. The sorcerer wields formidable magical power, his staff unleashing various dark spells, each strike fraught with lethal peril. Yet, Qin Feng, bolstered by steadfast resolve and exceptional combat skills, adeptly evades the sorcerer's attacks while seeking opportunities for counterattack. Amidst the fierce exchange, Qin Feng deduces that the sorcerer's magic relies heavily on his staff and robe, which appear to be the sources of his power. He resolves to focus his assault on these two items to diminish the sorcerer's strength. After an intense battle, Qin Feng finally spots an opening and cleaves the sorcerer's staff in two, simultaneously utilizing the power of the magical crystal ball to obliterate the Black Sorcerer's robe. Stripped of his staff and robe, the Black Sorcerer finds his strength greatly diminished, and Qin Feng seizes the moment to deliver a decisive blow, vanquishing the dark figure once and for all. As the Black Sorcerer collapses, the remaining members of the Shadow Council lose their will to resist, scattering in chaos or meeting their doom, while the headquarters of the council is obliterated in a tremendous explosion. Qin Feng leads his companions to a triumphant victory over the Shadow Council, restoring peace and tranquility to the seas. This battle imparts a profound realization to Qin Feng. The forces of evil shall never relent easily, and the journey to safeguard the seas remains arduous and long. Yet he firmly believes that as long as people unite and confront challenges with courage, they can surmount any adversity and ensure the enduring beauty and prosperity of these waters. In the aftermath, Qin Feng returns to his small island, resuming a tranquil existence. Yet he is acutely aware that his mission is far from complete. He shall forever guard these seas until his last breath. As time flows on, years pass, and the waters continue to thrive in a state of stability and prosperity. Qin Feng led a simple and tranquil life on a small island, occasionally visited by young adventurers seeking his wisdom in combat and navigation. He patiently imparted his knowledge to them, ensuring the legacy of his skills would endure. However, this serene existence did not last long. One day, a messenger from a distant isle arrived with shocking news. A mysterious iceberg had emerged in the far northern seas, concealing an ancient and malevolent force within its icy depths. It was said that if this power were unleashed, it would bring forth an unprecedented catastrophe, engulfing the entire region in snow and ice, plunging it into an eternal winter. Upon hearing this alarming tidings, Qin Feng felt a tumult of emotions stirring within him. He recognized this threat as potentially more fearsome than the Shadow Council. Though no longer young, he resolutely decided to rise once more, willing to sacrifice everything to protect the peace and tranquility of the seas. Qin Feng summoned his former companions and shared the grave news. Their eyes reflected no hint of trepidation. They eagerly pledged their allegiance to accompany Qin Feng to the far north and avert the impending disaster. After meticulously preparing ample supplies and gear, Qin Feng and his companions embarked on their journey to the northern realm. Along the way, they faced harsh weather and tumultuous waves, yet through their extensive maritime experience and indomitable spirit, they repeatedly turned peril into safety. Eventually, they arrived at the fabled northern land, where the sight before them left them utterly astonished. A colossal iceberg loomed above the sea, emanating an eerie blue glow resembling a cursed castle. The surrounding waters had begun to freeze, and the chilling aura sent shivers down their spines. Realizing time was of the essence, Qin Feng understood they needed to find a way into the iceberg swiftly and prevent the release of the malevolent force. They meticulously searched around the iceberg and finally discovered a concealed entrance on one side. Although the entrance was covered by a thick layer of ice, Qin Feng and his companions utilized magic and tools to successfully breach it. Upon entering the iceberg, they found themselves within a vast ice cavern, its walls etched with mysterious symbols and patterns. These engravings seemed to narrate an ancient tale, but Qin Feng and his companions had no time to decipher them. They pressed deeper into the cavern, seeking the source of the malevolent power. As they ventured further, the temperature within the ice cave plummeted, and an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. Suddenly, a horde of creatures formed from snow and ice surged toward them from all directions. These agile and formidable beasts possessed bodies as hard as ice, rendering conventional weapons nearly ineffective against them. Without hesitation, Qin Feng and his companions drew their weapons and engaged in a fierce battle. During the skirmish, Qin Feng discerned that the creatures' weakness lay in their heads. Targeting this vulnerable spot could annihilate them completely. Leveraging his keen observational skills and battle experience, he led his companions to successfully repel the beasts. Continuing their exploration of the ice cavern, Qin Feng and his allies finally located the source of the malevolent force's seal. In the center of the cavern lay a massive ice sarcophagus, surrounded by powerful sealing runes inscribed upon its surface. However, the runes had begun to crack, and the malevolent energy was gradually seeping out. Qin Feng realized that they needed to repair the seals urgently. Otherwise, the evil power would be fully unleashed. He and his companions embarked on the arduous task of restoring the runes, only to discover that the process was exceedingly complex and required a special energy to complete. Just as they found themselves at an impasse, Qin Feng suddenly recalled a magical crystal ball he had once acquired in the enchanted forest. He retrieved the crystal and attempted to harness its power to mend the sealing runes. After considerable effort, the crystal's energy resonated with the runes, and the cracks began to heal. Just as the runes were on the verge of being fully restored, a mysterious figure appeared within the ice cavern. Cloaked in a white robe, the figure's face remained obscured. In his hand, he wielded a staff that glimmered with an eerie light. "Do you think you can stop me so easily?" The enigmatic voice echoed coldly, as if carried by a chilling breeze from the cavern. "This power belongs to me, and I shall use it to dominate the entire sea." Qin Feng regarded the mysterious figure warily and declared, "Whoever you are, we will not allow you to succeed. This sea belongs to all, and we will never permit you to destroy it with your wickedness." With that, Qin Feng charged at the figure, initiating a fierce confrontation. The figure's magical prowess was formidable, as his staff unleashed various ice and snow spells, each strike causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Yet, undeterred, Qin Feng deftly evaded the figure's attacks with his unwavering resolve and exceptional martial skills, seeking opportunities to counterattack. During the intense clash, Qin Feng recognized that the mysterious figure's magic relied upon his staff and the malevolent energy within the ice cavern. If he could sever the connection between the two, he could weaken the figure's power. Determined to take a risk, Qin Feng seized an opportune moment and hurled his weapon at the figure's staff with all his might, aiming to knock it away. As the weapon approached the staff, the figure swiftly waved it, casting a powerful ice spell that froze Qin Feng's weapon midair. However, refusing to surrender, Qin Feng exploited the brief moment of distraction, charging forward and colliding with the figure in an attempt to separate him from his staff. The impact caught the figure off guard, sending his staff flying into a corner of the ice cavern. Deprived of his staff, the figure's strength diminished significantly, allowing Qin Feng to strike decisively and defeat him entirely. With the fall of the mysterious figure, the malevolent energy within the cavern gradually succumbed to resealing. Qin Feng and his companions successfully thwarted the impending disaster, restoring peace and tranquility to the seas. Afterward, Qin Feng returned to his small island, resuming his serene life. Yet he understood that the path of safeguarding the seas would never be smooth. Future challenges awaited him. Nevertheless, he remained unafraid, for within him resided a steadfast conviction and boundless courage. He would forever protect these waters, until the end of the world. Chapter 13. Echoes of the Abyss. Upon returning to the small island, Qin Feng anticipated a period of tranquility, yet the shock brought by the mysterious iceberg lingered in his heart. Although the seas had momentarily regained their calm, he was acutely aware that, lurking in the unknown depths, malevolent forces lay in wait like a surging tide, poised to unleash chaos once more on a stormy night. Qin Feng sat alone in his seaside cottage, gazing at the tumultuous waves outside, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. Suddenly, a mysterious whisper echoed in his ears, as if emanating from an endless abyss. Vague yet tantalizing. Qin Feng. Power. Destiny. Qin Feng sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings, yet saw no one. That the voice, however, continued to resonate within his mind, making concentration impossible. The following morning, Qin Feng resolved to leave the island and seek the source of the enigmatic whispers. He set sail into the depths of the sea, the sky overcast and the waters roiling, as if heralding an approaching storm. Upon navigating into an unfamiliar expanse, he noticed the water's hue darkening ominously, shrouded in a mysterious mist that rendered visibility nearly non-existent. Navigating cautiously, Qin Feng steered his vessel into this enigmatic realm. Suddenly, the ship began to sway violently, as if pulled by a formidable force. In a hurry, he dropped the anchor to stabilize the vessel. That moment, a massive whirlpool emerged on the surface, its center pulsating with a strange light. Qin Feng's intuition stirred. He sensed a connection between the whirlpool and the mysterious whispers. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng resolutely leapt into the whirlpool. As he descended, the water pressure intensified, yet he persevered with unwavering determination and exceptional swimming skills, pushing toward the whirlpool's center. Upon nearing the core, he discovered the light emanated from a colossal black stone slab, engraved with ancient symbols and patterns, exuding a sinister and mysterious aura. Approaching the slab, Qin Feng scrutinized the symbols. Suddenly, they blazed with a brilliant light, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, darkness consumed his vision, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a peculiar space, surrounded by darkness, with only a few distant glimmers of light. Rising to his feet, Qin Feng advanced toward the light. As he drew closer, he discerned several figures cloaked in black robes, their faces concealed in shadow, rendering their appearances indistinguishable. "Welcome to the realm of the abyss, Qin Feng," one figure intoned in a deep, raspy voice. "The answers you seek lie here." Qin Feng regarded them warily and inquired, "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" A chilling laughter erupted from the figure, who replied, "We are the emissaries of the abyss, tasked with testing you. The fate of this sea will hinge upon whether you can pass the trial." Upon the utterance of those words, the figures vanished into thin air. Replaced by a horde of monstrous beings coalesced from dark energy, their claws outstretched as they lunged menacingly toward Qin Feng. Without hesitation, Qin Feng swiftly drew his weapon and engaged in a fierce battle against the creatures. These monstrosities possessed formidable strength, their assaults infused with dark energy capable of eroding both his body and will. Yet, Qin Feng remained undaunted. Through his exceptional martial skills and indomitable spirit, he repeatedly repelled their onslaughts while seeking their vulnerabilities. In the midst of combat, he discerned that their weak point lay in their abdomens, where the dark energy was comparatively feeble. Seizing the opportune moment, he concentrated his might on their midsections, successfully defeating them one by one. As the last of the creatures fell, the surrounding darkness gradually dissipated, giving way to a radiant light that revealed a passage to another realm. Venturing through the passage, Qin Feng found himself in a vast library, filled with an array of ancient tomes and scrolls that chronicled the history and secrets of the maritime expanse. Realizing that this might hold the key to uncovering the truth, he meticulously perused the volumes, searching for information related to the mysterious whispers and the abyssal emissaries. After considerable effort, he finally unearthed an ancient diary belonging to a warrior who had once battled the forces of the abyss. The diary detailed how these forces had existed beneath these waters since time immemorial, attempting to break free from their seals and dominate the entire oceanic realm. The enigmatic whispers, it revealed, were a method employed by the abyssal forces to ensnare the hearts of the unwary. Seeking a soul capable of aiding their escape, a chill gripped Qin Feng's heart as he realized he had become ensnared in a vast conspiracy. Nevertheless, he did not falter. Rather, his resolve strengthened. He vowed to discover a means to thwart the abyssal forces and safeguard the peace and tranquility of these waters. Continuing his search in the library, he stumbled upon an ancient map marking a mysterious island, rumored to harbor an artifact capable of countering the abyssal might. Determined, Qin Feng set forth toward this enigmatic isle in pursuit of the artifact. Upon leaving the library, he retraced his steps back to the realm of reality. When he resurfaced, he found that his vessel had been destroyed by a whirlpool, compelling him to rely on his swimming prowess to reach the nearest island. On the island, he gathered materials to construct a rudimentary raft and resumed his quest toward the mysterious island. Throughout his voyage, Qin Feng encountered numerous trials and tribulations. At the T1 juncture, he confronted a band of ferocious pirates who mistook his raft for that of a solitary merchant and sought to plunder him. Fearless, Qin Feng utilized his cunning and martial prowess to repel the pirates, ensuring his own safety and that of his makeshift vessel. On another occasion, he was beset by a sudden tempest that engulfed his raft in towering waves. Clinging desperately to his craft, he fought against the raging sea, and after an arduous struggle, he emerged from the storm, resolutely continuing toward the mysterious island. At long last, Qin Feng arrived at the enigmatic isle, where an aura of mystery enveloped the land. Encircled by a formidable magical barrier, he sought a means of entry, meticulously searching the periphery until he discovered a concealed entrance hidden behind a rocky outcrop. This entry was obstructed by a powerful magical shield, but utilizing the magic crystal ball he had obtained in the enchanted forest, Qin Feng successfully dispelled the barrier and stepped through the opening. Inside the island, he encountered a vast labyrinth filled with intricate mechanisms and traps. Moving cautiously, he employed his keen observational skills and sharp intellect to navigate the maze. Upon emerging from the labyrinth, he found himself in a colossal cavern, at the center of which lay a resplendent artifact, the Sword of Light. This blade shimmered with crystalline clarity, its hilt adorned with a magnificent gem, and its blade etched with arcane runes radiating potent divine energy. Approaching the Sword of Light, Qin Feng grasped its hilt. The moment his fingers closed around it, an overwhelming force surged through him, instilling a profound sense of purpose. He understood that this sword was the pivotal weapon in his struggle against the abyssal forces, and he must wield it wisely. With the Sword of Light in hand, Qin Feng departed the mysterious island, prepared to return to the maritime expanse for a final confrontation with the abyssal entities. However, upon his return, he was met with a dire situation. A shroud of black mist enveloped the waters, concealing various perilous creatures and traps. Many islands had succumbed to the corrupting influence of darkness, and their inhabitants were plunged into despair. Filled with rage and sorrow, Qin Feng resolved to take immediate action to rescue the realm. He navigated his raft through the inky haze, seeking the core of the abyssal forces. Along the way, he engaged in countless battles against the monsters and traps, employing the power of the Sword of Light to vanquish them one by one. Ultimately, he located the heart of the abyssal forces, a colossal dark fortress looming ominously over the sea, radiating a potent aura of malevolence. The fortress was fortified with numerous defenses and magical barriers, making entry a daunting challenge. Undeterred, Qin Feng brandished the Sword of Light and charged toward the fortress. As he approached, he faced relentless assaults, yet through sheer determination and the sword's might, he broke through the enemy's defenses time and again. Upon reaching the gates of the fortress, he discovered them sealed by a formidable magical barrier. Utilizing the power of the Sword of Light, he initiated the process of dispelling the enchantment. After a fierce struggle, he succeeded in breaking the seal and opened the gates of the fortress. Inside, he found himself in another labyrinth, fraught with danger and challenges. Navigating carefully, he searched for the leader of the abyssal forces. Along the way, he engaged in battles with abyssal emissaries and creatures, gradually penetrating deeper into the fortress. At last, Qin Feng confronted the leader of the abyssal forces, a mysterious figure cloaked in shadows, wielding a black staff embedded with a massive dark gem emanating potent dark energy. "Qin Feng, do you believe you can thwart me?" The abyssal leader intoned with a cold, piercing voice. "This realm shall become my dominion, and you will all be my slaves." Unfazed, Qin Feng met his gaze and declared, "Your scheme shall come to naught. Today marks your end, and I shall wield this Sword of Light to utterly vanquish you and your abyssal forces." With that, he charged at the abyssal leader, engaging in a breathtaking final confrontation. The leader's magical prowess was formidable. His staff unleashed a variety of dark spells, each imbued with lethal intent. Yet, Qin Feng, armed with his indomitable spirit and the might of the Sword of Light, deftly evaded the leader's attacks while looking for opportunities to counter in the heat of battle. Qin Feng realized that the leader's magic relied upon his staff and the dark gem. If he could destroy these two objects, it would significantly weaken his foe. Taking a calculated risk, he seized a moment of opportunity, channeling all his strength to hurl the Sword of Light toward the abyssal leader's staff. The sword, imbued with powerful divine energy, pierced through the staff, sending the dark gem flying. Stripped of his staff and gem, the abyssal leader's strength waned, and Qin Feng seized the chance to deliver a decisive blow, vanquishing the leader once and for all. As the abyssal leader fell, the fortress trembled violently. The dark forces began to dissipate, and the black mist gradually receded. The waters returned to their former tranquility and serenity, sunlight spilling over the surface in shimmering waves. As if celebrating the hard-won victory, with a weary yet contented smile, Qin Feng returned to his island. He understood that while this battle had concluded, the responsibility of safeguarding the seas would never wane. He carefully safeguarded the Sword of Light, preparing for any future challenges that may arise in the years that followed. Qin Feng continued to live a simple life, yet his name became a legend across the maritime realm. His tale was recounted and celebrated, inspiring generations of adventurers to protect this beautiful and mysterious expanse at any cost, forging ahead with unwavering resolve. As time passed swiftly, years rolled by, and the maritime realm remained prosperous and peaceful. Qin Feng lived humbly on his island, occasionally visited by young warriors seeking his wisdom on combat techniques and guardianship of the seas. He patiently imparted his knowledge, ensuring that his spirit and wisdom would endure. Yet, tranquility was not to last. One day, a sailor from afar brought unsettling news. A mysterious island had emerged at the edge of the maritime realm, shrouded in an eerie aura. Any vessel that ventured too close mysteriously vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Qin Feng. He understood well that this could signify yet another threat to the safety of the waters. Though no longer youthful, his fervor still burned bright. He resolved to embark on his journey once more, seeking to uncover the secrets of the enigmatic island and safeguard the tranquility of the waters. With his belongings meticulously gathered, Qin Feng grasped his luminous sword, bidding farewell to the small isle as he set sail towards the mysterious land. During his voyage, he encountered treacherous weather and turbulent waves, yet through his extensive nautical experience and indomitable spirit, he deftly navigated each perilous challenge. At last, he arrived in the vicinity of the enigmatic island. From a distance, the isle appeared shrouded in a thick mist, emanating an aura of mystery and danger. Cautiously, Qin Feng approached the island, but as his vessel neared the shore, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force anchoring his ship, as if an invisible hand were restraining his advance. Realizing that a defensive mechanism of the island was at play, he leaped into the water, relying on his exceptional swimming skills to reach the shore. Upon setting foot on the island, a chilling sensation enveloped him. The vegetation was of an eerie black hue, seemingly tainted by some dark power. Vigilantly, Qin Feng surveyed his surroundings, clutching his luminous sword, ever prepared to confront any impending threats. He ventured deeper into the heart of the island, discovering numerous strange signs along the way. The ground was marked by colossal footprints, unlike any creatures he had ever encountered, as if a gargantuan beast had traversed the land. Furthermore, a foul stench pervaded the air, inducing a wave of nausea. Pressing onward, he found himself in a valley, where a denser fog enveloped the area, severely limiting visibility. Suddenly, he heard a deep, rumbling roar, seemingly emanating from the bowels of the earth. A surge of apprehension coursed through him as he tightened his grip on the luminous sword and advanced towards the source of the sound. In the depths of the valley, Qin Feng beheld a colossal figure. It was a monstrous entity, its form reminiscent of a towering mountain. Cloaked in black scales adorned with sharp claws and immense tusks, its eyes glowing with a malevolent red light, radiating an aura of relentless ferocity and wickedness. "Who dares intrude upon my domain?" the creature inquired in a deep, gravelly voice. Undaunted, Qin Feng met its gaze and declared, "I am Qin Feng, the guardian of these waters. I have come to unveil the secrets of this island and to ensure the safety of the seas." The beast erupted into a sinister laugh, retorting, "This domain shall inevitably belong to me. You are but a presumptuous insect." With that, the creature lunged at Qin Feng, its claws imbued with tremendous force capable of easily rending rock. Qin Feng swiftly sidestepped the attack, swinging his luminous sword towards the creature's leg. The sword struck the scales, sparking brilliantly, yet leaving only a shallow mark. Alarmed, Qin Feng recognized the formidable defenses of this beast. Ordinary assaults would scarcely inflict harm. Seeing that Qin Feng's attack had proven ineffective, the creature's fury intensified. It opened its gaping maw. Unleashing a torrent of black flames toward Qin Feng, he quickly leapt aside, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught. Aware that he could not engage the creature head-on, he resolved to identify its weaknesses. As he dodged the monster's strikes, he meticulously observed its form. Eventually, he discerned a relatively vulnerable patch of scales on its abdomen. Lighter in hue than the rest, an idea ignited within him. He decided to take a calculated risk and target the creature's underbelly. Seizing the opportune moment, he deftly leaped onto the beast's back, plunging the luminous sword into the softer scales of its abdomen with all his might. The sword, imbued with divine power, pierced through the scales, penetrating deep into its body. The creature let out a pained roar, thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge Qin Feng. Yet he clung tenaciously to its scales, vigorously twisting the sword within its wound. With each strike, the creature's strength waned, its body beginning to tremble. Ultimately, it collapsed with a resounding crash. Stirring a cloud of dust, Qin Feng leapt from the creature's form, exhaling a sigh of relief as he beheld the fallen behemoth before him. He understood that this monstrosity was merely one of the perils of the island. To truly unravel its secrets, he must delve deeper into its mysteries. Continuing his journey, Qin Feng soon stumbled upon an ancient ruin. The walls of the structure were inscribed with an array of mysterious symbols and patterns, somewhat reminiscent of those he had previously encountered on the black stone tablet in the enigmatic waters, yet not entirely identical. He surmised that this ruin might be connected to the abyssal forces or some other malevolent power. Venturing inside, he discovered a grand altar upon which rested a black crystal orb that radiated an eerie glow, seemingly beckoning him closer. Approaching the orb, he scrutinized it intently. Suddenly, it emitted a blinding light that enveloped him entirely. Qin Feng felt darkness envelop him, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a peculiar realm, surrounded by darkness, with only the faint glow of the crystal orb illuminating the space. "Welcome to my world, Qin Feng," a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Fixing his gaze, he recognized the spirit of the abyssal leader he had previously vanquished. "You are dead. How can you appear here?" Qin Feng inquired, wariness lacing his tone. The spirit let out a chilling laugh, proclaiming, "Though my corporeal form has perished, my essence shall not easily dissipate. This island is my final hope. Should you fall here, my spirit can harness the orb's power to resurrect and reign over these waters once more." With that, the spirit lunged towards Qin Feng, wielding an ethereal black sword aimed at him. Qin Feng swiftly drew his luminous sword, engaging in a fierce battle with the spirit of the abyssal leader. Though devoid of a physical form, the spirit's magical prowess remained formidable, its attacks infused with dark energy capable of eroding Qin Feng's very soul. Nevertheless, Qin Feng stood resolute, using his unwavering will and the sacred might of his sword to repel the spirit's assaults while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Amidst the fray, Qin Feng discerned that the spirit's vulnerability lay in its head, where the dark energy was comparatively feeble. Timing his strike perfectly, he concentrated his strength to attack the spirit's head, successfully forcing it back. However, the spirit was not entirely vanquished. It began summoning various dark creatures to assail Qin Feng. Engulfed in a fierce struggle, he refused to yield, wielding the power of his luminous sword in a desperate fight against the onslaught of darkness. After an intense clash, Qin Feng finally spotted an opening. He raised his luminous sword high and, with all his strength, brought it crashing down upon the spirit of the abyssal leader. The sword, suffused with divine energy, cleaved the spirit in two with a final anguished scream. The spirit dissipated entirely, unable to resurrect. As the spirit perished, the orb's glow gradually dimmed. Qin Feng collected the orb and exited the ruin. Upon leaving, he noticed the black mist enveloping the island began to dissipate. Sunlight breaking through the clouds and bathing the land in light. Qin Feng understood that he had finally unveiled the island's secrets, and the danger had been vanquished, with the orb in hand. He departed the island aboard his vessel, returning to the waters. Upon his arrival, he was met with a warm reception and jubilant cheers from the people. His valorous deeds were once again recounted. Etching another legendary tale into the annals of the sea, he carefully safeguarded the orb, aware that although this crisis had been averted, future challenges awaited him in these waters. Yet he remained undaunted, for he was the guardian of this realm. Prepare to protect the beautiful and mysterious ocean at any cost. Chapter 14. The chaotic gate carrying the black crystal orb acquired from the mysterious island. Qin Feng returned to the familiar waters, expecting a momentary respite. However, the orb felt like an unquenchable spark, smoldering within him, heralding an impending and graver crisis that on a tranquil night, Qin Feng sat alone by the shore, gazing at the orb in his hand. The moonlight danced upon its surface, refracting into an eerie glow, within which seemed to lurk a vague image, an ancient and mysterious door radiating a chaotic essence. Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng understood that the orb was anything but ordinary. It undoubtedly concealed a secret capable of upheaving the very fabric of the seas. Days later, Qin Feng resolved to embark on another exploratory journey, this time with the intent of uncovering the truth behind the orb. Drawing upon his past experiences and keen intuition, he navigated towards the most enigmatic and uncharted regions of the sea. Along the way, the waters lay eerily calm, a tranquility that stirred a sense of unease, as if it were the calm before a storm. Upon reaching an unfamiliar expanse of ocean, the waters suddenly became tumultuous, swirling into massive whirlpools that threatened to engulf his vessel or just as he believed he was on the verge of escaping his predicament. A peculiar beam of light shot forth from the depths of the sea, illuminating the entire surface of the water. Qin Feng focused his gaze and discovered that the source of the radiance was a colossal stone door, exuding an aura of chaos. The door was inscribed with ancient and enigmatic runes, identical to the images he had seen within the crystal sphere. A realization struck Qin Feng. This stone door might indeed hold the key to unraveling all mysteries. Without hesitation, he steered his vessel towards the door. As he drew near, the crystal sphere in his hand began to tremble violently, as if resonating with the door itself. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng leaped from his boat and swam towards the door. The moment he made contact, a powerful force firmly adhered him to the door, and it slowly creaked open, drawing him into a mysterious realm with an overwhelming suction. In this space, time and space seemed to lose all significance. Qin Feng felt himself adrift in chaos, surrounded by flickering runes and images that appeared to narrate an ancient tale, yet the details eluded his comprehension. Uncertain of how long he had drifted, Qin Feng finally found solid ground. Rising to his feet and surveying his surroundings, he discovered himself in a vast cavern, its walls encrusted with countless gems and crystals that radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. Illuminating the entire space, the cavern's center stood an ancient stone pedestal, upon which lay a tome exuding an air of mystery. Approaching the pedestal, Qin Feng picked up the ancient text and began to peruse its pages. The paper was yellowed with age, and its text was cryptic and difficult to decipher. Yet with his intellect and perseverance, Qin Feng gradually unraveled portions of its content. The tome recounted a legend of the Chaos Gate. In ancient times, this maritime expanse had been a realm of peace and prosperity, until a sudden calamity shattered its tranquility. An insidious force from the depths of chaos sought to breach a mysterious gate. Descending upon this world and plunging it into eternal darkness and destruction, to thwart this malevolent power, a group of valiant warriors united to engage in a harrowing battle. Ultimately, they made great sacrifices, successfully sealing the Chaos Gate and trapping the evil force behind it. However, as time progressed, the seal's strength waned, and the malignant force stirred once more. Qin Feng realized that the crystal sphere in his possession was one of the key instruments to unlocking the Chaos Gate. A grave expression settled upon Qin Feng's face as he recognized the weighty responsibility he bore, should he fail to reinforce the seal and prevent the resurgence of the evil force. This maritime realm would face utter annihilation. He resolved to leave the enigmatic cavern in search of methods to strengthen the seal. Upon exiting the cavern, Qin Feng was struck by the drastic changes in the world beyond. The sky was shrouded in a veil of black mist. The sea roiled with tumultuous waves, and fierce winds howled, as if the entire world was engulfed in apocalyptic dread. Qin Feng understood that this was a harbinger of the impending opening of the Chaos Gate. He had to act swiftly. Utilizing the clues from the ancient tome, Qin Feng commenced his quest in this unfamiliar maritime territory, searching for other artifacts and powers related to sealing the Chaos Gate. He encountered numerous hardships, from ferocious sea beasts to treacherous reefs, and even enigmatic magical traps, yet he never wavered. During an intense clash with a sea beast, Qin Feng fortuitously discovered a jade pendant radiating mysterious energy, inscribed with runes reminiscent of those in the ancient tome. Recognizing its potential significance in reinforcing the seal, he carefully stowed the pendant and pressed onward. After arduous exploration, Qin Feng eventually uncovered two additional artifacts pertinent to the seal, an ancient staff and a pearl imbued with formidable magic. However, just as he gathered the three items and prepared to return to the Chaos Gate, he was ambushed by a cadre of mysterious figures, clad in dark robes and donning eerie masks. Their expressions were cold and ruthless, their weapons glimmering with a sinister light. Without uttering a word, they launched a ferocious assault against Qin Feng, their attacks swift and deadly. Drawing his weapon, Qin Feng engaged in fierce combat. He soon discerned that these enigmatic adversaries utilized an unusual combat style, their strikes not only potent but also infused with a strange dark energy that threatened to erode his body and will. Undeterred, Qin Feng relied on his indomitable spirit and exceptional martial prowess to deftly evade their assaults while seeking opportunities to counterattack. After a grueling exchange, Qin Feng finally pinpointed the weaknesses of his assailants. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a decisive blow, successfully repelling them. However, he too bore significant injuries, his garments stained with blood. Yet, there was no time for respite. Enduring the pain, he clutched the three artifacts and hastened towards the Chaos Gate. Upon his return, Qin Feng found the stone door slightly ajar, a potent malevolent force seeping through the crack, warping the surrounding space. A sense of urgency surged within him. He had to reinforce the seal without delay. Approaching the stone door, he placed the three artifacts in designated positions as per the ancient tome's instructions and focused intently, channeling his internal energy in an attempt to activate the seal's power. However, the endeavor proved to be fraught with challenges. Despite Qin Feng's utmost efforts, the seal's strength remained dormant. The evil force relentlessly battered the door, striving to breach the seal and invade this realm. Desperation gripped Qin Feng. If he could not find a solution soon, all would be lost. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a familiar figure materialized before him. As he focused, he recognized it was his former comrade, Ai Li. Her eyes radiated determination and resolve as she approached Qin Feng, declaring, "Qin Feng, I have come to assist you." With that, Ai Li grasped his hand, transferring her strength to him. With Ai Li's aid, Qin Feng felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through him, bolstering his confidence that he once again concentrated his efforts, channeling his power alongside Ai Li to jointly activate the seal's strength. At long last, through their relentless endeavor, the seal's power was fully ignited, and the stone door gradually closed, re-imprisoning the malevolent force behind it. As the door sealed shut, the black mist in the sky began to dissipate, and the sea calmed, as if the world had awakened from a nightmarish slumber. Qin Feng exhaled in relief. Knowing that the crisis had finally been averted, he gazed gratefully at Ai Li and said, "Thank you, Ai Li. Without you, I truly would not have known what to do." Ai Li smiled in response. "Qin Feng, we are partners. Safeguarding this realm is our shared responsibility." Together, Qin Feng and Ai Li departed from the Chaos Gate, embarking on their journey home. Along the way, Qin Feng was filled with reflection and contemplation that he recognized that the peace and tranquility of this maritime realm were hard-won, requiring the collective efforts and vigilance of all. He resolved that upon returning to his homeland, he would impart his experiences and knowledge to others, enabling them to become guardians of this beautiful and mysterious ocean. Upon his return, Qin Feng was met with a warm welcome and cheers from the townsfolk. His heroic deeds were once again celebrated, becoming yet another legend within the maritime domain. Yet, Qin Feng remained humble, aware that the road ahead was long and fraught with further challenges awaiting him and the people of this realm. Subsequently, Qin Feng established an academy on the island, dedicated to training young adventurers and guardians that he selflessly shared his knowledge, experiences, and skills with his students, hoping they would inherit his legacy and continue to protect the peace and tranquility of the sea. The tome he had acquired from the mysterious cavern was carefully safeguarded, becoming one of the Academy's most treasured artifacts, used for teaching and research, allowing students to delve into the history and secrets of the realm. Understanding the significance and responsibility of guardianship, as time passed, the Academy nurtured numerous exceptional adventurers and guardians, who spread across the maritime expanse, using their strengths to protect the ocean. Qin Feng's name became an eternal symbol within this realm, inspiring generations to valiantly guard this beautiful domain at any cost. However, Qin Feng understood that although the Chaos Gate was temporarily sealed, the forces of evil would never truly vanish. They might one day return. Thus, he remained ever vigilant, continuously enhancing his own skills and those of his students, preparing for the challenges that might lie ahead. That on a fine and sunny day, Qin Feng stood on the Academy's grounds, gazing towards the distant horizon, silently praying for everlasting peace and tranquility for this realm. Yet he was acutely aware that the path to protecting this domain would always be filled with uncertainties and challenges. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, for he was Qin Feng, the guardian of this maritime realm, and he would devote his life to safeguarding this ocean until the very end of the world. However, the tranquil days did not last long. One day, a young adventurer from the Academy hurriedly arrived to report to Qin Feng an unsettling piece of news. At the fringes of the sea, mysterious vessels had appeared, their designs ancient and peculiar, emanating an eerie aura. Moreover, the individuals disembarking from these ships exhibited bizarre behaviors, seemingly in search of something, their demeanor rife with vigilance and hostility towards their surroundings. Qin Feng's expression grew grave. He realized this could herald yet another crisis. He promptly summoned the Academy's most exceptional students and a few seasoned adventurers to form an expedition team, deciding to personally venture to the sea's edge to investigate the origins and intentions of these enigmatic ships. The team set sail on a sturdy sailing vessel, navigating towards the boundary of the sea. Throughout the journey, Qin Feng continuously recounted tales of past battles and strategies for facing various dangers. Hoping to enhance their alertness and resilience, the team listened intently, their eyes reflecting admiration for Qin Feng and anticipation for the impending adventure. As the expedition neared the sea's edge, the sky suddenly darkened, and a thick fog enveloped the water's surface, drastically reducing visibility. That a sense of foreboding gripped Qin Feng. He understood this was an ominous sign. He commanded the crew to navigate cautiously and remain vigilant. At that moment, a mysterious ship emerged slowly from the mist, heading towards the expedition's vessel. Standing at the bow, Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the approaching ship, gripping his weapon tightly, prepared to confront any impending danger. As the vessel drew nearer, Qin Feng observed that its occupants were clad in black robes, their faces obscured by strange masks, rendering their features indistinguishable. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Qin Feng called out robustly. However, the strangers did not respond. Instead, they launched a sudden attack. Beams of dark energy erupted from their ship, hurtling towards the expedition's vessel. Seeing this, Qin Feng swiftly ordered his crew to evade the assault and organized a counterattack. The members of the expedition drew their weapons, employing their respective skills to engage the adversaries in fierce combat. During the skirmish, Qin Feng discerned that the enemies were remarkably powerful, their attacks bizarre, and their coordination impeccable, placing immense pressure on the expedition team. Understanding that passively enduring the onslaught was not an option, Qin Feng meticulously observed the enemy's attack patterns and the movements of their ship, striving to uncover their weaknesses. After careful scrutiny, he identified that the enemy's vessel had a relatively vulnerable rear during their offensive maneuvers. He promptly resolved to take action, leading a portion of his team in a small boat towards the rear of the enemy's ship. As they approached, they encountered fierce resistance from the adversaries. Undeterred, Qin Feng leveraged his exceptional combat skills and extensive experience to break through their defenses repeatedly, gradually closing in on the enemy vessel. In a pivotal moment, he unleashed his extraordinary prowess. Leaping high, he struck downwards with immense force upon the enemy's stern. With a resounding crash, Qin Feng cleaved a sizable gash in the rear of their ship, causing it to sway and throwing the enemy crew into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the other members of the expedition launched a more vigorous assault, successfully repelling the foes. However, Qin Feng remained acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Stronger enemies could very well be on the horizon, that he led the expedition team to continue their search along the sea's edge, seeking further clues about the mysterious vessels in the ensuing days. The expedition team faced multiple assaults from these enigmatic ships, yet they repelled each with their indomitable will and exceptional combat abilities. During one encounter, Qin Feng fortuitously discovered an injured adversary and resolved to seize this opportunity to extract valuable information. He brought the wounded foe back to their ship for interrogation. However, the enemy proved remarkably resilient, refusing to divulge any information despite Qin Feng's relentless questioning. Determined not to abandon his efforts, Qin Feng opted for a unique approach. He decided to utilize magical powers to delve into the enemy's mind and extract his memories. After considerable effort, Qin Feng successfully penetrated the adversary's consciousness, accessing fragments of his memories. From these recollections, he unearthed a shocking revelation. The mysterious vessels hailed from a distant land, ruled by a dark force. This malevolent entity had learned of the existence of the Chaos Gate and sought to discover a means to unlock it, unleashing its malevolent power to dominate the entire sea. Their current expedition to this maritime region was aimed at locating items and clues connected to the Chaos Gate. Qin Feng's expression darkened. He grasped the gravity of the situation. This crisis was far more severe than he had imagined. He resolved to return to the academy immediately to relay this information and devise an appropriate response strategy. Upon their return, the atmosphere within the academy grew tense. Qin Feng shared his discoveries from the sea's edge, and all present recognized the gravity of the threat. They began to fervently prepare for the impending crisis. Fortifying the academy's defenses, training more adventurers and guardians, and dispatching informants to gather further intelligence on the Dark Force. In the following days, Qin Feng and the Academy's faculty and students toiled ceaselessly, ready to defend their domain at all costs. Yet the Dark Force did not grant them ample time. One day, the Academy's alarm suddenly blared. A swarm of blackbirds appeared in the sky, radiating an aura of darkness as they approached the Academy. Qin Feng understood this was yet another assault from the Dark Force, that he immediately organized the faculty and students for defense while dispatching elite adventurers to confront the enemy. During the battle, Qin Feng noted the unusual attack patterns of the blackbirds. They could unleash torrents of dark flames and moved with remarkable speed, making evasion difficult. Qin Feng devised a unique tactic. He directed a portion of the adventurers to set magical traps around the academy, then lured the blackbirds into the snares. Once ensnared, the traps activated, capturing the birds within. The other members of the expedition seized the opportunity to launch a counteroffensive, successfully eliminating a portion of the dark birds. However, the Dark Force did not retreat. They continued to send forth more blackbirds and other monstrous entities, intensifying their assault on the academy. The defensive structures began to crumble, and casualties among the faculty and students mounted. Qin Feng's anxiety escalated. He understood that without a swift resolution, the academy faced annihilation. In the depths of his predicament, Qin Feng recalled a powerful magical force documented in ancient texts, one that could potentially aid them in repelling the Dark Force. Yet, this magic was perilous. Improper use could inflict severe harm upon the caster. With no time to hesitate, Qin Feng resolved to take the risk. He ascended to the academy's plaza, focusing his energy to wield this formidable magic. As he cast the spell, the surrounding air grew dense, and strange lights illuminated the sky. Qin Feng's body trembled as he felt a tremendous force surging within him, yet he also endured great agony. Nevertheless, he persevered, gritting his teeth and continuing the incantation. Finally, through his unwavering effort, the magical power was successfully unleashed. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from his hands, hurtling towards the dark force, wherever the light struck. The black birds and other monsters were vanquished, and the onslaught of the dark force was temporarily quelled. Qin Feng exhaled in relief, knowing they had narrowly escaped disaster. Yet he was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The dark force would not easily relent. They had to swiftly devise a definitive solution to eradicate the dark force, or the sea would remain forever unsettled. In the aftermath, Qin Feng led the Academy's faculty and students in rigorous training and preparation. They relentlessly honed their skills, seeking methods and weapons to combat the dark force. Concurrently, they actively reached out to other factions across the seas, soliciting their assistance and support. By chance, Qin Feng stumbled upon a critical lead regarding the dark force. Deep within the ocean lay a forgotten island, rumored to conceal a powerful artifact said to possess the ability to counter the dark force. Determined, Qin Feng resolved to personally journey to this island in search of the artifact. He selected a cadre of the Academy's finest students and adventurers to form an elite expedition team, boarding a specially crafted submersible as they set out into the depths of the sea. Along the way, they encountered a myriad of dangers and challenges, from ferocious sea monsters to treacherous underwater mountains, compounded by immense water pressure and frigid temperatures. Yet they persevered, driven by indomitable will and exceptional navigational skills, gradually approaching the forgotten island. Upon reaching the vicinity of the island, the team discovered it was enveloped in a formidable magical barrier, preventing direct access. Qin Feng recognized this as a significant challenge, yet he did not falter. He began to meticulously observe the structure and operational patterns of the magical barrier, endeavoring to uncover a means of its breach. After considerable effort, Qin Feng finally discerned a weakness within the magical barrier. Harnessing his magical powers and intellect, he successfully dismantled the barrier, leading the expedition team onto the island. The island was suffused with an aura of mystery, and the surrounding vegetation exhibited peculiar forms, as if influenced by some formidable force. Qin Feng guided the expedition team with utmost care as they searched the island for the whereabouts of the artifact. In the heart of the island, an ancient temple ruin emerged, partially obscured, emanating powerful energy fluctuations from its crumbling walls. Qin Feng keenly sensed that the artifact was likely concealed within this ruin. However, as they approached the temple, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and stone pillars erupted from the earth, transforming into towering stone giants that charged at them. These giants radiated an ancient magical energy, each strike delivering a formidable impact, sending debris flying and dust swirling. Qin Feng quickly commanded his team to disperse and seek out the giants' vulnerabilities, but he discovered that the energy flow at the joints of the giants was relatively weak, and he shouted for his teammates to concentrate their attacks there. The team coordinated their efforts, some casting spells to hinder the giants' movements, while others seized the opportunity to strike their joints with weapons. After an intense battle, the stone giants fell, crumbling into heaps of rubble. Continuing deeper into the temple, they stumbled upon a vast stone platform shrouded in shadows. Upon it rested a treasure chest that radiated a mysterious glow. Seemingly brimming with boundless power, daring one to look directly at it as Qin Feng approached. The moment his hand made contact with the chest, the entire chamber was engulfed in a blinding light, and the treasure chest gradually opened to reveal the Spear of Fate. The artifact lay before them. This spear was a deep azure, its shaft adorned with ancient runes, and its tip gleamed with a cold, sharp radiance, as if it could pierce through any darkness. The instant Qin Feng grasped the Spear of Fate, a surge of immense power coursed through him, his gaze sharpening with newfound determination. Yet, before they could revel in their triumph, a chilling laughter echoed from outside the temple. Qin Feng, did you truly believe you could claim the artifact so easily? A cold, familiar voice reverberated around them. Qin Feng's heart tightened as he stepped out of the temple, confronting a tall figure cloaked in black. The leader of the dark forces, He Yan, who had previously led a mysterious ship to attack them. He Yan's face twisted into a malevolent grin, his eyes glinting with madness and greed. The spear of fate was meant to be mine. With it, I shall reign over these waters, he bellowed, brandishing his black staff, unleashing a torrent of dark flames toward Qin Feng. Qin Feng deftly evaded, the flames striking a column behind him, reducing it to ashes in an instant. He Yan, your ambition shall not come to fruition. Today marks your end, Qin Feng retorted fearlessly, gripping the spear of fate, which shone brilliantly, exuding a sacred aura that starkly contrasted with He Yan's dark powers. Thus commenced a breathtaking battle. He Yan's dark magic was formidable and treacherous. Black flames, toxic mists, and lightning surged from his staff, inundating Qin Feng and his companions. Yet, drawing on the power of the spear of fate and his remarkable skills, Qin Feng nimbly evaded He Yan's assaults, constantly seeking opportunities for counterattack. With each thrust of the spear, waves of energy surged forth, dispelling the encroaching darkness. During the fray, Qin Feng discerned that although He Yan's magic was potent, it exacted a significant toll, and he would experience brief moments of vulnerability after casting certain powerful spells. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng launched a fierce assault, the spear of fate radiating a dazzling light as it pierced toward He Yan's chest. He Yan's eyes widened in shock as he hastily raised his staff to defend, successfully blocking the lethal blow but being forced back several paces, a flicker of fear crossing his features. However, He Yan was far from finished. Enraged and humiliated, he unleashed even more powerful spells. From within his robes, he produced a black crystal orb, chanting incantations. The orb erupted with a surge of dark energy, enveloping the entire island in an impenetrable gloom. Within this darkness, Qin Feng and his companions found their vision severely impaired, while He Yan's dark powers seemed to swell. Qin Feng's heart sank. He understood they could not continue battling He Yan within this obscurity. Focusing intently, he summoned the power of the spear of fate, striving to dispel the darkness. As he concentrated, the spear emitted a brilliant light, gradually illuminating the surrounding area. Yet, taking advantage of this moment, He Yan struck. A bolt of black lightning shot toward Qin Feng. He could not evade in time, the lightning striking his shoulder, causing him to grunt in pain as he staggered backward. Seeing this, his comrades rushed to his side, determined to shield him. But Qin Feng knew retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose to his feet, once more clutching the spear of fate. Everyone, stay alert and remain calm, he called out, his voice resonating with unwavering resolve. Upon witnessing Qin Feng's injury, He Yan's confidence swelled. You are no longer my match, Qin Feng. Surrender the spear of fate, he cackled, advancing menacingly toward him. Qin Feng inhaled deeply. Aware that this was a pivotal moment, he recalled a special technique regarding the spear of fate he had encountered in ancient texts, a method that demanded immense physical and mental fortitude but could potentially vanquish He Yan in one fell swoop. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, channeling his essence into the spear. As Qin Feng invoked the spell, the spear's radiance intensified, igniting the air around them. He Yan sensed an overwhelming threat. His complexion paled as he hastily cast defensive spells. Yet, it was far too late. Qin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, shouting fiercely as he raised the spear high and hurled it toward He Yan. The spear of fate soared through the air, imbued with boundless force, hurtling toward He Yan. Terrified, He Yan attempted to evade, only to find himself ensnared by an overwhelming power, rendering him immobile. In the depths of despair, the spear of fate struck true. Piercing through He Yan's chest, he emitted a harrowing scream as his form was engulfed in a blinding light, disintegrating into ashes, vanishing without a trace. With He Yan's demise, the dark forces that had shrouded the island began to dissipate, sunlight once again gracing the land. Exhausted, Qin Feng and his companions collapsed to the ground, smiles of relief adorning their faces. They understood that while this battle had been arduous, they had emerged victorious, safeguarding the spear of fate and securing a glimmer of hope for peace in these waters. Qin Feng picked up the Spear of Fate. Studying it intently, he recognized the immense power of this artifact and the necessity for its careful safeguarding to prevent it from falling into the hands of nefarious individuals. He resolved to return the spear to the academy, collaborating with the faculty and students to explore its potential for protecting the seas while fortifying measures to deter any future dark incursions. However, as they journeyed back to the academy, a sense of unease lingered among Qin Feng and his companions. They knew that although He Yin was dead, the dark forces would not simply dissolve. Deeper within these waters, perhaps even greater dangers and challenges awaited their confrontation. Moreover, He Yan's appearance had made Qin Feng acutely aware that the dark forces possessed a far deeper understanding of the seas than they had initially perceived. They must remain vigilant, enhancing intelligence, gathering, and defensive strategies to better prepare for future crises. Upon their return to the academy, Qin Feng was met with enthusiastic cheers and warm welcomes from faculty and students alike. They took great pride in Qin Feng and his team's triumph. Yet they also recognized that this victory was but a temporary reprieve, with the path to safeguarding the seas still long and arduous. Qin Feng placed the Spear of Fate within the Academy's secret chamber, entrusted to the most loyal guardians, fortified by powerful magical barriers and defensive mechanisms to ensure its safety in the days that followed. Qin Feng began to organize rigorous training and study sessions for the faculty and students. He imparted his battle experiences and techniques to the students, inviting formidable individuals from other realms to share their knowledge and insights, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the academy. Additionally, Qin Feng increased investment in intelligence operations, dispatching more agents to traverse the seas, gathering information on the dark forces and other potential threats, ensuring they could promptly identify and address any emerging crises. Yet, the tranquil days did not last long. One day, an intelligence officer hurried back to the academy, bearing shocking news. Across the sea, multiple islands had suddenly come under attack by an unknown force. The assailants employed brutal tactics, resulting in heavy casualties among the island's inhabitants, with many villages and towns reduced to rubble. Furthermore, according to survivors, the weapons and magic wielded by these attackers were exceedingly powerful, reminiscent of the dark forces led by the former Black Flame, yet seemingly even more formidable. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression turned grave. He understood that these were undoubtedly remnants of the dark forces seeking revenge, and they appeared to have gained even greater power. He promptly convened the Academy's core faculty and the most exceptional adventurers to discuss countermeasures. The enemy approaches with great ferocity. We cannot afford to be complacent. Qin Feng stated solemnly that we must act swiftly to ascertain the origins and intentions of these assailants while reinforcing the protection of each island to prevent further assaults. After deliberation, Qin Feng resolved to lead an elite expeditionary team to investigate the attacked islands, leaving a portion behind at the academy to bolster defenses against potential enemy incursions. The expedition team rapidly prepared supplies and equipment, setting sail on the swiftest vessels toward the besieged islands. Upon their arrival at the first attacked island, the scene that greeted them was harrowing, and a pungent stench of blood pervaded the air. The beach littered with corpses and debris, homes reduced to ashes, and valuables stripped bare. Qin Feng's heart swelled with anger and sorrow. He silently vowed to ensure that these assailants paid a heavy price. The expedition team meticulously searched the island for clues, discovering strange magical markings and fragments of weapons, distinct from any they had previously encountered, appearing to harbor a more ancient and malevolent power. Qin Feng realized that this enemy might be even stronger and more dangerous than they had anticipated. During their continued search, the expedition team encountered a group of survivors hiding in a cave who recounted their terrifying experiences. They spoke of the attackers' sudden appearance in the dead of night, their overwhelming numbers, and their swift, brutal actions. The magic employed by these assailants could obliterate homes and fortifications in an instant, while their weapons effortlessly pierced through flesh, leaving no room for defense. Qin Feng's heart sank further with each word. He recognized that to defeat these attackers, he must identify their weaknesses and vulnerabilities. He decided to remain on the island for a few more days to continue the search for clues while aiding the survivors in rebuilding their homes and restoring their lives. Over the next few days, The expedition team scoured the island and eventually stumbled upon a significant lead. Hidden within the northern mountainous region of the island lay a concealed cave. Surrounded by a palpable aura of dark power, intermittently illuminated by mysterious glimmers, Qin Feng suspected this cave might serve as a stronghold for the attackers or conceal important secrets related to them. He cautiously led the expedition team toward the cave, but as they drew near, they were suddenly ambushed by a horde of dark creatures. These monstrous beings, towering in stature, brandished sharp claws and teeth. Spewing forth black venom with formidable force, the expedition team engaged in a fierce battle against the dark creatures, employing magic and weaponry to fend off the relentless attacks. During the skirmish, Qin Feng discerned that these dark beings appeared to be under the sway of some force emanating from the cave. Although their onslaught was fierce, they lacked agility. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng concentrated his efforts on striking the creatures' heads, successfully repelling them one by one. As the dark beings fell, the dark energy within the cave seemed to wane. The expedition team ventured deeper into the cave, where they uncovered a myriad of traps and mechanisms, all saturated with an even more intense aura of darkness. With utmost caution, Qin Feng navigated the traps, guiding his companions further into the depths of the cave. The very core of the cave, they discovered a colossal magical array. At its center, a black crystal orb pulsating with an eerie light. Strikingly similar, yet larger and more malevolent than the one they had previously seen in the possession of Black Flame. Qin Feng realized that this orb could very well be the source of the attacker's power. They needed to devise a means to destroy it. However, just as they prepared to act, a chilling laughter echoed through the cave. Qin Feng, do you truly believe that finding us here will halt our plans? How naive! A familiar yet foreign voice reverberated in the cavern. Startled, Qin Feng scanned his surroundings but found no one in sight. Who are you? Show yourself, he shouted, his voice resonating through the cave. Ha. Qin Feng, it's been a long time. The voice responded as a figure emerged from the shadows. To Qin Feng's astonishment, it was his once allied comrade, Locke. Yet, the look in Locke's eyes was now filled with madness and malevolence. His presence exuding a potent, dark aura, a stark contrast to the person he had once known. Locke, how could you have changed so drastically? Qin Feng inquired, his heart heavy with confusion and sorrow. Locke smirked coldly, declaring, Qin Feng, you are too naive. In these waters, only those with immense power can survive. I grew weary of following in your shadow. I yearn to dominate this realm. Thus, I aligned myself with the dark forces, who granted me tremendous power to realize my ambitions. Hearing this, Qin Feng felt a surge of rage and disappointment. Locke, you have allowed dark power to cloud your judgment. Your actions will only bring further calamity to these waters. He reproached vehemently. Calamity? No, this is my opportunity. Qin Feng, today marks your demise, as well as that of your companions, who shall serve as stepping stones to my ascent. Locke laughed maniacally, brandishing a black longsword that shimmered ominously, radiating formidable dark energy. Qin Feng understood that a confrontation with Locke was inevitable. Gripping his weapon tightly, determination shone in his eyes. Locke, you have lost your way. Today, I will come to your rescue and liberate you from the grip of dark power. The two immediately plunged into a fierce battle. Locke's dark powers were immensely potent. His swordplay was sharp and unpredictable, each strike accompanied by a black glow, making them nearly insurmountable. Qin Feng, relying on his wits and combat experience, adeptly evaded Locke's assaults while seeking opportunities for counterattacks. He was acutely aware that although Locke was ensnared by dark power, his prowess remained formidable, requiring utmost caution. During the clash, Qin Feng discovered that Locke's dark power seemed linked to the crystal orb within the cave. His strength intensified as he approached it. Resolving to adopt a daring strategy, Qin Feng deliberately lured Locke away from the orb, attempting to weaken his power. Locke, sensing Qin Feng's intent, desperately sought to draw closer to the orb. But Qin Feng skillfully thwarted his attempts. A fierce chase ensued within the cave, each vying for dominance. Last, in the heat of battle, Qin Feng spotted a flaw in Locke's defenses, seizing the opportunity. He summoned all his strength and thrust his weapon with force toward Locke's chest. Locke, caught off guard, was struck, letting out a pained cry as his body was thrown backward. However, he did not succumb easily. Struggling to rise, a sinister grin spread across his face. "Qin Feng, do you think you could defeat me with that? I will not perish," he roared, his form beginning to distort and swell, as if entirely consumed by dark power. Qin Feng's heart sank. He realized that Locke had been fully overtaken by darkness, rendering him immensely powerful and deranged. He needed to find a way to conclude this battle swiftly, for the consequences of failure would be dire. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng focused his energy, summoning all the strength within him, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. His gaze hardened with resolve, his weapon gleaming with brilliant light. "Locke, this is your final opportunity. Abandon the dark power and return to the path of righteousness," he shouted. Yet, Locke disregarded his plea, spreading his arms wide and murmuring incantations, readying an even more potent dark magical assault. Witnessing this, Qin Feng no longer hesitated. He charged at Locke, his weapon imbued with formidable power, aimed directly at Locke's heart. Just as the weapon was about to pierce Locke, Qin Feng felt a tremendous resistance, yet he pressed on, channeling every ounce of his strength to drive the weapon deep. With a resounding crash, Locke's body was enveloped in a blinding light before exploding into a shower of dark energy, causing the cave to tremble violently, as if on the verge of collapse. Recognizing the urgency, Qin Feng knew they had to escape post-haste. He led the expedition team swiftly toward the cave's exit, dodging falling rocks and traps along the way to last. They emerged just as the cave collapsed. Raising a cloud of dust behind them, as Qin Feng gazed back at the crumbling cave, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. Although they had succeeded in vanquishing Locke, he understood that this was merely the beginning. The threat of dark forces continues to loom ominously, potentially escalating in severity. They must return to the academy post-haste, relay the situation to everyone, and devise a more comprehensive response plan as they journey back to the academy. Qin Feng's mind is awash with contemplation and concern. He realizes that the rise of dark forces is not merely a superficial external threat, but a manifestation of the internal conflicts and issues plaguing the maritime realm. They must address these problems at their core to truly achieve peace and tranquility in the seas. Upon returning to the academy, Qin Feng shared his experiences and discoveries with the faculty and students. The revelations left them in a state of shock and anxiety. Many expressed their willingness to stand alongside Qin Feng, united in confronting the challenges posed by the dark forces, vowing to safeguard the peace and serenity of these waters. Observing the fervor and determination in the eyes of his peers, Qin Feng felt a flicker of solace within. He understood that, despite the arduous and daunting path ahead, as long as they remained united, they could indeed overcome the dark forces and protect this beautiful and enigmatic maritime expanse. In the days that followed, Qin Feng led the academy's faculty and students in rigorous training and preparations. They tirelessly honed their skills, fortified the academy's defenses, and actively sought alliances with other maritime factions to collectively counter the threat of dark forces. The fabled Spear of Destiny became a beacon of hope within the hearts of the academy's members. They believed that with this artifact in their possession, combined with their solidarity and diligence, they could vanquish the dark forces and usher in an era of peace and prosperity for the seas. Standing in the academy's plaza, Qin Feng gazed out at the distant horizon, silently vowing, regardless of the cost, he would protect this maritime realm until the very last moment. For this was his mission. The Pursuit of a Lifetime. Chapter 16. The spread of darkness and the power of unity. Upon their return from the mysterious cave, Qin Feng and his companions had scarcely had time to recuperate before a new crisis struck. The dark forces spread like a plague throughout the maritime realm. Communication between various islands was frequently severed, and panic began to grip the hearts of the populace. Merchant fleets hesitated to venture into the sea, and fishermen refrained from casting their nets, plunging the once thriving maritime realm into a profound silence. Within the academy, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, lost in thought as he contemplated a map before him. Areas ravaged by dark forces were marked in black, and the encroaching darkness continued to expand. "Qin Feng, we can no longer remain passive," spoke Alice, a senior instructor at the academy, her beautiful visage now marred by worry. Raising his gaze, Qin Feng replied resolutely, I understand, but we require more detailed intelligence to comprehend the dark forces' patterns and objectives. Just then, a student rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, Teacher, we have just received word that several nearby fishing villages were destroyed overnight, and all the residents have vanished. Qin Feng sprang to his feet. Let us go and assess the situation. Upon arriving at the fishing village, the sight that greeted them was harrowing. Homes lay reduced to ashes. Bloodstains and signs of struggle littered the ground. Qin Feng meticulously examined the surroundings, noting peculiar footprints and traces of unfamiliar magic. This is no ordinary attack. They seem to be searching for something. He murmured. Back at the academy, Qin Feng promptly convened everyone. From this moment on, we shall divide into several teams. One to gather intelligence, another to bolster the academy's defenses, and a third to prepare supplies and weaponry, ready to respond to any potential assault. His voice was firm and commanding in unison. The gathered crowd affirmed their commitment and sprang into action in the following days. Intelligence reports began to flow in. It turned out that the dark forces were in pursuit of an ancient, mysterious artifact rumored to possess the power to upend the entire maritime realm. We must not allow them to acquire this artifact. Qin Feng clenched his fists. However, the dark forces grew increasingly brazen, attacking various islands, plundering resources, and capturing inhabitants. One fateful night, the academy was suddenly besieged by a fierce onslaught from the dark forces. Prepare for battle. Qin Feng shouted. The academy's faculty and students seized their weapons, engaging in a desperate struggle against the encroaching darkness. Flames soared into the sky, and the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. Qin Feng led the charge, the spear of destiny gleaming in his hand, each swing sending a wave of enemies sprawling. Yet the dark forces seemed inexhaustible, surging forth in relentless waves. This strategy is untenable. We must break through, Alice cried out. Qin Feng nodded. Follow me. They fought their way through, carving a bloody path toward the seashore. The coast. A large ship awaited them as they boarded. A student inquired, Where do we go now? Qin Feng gazed into the distance. That we seek allies. Only by uniting greater strength can we contend with the dark forces. Their vessel sailed across the sea for several days, ultimately arriving at a mysterious island known as the Isle of Light, where the inhabitants were said to possess formidable magic and combat skills. Upon their arrival, the island's leader warmly welcomed them. We have heard of your plight and are willing to fight alongside you, the island leader declared. With the support of the Isle of Light, Qin Feng and his companion's strength grew, but they knew it was still insufficient. Thus, they continued their quest, seeking further allies. Throughout their journey, they faced myriad challenges and obstacles, from ferocious sea beasts to treacherous weather. Yet they persevered without faltering. Long last, they united multiple islands and factions, forming a formidable coalition. It is time to strike back, Qin Feng proclaimed from the bow of the coalition's ship. The coalition set sail toward the heart of the dark forces. Along their path, they reclaimed island after island that had fallen under enemy control. However, as they approached the core of the dark forces, they encountered unprecedented resistance. The dark forces deployed their most powerful troops, and a fierce battle erupted. Magic illuminated the sky, while ships clashed upon the waves. The coalition's warriors fought valiantly, undaunted in the face of danger. On the battlefield, Qin Feng emerged like a war god. Wherever the spear of destiny struck, enemies fell before him. Yet the dark forces refused to yield, and their leader personally confronted Qin Feng in a climactic showdown. The clash of their powers resonated, as if tearing apart the very fabric of space. Qin Feng, today marks your end, the dark leader bellowed, unleashing a torrent of dark magic. With a cold laugh, Qin Feng retorted, You shall not succeed. He summoned the full might of the spear of destiny, engaging in a fierce struggle against the dark leader. In a pivotal moment, the other warriors of the coalition unleashed their most potent attacks, rallying to support Qin Feng. The dark leader began to falter, ultimately falling to a decisive strike from Qin Feng. With the leader's defeat, the dark forces descended into chaos. The coalition seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale assault, obliterating the dark forces entirely. The maritime realm was restored to its former peace and prosperity. Standing at the helm of the ship, gazing out over the beautiful sea, Qin Feng felt a swell of emotion. "This is the result of our collective efforts," Alice remarked as she joined him. Qin Feng nodded. "Yet we must remain vigilant, continuing to safeguard the peace of these waters." They returned to the academy adorned with the glory of victory, where a grand celebration was held, filled with cheers and applause for the heroes. From that day forth, Qin Feng's name became a legend throughout the maritime realm, as he and his companions continued to protect this ocean brimming with hope and dreams. After successfully defeating Locke and shattering the dark crystal sphere, Qin Feng and his companions returned to the academy. However, they were acutely aware that the threat of dark forces had not been entirely eradicated. A greater storm was quietly brewing. Upon their return, Qin Feng promptly organized a meeting to discuss long-term strategies against the dark forces. During the assembly, opinions were voiced freely, ultimately resolving to both bolster the Academy's defensive systems and actively seek out other strongholds of the dark forces, striving to eradicate them completely. In the realm of fortifying defenses, the faculty and students united in their efforts, establishing multiple magical barriers and traps, while designating personnel for round-the-clock vigilance. Simultaneously, Qin Feng personally guided students in practical training to enhance their combat skills and adaptability. Meanwhile, reconnaissance teams set forth once more, scouring the seas for traces of dark forces. After a period of diligent effort, they finally uncovered significant clues. In the distant misty seas lay a mysterious island, emanating dark energy, suspected to be a crucial stronghold of the dark forces. Determined, Qin Feng resolved to lead an elite team to investigate the misty seas. They boarded specially modified vessels, navigating through dense fog until they finally reached the enigmatic island. The island's environment was perilous, shrouded in mist that not only obscured vision, but also seemed to possess a mind-altering enchantment. Exercising utmost caution, however, armed with their extensive experience and seamless coordination, they repeatedly transformed peril into safety. At last, they discovered the stronghold of the dark forces, a colossal castle concealed within a valley. The castle was enveloped by a protective barrier imbued with dark magic, emanating an aura that sent shivers down their spines. Qin Feng meticulously observed the surroundings and discerned that the energy source of the barrier stemmed from several magical arrays distributed around the castle. He resolved to split his forces, leading a portion to dismantle the magical arrays while the remainder would divert the enemy's attention. Once the operation commenced, those tasked with drawing the enemy's focus unleashed a variety of spells and skills, creating a cacophony that successfully lured the dark forces from within the castle. A fierce battle ensued between the two sides. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stealthily maneuvered with another team to the rear of the castle, seeking the location of the magical arrays. After a thorough search, they located the arrays and launched a swift assault. However, the defenses of the arrays proved formidable, and their attacks yielded little effect. In a critical moment, Qin Feng recalled a method of counteraction documented in ancient texts that he concentrated his mind, channeling his inner strength to execute a special sword technique, successfully breaching the defenses of the magical arrays. As the arrays were dismantled, the castle's barrier gradually weakened. At this juncture, the combatants engaged with the dark forces mounted a full-scale offensive, breaching the castle's defenses in one fell swoop. The dark forces within the castle fought fiercely. Yet under the relentless assault from Qin Feng and his companions, they began to falter. Ultimately, they triumphed in obliterating this pivotal stronghold of the dark forces, significantly diminishing their power on their return to the academy. Qin Feng and his allies received alarming news. The dark forces were orchestrating a large-scale offensive targeting several key islands within the sea. Fully aware of the severity of this impending crisis, Qin Feng resolved to unite the strengths of the other islands to combat the dark forces collectively. He tirelessly led his team to various islands, engaging in discussions with the island lords to forge an alliance. After considerable effort, they successfully established a formidable coalition fleet composed of diverse warships equipped with powerful weaponry and numerous skilled warriors. As the dark forces prepared to launch their assault, the coalition fleet arrived in the designated maritime region ahead of schedule, laying numerous ambushes. When the fleet of dark forces emerged, they did not hesitate to initiate their attack. In an instant, the sea erupted in a tempest of cannon fire and magical brilliance. Qin Feng, at the forefront, steered his warship into the fray. The spear of destiny in his hand struck like lightning, relentlessly targeting the enemy's vessels and warriors under the ferocious onslaught of the coalition fleet. The Dark Forces fleet descended into chaos. However, they quickly regrouped and began organizing a counterattack. An intense naval battle unfolded, with ships colliding and warriors engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat on the decks. A pivotal moment in the battle. Qin Feng spotted the command ship of the Dark Forces that he understood that dismantling the command ship would disrupt the enemy's strategy and secure victory. Thus, he led an elite squad in a small boat, stealthily approaching the command vessel. Upon nearing the command ship, they swiftly boarded and engaged in a fierce melee. With the power of the Spear of Destiny and his masterful swordsmanship, Qin Feng fought his way to the command bridge. There, he confronted the commander of the Dark Forces. The two engaged in a climactic duel, the clash of swords and magic generating tremendous energy fluctuations. Qin Feng remained composed, continually searching for the enemy's vulnerabilities. At last, he seized an opportunity, delivering a decisive blow that felled the commander of the Dark Forces. With the commander's defeat, the Dark Fleet lost its direction, plunging into disarray. The coalition fleet pressed the advantage, thoroughly vanquishing the Dark Forces fleet and claiming victory in this maritime confrontation. This triumph greatly uplifted the spirits of those in the maritime regions, who erupted in joyous celebration. Qin Feng and his comrades became heroes, revered and praised by the masses. Yet, Qin Feng did not allow the victory to cloud his judgment. He recognized that although the Dark Forces had suffered significant losses, as long as their roots remained, they could resurface at any moment. In the ensuing days, Qin Feng continued to lead the faculty and students of the academy, along with the coalition fleet, patrolling the seas to combat the remnants of the Dark Forces, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the region. Simultaneously, they engage in relentless research and exploration, aspiring to discover a method to eradicate the Dark Forces entirely, ensuring that this maritime domain would never again fall victim to darkness. During a fortuitous encounter, Qin Feng stumbled upon an ancient tome of magic. This book contained an account of a mysterious magical ritual purported to seal the source of the dark power. Elated, Qin Feng immediately organized the Academy's mages to study this book. After extensive effort, they finally grasped the critical elements of the ritual. Consequently, Qin Feng, leading his team, followed the clues in the book to locate the source of the dark power, a hidden cave deep beneath the sea. In the cave, they set up the magical array and commenced the sealing ritual. However, the source of the dark power was immensely potent, relentlessly battering the defenses of the magical array. Qin Feng and his allies exerted every ounce of strength to maintain the array's stability. At a crucial moment, Qin Feng thrust the Spear of Destiny into the heart of the array, harnessing the artifact's power to successfully complete the sealing ritual. The source of the dark power was sealed. The ominous aura dissipated from the maritime expanse, and the skies grew brighter. The populace rejoiced, celebrating the arrival of genuine peace in the region. Qin Feng gazed upon the resplendent waters, his heart swelling with satisfaction and pride. He understood that these victories were the result of collective effort. In the days to come, he would continue to guard this maritime realm, ensuring that peace and tranquility endure. Chapter 17. New Crises and Hopes Upon Their Victorious Return. The Academy basked in a fleeting moment of joy and tranquility. Yet, Qin Feng remained vigilant, acutely aware that the Dark Forces would not relent easily. In the conference room of the Academy, he convened with several core members to discuss the next course of action. Although we have successfully defeated the Dark Lord this time, the foundation of the Dark Forces remains intact, and they are bound to seek vengeance. Qin Feng remarked, his expression grave. What should we do in response? A member inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied, it is imperative that we enhance our training and elevate everyone's strength. Simultaneously, we must continue to gather intelligence to discern the movements of the Dark Forces. At that moment, a scout rushed in, bearing shocking news that in a distant maritime expanse, a mysterious force has emerged, reportedly consuming all forms of life, the scout gasped. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was a new tactic employed by the dark forces. It remains unclear, but reports indicate that several islands have already been affected, and the situation is dire, the scout added. Qin Feng sprang to his feet. We can no longer afford to wait. We must depart immediately to uncover the truth. Soon, Qin Feng led an elite team on another expedition. After several days of sailing, they finally approached the maritime region where the mysterious power resided. From a distance, a peculiar mist enveloped the sea, evoking an unsettling chill. Qin Feng cautiously directed the vessels closer, but as they entered the mist, they were suddenly assailed by a powerful pressure, as if invisible hands were constricting them. "Everyone, be cautious," Qin Feng shouted. Just then, the sea erupted in monstrous waves as a colossal creature surged forth from the depths. This beast, towering like a mountain and adorned with sharp spines, breathed forth black flames. The team members unleashed their spells and martial skills, engaging the creature in fierce combat. Armed with the Spear of Destiny, Qin Feng lunged towards the creature's head. The beast, sensing Qin Feng's approach, swung its tail violently, attempting to swat him away. In midair, Qin Feng deftly evaded the creature's assault and thrust towards its eyes. The monster roared in agony, becoming increasingly frenzied in its attacks against the group. Amidst the tumult, one team member was unfortunate enough to be struck by the creature's flames, collapsing to the ground in pain. "We must hold on," Qin Feng urged. After a grueling struggle, he finally discerned the creature's weakness and drove the Spear of Destiny deep into its heart. The beast fell with a thunderous crash, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. However, before they could catch their breath, more monsters emerged from the sea. "What on earth is happening?" a team member exclaimed in terror. Qin Feng contemplated the relentless onslaught of creatures and suddenly formed a hypothesis. "Perhaps this mysterious power is controlling these monsters. We must locate the source to resolve this issue once and for all," he declared. Thus, they pressed deeper into the maritime region. Along the way, they confronted numerous dangers and challenges but refused to yield. Ultimately, they discovered a mysterious island shrouded in a veil of black light, exuding an aura of malevolence. Qin Feng led his team ashore, uncovering strange runes and magical arrays scattered throughout the island. "This must be the handiwork of the dark forces," Qin Feng remarked. Just as they were preparing to explore the island, a group of dark sorcerers appeared before them. "You arrogant fools, how dare you trespass here?" sneered the leading sorcerer. Unfazed, Qin Feng declared, "Your nefarious schemes shall not prevail." Thus commenced a fierce battle of magic between the two sides. The dark sorcerers unleashed a myriad of wicked spells, while Qin Feng and his companions resisted with unwavering resolve and exquisite skill. During the fray, Qin Feng discerned that the magic wielded by the dark sorcerers seemed to be augmented by a certain force emanating from the island, rendering it extraordinarily potent. "We must shatter this enhancement," Qin Feng shouted. After a tumultuous struggle, they finally located the core of the magic array and succeeded in dismantling it. With the destruction of the array, the power of the dark sorcerers diminished instantaneously. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng led his comrades in a final assault, vanquishing the dark sorcerers one by one, just as they believed victory was within their grasp. A deep, ominous roar reverberated from the depths of the island. "This is bad. There is a more formidable foe," Qin Feng warned, his vigilance heightened. They followed the sound, only to be confronted by a colossal dark creature. This entity boasted enormous wings and razor-sharp claws, exuding an oppressive aura. "This is the Guardian of Darkness. It appears we have approached the core of the mysterious power," Qin Feng stated. Without further ado, the Dark Guardian lunged at them. Once again, Qin Feng and his companions found themselves embroiled in a life-and-death struggle. As the battle raged on, Qin Feng gradually realized that, despite its formidable strength, the Dark Guardian's movements seemed somewhat constrained. "Everyone, be vigilant and observe its actions for weaknesses," Qin Feng commanded. Through meticulous scrutiny, they discovered that the left wing of the Dark Guardian appeared injured, hindering its agility. Qin Feng resolved to concentrate their efforts on attacking its left wing. The team rallied in response, unleashing a barrage of attacks upon the Dark Guardian's wounded appendage. under their relentless onslaught. The Guardian began to lose its balance. Timing his strike perfectly, Qin Feng brandished the Spear of Destiny and launched himself toward the creature's head. With the Dark Guardian's collapse, the source of the mysterious power was finally obliterated. The mist over the sea gradually dissipated, and the monstrous entities vanished without a trace. Exhausted, Qin Feng and his companions sat on the ground, smiles of relief gracing their faces. "We succeeded," one team member exclaimed. Qin Feng nodded, acknowledging that this was merely a temporary victory. They must continue their efforts to safeguard the peace of these waters on their journey back to the academy. Qin Feng pondered their recent experiences. He recognized that the methods of the dark forces were becoming increasingly intricate and potent. They must constantly elevate their own abilities to confront even greater challenges in the future. Upon returning to the academy, Qin Feng shared their experiences with everyone and devised a more rigorous training regimen and defensive measures. "We can no longer remain passive. We must take the initiative to eradicate the dark forces' remaining strength," Qin Feng asserted. Under his leadership, the Academy's members were imbued with confidence and determination, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Meanwhile, in the shadowy recesses, the remnants of the dark forces regrouped, their hatred for Qin Feng and his companions intensifying. As a grander conspiracy quietly took shape. After resolving the crisis of the mysterious island, Qin Feng and his team returned to the academy, weary yet gratified. However, before they could properly recuperate, new troubles swiftly followed. Within the academy, some students suddenly experienced uncontrollable surges of magical energy during training, suffering severe backlash. Upon learning of this situation, Qin Feng hurried to the scene for an assessment. "What is happening? This has never occurred before," he remarked, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After thorough investigation, he discovered that these students had all come into contact with a mysterious black crystal, which had only appeared in the academy after their return from the enigmatic island. Could this be a new scheme of the dark forces? An unsettling premonition surged within Qin Feng that he promptly summoned the academy's higher-ups to discuss countermeasures. "We must swiftly identify a solution. We cannot allow more students to be harmed," Qin Feng declared with unwavering resolve. Simultaneously, on the opposite side of the sea, within the lair of the dark forces, a shadowy figure coldly gazed at a crystal ball, displaying the chaotic scenes unfolding within the academy. "Qin Feng, let us see how you will respond this time." The figure cackled ominously. In pursuit of a remedy for the magical surges, Qin Feng resolved to embark on another perilous adventure. He gathered a few capable companions and delved into the academy's library in search of ancient tomes and records. After days and nights of relentless searching, they finally unearthed a clue within a weathered manuscript. It was said that atop a distant snow-capped mountain grew a celestial herb known as spirit heartgrass, capable of purifying all malevolent forces. Without hesitation, Qin Feng led his team toward the snow mountain. Along the way, they faced treacherous weather and ferocious magical beasts, yet they pressed on undeterred. At last, they reached the base of the snow-capped mountain. Gazing up at the towering peak, Qin Feng inhaled deeply and cautioned, "Everyone be careful. The conditions on the mountain may prove more perilous than we anticipate." His companions nodded in agreement, following Qin Feng as they began their ascent. The mountaintop was frigid and the path was treacherous. However, with their indomitable spirit, they persevered step by step. Just as they neared the summit, a colossal snow beast emerged before them, roaring ferociously as it charged. Qin Feng and his comrades quickly engaged in a fierce battle against the snow beast. After a grueling struggle, they ultimately triumphed, successfully locating the spirit heartgrass. With the precious herb in hand, Qin Feng hurried back to the academy, concocting a potion for the students afflicted by magical surges. Miraculously, their conditions began to improve, and their magical energies returned to normal, just as everyone began to rejoice. A new alarm sounded. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Academy's weakened defenses, the Dark Forces launched a large-scale assault. Qin Feng immediately organized the students for resistance, and another fierce battle erupted within the Academy. The Dark Forces surged forth like a tidal wave, the clash of magic and weapons resonating throughout the Academy. Armed with the Spear of Destiny, Qin Feng led the charge, each of his strikes imbued with immense power. Repelling wave after wave of adversaries, his teammates displayed unwavering courage, coordinating their efforts to unleash their unique abilities. Some conjured powerful magical shields to protect injured classmates, while others nimbly maneuvered through the enemy ranks, delivering lethal blows. Amidst the fierce conflict, Qin Feng perceived a distinct objective behind the Dark Forces' assault. They were striving to breach the defenses and penetrate the Academy's core area, that we cannot allow them to succeed. Qin Feng roared, intensifying their counterattacks. However, the overwhelming numbers of the Dark Forces began to take their toll, and Qin Feng's team gradually felt the strain. Just then, a resounding bird call echoed from above. It was a flock of powerful magical birds coming to their aid. The birds unleashed vibrant spells, launching a fierce counterattack against the Dark Forces. With the assistance of the celestial birds, the tide of battle began to turn, and the Dark Forces gradually retreated. Ultimately, Qin Feng led his comrades to successfully repel the Dark Forces' assault. The Academy once again returned to a semblance of tranquility, but Qin Feng understood that this was merely a fleeting peace. Greater challenges awaited them. Chapter 18. The mysterious ruins and ancient legends. After successfully fending off yet another assault by the Dark Forces, Qin Feng and his companions commenced the reconstruction of the Academy. However, the calm days did not last long. One day, while organizing the Academy's ancient texts, Qin Feng stumbled upon a weathered map. This map marked the location of a mysterious ruin that he had never heard of before. According to the documents, this ruin concealed a tremendous power, potentially linked to the peace and tranquility of the sea. A strong sense of curiosity and surged within Qin Feng, prompting him to assemble a team and venture to this enigmatic ruin. After meticulous selection, he set forth with a few of his most trusted companions on a journey brimming with uncertainty. They sailed on a vessel, traversing the vast ocean for several days. Along the way, they encountered fierce storms and various perilous sea monsters. Yet through sheer determination and exceptional combat skills, they repeatedly turned calamity into fortune. Eventually, they reached the island marked on the map as the site of the mysterious ruins. This island was shrouded in dense jungle, enveloped in an aura of mystery that evoked a sense of profound reverence. Cautiously, Qin Feng and his companions stepped onto the island, only to confront an array of intricate traps and labyrinths as they ventured into the jungle. However, leveraging his keen observational prowess and intellect, Qin Feng led the team deeper into the thicket. In the depths of the jungle, they discovered an ancient temple. The temple's walls were adorned with strange runes and symbols, seemingly narrating a tale from a distant past. Qin Feng scrutinized these inscriptions, attempting to decipher their meaning. Just then, a low, rumbling roar reverberated from within the temple. A colossal guardian beast emerged from the shadows, its immense form radiating an overwhelming aura. Its eyes gleamed with a fierce light, fixating intently on Qin Feng and his companions. "Everyone be cautious," Qin Feng shouted, his voice echoing with urgency. The team swiftly entered a state of readiness. Unleashing their magic and martial skills, the guardian beast lunged ferociously towards them, igniting a fierce battle. Qin Feng quickly discerned the creature's extraordinary strength. Ordinary attacks were nearly ineffective against it. He began to devise a strategy and, in a sudden stroke of insight, noticed a faintly glowing rune on the beast's abdomen. "That must be its weakness," Qin Feng exclaimed. The team concentrated their fire on the guardian's vulnerable spot, and the beast gradually succumbed to their relentless assault, its anguished roars signaling its waning resistance. Having triumphed over the guardian beast, Qin Feng and his companions delved deeper into the temple. In the core of the temple, they stumbled upon a grand stone pedestal, upon which lay an ancient tome. Qin Feng gently lifted the book and opened its cover, revealing the title. "The Lost Power," as he began to read, a forgotten history unfolded before them. Long ago, a powerful sorcerer had reigned over the seas, wielding dominion over the elements. However, his immense power attracted the covetous gaze of dark forces. To safeguard the tranquility of the seas, the sorcerer sealed his powers within this relic, leaving behind a prophecy. Only when the righteous face a grave crisis can this power seal be broken to save the world. Realizing that the threat posed by the dark forces was indeed the moment to unlock this power, Qin Feng understood that breaking the seal would not be a simple task. It would require navigating a series of formidable trials. Their first challenge manifested as a magical labyrinth, filled with illusions and misleading paths. A misstep could lead them into perilous traps. Qin Feng calmed his mind, employing his magical perception to guide his team step by step toward the correct route. After a lengthy exploration, they finally emerged from a maze. Next, they confronted a formidable magical barrier that demanded their collective strength to dismantle. Hand in hand, Qin Feng and his companions channeled their magical energies into a sigil. As their power converged, the sigil erupted in a brilliant light, ultimately shattering the magical barrier. Upon overcoming all trials, they arrived at the heart of the power's seal. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng followed the instructions from the tome to begin the unsealing process. A surge of potent energy burst forth from the seal, enveloping the entire temple. Qin Feng felt the sheer strength of this force, his heart swelling with hope. Yet, just then, an unforeseen calamity struck: the dark forces. Sensing the awakening of this power, dispatched a multitude of elites to seize it. Undaunted, Qin Feng and his comrades engaged in a fierce struggle against the dark forces. Their spells and martial techniques clashed within the ruins, illuminating the surroundings with vibrant energy. Armed with the spear of destiny, Qin Feng fought valiantly, his allies steadfastly by his side, refusing to waver. As the battle raged, Qin Feng gradually gained the upper hand, forcing the dark forces to retreat. Ultimately, he successfully safeguarded this mysterious power, bringing it back to the academy. With a newfound strength bolstering the academy, their resolve to confront the dark forces intensified. However, they were acutely aware that the dark forces would not relent, and greater challenges loomed on the horizon. Upon returning, the academy was engulfed in joy and anticipation. Yet they understood the dark forces would not easily forgive their affront. True to their fears, it wasn't long before a more ferocious retaliation commenced. A tide of dark creatures surged toward the academy, their numbers and power unprecedented. Qin Feng swiftly organized the faculty and students for defense, standing resolutely atop the academy walls, his gaze unwavering upon the approaching dark army. "Fear not, we possess the blessing of this mysterious power, and we shall surely triumph." He rallied, igniting the spirits of his comrades. The battle commenced, a cacophony of magical brilliance and the clash of weapons creating a chaotic and intense battlefield. Qin Feng led the charge, wielding the spear of destiny, each strike repelling swathes of dark creatures. Yet, the dark forces seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of troops. For every wave that fell, another quickly surged forth. Gradually, vulnerabilities appeared in the academy's defenses, and some faculty and students began to sustain injuries. "Concentrate our strength. Hold the line," Qin Feng commanded that moment. Several powerful sorcerers from the dark forces emerged, casting dark spells that severely pressured the academy's defenses. Recognizing the need for a proactive approach, Qin Feng glanced at his trusted allies and declared, "Follow me. We must break through," leading them like a sharpened blade into the heart of the dark forces. Their brave actions inspired others to join the fray, and soon, the tide began to turn. After a fierce and arduous struggle, the dark forces were momentarily repelled, but Qin Feng and his comrades were left weary and scarred. "We must take this time to regroup and prepare for the next wave," Qin Feng instructed. Within the academy, the atmosphere was charged with urgency as everyone prepared. Meanwhile, Qin Feng pondered their next course of action. Realizing that relying solely on their current strength would not suffice to vanquish the dark forces entirely, in the midst of this contemplation, a mysterious elder appeared at the academy. "Qin Feng, I can assist you," the elder offered. Qin Feng eyed him warily. "Who are you? Why do you wish to help us?" The elder smiled gently. "I am the guardian of these seas, and the rise of the dark forces threatens the balance of our realm. I possess knowledge of their secrets." Though skeptical, Qin Feng chose to trust the elder in this critical moment. The elder revealed that the dark forces drew their power from a cursed cave, and destroying it would weaken their might. Without hesitation, Qin Feng gathered an elite team and followed the elder to the cave. Within, a shroud of darkness enveloped them, fraught with perilous traps and magical wards. Yet, undeterred, they ventured Deeper to the cave's depths, they discovered the source of the dark power, a dark crystal radiating potent energy, spreading its influence outward. It must be destroyed, Qin Feng declared. However, as they prepared to strike, the leader of the dark forces materialized. Oh, you truly believe you can thwart me? Such naivety. The leader sneered. A fierce confrontation ensued, with Qin Feng battling the leader in a desperate clash. The spear of destiny met the leader's dark staff, sparking brilliantly with each impact. In a crucial moment, Qin Feng's allies unleashed their most potent magic, attacking the leader in unison. Gradually, the leader found himself on the defensive. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng summoned all his strength and thrust the spear of destiny toward the dark crystal. With a resounding explosion, the crystal shattered, and the dark power dissipated instantaneously. The leader's despairing roar echoed as he vanished into the shadows, having successfully destroyed the source of the dark power. Qin Feng and his companions returned to the academy to a rapturous welcome from their peers. Yet, Qin Feng knew the battle was far from over. They needed to persist in their efforts to protect the peace and tranquility of the seas. In the days that followed, Qin Feng fortified the academy's defenses while actively collaborating with other righteous forces to combat the remnants of the dark forces. Across every corner of the seas, the flame of justice began to blaze, drawing more and more individuals into the fight against darkness. Qin Feng was resolute. As long as they stood united, they would ultimately eradicate the dark forces and restore light to the seas. During a minor skirmish with the dark forces, Qin Feng serendipitously discovered a tome of dark magic belonging to the enemy. This volume contained the origins of dark sorcery and methods to counter it. Qin Feng regarded it as a treasure and delved into its study, hoping to uncover the key to annihilating the dark forces once and for all. After several days of intensive research, he unearthed a crucial clue. The dark forces thrived due to their mastery of a dark magic that could manipulate the hearts of men, that we must find a way to break this magic to resolve the issue fundamentally, Qin Feng asserted. Leading his team, they embarked on a quest to discover the means of counteraction. Along the way, they encountered numerous challenges and hardships, but refused to yield. Eventually, they located an ancient manuscript in a venerable library, detailing a powerful purification spell capable of liberating hearts from dark magic's grasp. Qin Feng and his companions immediately began to learn and practice this spell. Soon thereafter, they readied themselves for the final confrontation against the dark forces. On the eve of battle, Qin Feng stood before the entire academy in the square, rallying the faculty and students. This is our final fight for the peace of the seas, for our homeland. Let us battle to the very end. A chorus of voices rang out, filled with fervor and determination. The following day, sunlight shimmered upon the surface of the sea as Qin Feng led the group towards the lair of the dark forces. An ultimate battle, one that would determine the fate of the maritime realm, was about to commence. Chapter 19. The dark counterattack. Qin Feng, at the helm of his companions, advanced toward the stronghold of the dark forces, each heart brimming with tension and anticipation. They were acutely aware that this would be a decisive confrontation shaping the destiny of their waters. Upon their arrival at the lair, the sight before them elicited a collective gasp. Ominous castles loomed atop sheer cliffs, shrouded in a dense atmosphere of darkness. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng proclaimed, "Warriors, for the peace of our domain and for our future, charge forth." The crowd echoed his rallying cry and surged towards the fortress. The soldiers of the dark forces surged forth like a tidal wave, and in an instant, both sides were embroiled in fierce combat. Wielding the spear of destiny, Qin Feng wove through the enemy ranks, dispatching foes with each strike. His comrades, too, showcased their formidable magic and martial prowess, engaging in a life-or-death struggle against the enemy. From a vantage point high within the castle, the leader of the dark forces observed the battlefield with a cold, predatory glint in his eyes. Qin Feng, today marks your demise, he bellowed, unleashing a potent dark spell aimed at Qin Feng. Feeling an overwhelming pressure, Qin Feng clenched his teeth, raising the spear of destiny to withstand the onslaught of darkness. "Everyone together, we cannot allow the leader to prevail," cried one of Qin Feng's allies. The group rallied around him, pooling their strength. With their collective support, Qin Feng managed to withstand the dark leader's assault. Seizing the moment, he charged toward the leader. The leader, sensing the impending threat, vanished in a flash. Yet, Qin Feng remained undeterred, keenly attuned to the surrounding energies. Suddenly, he pivoted and thrust the spear of destiny behind him. A pained scream pierced the air as the dark leader materialized, the spear piercing his shoulder, blood gushing forth. "How dare you wound me?" The leader roared in fury. Qin Feng met his gaze with icy resolve, declaring, "Your end is nigh." The leader erupted into a mocking laugh. "Oh, not be so naive, Qin Feng. This is merely the beginning." With that, he unleashed a formidable spell, enveloping the battlefield in darkness. Though Qin Feng and his allies found themselves in dire straits, they refused to falter. Relying on their unwavering will and seamless cooperation, they continued to battle against the encroaching shadows. At that moment, one of the team members discerned a flaw in the dark magic's core. "Qin Feng, attack the heart of the magic," he shouted. Responding to the call, Qin Feng focused all his might, hurling the spear of destiny toward the heart of the dark magic. With a resounding explosion, the dark enchantment shattered, and light illuminated the battlefield once more. The morale of the group surged, driving them to fight with renewed ferocity. Seeing the tides turn against him, the dark leader summoned forth formidable dark creatures, imbued with terrifying strength and resilience, posing a significant challenge for Qin Feng and his companions. "Oh, not fear. We shall triumph over them." Qin Feng rallied their spirits, despite suffering injuries in the battle against the dark beasts. The team resolutely held their ground, refusing to yield an inch. After an arduous struggle, they ultimately vanquished all the dark creatures. By this time, the dark leader had succumbed to madness. "Even in death, I shall take you with me," he bellowed, preparing to unleash a final self-destruct spell. Qin Feng, sensing the leader's intent, charged without hesitation, plunging the spear of destiny into the leader's heart at the last moment. The dark leader's form disintegrated into a cloud of smoke, dissipating into the air. With his demise, the dark soldiers lost their command and began to scatter in disarray. Qin Feng and his comrades pressed the advantage, completely eradicating the dark forces as the battle concluded. The setting sun cast its warm glow over the battlefield, and Qin Feng and his allies collapsed in exhaustion. "But we have emerged victorious," one team member said weakly. Qin Feng surveyed the ravaged landscape, his heart heavy with reflection. "Indeed, we have triumphed. Yet, this is merely the beginning. We must rebuild our homeland and restore vitality to our waters," he declared. Nods of agreement echoed among the group, their eyes alight with hope and determination. In the days that followed, Qin Feng led them in the restoration efforts, mending the damaged islands, assisting injured residents in regaining their health, and re-establishing peace and order. However, just as everything seemed to be progressing positively, a new crisis loomed ominously on the horizon. During a patrol, Qin Feng detected some peculiar signs. Unknown creatures had begun to appear within the waters, behaving strangely as if in search of something. A sense of vigilance arose within Qin Feng. He commenced an investigation into the origins of these beings. Through diligent efforts, he unearthed a connection to an ancient legend, one that spoke of a mysterious power sealed deep within the ocean. Once the dark forces were vanquished, this power would awaken. Fearing that this power might herald new calamities, Qin Feng resolved to embark on yet another adventure to seek a resolution. He summoned a few companions, preparing for departure. This time, regardless of the challenges we face, we must not waver, Qin Feng asserted. His comrades nodded in agreement, confident that together they could overcome any obstacle. They set sail towards the uncharted waters, confronting fierce storms and perilous sea monsters along the way. Yet they persevered without faltering. At last, they arrived at the fabled site of the mysterious power seal. It was a vast underwater cavern, aglow with strange luminescence. Cautiously, Qin Feng and his companions entered, encountering a plethora of enigmatic runes and magical arrays. As they explored the cavern, a sudden surge of immense power ensnared them. "Everyone be careful," Qin Feng shouted. They sought an escape, but every attempt ended in failure. It was then that Qin Feng discovered an ancient scroll within the cavern, detailing the method to control the mysterious power. "Perhaps this is our salvation," he mused. Following the instructions within the scroll, they endeavor to harness the mysterious power. After considerable effort, they succeeded in gaining control and safely sealing the power away. As they emerged from the cavern, sunlight bathed them in warmth and comfort. Once again, we have saved our waters, one team member exclaimed. Qin Feng smiled into the distance, cognizant that further challenges awaited them, yet they were prepared that on their journey home. Qin Feng contemplated future developments that we must establish a more robust defense system, nurture more exceptional talents, and ensure everlasting peace for our realm, he proclaimed. His companions wholeheartedly agreed, believing that under Qin Feng's leadership, the future of their waters would be ever more radiant. Having successfully controlled and sealed the mysterious power, they set forth on their return journey, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Unbeknownst to them, however, an elusive dark presence quietly trailed in their wake. Upon their return to the academy, they had scarcely begun to recuperate when they noticed some irregularities. Certain plants within the academy began to wither, and the animals grew restless and agitated. The sense of foreboding washed over Qin Feng. They promptly gathered everyone to discuss a strategy. These changes have occurred too abruptly. I suspect they are linked to the mysterious power we recently encountered. Qin Feng said, furrowing his brow. Could it be that the seal did not take full effect? One team member asked with concern. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. It is possible, but we cannot discount the influence of other unknown factors. We must ascertain the truth without delay. Thus, Qin Feng led a small group on a thorough investigation. They meticulously searched every corner of the academy, leaving no stone unturned. Eventually, they discovered a hidden magical array in the basement, emanating a faint aura of darkness that closely resembled what they had sensed at the ceiling site. It appears the issue originates from here, Qin Feng stated, just as they were about to examine the magical array. It suddenly erupted with blinding light, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that engulfed them. Instantly, Qin Feng and his companions felt a crushing pressure, as if weighed down by an insurmountable burden, rendering them immobile. This is a trap, Qin Feng shouted in alarm. At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged from the magical array. Qin Feng, did you think sealing the mysterious power would grant you peace? How naive, the dark figure sneered. Qin Feng glared defiantly at the figure, demanding, Who are you? I am the harbinger of darkness. Your fates have long been sealed, the dark envoy proclaimed, intensifying the output of dark energy. Qin Feng and his companions gritted their teeth, valiantly resisting the overwhelming force. At this critical juncture, Qin Feng suddenly recalled an ancient incantation he had learned during their adventures. He struggled to recite the chant, endeavoring to break the shackles of the dark forces. A miracle transpired. As the incantation flowed from his lips, a radiant glow began to emanate from their bodies, countering the encroaching darkness. The dark emissary, witnessing this, wore a grim expression. That I never anticipated you possessed such abilities. But it changes nothing. With that, he gestured dramatically, amplifying the potency of the dark forces. The resistance put forth by Qin Feng and his companions grew increasingly arduous, yet their gazes remained resolute and unyielding. Just as they teetered on the brink of collapse, other members of the academy detected the unusual commotion from the basement and hurried to their aid. The collective strength of the gathered allies ultimately shattered the dark emissary's grip. Realizing the peril of the situation, the dark emissary attempted to flee. Qin Feng, however, would not allow him to escape. Wielding the spear of destiny, he leaped into pursuit. After an intense chase, Qin Feng finally caught up with the dark emissary. Prepare to meet your end, he roared, thrusting the spear of destiny towards him. The dark emissary let out a despairing shriek, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. With the eradication of the dark emissary, the anomalies within the academy gradually returned to normal. Exhausted, Qin Feng and his companions collapsed on the ground, their faces nonetheless illuminated by victorious smiles. That was far too perilous. Fortunately, we did not give up. One of the team members remarked. Qin Feng nodded. Yet we must remain vigilant. The threat of darkness may manifest in other forms. This event solidified Qin Feng's resolve to safeguard the seas. He began to devise a more comprehensive defense strategy, intensifying the study and monitoring of various mystical forces. Point 1. Tranquil night. Standing atop the academy's roof, Qin Feng gazed at the starry sky. The road ahead is long, but I believe that as long as we stand united, nothing can impede our progress, he pondered silently. Meanwhile, in a distant dark corner, new schemes were brewing. Chapter 20. A new journey. After the fierce confrontation with the dark emissary, the academy temporarily returned to its former tranquility. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. They must remain ever vigilant, preparing for the potentially greater challenges that lay ahead in the days that followed. Qin Feng focused on reinforcing the academy's defenses while training the students in combat techniques and magical abilities. Simultaneously, he proactively sought connections with other righteous forces across the seas, aspiring to forge a powerful alliance to collectively confront the looming threat of darkness. One day, Qin Feng received a mysterious letter from afar. The letter mentioned significant clues related to dark forces discovered in a remote, mysterious sea. Determined, Qin Feng decided to personally lead an elite team for exploration. They set sail on specially crafted vessels, navigating the tumultuous ocean for several days. Along the way, they encountered severe weather and ferocious sea monsters. Yet through tenacity and exceptional teamwork, they consistently turned peril into safety. At last, they reached the mysterious sea. The water here exhibited an extraordinary deep blue hue, enveloped in a thin mist that imparted an aura of mystery and danger. Cautiously, Qin Feng directed the vessel forward when suddenly, a surge of intense magical energy caught his attention. "Everyone be cautious. There may be trouble," Qin Feng warned loudly, and no sooner had he spoken than a swarm of gigantic magical fish leaped from the water, launching an assault. These magical fish shimmered with an otherworldly glow, unleashing powerful jets of magical water from their mouths. The team responded swiftly, casting various defensive spells, while Qin Feng, brandishing the Spear of Destiny, leaped into the fray, engaging in fierce combat. After a strenuous battle, they finally repelled the magical fish's assault. Yet, Qin Feng knew in his heart that this was merely the beginning. They delved deeper into the mysterious sea and discovered an ancient ruin hidden beneath the waves. This ruin was shielded by a formidable magical barrier, rendering access nearly impossible. Qin Feng scrutinized the structure of the magical shield, seeking a means to breach it. After extensive study, he discerned that the shield's energy source emanated from a magical tower within the ruin. "We must destroy that magical tower to break the shield," Qin Feng declared. Accordingly, the team commenced crafting a detailed plan. They divided into groups, one responsible for diverting the shield's attention, while another seized the opportunity to infiltrate the ruin and locate the magical tower. Following tense preparations, the operation commenced. The group tasked with attracting attention unleashed potent spells, eliciting a fierce reaction from the shield, while the other group, led by Qin Feng, successfully infiltrated the interior of the ruin. Inside the ruin lay a complex array of mechanisms and traps, but Qin Feng, with his keen intuition and extensive experience, guided his team through each obstacle. At last, they located the magical tower. However, just as they prepared to destroy it, a cadre of dark sorcerers materialized before them. "You shall not disrupt our plans," the dark sorcerers bellowed. A fierce magical duel ensued. Qin Feng engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the dark sorcerers, his Spear of Destiny gleaming brilliantly amidst the magical light. The team members, undaunted, unleashed their most powerful spells. In the heat of battle, Qin Feng gradually gained the upper hand, seizing the moment to obliterate the magical tower. As the tower collapsed, the barrier surrounding the ruin vanished instantaneously. Qin Feng led his team into the depths of the ruin, eager to uncover its secrets. Within, they stumbled upon an ancient tome of magic, documenting a formidable dark magical ritual. Realizing the catastrophic implications should this dark ritual fall into the hands of malevolent forces, Qin Feng resolved, "We must swiftly return this book to the academy and devise a means to counteract it." Just as they prepared to leave the ruin, the dark forces' army arrived. "Leave the book behind, or none of you shall escape alive," the leader of the dark forces shouted. Qin Feng stood undeterred. "If you have the ability, come and take it." A thrilling battle erupted. Qin Feng and his team valiantly resisted the onslaught of the dark forces, yet their numbers swelled, and they found themselves increasingly beleaguered. In this dire moment. A contingent of allies suddenly appeared. It turned out that the righteous forces from other seas had received Qin Feng's distress signal and arrived just in time to provide support. With their assistance, Qin Feng and his companions successfully extricated themselves from the dark forces' encirclement, safely returning to the academy with the magical tome. Upon their return, Qin Feng immediately organized scholars to study the tome. After tirelessly working day and night, they finally uncovered the key to dismantling the dark magical ritual. However, just as they prepared to execute their countermeasures, the dark forces launched a large-scale assault once more. This time, their target was the academy itself. Qin Feng rallied the faculty and students to resist, transforming the academy into a fierce battlefield. The clashing of magical energies and weapons resonated throughout the air, mingling blood and sweat. During the fray, Qin Feng noted that the dark forces' assault was more relentless and organized than ever, evidently the result of meticulous planning. Hold fast, we cannot allow them to succeed. Qin Feng roared. Inspired by his words, the team fought with even greater valor. After several hours of fierce combat, the dark forces began to retreat. However, the academy had suffered considerable losses. Qin Feng surveyed the ravaged grounds of the academy, his heart swelling with anger and determination that we must take the initiative and eradicate the dark forces. He declared, in the ensuing days, Qin Feng commenced preparations for a large-scale counteroffensive. He allied with other righteous forces across the seas to form a formidable coalition. They meticulously devised a comprehensive battle plan to launch a final assault on the dark forces' stronghold. At dawn, the coalition set forth, armed with unwavering conviction and fearless courage, advancing towards the dark forces' lair. A decisive battle for the fate of the seas was about to unfold. Throughout the preparations for this large-scale counteroffensive, Qin Feng faced numerous challenges. The logistics of resource acquisition, tactical coordination among the coalition, and intelligence gathering on the dark forces' stronghold were all crucial and fraught with difficulty. Nevertheless, through steadfast resolve and exceptional leadership, Qin Feng systematically tackled one issue after another. He tirelessly conferred with the leaders of other righteous forces, continually refining their battle plans to ensure absolute success. At last, the day of the counteroffensive arrived. Under Qin Feng's command, the coalition marched resolutely towards the dark forces' stronghold. Along the way, banners waved triumphantly and morale soared. As they neared the stronghold, the dark forces were already on high alert. The walls bristled with dark sorcerers and various defensive fortifications, the atmosphere charged with tension. Unfazed by the formidable sight before him, Qin Feng raised the spear of destiny and proclaimed, "Warriors, for justice, for peace, charge forward." With his command, the coalition surged like a tidal wave against the dark forces' defenses, the cacophony of clashing magic and weapons, intertwined with the cries of battle, resounded deafeningly. Leading the charge, Qin Feng wielded his spear of destiny, each swing unleashing formidable power that repelled numerous dark foes. Inspired by his valor, the coalition's warriors fought valiantly. And soon, the defenses of the dark forces began to falter. Yet the forces of darkness were not to be underestimated. They retaliated fiercely in an attempt to thwart the coalition's advance. The battle escalated into a fervent struggle, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. In that critical moment, Qin Feng discerned a vulnerability in the dark forces' defenses. Swiftly, he organized an elite team, personally guiding them towards that weak point. "Follow me, breach their lines," Qin Feng shouted. Under his leadership, the elite squad surged forward like a sharp blade, piercing through the dark forces' frail segment. The defenses crumbled, invigorating the coalition's morale as they flooded into the lair of the dark forces. However, once inside the lair, they discovered it riddled with traps and magical mechanisms. Many coalition warriors fell victim to these snares, suffering injuries or even sacrificing their lives. Qin Feng, burning with urgency, understood that panic was not an option. He calmly directed his soldiers to advance cautiously, avoiding traps while seeking the core power of the dark forces. After a grueling search, they finally located the stronghold of the dark forces leader. The leader stood atop a high platform, enveloped by a formidable dark magical shield. "Qin Feng, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" the leader bellowed arrogantly. Qin Feng glared fiercely, declaring, "Today marks your end." With that, he led his warriors in a final charge towards the platform. The Dark Leader unleashed powerful dark magic to impede their progress. Yet Qin Feng and his comrades pressed forward, undeterred, inching closer to the platform. Amidst the fierce combat, several of Qin Feng's teammates tragically fell, yet this only steeled his resolve to vanquish the Dark Leader at last. Qin Feng shattered the dark magical shield and engaged the leader in a one-on-one duel. Their powers clashed, causing the very space around them to tremble. After a heart-stopping struggle, Qin Feng seized upon a weakness in the Dark Leader's defense, delivering a fatal blow with his Spear of Destiny. At the moment the Dark Leader fell, the morale of the entire Dark Force collapsed, allowing the coalition to launch a final assault that utterly obliterated the Dark Forces. When the battle concluded, the lair was suffused with the acrid scent of smoke and blood. Exhausted, Qin Feng stood atop the platform, gazing at the jubilant coalition warriors, his heart swelling with emotion. "We have triumphed, but this victory was hard-won," he proclaimed. The coalition began to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Qin Feng, meanwhile, contemplated the path ahead. "Though the dark forces have been defeated, we must not let our guard down, that we must rebuild this land, tainted by darkness, and restore its vitality," he advised the commanders by his side. In the days that followed, Qin Feng and the coalition remained in the Dark Forces' lair, embarking on the journey of reconstruction. They repaired the damaged structures, aided the local residents in resuming their normal lives, and established defensive fortifications to prevent any resurgence of the Dark Forces. As time passed, the land gradually regained its former prosperity. The people lived peaceful and joyful lives, filled with gratitude and respect for Qin Feng and his compatriots. Observing this transformation, Qin Feng felt an immense sense of fulfillment. He knew their efforts had not been in vain. This region had finally embraced true peace. Yet Qin Feng also recognized that safeguarding peace is a long and arduous endeavor. He resolved to remain on this land, training new warriors and fortifying defenses to ensure that peace would endure perpetually. Years later, as Qin Feng reflected upon his past, he felt an overwhelming pride in the choices he had made and the tenacity he had shown. For he had not only triumphed over darkness, but had also brought hope and light to this realm. Chapter 21. The Dawn of Peace and a New Mission. With the Dark Forces utterly vanquished, the Sea region welcomed a long-awaited peace. Qin Feng, celebrated for his fearless leadership and extraordinary achievements, became a hero in the eyes of the people. However, he did not bask in the glory of victory. He understood that peace requires ongoing vigilance and effort. That on a sun-drenched day, Qin Feng stood in the academy square, observing the lively students bustling about, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Yet he was also acutely aware that beneath the facade of peace, new threats might lurk. To better maintain tranquility, Qin Feng resolved to reform the academy's educational system. He not only expanded the curriculum to include practical combat training, but also invited experts from various fields to lecture, broadening the students' horizons. Simultaneously, Qin Feng actively participated in the reconstruction of the Sea region. He led the academy's faculty and students to various islands, aiding in the restoration of war-damaged structures and the revival of the ecological environment. Throughout this process, they forged deep bonds with local residents, collectively envisioning a brighter future. One day, Qin Feng received a letter from afar. The message spoke of mysterious energy fluctuations detected on a remote island, possibly linked to ancient ruins. Instantly recognizing it as a new challenge, Qin Feng summoned several trusted companions to investigate the island together. Upon their arrival, they found the landscape breathtaking, yet was permeated with an enigmatic aura. Following the direction of the energy fluctuations, they ventured deeper into the island, uncovering a concealed cave nestled within a valley. The entrance was adorned with ancient runes, faintly glowing with light. Cautiously, Qin Feng stepped inside, and the sights within left them astounded. The cave walls were embedded with various precious gems, and at its center stood a massive crystal orb, pulsating with strange luminescence. Is this the source of the energy fluctuations? One companion inquired. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the crystal orb. Suddenly, it unleashed a surge of powerful energy, knocking them back several paces. Be cautious. This force is extraordinary, Qin Feng warned. They attempted to approach the orb, but each time, they were repelled by its might. Qin Feng realized they needed to discover a means to control this power. After extensive exploration, they stumbled upon an ancient scroll tucked away in a corner of the cave. The scroll detailed the secrets of the crystal orb. It revealed that the orb was a potent energy source, but it was also sealed. Forcibly extracting its energy could lead to catastrophic consequences that we cannot allow this power to fall into the hands of malevolent individuals. Qin Feng declared. Just as they prepared to exit the cave and report their findings to the academy, a group of mysterious figures emerged. They radiated an aura of malevolence, clearly intent on seizing the crystal orb. "Hand over the crystal orb, or you shall not leave here alive," the leader of the enigmatic figure shouted. Without hesitation, Qin Feng and his companions drew their weapons and engaged in a fierce battle with the intruders. The adversaries proved formidable, and Qin Feng's group found themselves gradually overwhelmed. In a critical moment, an idea struck Qin Feng, inspired by the scroll's mention of a method to break the seal. Focusing his mind, he recited an ancient incantation. Instantly, the orb's power was subdued, significantly weakening the mysterious assailants. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng and his allies launched a counterattack, ultimately driving the intruders away. Yet they understood this was merely a temporary victory. Upon returning to the academy, Qin Feng briefed everyone about the crystal orb. The academy resolved to dispatch a formidable team to guard the island, preventing any further attempts to exploit the orb's power. In the ensuing days, Qin Feng juggled the responsibilities of protecting the orb while closely monitoring developments in the sea region. He was acutely aware that peace was hard-won and that constant vigilance was essential to safeguard the hard-earned tranquility. However, fate seemed to delight in testing the brave. One night, the academy was suddenly assaulted by a horde of unknown creatures. These beings were colossal, immensely powerful, and possessed a fierce aggression. Qin Feng quickly organized the students to mount a defense. But the enemy proved exceptionally strong, plunging the academy's defenses in peril. "Oh, not falter. We will prevail," Qin Feng shouted. Inspired by his rallying cry, the students fought tenaciously, engaging in a desperate struggle against the unknown creatures. After a night of fierce combat, they finally repelled the invaders. Yet Qin Feng knew this was merely the beginning. He began investigating the origins of these unknown creatures, discovering they might be linked to an ancient malevolent organization. This organization had long coveted the power of the sea region, seeking to dominate the entire world. "We cannot allow their schemes to succeed," Qin Feng vowed to confront this new threat. He resolved to unite other righteous forces to collectively combat this ancient evil organization. He dispatched envoys to communicate with the leaders of various islands, hoping to forge a stronger alliance. Thanks to Qin Feng's relentless efforts, an increasing number of forces coalesced. They began formulating detailed battle plans, preparing to launch a full-scale assault against the evil organization. That on a tranquil night, Qin Feng stood by the sea, gazing up at he understood that the road ahead was fraught with challenges. Yet he firmly believed that as long as everyone united in purpose, they would undoubtedly conquer all difficulties and safeguard this beautiful maritime expanse. After successfully repelling the assault of the unknown creatures, Qin Feng tirelessly immersed himself in a collaborative effort with other forces of justice. The leaders of various islands promptly heeded his call, rallying their elite troops to converge upon the academy. In the conference room of the academy, Qin Feng stood before a vast map, articulating his battle strategy to the assembly. According to our investigations, the lair of this nefarious organization lies in the depths of the sea, where the terrain is intricate and the defenses formidable. However, we cannot falter. We must take the initiative to strike and deliver a decisive blow. Qin Feng's voice resonated with conviction and strength. The attendees nodded in agreement, expressing their support. In the days that followed, the coalition engaged in rigorous and orderly training. Qin Feng personally guided the warriors in tactical coordination, imparting his experiences in handling various perilous situations that at long last. The day of departure arrived. Ships of war were lined up neatly upon the sea, their banners fluttering in the breeze. Qin Feng stood at the bow of the flagship, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Set sail, with his command, the fleet surged forward towards the lair of the wicked organization. As they journeyed, the sea winds howled, and the waves crashed against the hulls. Yet the morale of the coalition remained high, each individual harboring an unwavering belief in victory. Upon nearing their destination, as Qin Feng had anticipated, the malevolent organization was already prepared for combat. The surface of the sea was littered with various warships and defensive structures. "Do not fear. Act according to the plan," Qin Feng bellowed. The coalition swiftly divided into several formations and launched their assault. In that moment, the brilliance of magic and the roar of cannon fire intertwined, illuminating the entire seascape. Qin Feng commanded the flagship, leading the charge at the forefront. Brandishing the spear of destiny, he emanated a powerful aura that instilled fear in the hearts of his adversaries. Amidst the fierce battle, the coalition gradually gained the upper hand. However, the wicked organization did not relinquish their position easily. They resorted to various insidious tactics in an attempt to turn the tide. At that critical juncture, a warship from the malevolent organization suddenly unleashed a massive magical cannonball towards Qin Feng's flagship. "Be careful," a team member shouted. Qin Feng reacted swiftly, raising the spear of destiny to conjure a formidable magical shield that deflected the projectile. Nevertheless, the tremendous impact still inflicted some damage upon the flagship. "Press on," Qin Feng urged, undeterred. After a grueling struggle, the coalition finally breached the enemy's defenses and approached the lair of the wicked organization. Leading a squad of elite warriors, Qin Feng was the first to set foot upon the island. The terrain was riddled with traps and ambushes from the enemy, yet they advanced step by step, bolstered by their exceptional combat skills and unwavering determination. Deep within the island, they ultimately confronted the leader of the wicked organization. "Qin Feng, do you truly believe you can defeat me?" the leader scoffed. With a piercing gaze, Qin Feng declared, "Today shall mark your demise." A fierce duel ensued, with the leader unleashing a plethora of powerful dark magic in a bid to vanquish Qin Feng. Yet, through steadfast conviction and superior combat prowess, Qin Feng gradually gained the upper hand in a pivotal moment. He seized upon an opening and struck the leader with a lethal blow from the Spear of Destiny. As the leader fell, the soldiers of the wicked organization lost their resolve and began to flee in disarray. "Leave no enemy unaccounted for," Qin Feng commanded. The coalition pursued relentlessly, utterly obliterating the remnants of the wicked organization. After the battle concluded, the entire island fell into a profound silence. Qin Feng stood atop a vantage point, gazing upon the smoke-filled battlefield, his heart awash with myriad emotions. "We have triumphed, but this is merely the beginning. We must continue to protect this maritime realm and ensure that peace prevails indefinitely," Qin Feng proclaimed. The coalition began to clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. They discovered a wealth of research materials and magical artifacts belonging to the wicked organization upon the island, instruments they had intended to use for malevolent purposes. Qin Feng resolved to bring these items back to the academy for thorough investigation, to prevent similar dangers from arising in the future. Upon returning to the academy, Qin Feng was met with a fervent welcome. He was hailed as a hero, yet he understood that such accolades were the result of collective effort. In the days that followed, Qin Feng remained dedicated to the development and fortification of the maritime territory. He established a more comprehensive defense system and enhanced communication and collaboration with other islands. Life in the maritime realm gradually returned to normalcy, with the populace enjoying a life of happiness and tranquility. However, Qin Feng never let down his guard, for he understood that the path to safeguarding peace was one that had no end. One day, while on patrol, Qin Feng encountered an unfamiliar vessel that a sense of unease washed over him, and he immediately led his team to investigate. As they approached the ship, they discovered it was manned by a group of travelers from afar. "We have heard tales of the valor in this maritime realm and have come to pay our respects," the leader of the travelers stated. Qin Feng welcomed them warmly and briefed them on the situation in the maritime territory. These travelers brought news from the outside world and advanced technologies that opened Qin Feng's eyes to new possibilities. "It appears we cannot rest content with the peace we have achieved. We must continually strive for progress and advancement," Qin Feng mused. Through his interactions with the travelers, he gleaned numerous insights. He resolved to introduce new courses at the academy, to cultivate more talent, and to encourage exploration of the unknown. As time passed, the maritime realm flourished under Qin Feng's leadership. The people not only relished a peaceful existence, but also relentlessly pursued progress and development. Chapter 22. The Mysterious Visitors and the Hidden Crisis during the days of burgeoning prosperity in the maritime realm. Qin Feng's name became synonymous with peace and justice. The Academy's reputation soared, attracting many aspiring individuals seeking knowledge. One tranquil morning, sunlight bathed the Academy's structures in a golden glow. As usual, Qin Feng contemplated future plans in the Academy's garden. At that moment, a guard rushed in hastily. Director Qin Feng, a peculiar vessel has arrived at the seaside, and the individuals aboard are requesting to disembark, the guard reported. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, a flicker of intrigue stirring within him. A peculiar vessel? Lead me to it. Upon reaching the shoreline, they beheld a uniquely crafted ship anchored in the harbor. Its hull radiated an unusual luminescence, the material appearing to be unlike any common wood. As Qin Feng approached, a group of elegantly dressed individuals disembarked from the ship. At the forefront was an elder, his gaze profound and a gentle smile gracing his face. Director Qin Feng, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. I am Elvin, a messenger from a distant land, the elder said, bowing slightly. Qin Feng returned the gesture. What brings you, esteemed messenger Elvin, from afar? Elvin sighed. Our nation has encountered a terrifying calamity. A mysterious dark force is encroaching upon our lands. Hearing of your exceptional experience and capability in combating dark forces, we have come seeking your assistance. Qin Feng felt a weight in his heart, fully aware of the dread that dark forces can invoke. Please, come with your companions to the Academy for a detailed discussion. Qin Feng replied, in the Academy's conference room. Elvin recounted the tribulations faced by their nation. It turned out that this dark force had emerged without warning. Rapidly spreading and plunging the populace into despair, we have attempted various methods, yet none have succeeded in halting the expansion of this dark force. Elvin's eyes revealed a sense of helplessness and despair. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. I will need time to consider and gather more information regarding this dark force. Elvin nodded. Of course, we shall cooperate fully. In the following days, Qin Feng dispatched reconnaissance teams to investigate this mysterious dark force alongside Elvin's companions. They discovered that this force was distinctly different from the dark threats previously faced in the maritime realm. It was more insidious and powerful. Simultaneously, unusual occurrences began manifest within the Academy. Some students experienced sudden magical outbursts during their training. Losing control of their spells, Qin Feng realized that this could be linked to the mysterious dark force. Could this force have already influenced our territory? Qin Feng pondered anxiously. That moment, a reconnaissance team member returned with alarming news. We have discovered a massive magical array in a valley not far from the Academy, emanating the same aura as the dark force. Qin Feng immediately led the group to the valley. Upon witnessing the magical array, they were awestruck by its intricate patterns and the immense energy it radiated. What is this? One team member inquired. Qin Feng scrutinized the magical array, deducing that it could be the source of the dark force or a teleportation array funneling the dark energy into their territory. Just as they prepared to study the magical array, it suddenly activated, a beam of black light shooting skyward. This is not good. Everyone scatter, Qin Feng shouted. However, it was too late. The black light enveloped them in an instant. When the light dissipated, Qin Feng and his team found themselves in an unfamiliar realm, thick with an oppressive atmosphere of darkness. Where are we? Someone exclaimed in terror. Qin Feng maintained his composure. Everyone remain calm and be cautious of our surroundings. They began to cautiously explore this enigmatic place. Here lies what appears to be an ancient relic, its walls adorned with peculiar runes and patterns. Deep within the ruins, a low, rumbling growl reverberates through the air. Prepare for battle, Qin Feng declares. As they draw nearer, a colossal dark beast materializes before them, its claws poised to strike. The group unleashes their magic and martial skills, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the creature. The beast proves formidable, and Qin Feng and his companions find themselves increasingly ensnared in peril. Yet, they refuse to surrender, resolutely resisting the onslaught. In that critical moment, Qin Feng discerns the creature's weakness, strike its abdomen. He shouts, channeling their combined strength. They launch a coordinated assault on the beast's midsection, which collapses in a cacophony of anguished roars. Just as they believe the crisis averted, more dark entities suddenly emerge. Surrounding them, it seems we have fallen into a trap. Qin Feng remarks, this dire juncture. He suddenly senses a surge of potent energy coursing through him. He realizes it is the awakening of the spear of destiny's might. Follow me and charge forth, he commands, wielding the spear of destiny, which radiates a blinding light. Under Qin Feng's leadership, they carve a bloody path and finally escape the enigmatic locale. Upon returning to the academy, they discover that Elvin and his companions have vanished. Could they have deliberately lured us into that trap? One team member queries skeptically. Qin Feng furrows his brow, uncertain for now, but we must locate them swiftly to unravel the truth behind this enigma. A more extensive conspiracy seems to be slowly unfurling, and the question remains, how will Qin Feng and his companions respond? They dare not indulge in any complacency and immediately commence their investigation within the academy. They search for clues left by Elvin and the others, yet apart from some disordered footprints and ambiguous symbols, their efforts yield little. Headmaster, what on earth is happening? Why would Elvin and the others do this? A team member inquires, bewildered. Qin Feng ponders momentarily before responding. It is still unclear, but a grand scheme undoubtedly lurks beneath the surface. Perhaps their intentions extend beyond merely seeking assistance. There may be ulterior motives at play. Just as they find themselves at a loss, a diligent student discovers an ancient tome in the Academy's library, detailing legends surrounding mysterious dark forces. Qin Feng hurriedly arrives and meticulously examines the book. It notes that this dark power originates from an ancient, sealed evil domain, accessible only to those possessing a special bloodline. Could it be that Elvin and his companions bear such a lineage? Qin Feng muses inwardly at that moment. A commotion erupts outside the academy. Qin Feng leads the team to investigate, only to find a horde of creatures exuding dark energy assaulting a nearby village. Damn it, we cannot allow these monsters to harm innocent civilians. Qin Feng roars, charging forth with his comrades. After a fierce battle, the creatures are repelled, but not without significant cost to Qin Feng and his team. Headmaster, this cannot continue. We must locate Elvin swiftly and unravel this mystery to eradicate these dark forces entirely, a wounded team member states. Qin Feng nods, determination in his gaze. Everyone, return to recuperate. I will devise a plan to ascertain their whereabouts. Back at the academy, Qin Feng contemplates strategies alone in his chamber. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. He recalls the fleeting look of unease that crossed Elvin's eyes while recounting the tribulations faced by their kingdom. Perhaps investigating Elvin's lineage could yield some clues. Qin Feng resolves to delve deeper into Elvin's background. Through diligent inquiries, he uncovers that Elvin hails from an ancient family, one that was exiled due to collusion with dark forces. Could they be seeking to harness this dark power to restore their family's former glory? Qin Feng feels he is drawing closer to the truth that moment. A mysterious woman appears at the academy's entrance. She introduces herself as Elvin's sister, named Alice. I know you are searching for Elvin. I can assist you, she states. Qin Feng regards her with cautious skepticism. Why do you wish to help us? Alice sighs. Elvin has been ensnared by the dark forces, and I cannot bear to see him descend further into despair. With Alice's guidance, Qin Feng and his companions finally locate Elvin's hideout, a hidden castle nestled within the deep mountains. Qin Feng leads the group stealthily into the castle, where an ominous atmosphere pervades. Be cautious. There may be an ambush, Qin Feng advises. Indeed, upon entering the castle hall, they are quickly surrounded by a cadre of dark warriors. Another fierce battle ensues, but through unwavering resolve and exceptional skill, Qin Feng and his team begin to gain the upper hand. Just as they are about to break free, Elvin appears. Qin Feng, cease your struggle. This dark power is invincible, he cries madly. Qin Feng gazes at the lost Elvin with sorrow, saying, Elvin, awaken. You cannot allow the dark forces to control you. Yet Elvin is unresponsive, unleashing dark magic towards Qin Feng. Unfazed, Qin Feng meets the attack with the spear of destiny. A breathtaking duel unfolds, where light and darkness intertwine, shaking the very foundations of the castle. Ultimately, fortified by steadfast conviction and the power of righteousness, Qin Feng triumphs over Elvin. Elvin collapses. The darkness in his eyes begins to fade, revealing a glimmer of clarity. Qin Feng, I was wrong, Elvin utters weakly. Qin Feng approaches and supports him. As long as you can turn back. It is not too late. With Elvin's aid, Qin Feng and his comrades successfully obliterate the source of the dark power, restoring peace and tranquility to the realm. With the source of darkness destroyed, the region experiences a long-awaited serenity. Yet, Qin Feng knows this tranquility is merely fleeting. They must remain vigilant for potential new threats. Within the academy, Qin Feng organizes a celebration to honor the valiant students and warriors who demonstrated bravery during the crisis. Laughter and joy fill the air as they relish this hard-won victory. However, in a corner, Qin Feng furrows his brow, lost in thought. Elvin approaches, filled with remorse. Headmaster Qin Feng, this was all my fault. I nearly brought disaster upon everyone. Qin Feng pats his shoulder reassuringly. The past is behind us. What matters is that we have learned from it. Just then, a scout rushes in, visibly anxious. Headmaster, we have detected unusual energy fluctuations at the edge of the sea. It appears something new is afoot. Qin Feng's heart sinks, and he promptly gathers everyone. Do not let your guard down. A new challenge may be imminent. The team springs into action, strengthening the patrols and defenses along the coastline. Days pass without further abnormalities. Yet Qin Feng's unease intensifies. One stormy night, fierce winds howl, and waves crash violently. Awakened by a powerful surge of magical energy, Qin Feng rushes from his room to witness a massive rift tearing through the sky. An ominous evil aura emanating from within. This is bad. A more formidable dark power approaches. Qin Feng's expression darkens that he swiftly assembles everyone, preparing for the impending battle. This time, no matter how arduous the struggle, we must protect our homeland, Qin Feng proclaims, and the group responds in unison, their spirits soaring. Yet against this unknown and formidable foe, whether they can once again triumph over darkness and safeguard the peace of the realm remains uncertain. Chapter 23. The Dark returns. Since the successful obliteration of the source of dark power, the people of the realm have been rebuilding their homes in the brief interlude of peace. However, the wheel of fate never ceases to turn, and a new crisis silently approaches. That on this day, Qin Feng is instructing students in their training at the academy. Sunlight bathes his resolute face, his gaze focused and earnest. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberates through the sky, followed by a black beam of light plummeting like a meteor, creating massive splashes upon the nearby sea. A jolt of foreboding grips Qin Feng's heart. He immediately leads several students towards the direction of the fallen light. Upon arrival, they discover a colossal black crystal floating upon the water's surface, exuding a dense and chilling dark aura. Headmaster, what is this? A student trembles in inquiry. Qin Feng furrows his brow, scrutinizing the black crystal. This is likely the new vessel for dark power. We must dispose of it swiftly, just as they prepare to act. The black crystal suddenly erupts with a powerful force, sending Qin Feng and his companions sprawling. From within the crystal emerges a figure cloaked in black robes, obscuring their features, yet the malevolent energy they exude is suffocating. You insignificant insects dare to impede the arrival of darkness. The figure's voice echoes ominously, as if from the depths of hell. Qin Feng steps forward, declaring, "Whoever you are, as long as you threaten our realm, we shall not retreat." The figure cloaked in black let out a chilling sneer, proclaiming, "You foolish beings, allow me to unveil the true power of darkness." With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy that surged toward Qin Feng and his companions. In a swift response, Qin Feng cast a defensive spell, conjuring a shield, yet the overwhelming force still forced them to stagger back a few paces. "Everyone, be cautious. Let us strike as one," Qin Feng commanded. The students promptly unleashed their respective spells, vibrant beams of color hurtling toward the figure in black. However, he merely flicked his sleeve, effortlessly dissipating their attacks. Pathetic, utterly pathetic, he mocked, fully aware that confronting such a formidable foe head-on would be folly. Qin Feng engaged the black-cloaked figure in a strategic dance, all the while contemplating a plan. Suddenly, he noticed that the figure's strength seemed intricately linked to a dark crystal nearby. Target the crystal. Qin Feng bellowed. The students immediately redirected their attacks toward the black crystal, prompting the figure to hastily turn and shield it. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Feng gathered all his strength, brandishing the spear of destiny as he charged at the cloaked figure. Realizing Qin Feng's intentions, the figure countered, and the two clashed violently in midair, light and darkness colliding with such force that the surrounding space seemed on the verge of being torn asunder. Just as they reached an impasse, a student discerned a flaw in the figure's defense, focusing his energy to unleash a magical beam that struck the figure's back. The figure recoiled in pain, his strength momentarily waning. Qin Feng seized the moment, thrusting the spear of destiny into the figure's chest. With a piercing scream, the figure collapsed to the ground. Yet before Qin Feng and his allies could exhale in relief, the figure's form disintegrated into a cloud of black smoke, merging with the dark crystal, which then erupted in a blaze of light, the dark power surging uncontrollably. This is bad. It's about to explode. Qin Feng shouted. What do we do, Dean? The students cried in panic. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng replied, Everyone retreat quickly. I will find a way. As the students hurriedly withdrew, Qin Feng remained, attempting to seal the crystal with magic. However, the dark power proved too potent for his sealing spells to take effect. At that moment, Elvin arrived with several powerful allies. Qin Feng, we're here to assist you, Elvin called out. Together, they unleashed formidable spells, striving to contain the power of the black crystal. Through their collective efforts, the crystal's glow gradually diminished, and the dark energy's tumult began to subside. Let us push harder, Qin Feng urged. Finally, the black crystal ceased its tumultuous activity and was successfully sealed. At last, we have temporarily subdued it. Qin Feng sighed in relief. Upon returning to the academy, they commenced strategizing. This dark power is stronger than before. We must prepare thoroughly, Qin Feng stated. Elvin nodded. I will dispatch someone to investigate the source of this darkness. In hopes of discovering a definitive solution, in the following days, the academy buzzed with activity. Qin Feng intensified the training of the students, simultaneously organizing an elite combat team, ever ready to confront potential crises. However, tranquility was short-lived. One fateful night, a formidable dark force suddenly assailed the academy. The defending students rose to resist, but the enemy's might proved overwhelming, swiftly breaching their defenses. Hearing the commotion, Qin Feng quickly rallied his comrades to face the threat. Before them, a horde of dark creatures rampaged under the command of a powerful dark sorcerer. Vile fiends, Qin Feng roared, brandishing the spear of destiny and charging toward the sorcerer. The dark sorcerer smirked. Today marks your end, Qin Feng. A fierce battle ensued, the conflict raging with intensity. Despite their valiant efforts, Qin Feng and his allies found themselves gradually overwhelmed by the sheer number and strength of the dark creatures. Just then, a resounding bird call pierced the air. A majestic phoenix descended from the heavens, spewing flames that incinerated many dark creatures in an instant. "It's the Phoenix Goddess," someone exclaimed. The Phoenix Goddess landed before Qin Feng, declaring, "I have come to aid you." With her assistance, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Seeing the tables turn, the dark sorcerer attempted to flee, but Qin Feng blocked his escape. "You cannot escape," Qin Feng bellowed. Under the combined onslaught, the dark sorcerer was ultimately vanquished. Yet the victory did not lull Qin Feng into complacency. He understood this was merely a precursor to an even greater threat, to bolster their strength. Qin Feng resolved to lead his comrades to a mysterious ruin in search of powerful artifacts. Within the ruins, they encountered numerous traps and formidable guardian beasts, but through unwavering determination and resolute will, they eventually unearthed the coveted artifact. Upon their return to the academy, they were met with an unwelcome visitor. A mysterious man clad in white sat in the academy's square, the very air around him seemingly frozen by his presence. "Who are you?" Qin Feng inquired warily. The white-clad man smiled faintly. "I come to offer you an opportunity," submit to the darkness, or face certain doom. Without hesitation, Qin Feng firmly rejected, "We shall never yield to darkness." The man's expression darkened. "Then do not blame me for my actions." A far fiercer battle loomed on the horizon. The white-clad man instantly unleashed an overwhelming pressure, causing Qin Feng and his companions to struggle for breath. Yet they did not falter, channeling their magical energy in preparation for combat. Qin Feng, spear in hand, was the first to launch an attack, aiming directly at the white-clad man. The latter deftly sidestepped, countering with a powerful wave of energy directed at Qin Feng. Struck back several paces, Qin Feng quickly regained his footing and charged once more. Simultaneously, Elvin and the Phoenix Goddess joined the fray. Elvin cast enigmatic dark spells to restrain the white-clad man, while the Phoenix Goddess soared above, unleashing torrents of searing flames. Nevertheless, the white-clad man's strength exceeded their expectations, as he effortlessly countered their assaults while launching his own retaliatory strikes. "You dare challenge me with such meager skills?" he scoffed. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng declared, "Even if we perish, we shall not submit." Just as they found themselves in dire straits, the students of the academy gathered, chanting encouragement for Qin Feng and his allies. This united spirit infused them with renewed vigor. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. "Everyone, together, concentrate our power." At his command, they funneled their magical energies into Qin Feng, feeling an overwhelming force surge within him. Qin Feng bellowed as the spear of destiny erupted with brilliant light, thrusting toward the white-clad man. The latter's expression shifted as he clasped his hands together, a dark shield materializing before him. The spear of destiny collided with the shield, producing a thunderous sound, light and darkness intertwining to form a formidable energy storm. As the storm subsided, the white-clad man staggered back, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. "I never expected you could wound me," he hissed, his gaze now seething with malice. He began to chant incantations, summoning the surrounding dark energy to coalesce into a massive black vortex. "Watch out, everyone," Qin Feng warned. But it was too late. The vortex unleashed an immense pull, drawing them toward its center. With a tight grip on the spear of destiny, Qin Feng struggled against the force, but as it intensified, he felt his strength waning. Just as they were on the brink of being consumed by the vortex, a radiant light descended from the heavens, illuminating the entire academy. Within the brilliance, an elder slowly materialized. Radiating a sacred aura, the elder waved his sleeve, instantly dispelling the black vortex. The white-clad man's face paled at the sight of the elder. "How can you be here?" The elder regarded him coldly. "You, a servant of darkness, will not see your schemes come to fruition." Realizing he was outmatched, the white-clad man transformed into a wisp of black smoke and fled. The elder turned to Qin Feng and his comrades. Smiling gently, "Children, you have done well. However, the darkness has not been vanquished entirely. Further efforts are required." Saying this, he handed Qin Feng an ancient tome that contained methods to counteract the dark forces. "I hope this proves beneficial," he added, gratefully accepting the tome. Qin Feng responded, "Thank you for your assistance, venerable elder." The elder nodded and then vanished into the light. Qin Feng and his allies began to study the tome, diligently practicing the techniques within. After a period of arduous training, their powers significantly increased. Yet, they recognized that the true test lay ahead. The dark forces would not relent easily. They must remain vigilant, prepared to confront even graver challenges. During a patrol, Qin Feng detected new movements from the dark forces. They appeared to be orchestrating a large-scale assault aimed squarely at the academy. Immediately, Qin Feng summoned everyone. "Prepare yourselves. A fierce battle is imminent." An atmosphere of tension enveloped the academy, yet the eyes of each individual sparkled with resolve and courage. They are aware that this is a battle to protect their homeland, a fight for justice. Chapter 24. The dawn of light atop the heavily clouded expanse of the sea. A stifling atmosphere weighed heavily upon the hearts of all present, like leaden weights. Qin Feng stood alone at an elevated position within the academy. His gaze fixed upon the tumultuous waves in the distance, where thoughts of concern surged within him like a tide. Ever since his last encounter with the enigmatic man in white, where he had managed to repel the foe. An indescribable sense of unease had lingered in Qin Feng's mind. He was acutely aware that the malevolent forces lurking in the shadows were scheming a grand conspiracy, one that could potentially upend the fate of the entire sea region. Director, urgent news from the reconnaissance team. A member of the Academy rushed in, breathless with anxiety. The dark forces are gathering in large numbers at the edge of the sea, their ranks beyond imagination. And some previously unseen formidable creatures have appeared among them. Qin Feng's brow furrowed instantly, deep crevices forming as he commanded. Continue to monitor closely. Report to me immediately upon any new developments, without waiting for a response. He turned and hurried back to the Academy's conference room. That moment, Elvin, the Phoenix Goddess, and other key members had been anxiously awaiting his return. The current situation was dire, the scale of the dark forces far exceeding their initial expectations. Qin Feng's voice was heavy yet resolute, as if he sought to provide a glimmer of hope amidst this trying time. Elvin clenched his fists tightly, the joints turning white from the strain. No matter the adversity we face, we must not show the slightest sign of retreat. His eyes burned with an indomitable flame. The Phoenix Goddess nodded solemnly, stating, "We urgently need to devise a detailed and comprehensive battle plan to ensure we can take the initiative in this fierce conflict." The group then engaged in fervent discussion, their various viewpoints and strategies intertwining in the air. After an intense exchange of ideas, they ultimately decided to establish the Academy as a stronghold, deploying troops in multiple directions for defense and counterattack. Qin Feng resolutely took on the responsibility of commanding the overall strategy, while Elvin led a team of brave warriors to the front lines, determined to withstand the enemy's ferocious assault. The Phoenix Goddess would leverage her immense power to provide aerial support and firepower suppression, ensuring the stability of their defenses. Meanwhile, the Academy students were far from idle in the tense atmosphere. They intensified their training, every spell cast, and every technique executed infused with their unwavering determination and fearless courage in the face of the impending battle. Sweat soaked their garments, yet there was no trace of retreat or hesitation in their eyes. Amidst the frantic preparations, time slipped away like a fleeting shadow. Finally, the moment of dread arrived as the dark forces launched a frenzied assault. On the surface of the sea, ominous black ships sped toward the Academy like phantoms, their decks teeming with various dark creatures, all clawing and roaring in a chilling cacophony. Elvin stood ready with his warriors, his gaze as steadfast as iron as the enemy drew near. He let out a commanding shout, and in an instant, the brilliant light of magic and the fierce momentum of martial skills illuminated the entire sea. The intensity of the battle exceeded all expectations. The dark creatures surged forward like frenzied beasts, heedless of death, launching wave after wave of reckless charges. Elvin and his comrades fought with every ounce of strength. Yet the enemy's numbers seemed infinite, gradually compressing their defenses under the relentless tide of assaults, the situation growing increasingly dire. "Hold the line. We will not retreat." Elvin's voice rang out hoarsely, echoing across the tumultuous battlefield, inspiring each warrior's fighting spirit. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, the Phoenix Goddess descended like a brilliant meteor from the heavens. She opened her mouth, and a torrent of flames erupted forth, instantly engulfing a large swath of dark creatures, the searing heat seemingly capable of incinerating all evil in its path. The pressure on the front line was temporarily alleviated, allowing the warriors a moment to catch their breath. However, the dark forces did not relent. They soon unleashed even more formidable and terrifying monsters. These behemoths towered like mountains, their strength astonishing. Each attack felt like an earthquake, wreaking havoc upon their defenses. Witnessing this from the rear, Qin Feng was consumed with urgency, akin to an ant on a hot pan. He understood that if decisive action was not taken soon, the front line would surely collapse. Without hesitation, he resolved to personally lead an elite team to provide support. Upon arriving at the front lines, Qin Feng beheld a colossal monster opening its gaping maw, lunging ferociously at Elvin. Without a moment's pause, he darted forward like a bolt of lightning, the spear of fate in his hand gleaming with a cold light as it struck true. Piercing the creature's eye, the monster let out an agonizing roar, turning to unleash a storm of attacks upon Qin Feng. Agile as a wraith, Qin Feng evaded the monster's strikes, his gaze sharp as a hawk, constantly searching for a weakness. After a harrowing and intense struggle, he finally discerned the monster's fatal flaw. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his strength into the Spear of Fate and thrust it toward the creature's heart. A deafening thud resounded as the monster's massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Long live the director! Hail the director! The cheers of the warriors rose and fell like a tide, echoing through the skies. Yet they all understood that the battle was far from over. The dark forces seemed inexhaustible, continuing to surge forth, and Qin Feng and his companions found themselves once again entrenched in a grueling struggle. Within the academy, the students were also engaged in a desperate battle against the dark creatures that had stealthily infiltrated. Though young, their eyes were filled with unwavering courage and determination. For the academy. For justice, one student shouted, charging fearlessly toward the enemy, his figure appearing small, yet towering amidst the flames and shadows. The entire academy was engulfed in flames of war, blood staining every inch of the ground. The dazzling light of magic intermingling with the cries of battle, creating a harrowing tableau. Qin Feng knew that if this stalemate continued, it would be exceedingly detrimental to them. They must find a way to break the deadlock and turn the tide. Suddenly, a memory flashed through his mind of the mysterious tome the elder had entrusted to him, perhaps concealing the key to altering the course of this battle. Thus, while bravely fighting, he rapidly recalled the contents of the tome in his mind. At last, deep within the intricate labyrinth of memory, he found a record of a powerful magic circle. "Elvin, Phoenix Goddess, follow me," Qin Feng called out, his voice brimming with hope and determination. The three of them fought valiantly to shake off the enemy's grasp and made their way back to the academy square. Following the instructions from the tome, Qin Feng concentrated fully on drawing the magic circle as the magic light flickered in his hand. The lines of the circle gradually became clear, and a powerful and mysterious energy began to coalesce. The dark forces, sensing this burgeoning power, launched a frantic assault on Qin Feng and his allies in an attempt to thwart the completion of the magic circle. Yet, under the desperate protection of the others, the magic circle was finally drawn amidst great difficulty. Standing resolutely in the center of the magic circle, Qin Feng raised his hands high and began to chant incantations, activating this mysterious and potent formation. A blinding beam of light shot skyward, slicing through the darkness like a blade, illuminating the entire sea. Wherever the light reached, the dark creatures disintegrated into ashes amidst their anguished cries. The fierce onslaught of the dark forces abruptly curtailed. "Wonderful! We see hope!" The warriors cheered excitedly, their voices filled with the joy of survival and the longing for victory. However, just as everyone believed that triumph was within reach, the leader of the dark forces, a colossal dark demon radiating an aura of unending malevolence, finally made its appearance. The dark demon's form obscured the sky, its sinister visage reminiscent of a hellish fiend, instilling terror in all who beheld it. "Insignificant humans, do you truly believe that you can defeat me with such trifles? How naive!" The dark demon's mocking laughter reverberated through the sky like thunder. Qin Feng, undaunted, met the dark demon's gaze, his eyes ablaze with unwavering resolve. "As long as we draw breath, we shall never allow your schemes to succeed." The final confrontation, one that would determine their fates, was about to unfold. The dark demon's immense form cast a shadow over them, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of oppression. Its dark aura seemed capable of devouring souls. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng declared, "Comrades, we have fought valiantly thus far. We must not falter at this crucial moment. Let us unite our strength for the peace of the sea, for our homeland, and expend our last ounce of power." Elvin and the Phoenix Goddess echoed his sentiments, and the warriors raised their voices in a rallying cry, their morale soaring. Qin Feng led the charge toward the dark demon, the Spear of Fate radiating resplendent light in his hand. Elvin unleashed powerful martial techniques, each strike imbued with boundless strength. The Phoenix Goddess spiraled gracefully through the air, her fiery breath intensifying with ferocity. The dark demon swung its colossal arms, conjuring fierce gusts of wind in an attempt to repel the crowd. Qin Feng deftly evaded the onslaught, keenly searching for a chink in the demon's armor. Amidst the fierce clash, he discerned a hint of sluggishness in the demon's movements and shouted, "Focus your attacks on its legs." At this command, the others redirected their strikes towards the demon's lower limbs. In an instant, a deluge of spells and martial techniques rained down upon the demon's legs. The T emitted a furious roar, yet its footing began to falter. Seizing the moment, Qin Feng leapt before the demon, channeling all his strength to thrust the spear of destiny towards its chest. However, the demon countered with a mighty swing, flinging Qin Feng away. Qin Feng, Elvin, and the Phoenix goddess cried out in distress. Qin Feng crashed heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his lips, yet he rose swiftly, charging once more at the demon. Meanwhile, the Academy students unleashed their ultimate techniques, rallying to support Qin Feng and his comrades. Through their tireless efforts, the dark demon sustained numerous wounds, its power gradually waning. "Now is the time for our final assault," Qin Feng bellowed. The group consolidated their strength, forming a formidable wave of energy that surged toward the dark demon. Unable to withstand this overwhelming force, the demon collapsed with a resounding crash, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. The sea returned to tranquility as sunlight pierced through the clouds, showering the group in warmth. "We have triumphed!" Cheers echoed above the academy. Qin Feng gazed at the weary yet jubilant faces of his companions, his heart swelling with emotion. This climactic battle exacted a heavy toll, yet it also fortified their conviction to uphold justice. The path ahead may still be fraught with challenges, but they remained undaunted. Chapter 25. Reconstruction and New Mission. With the dark demon vanquished, the sea embraced a long-awaited peace. However, the scars of war lay deeply imprinted upon this land. The Academy had suffered severe damage during the conflict. Many structures lay in ruins, and educational facilities were devastated. As Qin Feng surveyed the ravaged grounds, a profound sense of responsibility surged within him. "We must expedite the reconstruction of the Academy, restoring its former glory," he declared resolutely at a meeting. Elvin, the Phoenix goddess, and other core members nodded in agreement, lending their support. Thus commenced a large-scale reconstruction effort at the Academy. Students and faculty united, hauling stones and timber, mending classrooms and dormitories. Qin Feng personally engaged in the design and planning of the new structures, aspiring for the Academy to not only regain its functionality, but also to become more resilient against future threats. Throughout the reconstruction, myriad challenges arose: shortages of materials, insufficient funds, and technical difficulties, but none faltered in their resolve. Local residents, hearing of the Academy's rebuilding efforts, extended their hands in assistance, providing supplies and manpower. After months of relentless toil, the Academy gradually restored its former visage, new edifices standing proudly in the sunlight, radiating hope. Yet, Qin Feng understood that merely rebuilding the Academy was insufficient. The war had claimed many lives and shattered numerous families. He resolved to lead the students into nearby villages and towns to aid those affected by the conflict. They delivered food and clothing to impoverished families and provided care for the injured. In this process, the students not only learned to show compassion, but also gained a deeper understanding of the essence of justice. Simultaneously, Qin Feng pondered how to bolster the Academy's defensive capabilities. He invited renowned mages and warriors to impart their knowledge, enhancing the students' prowess. Furthermore, he dispatched scouts to seek out rare magical artifacts and tomes to enrich the Academy's collection. That on a tranquil night, Qin Feng perused ancient texts alone in the Academy library. Suddenly, he stumbled upon records of a mysterious relic, rumored to harbor a formidable power capable of safeguarding the entire sea from malevolent forces. A flicker of hope ignited within him. He resolved to organize an expedition to seek out this enigmatic relic. News of his intent spread, and many students eagerly volunteered to join the quest. After a rigorous selection process, Qin Feng assembled a team of capable and fearless students to form the expedition. Before their departure, Qin Feng conducted thorough training and preparations for the team. They studied maps, gathered equipment, and practiced various skills to confront potential dangers. At last, the expedition set forth, traversing dense forests and scaling treacherous mountains, confronting perilous beasts and harsh weather along the way. On one occasion, they encountered a pack of ferocious two-headed wolves in a valley. The team collaborated tightly, casting spells and employing martial techniques, ultimately driving back the beasts after a fierce struggle. On another occasion, they faced a sudden blizzard that obscured their path. Yet, under Qin Feng's calm leadership, they relied on their observations of nature and the strength of teamwork to finally find their way. After a lengthy journey, the expedition arrived at the fabled relic. The entrance loomed before them, sealed tight, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Qin Feng approached, scrutinizing the runes and patterns adorning the door. Drawing upon his extensive knowledge and experience, he ultimately discerned the means to unlock it. As the door creaked open, a powerful force surged forth. The team entered cautiously, discovering a labyrinth of intricate mechanisms and traps within. During their exploration, one team member inadvertently triggered a mechanism, unleashing a barrage of arrows from the walls. Qin Feng, quick-witted, conjured a magical shield to safeguard his companions. After arduous exploration, they finally reached the core area of the relic. There, a radiant crystal orb shimmered, said to be the treasure concealing immense power. However, as they prepared to approach the orb, a colossal guardian materialized before them. The guardian, imbued with formidable strength and clad in impenetrable armor, launched an assault on the expedition team. Undaunted, Qin Feng led his comrades into a fierce battle against the guardian. They employed various strategies and techniques, gradually uncovering the guardian's vulnerabilities. Ultimately, through their collective efforts, they triumphed over the guardian and secured the crystal orb. Upon returning to the academy with the orb, Qin Feng discovered that its power could enhance the academy's defensive magical array, rendering it even more impervious. As the academy began to regain its footing, unsettling news emerged from other regions of the sea. Some sinister forces appear to be stirring once more, intent on undermining the hard-won peace. Qin Feng understood that their mission was far from over. He convened Elvin, the Phoenix Goddess, and other core members of the Academy to deliberate on countermeasures. We cannot allow darkness to shroud this sea again. We must take proactive measures to extinguish evil at its source, Qin Feng asserted with determination. The group unanimously agreed, and a new battle was on the horizon. They recognized the formidable journey ahead in safeguarding peace. Under Qin Feng's leadership, the Academy began fervently preparing to confront potential new threats. They intensified training for the students, emphasizing not only the enhancement of magical and martial skills, but also nurturing teamwork and adaptability. Concurrently, reconnaissance teams were dispatched to closely monitor the movements of malevolent forces and gather intelligence. Before long, the reconnaissance teams relayed information of dark sorcerers conducting a nefarious ritual on a distant island, seeking to summon even more formidable dark powers. Without hesitation, Qin Feng resolved to lead an elite team to thwart their plans. This team, personally led by Qin Feng, included Elvin, the Phoenix Goddess, and several exceptional students. They boarded specially crafted magical vessels, racing across the tumultuous sea. Upon reaching the island, they found it steeped in an oppressive aura of darkness, foreboding and eerie. Qin Feng cautiously guided the team forward, vigilant for any lurking dangers. Suddenly, a swarm of dark creatures burst forth from the woods, launching an attack. The students swiftly responded, casting spells and executing martial techniques to counter the assault. Elvin charged into the fray like a valiant lion, wielding his weapon with ferocity, causing the dark creatures to fall one by one. The Phoenix Goddess unleashed powerful fire magic from the skies, illuminating the entire battlefield. With their valiant efforts, the dark creatures were swiftly vanquished. Yet, they knew this was merely the beginning. Delving deeper into the island, they finally located the site of the dark sorcerer's ritual. A vast magical array pulsated with sinister light, surrounded by chanting sorcerers. Qin Feng bellowed, "We cannot allow them to complete the ritual." The group surged forward. The dark sorcerers, realizing the intrusion, retaliated with dark magic. A fierce battle ensued, with spells colliding in a dazzling display of light. One student was inadvertently struck by a dark spell and collapsed. In a frenzy, Qin Feng hastened towards the heart of the magical array. Elvin and the Phoenix Goddess valiantly shielded him, fending off the sorcerer's attacks. Just as Qin Feng neared the magical array, a powerful dark sorcerer leader emerged. Blocking his path, "You shall not thwart our plans," the dark sorcerer leader bellowed, casting powerful dark magic that conjured a massive, swirling vortex, hurtling towards Qin Feng. Undeterred, Qin Feng raised the Spear of Destiny, infusing it with tremendous power, and engaged in a breathtaking duel with the dark sorcerer leader. The forces of both adversaries clashed, tearing the very air around them asunder. With gritted teeth and unwavering resolve, Qin Feng gradually gained the upper hand. At last, he spotted a flaw in the dark sorcerer leader's defenses and struck a decisive blow to his vital point. The dark sorcerer leader let out a chilling scream before collapsing to the ground. With the leader vanquished, Qin Feng successfully dismantled the magical array, halting the ritual's progression. However, just as they prepared to retreat, another wave of dark forces emerged, encircling them. "It seems today will be a fierce battle," Alwyn remarked, "but we shall not falter," the Phoenix goddess responded. The group formed a defensive formation, standing back to back, and engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the dark forces. The battle raged on for an extended period, leaving them utterly exhausted, yet they clung to their ground. That moment, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, signaling the arrival of the Academy's reinforcements. With their assistance, they successfully repelled the dark forces and returned to the Academy safely. This battle had temporarily secured peace in the seas. Yet, Qin Feng understood that evil would never be entirely eradicated. They must remain vigilant and tirelessly strive to protect the tranquility of their land. In the days that followed, the Academy continued to cultivate generations of righteous individuals, their names and deeds echoing throughout the seas, becoming an eternal hope and strength in the hearts of the people. As for Qin Feng, he consistently stood at the forefront of justice, leading others toward a brighter future with his wisdom and courage. Upon returning to the Academy, although weary, the group was filled with the joy of victory and a sense of accomplishment in safeguarding justice. However, Qin Feng did not allow them to linger in the euphoria of their fleeting triumph. He promptly organized a debriefing session to analyze the gains and losses from the battle, preparing more thoroughly for the challenges that lay ahead. "This victory is merely temporary. We cannot afford to be complacent. The dark forces may strike again at any moment. We must strengthen ourselves," Qin Feng stated with gravity. Meanwhile, the Academy intensified its collaboration with neighboring regions. They shared battle experiences with other towns and tribes, assisting them in establishing their own defensive capabilities. The Academy's reputation grew ever louder throughout the seas, attracting more aspiring individuals to seek knowledge and join their ranks. One day, a mysterious visitor arrived at the Academy. He claimed to be an envoy from an ancient family, bearing a legend about a hidden treasure. It was said that this treasure possessed a magical ability to enhance the power of justice. Qin Feng fell into deep contemplation. This could be an opportunity to bolster the Academy's strength and better protect the seas. Yet he was also aware that this might be a perilous adventure. After careful consideration, Qin Feng resolved to lead a team once more in search of the treasure. A new adventure was about to unfold, and they were unaware of what awaited them ahead. But for the sake of justice and peace, they marched forward fearlessly. Chapter 26. The quest for the mysterious treasure. After the mysterious visitor brought forth the legend of the treasure, Qin Feng's heart remained restless. After much deliberation, he decided to assemble an elite team to embark on the arduous journey in search of the hidden treasure. Qin Feng selected several outstanding and brave students and teachers from the Academy, including the skilled magician Lily, the formidable warrior Carl, the trap expert Tom, and the perceptive Alice. They gathered in the Academy square, each pair of eyes filled with anticipation and determination. This treasure hunt is fraught with uncertainty and danger. But I believe that as long as we unite, we shall undoubtedly uncover the treasure and strengthen our guardianship over the seas, Qin Feng proclaimed passionately. The group responded with a resounding cheer, their spirits soaring. Under Qin Feng's leadership, they set forth on their challenging expedition. Their first destination was a dense forest. Towering trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwining to form a canopy that barely allowed sunlight to filter through. The ground was strewn with thorns and vines, making traversal exceedingly difficult. Be cautious. This forest may conceal various dangers, Qin Feng warned the group. And no sooner had he spoken than a pack of ferocious beasts sprang from the underbrush, charging toward them. The team reacted swiftly, each employing their skills. Lily waved her wand, unleashing a powerful ice spell that froze several beasts in their tracks. Carl wielded his sword, engaging in fierce combat with the oncoming creatures. Each strike infused with formidable strength. After a grueling battle, they finally repelled the beasts, though they suffered some casualties, with several team members wounded. Alice hurried to heal the injured, and after a brief respite, they pressed onward. Emerging from the forest, they found themselves at the foot of a treacherous mountain range. The peaks soared into the clouds, and the paths were rugged and perilous, often littered with falling rocks. Qin Feng led the way, carefully searching for a safe route, while Tom surveyed the terrain, cautioning everyone to steer clear of potential hazards. However, as they climbed, they were suddenly besieged by a fierce mountain wind. The howling gale threatened to send them tumbling. "Hold on to the rocks. Do not let go," Qin Feng shouted. Unfortunately, one team member was swept off the cliff by the tempest. The mood grew heavy. Yet they knew they could not halt their progress. They had to carry on with their sorrow. At last, they surmounted the mountain and arrived at a vast desert. The sweltering heat and scarcity of water posed immense challenges. "Let us conserve our strength and be mindful of our hydration," Qin Feng advised. After several days of trudging through the desert, their supplies of water and food were nearly depleted. Just then, an abandoned castle appeared on the horizon. "Perhaps we can find the supplies we need there," Carl suggested. Upon reaching the castle, they discovered the grand entrance was firmly shut, and an eerie atmosphere surrounded the structure. Qin Feng cautiously pushed open the door, revealing a profound silence within. As they stepped inside, a chilling laughter echoed through the air. "Who goes there?" Lily asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. That moment, a horde of ghosts materialized from the shadows. Launching an attack, the team quickly cast spells and employed their combat skills to defend themselves. Alice discerned that the ghosts recoiled from light, so she summoned a powerful light spell, illuminating the entire castle. The apparitions gradually dissipated under the radiant glow. Within the castle, they discovered some water and food, replenishing their strength. However, their search for clues about the treasure yielded no results. Just as disappointment began to settle in, Tom uncovered a hidden passage in the castle's basement. A mysterious energy emanated from within the passage. The group ventured down the corridor, unsure of how long they had been walking, until they finally arrived at a colossal cavern. The cave shimmered with strange light, and at its center stood a massive stone dais upon which lay an ancient book. Qin Feng approached and began to peruse the pages. The book detailed the location of the treasure and the means to obtain it. It revealed that the treasure was sealed on a mysterious island and required solving a series of intricate puzzles and overcoming formidable guardians to claim it. Following the book's guidance, they exited the cavern and continued their journey. After a lengthy trek, they finally reached the fabled mysterious island. The island boasted breathtaking scenery, yet concealed countless perils. And no sooner had they set foot on the island than they triggered a magical trap. Fortunately, Lily detected and disarmed it in time. Soon after, they encountered a colossal beast, its tough hide and immense attacking power posing a significant threat. The team collaborated closely, and after a fierce struggle, they ultimately vanquished the creature. Deep within the island, they located the treasure's resting place. However, before the treasure lay a powerful guardian, radiating an overwhelming magical aura that sent chills down their spines. "Only by passing my trials can you prove your courage and wisdom, and thus earn the right to claim the treasure," the guardian proclaimed. Qin Feng rallied the team to face the trials. They were tasked with unraveling a series of complex puzzles and enduring arduous challenges. Throughout this ordeal, each member showcased their unique talents, aiding one another, and ultimately succeeded in passing the trials. The guardian nodded in satisfaction and lifted the seal from the treasure. Qin Feng opened the chest to reveal a blinding radiance. Inside were precious magical gems, powerful weapons, and enigmatic spell tomes. "This bounty will empower us in our quest to safeguard the seas," Qin Feng exclaimed with excitement. With the treasure in tow, they began their journey homeward. Unbeknownst to them, a new dark force had set its sights upon them, and a fresh crisis awaited on the horizon. As Qin Feng and his companions journeyed back with the treasure, they remained oblivious to the lurking darkness trailing them. This malevolent force was led by an evil sorcerer named More, had long coveted the treasure and had been secretly observing Qin Feng and his companions' movements. While Qin Feng and his team remained at that moment, Mower seized the opportunity and launched a sudden attack. A thick cloud of black smoke swiftly enveloped Qin Feng and his companions. The team fell into disarray, their vision obscured by the smoke. "Everyone, remain calm and do not panic," Qin Feng shouted loudly, attempting to stabilize the situation. Lily conjured wind magic in an effort to disperse the smoke, but Mower's dark magic was far too potent. Showing no signs of dissipating, members of the dark forces took advantage of the chaos, clashing fiercely with Qin Feng and his team. Carl wielded his longsword, valiantly resisting the onslaught of enemies, yet overwhelmed by their numbers. He gradually felt himself faltering. Amidst the turmoil, Alice tirelessly worked to heal the wounded, but new casualties continued to emerge, leaving her overwhelmed. Tom, leveraging his knowledge of traps and mechanisms, set up rudimentary defenses in the surroundings, momentarily halting a portion of the enemy's advance. Qin Feng understood that this situation was untenable. He concentrated, summoning the power within him, as the spear of destiny in his hand radiated a brilliant light. With a fierce thrust, he sent forth a powerful beam that pierced through the smoke, striking several members of the dark forces. "Follow me out," Qin Feng commanded. The team closely followed in his wake, pushing toward the direction where the smoke was thinnest. After a fierce struggle, they finally broke free from the shroud of smoke. However, by this time, the team had sustained significant losses, with several members having sacrificed their lives. "Those vile dark forces, we shall not allow you to prevail," Qin Feng bellowed in fury. Mower appeared before them, sneering, "Surrender the treasure, and perhaps I might spare your lives." Qin Feng stood resolute. "Such delusions, even in death. We shall not let the treasure fall into the hands of someone as wicked as you." The two sides clashed once more in a fierce confrontation. Qin Feng faced Mower head-on, their magic and strength colliding in the air with tremendous noise. At a critical moment in the battle, Lily discovered a flaw in Mower's magic. She quickly relayed this information to Qin Feng, who seized the opportunity to unleash a devastating strike, severely wounding Mower. Seeing their leader injured, the dark forces began to panic. Qin Feng seized the moment, leading his team to counterattack, forcing the dark forces into retreat. Sensing the tide turning against him, Mower fled the scene with the remnants of his minions. Without daring to linger, Qin Feng and his team pressed on. After several days and nights of arduous travel, they finally returned to the academy. The faculty and students welcomed their return with joy and anticipation. Yet upon seeing the casualties and exhaustion of the team, a heavy mood settled over them. Qin Feng distributed the magical gemstones and weapons found within the treasure among the academy's faculty and students, further enhancing their power. The mysterious magical tomes were also stored in the academy's library for everyone to study and research. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware that this encounter was merely the beginning. Mower and his dark forces would not easily relent. They must prepare diligently to face the potentially graver challenges ahead. In the days that followed, the academy heightened its defenses while intensifying training for the students. Qin Feng personally guided them in the mastery of advanced magic and martial arts, hoping they would quickly mature into a formidable force to protect the seas. Meanwhile, Mower, undeterred by his defeat, secretly amassed power, preparing for a renewed assault on the academy. Understanding that Mower would not relent, Qin Feng resolved to bolster the academy's defenses, that he led the faculty and students in establishing multiple magical barriers and traps around the academy, while also assigning personnel for patrol duties. Alongside the fortification efforts, Qin Feng did not neglect to enhance everyone's abilities. He organized a series of intensive training sessions tailored to the unique strengths and talents of each student, enabling them to better realize their potential. But on the other hand, Mower was actively devising new schemes following his defeat that he sought methods to amplify his own strength, even resorting to alliances with other malevolent forces. Through his efforts, his dark magic grew even more formidable, and his minions expanded in number. After a period of preparation, Mower launched yet another assault on the academy. This time, he brought forth even more powerful dark creatures and magical weapons, aiming to breach the Academy's defenses in one fell swoop. Qin Feng rallied the Academy's faculty and students to resist valiantly, engaging in a fierce life-and-death struggle in the midst of the battle. Qin Feng led from the front, confronting Mower once again. Armed with unwavering conviction and formidable strength, he repeatedly withstood Mower's attacks. The other faculty and students also demonstrated remarkable resilience, utilizing their learned skills in a desperate fight against the dark forces. Lily's magical assaults became increasingly fierce, Carl's martial prowess sharpened, Alice adeptly combined healing with combat assistance, and Tom, with his mastery of traps, created significant obstacles for the dark forces. Through their collective efforts, Mower's latest offensive was once again repelled. Yet, Qin Feng understood that this was merely a temporary victory. Their struggle against the dark forces was far from over. They must continually enhance their strength to better safeguard the seas and defend their homeland. Chapter 27. The Rise of Darkness and the Steadfastness of Hope. Following the repulsion of Mower's latest attack, the Academy experienced a brief period of tranquility. However, Qin Feng was acutely aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. Mower would not relent. He would undoubtedly return with even greater power and more sinister plans. To prepare for the impending greater challenges, Qin Feng resolved to dispatch several students and teachers to various towns and tribes, uniting their strengths to collectively combat the dark forces. Simultaneously, he intensified the study of magic and martial arts within the Academy, striving to discover a more powerful force to safeguard their home. In the Academy's secret laboratory, several seasoned mages and scholars worked tirelessly day and night. They pored over ancient texts, experimenting with various magical formulas, in hopes of uncovering a potent force capable of countering dark magic. Meanwhile, Mower, in his dark lair, was not idle to forge alliances with other dark force leaders. Conspiring to orchestrate an unprecedented attack, they amassed a vast number of dark creatures, training an elite dark army, ready to obliterate the Academy and all who resisted them. On a moonless night, Mower's army quietly set forth. They split into several squads, heading toward the Academy and the surrounding towns. The first to fall under attack was a seaside town. The dark creatures surged in like a tidal wave, wreaking havoc, pillaging, and committing unspeakable atrocities. The townsfolk rose in resistance, but their strength was far too feeble to withstand the onslaught of the dark forces. The Academy soon received a distress signal. Without hesitation, Qin Feng led a team of students and teachers to swiftly assist the town. Upon arrival, they found the town engulfed in flames, the air filled with cries for help. Split into groups and do everything we can to rescue the residents and eliminate the dark creatures, Qin Feng commanded. The students and teachers sprang into action, casting spells and employing martial skills as they engaged in fierce combat with the dark creatures. Through their efforts, the dark creatures' advance was gradually stymied, and some residents were successfully rescued. However, Mower's main force was now closing in on the Academy. The remaining faculty and students faced immense pressure, anxiously awaiting the enemy's arrival behind the Academy's defenses. When the Dark Army finally came into view, they brought not only fear, but an overwhelming sense of despair. Thousands of dark creatures and various formidable dark magical weapons rendered the Academy's defenses alarmingly fragile. Do not fear, we fight for justice and to protect our home. The Academy's vice principal rallied the faculty and students. The battle was imminent as the Dark Army launched a ferocious assault. The clash of magic and weapons echoed through the night, shaking the Academy's fortifications under the enemy's relentless attack. Meanwhile, in the town, Qin Feng's rescue team found themselves in dire straits. The dark creatures seemed to have received new orders, becoming increasingly frenzied and ferocious. Qin Feng was compelled to command the battle, while devising a swift resolution to return to the Academy for support, just as the Academy's defenses were on the brink of collapse. A mysterious force appeared. They were a group of knights from distant lands, clad in silver armor, wielding gleaming swords. Their arrival instantaneously shifted the tide of the battlefield, instilling newfound hope in the Academy's faculty and students. "It is the Order of the Radiant Knights. They have come to aid us," someone exclaimed with excitement. With the support of the Radiant Knights, the Academy's defenses gradually stabilized, they engaged in a fierce struggle against the Dark Army, each member unflinchingly fighting for justice and light. Back in the town, Qin Feng finally identified the dark creature's weakness, successfully organizing a counteroffensive that repelled them. They swiftly cleared the battlefield and hastened back to the academy. Upon their return, the battle raged on fiercely. Without hesitation, they joined the fray alongside the Radiant Knights, launching a final assault against the Dark Army. Through their combined efforts, the Dark Army began to falter. As the situation grew dire, more sought to flee, yet was swiftly detected by Qin Feng. With unwavering determination, Qin Feng pursued him, culminating in a fierce one-on-one duel. "More, today marks your demise," Qin Feng bellowed, the spear of destiny in his hand gleaming with an otherworldly light. Unyielding, More unleashed his most formidable dark magic. The two engaged in a breathtaking confrontation amidst the skies, their spells illuminating the night with an ethereal glow. Ultimately, through steadfast conviction and formidable strength, Qin Feng discerned a flaw in Moore's magic. Decisively vanquishing him, in despair, Moore emitted a final, anguished cry before vanishing without a trace. With Moore's defeat, the Dark Army crumbled entirely, scattering in all directions, pursued relentlessly by the faculty and students of the Academy. Along with the Order of Light Knights, when the battle concluded, both the Academy and the town lay in ruins. Yet hope remained unbroken among the people, who began to clear the battlefield and rebuild their homes. Standing in the Academy square, Qin Feng observed the weary yet hopeful faces of his compatriots, his heart swelling with emotion. Though we have emerged victorious, we must not let our guard down. The forces of darkness may rise again. We must continuously strengthen ourselves to safeguard our peace and tranquility, he declared. The people nodded in agreement, aware that the road ahead would be long. Yet united, they felt invincible in the days that followed. The Academy and the Order of Light Knights forged a deep friendship, jointly protecting the land. They intensified their training, bolstering their abilities in preparation for future challenges. Qin Feng emerged as a symbol of heroism in the hearts of the people. His name destined to be etched in the annals of this land's history. In the aftermath of the fierce battle, the Academy and its surrounding areas embarked on a long and arduous journey of reconstruction. Qin Feng busied himself with the restoration and expansion of the Academy, while also maintaining communication with various factions to ensure the stability of peace. Meanwhile, the Order of Light Knights, having assisted in the aftermath of the conflict, did not depart immediately. Their leader, Alvis, a brave and sagacious figure, conferred with Qin Feng and resolved to establish a permanent liaison point at the Academy, facilitating timely exchanges of intelligence to jointly confront any looming dark threats. During the reconstruction, numerous poignant tales emerged. Among them was a young girl named Amy, who, having lost her parents in the battle, resolutely devoted herself to aiding others. Her diminutive figure traversed the ruins, delivering water and food to the injured, her smile and warmth providing strength to those around her. There was also an elderly craftsman named Bruno, who, despite his advanced years, tirelessly repaired damaged buildings and fortifications with his exceptional skills that he often proclaimed. "As long as I draw breath, I shall contribute to the rebuilding of this land." The Academy's students rapidly matured through this experience. They trained diligently in both magic and combat, fully aware of their solemn duty to uphold peace. Lily, in her studies of magic, discovered a new array capable of enhancing defensive barriers. Carl, through relentless practical exercises, devised a powerful sword technique of his own. However, the days of tranquility were short-lived. One quiet night, a patrolling student detected unusual magical fluctuations at the forest's edge. Qin Feng promptly led a team to investigate, uncovering traces of dark magic remnants. After careful examination and analysis, they surmised that Moore might not have perished after all, but rather was clandestinely regaining strength, poised to strike once more. This revelation sent ripples of tension through the camp. Prepare for potential crises. Qin Feng resolved to dispatch several reconnaissance teams to gather intelligence from the surrounding areas. One such team encountered a cadre of mysterious figures clad in black robes. These shadowy figures moved with alarming speed, their magic enigmatic. After a fierce skirmish, only a few members of the team managed to escape. Based on the survivors' accounts, Qin Feng deduced that these black-robed individuals were likely Moore's newly recruited minions, that he realized that the adversaries they faced might be even more cunning and formidable than before. Within the academy, an atmosphere of vigilance permeated the air. Students intensified their training, while instructors relentlessly developed new spells and strategies. The Order of Light Knights strengthened their collaboration with the academy, jointly formulating defensive plans. Just then, word arrived from the distant north, reporting unusual activity at an ancient malevolent relic, reputed to be one of the sources of dark power. Qin Feng recognized that this might be linked to Moore's nefarious schemes. After conferring with Alvis, he decided to lead an elite team to investigate the northern relic. This team comprised the academy's finest students and the Order's most elite warriors. After a long and arduous journey, they finally arrived at the valley housing the relic. The entrance was shrouded in a formidable dark magic, emanating an aura of dread. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng cautioned, "Everyone, be vigilant. This may be an exceedingly perilous venture. Yet we have no choice but to protect our homeland." The group nodded in unison and cautiously stepped into the relic. Upon entering, they were immediately beset by various traps and attacks from dark creatures. However, through exemplary teamwork and extraordinary prowess, they gradually delved deeper into the relic's core. There, they discovered a colossal magical array, pulsating with eerie light. Just as they attempted to decipher its secrets, more materialized before them. "Ha! You have finally arrived. This time you shall remain trapped here forever." Moore cackled. It became evident that he had been harnessing the relic's power to restore his strength, intending to unleash a potent wave of dark energy to obliterate the entire sea. Qin Feng glared at Moore, declaring, "Your scheme shall not succeed." Once more, an intense battle erupted. Moore unleashed his formidable dark magic, ensnaring the group in peril. Yet, in a critical moment, Qin Feng identified the magic array's weakness and, in concert with Alvis, focused their efforts on exploiting it. With a deafening crash, the magical array was shattered, and Moore suffered a backlash, grievously wounded. "You will not prevail," he spat before vanishing in despair. The elite team successfully thwarted Moore's plot, returning to the academy with triumphant hearts. Yet they understood that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Still, they held firm in their belief that united, they could protect this land brimming with hope. Chapter 28. The Dawn of Peace and New Journeys. After successfully thwarting Moore's machinations, the Academy and its surrounding regions entered a phase of relative tranquility. The populace seized the opportunity to rebuild and develop. Striving to restore past prosperity, Qin Feng remained deeply engaged in the affairs of the Academy, nurturing the growth and training of the students while actively participating in cooperative endeavors with neighboring regions. Through his efforts, the Academy forged stronger ties with various towns and tribes, collaboratively constructing a robust defensive network. During this time, the Academy's curriculum underwent a series of reforms and innovations that, in addition to traditional teachings of magic and combat. Courses on strategy, tactics, and teamwork were introduced. Students not only exhibited significant improvements in their individual capabilities, but also excelled in navigating complex situations and collaborative efforts. Lily emerged as a star instructor in the Academy's magic courses, integrating her real-world experiences and new research findings into her teachings, cultivating a cadre of exceptional magicians. Meanwhile, Carl focused on both the preservation and innovation of martial skills, with his trainees demonstrating indomitable will and remarkable prowess in battle. Yet beneath the facade of peace, latent threats began to stir. Unscrupulous elements sought to exploit the chaos for personal gain, engaging in theft and robbery along the borders. Upon learning of this, Qin Feng promptly dispatched students to form patrols, enhancing oversight and governance in these regions. During one such patrol, the students uncovered a clandestine organization plotting a conspiracy against the Academy. The identities of this organization's members remained obscured, yet their actions were shrouded in secrecy and marked by brutality. Determined to investigate this enigmatic group personally, Qin Feng embarked on a meticulous inquiry. After considerable effort, he unearthed connections between this organization and the previously defeated dark forces. They aimed to leverage external powers to resurrect their influence and exact revenge upon the Academy and the entire sea. To eradicate this threat once and for all, Qin Feng summoned the Academy's core members and representatives from the Order of Light Knights to deliberate on a strategic response. During the meeting, diverse viewpoints emerged, yielding numerous viable strategies. Ultimately, they resolved to adopt an offensive approach, deploying elite forces to launch a surprise assault on the organization's stronghold. Prior to the operation, Qin Feng conducted rigorous training and meticulous preparation for all involved, ensuring a flawless execution on the day of action. The sky loomed ominously, as if foreshadowing the imminent clash. Qin Feng stealthily led his team toward the lair of the mysterious organization. The mysterious organization launched their attack. Its members remained deeply ensnared in their convoluted schemes, caught utterly off guard. The ensuing battle was fiercely intense, with the members of the organization fighting tooth and nail to resist, yet their defenses gradually crumbled under the overwhelming onslaught of Qin Feng and his comrades. After a fierce skirmish, Qin Feng and his allies successfully obliterated the majority of the organization's members and dismantled their stronghold. However, amidst the chaos of battle, Qin Feng stumbled upon some shocking clues. It became evident that a far more formidable force was backing this mysterious organization, a power hailing from a distant continent, which had long cast its covetous gaze upon the maritime domain. Qin Feng understood that this victory was merely ephemeral. Unless the underlying force was thoroughly vanquished, lasting peace in the seas would remain elusive. Thus, he resolved to organize an expeditionary team to venture to the distant continent, seeking the truth behind this formidable force and intending to eradicate it completely. Upon the announcement, the Academy's students eagerly volunteered to join the expedition. Following a rigorous selection process, Qin Feng assembled a cohort of the most exceptional and courageous students, forming a formidable expeditionary force. With the hopes and mission of many resting upon their shoulders, they embarked on a journey fraught with uncertainty and peril. Throughout their arduous journey, they traversed vast deserts, scaled treacherous mountains, and encountered countless hardships. In the desert, they were beset by a violent sandstorm, nearly losing their way. In the mountains, they faced ferocious beasts and inclement weather, injuring several team members. Yet under Qin Feng's leadership, the expedition maintained unwavering faith and indomitable will, progressing step by step. At long last, they reached the distant continent, where the landscape starkly contrasted with the seas, imbued with strangeness and mystery. The expeditionary team cautiously explored this new environment. Searching for traces of the enigmatic force, in a small town, they received crucial intelligence. It was said that the headquarters of this mysterious power was situated within an ancient castle, heavily guarded and fortified. Undeterred by the challenges ahead, Qin Feng devised a meticulous battle plan, opting to launch a night raid on the castle. As night descended, the expedition stealthily approached the stronghold, utilizing magic and martial skills. They deftly evaded the patrolling guards, successfully infiltrating the castle's interior. Inside the castle, they encountered a myriad of traps and mechanisms, yet through exemplary teamwork and adaptability, the expedition team deftly navigated each peril. Deep within the castle, they finally confronted the leader of the mysterious force. The leader, a powerful sorcerer, upon seeing Qin Feng and his companions, not only displayed no sign of panic, but instead revealed a sinister grin. A fierce magical duel ensued. Qin Feng unleashed his most potent spells, engaging in a life-or-death struggle with the leader. The other team members joined the fray, battling fiercely against the leader's subordinates. After an exhilarating confrontation, Qin Feng finally discerned a flaw in the leader's magic and decisively defeated him. With the fall of the leader, the remaining members of the mysterious force surrendered en masse. The expedition team accomplished their mission, eliminating a significant threat to the maritime realm. They returned home, adorned with the glory of victory. Upon their return to the Academy, the entire maritime domain erupted in jubilation. The populace cheered and celebrated the hero's return. Henceforth, the seas entered a true era of peace and prosperity. The Academy evolved into a cradle for nurturing exceptional talents, infusing the land's future with ceaseless vitality. Standing atop the Academy, Qin Feng gazed upon the vibrant land, his heart swelling with contentment and pride that he understood that their efforts and sacrifices had not been in vain. Brighter days lay ahead. In the aftermath, Qin Feng and his expedition team became legends of the maritime realm. Their valiant deeds were recounted with great enthusiasm, and the Academy welcomed an influx of aspiring individuals inspired by their heroic exploits. Yet, Qin Feng did not revel in the accolades that he recognized that peace necessitated continual vigilance and effort, and thus began to enhance the Academy's educational framework and defense mechanisms. In terms of education, Qin Feng invited various experts and scholars to teach at the Academy, encompassing not only magic and martial arts, but also history, culture, philosophy, and other diverse fields, aiming to cultivate well-rounded individuals with profound analytical abilities. Concurrently, the Academy instituted a scholarship program to encourage students to innovate and explore. One young scholar named Alan exhibited extraordinary talent in magical herbalism. Through diligent research, he discovered a new herbal formula capable of accelerating recovery for the injured, significantly bolstering the Academy's medical resources. Regarding defense mechanisms, Qin Feng organized regular practical drills, simulating various potential threats and attack scenarios. The students continuously improved their crisis responsibilities through these exercises, enhancing the overall defensive strength of the Academy. As time progressed, the maritime realm's economy began to flourish. Trade among towns became increasingly frequent, with new technologies and crafts emerging. In a coastal town, a craftsman named Maria invented a novel navigational tool, significantly increasing the speed and safety of vessels, facilitating smoother communication across the maritime expanse. The Academy students actively participated in societal development. They applied their knowledge to devise more rational town layouts, assist farmers in boosting crop yields, and improve fishing techniques for fishermen. In terms of cultural exchange, the Academy hosted grand magical and martial arts competitions, drawing participants from various regions. This not only fostered the development of magic and martial arts, but also strengthened friendships and understanding among diverse locales. However, just as everything seemed to be progressing favorably, new challenges quietly emerged. An unexpected plague broke out in certain areas of the maritime realm, leaving many infected and near death. Qin Feng immediately organized the Academy's faculty and students to combat the epidemic. The magical medical team tirelessly researched treatment methods, while students scurried to distribute medicines and supplies, caring for the afflicted. During this process, a student named Ailey discovered a peculiar magical fluctuation correlated with the plague spread. After thorough investigation, they uncovered that this was a form of artificially manipulated dark magic. Qin Feng realized that a new conspiracy might be lurking behind this. He led an investigative team to trace the magical fluctuations. After arduous tracking and inquiry, they uncovered that this entire ordeal was an act of vengeance orchestrated by a banished dark sorcerer. This sorcerer had once attempted to invade the Academy, harboring resentment after being defeated by Qin Feng, and had been seeking an opportunity for retribution. Qin Feng resolved to eliminate this threat decisively. In a thrilling magical confrontation, he ultimately triumphed over the dark sorcerer through sheer willpower and superior magical prowess, dispelling the dark magic that controlled the plague. Through collective efforts, the epidemic was gradually brought under control, and the maritime realm regained its former vibrancy and vitality. As Qin Feng gazed upon the revitalized land, he was filled with profound reflections. He understood that the path to safeguarding peace was eternally ongoing. However, as long as they remained united, nothing could hinder their progress. In the days to come, Qin Feng would continue to lead the Academy and the people of the maritime realm, embracing one challenge after another, inscribing their glorious chapters. Chapter 29. The mysterious ancient tome and the ancient curse. Following their triumph over the plague, tranquility and prosperity returned to the maritime realm. The Academy's students, having endured numerous trials, devoted themselves even more fervently to their studies and training, acutely aware of the fragility of peace and the necessity of harnessing formidable strength to protect it. One day, while poring over materials in the Academy's library, Qin Feng's attention was drawn to an ancient and tattered tome. This book, perched atop the highest shelf, was cloaked in a thick layer of dust. As if it had been forgotten for ages, with utmost care, Qin Feng retrieved it and gently brushed off the dust. Upon opening the first page, a wave of mysterious energy washed over him. The tome recounted a legend from ancient times, mentioning a powerful curse that, once triggered, would bring cataclysmic disaster to the entire world. Captivated by the tome's content, Qin Feng resolved to delve deeper into its mysteries. However, the text was laden with obscure symbols and intricate patterns that rendered it difficult to decipher. To unravel the secrets contained within, he summoned the Academy's most esteemed scholars and sorcerers to form a research team. After days of tireless effort, they finally managed to interpret part of the content. It turned out that the curse was linked to a mysterious artifact said to possess world-altering power, in ancient times. An evil sorcerer cast this curse in a bid to seize the artifact. As the research progressed, Qin Feng discerned that the curse's effects had begun to manifest in the maritime realm. Strange phenomena, such as abnormal weather, frequent earthquakes, and mysterious illnesses, were increasingly prevalent. Recognizing the urgency of finding a means to lift the curse, he understood that dire consequences awaited if they failed to act swiftly. During their investigation of the ancient tome, Qin Feng learned that the key to breaking the curse might lie on a remote island known as Misty Isle, perpetually cloaked in dense fog and rife with unknown dangers. Determined to uncover the truth, Qin Feng resolved to personally lead a team to Misty Isle in search of clues. He selected a group of exceptionally skilled and seasoned students and instructors, including the magic prodigy Lily, the martial arts expert Carl, the healer Amy, and the navigator Tom. They embarked on a sturdy vessel, setting sail towards the enigmatic Mist Island. Along their journey, tumultuous waves and fierce storms posed significant challenges to their voyage. Yet, under the encouragement of Qin Feng, they steadfastly maintained their unwavering resolve. After several arduous days at sea, they finally approached the vicinity of Mist Island. From afar, the entire island was shrouded in dense fog. Obscuring its true appearance, the ship cautiously drew near to the shore, and as they set foot on land, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them. The island boasted an extraordinary abundance of vegetation, with treacherous paths and eerie sounds emanating from the woods. Qin Feng led the team forward with utmost caution. Suddenly, a swarm of colossal spiders descended from the trees, launching an attack. The spiders, adorned with hard shells and spewing venom, posed a grave threat. The team swiftly retaliated. Lily cast a spell, freezing the spiders in place, while Carl wielded his sword, dispatching the approaching arachnids one by one. After a fierce battle, they ultimately repelled the spiders. However, before they could catch their breath, they encountered a treacherous swamp. The mire concealed various perilous traps, and a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. Drawing upon his extensive nautical experience, Tom identified a relatively safe path through the quagmire. They supported one another, carefully navigating their way across the marsh. Deep within the island, they stumbled upon an ancient temple. The temple's grand entrance was firmly shut, adorned with mysterious runes. Qin Feng meticulously examined these symbols, seeking a means to unlock the door. After considerable study, he discerned that a specific magical incantation was required to gain entry. Lily performed the spell, reciting the incantation, and the door slowly creaked open. An antiquated aura permeated the temple's interior. With walls adorned by ancient murals depicting tales of curses and treasures, at the heart of the temple stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a crystal radiating an otherworldly glow. As Qin Feng approached the pedestal, the moment his hand brushed against the crystal, a formidable force propelled him backward. He realized that this crystal might be the key to breaking the curse, yet acquiring it would not be a simple endeavor. Just then, a spectral figure materialized within the temple. The apparition, an ancient guardian, warned Qin Feng and his companions that the crystal was fiercely protected by powerful magic, and any attempt to seize it would unleash dire consequences. Qin Feng found himself at a crossroads. On one hand, he recognized the crystal's significance in lifting the curse. On the other, he feared the Guardian's ominous warning. After much contemplation, he resolved to negotiate with the Guardian. The Guardian stipulated a condition. Only if Qin Feng and his companions could navigate a series of trials to demonstrate their courage, wisdom, and kindness would they be deemed worthy of the crystal. The trials commenced, beginning with the realm of courage. Qin Feng and his team were transported to a space teeming with monstrous creatures, tasked with vanquishing them within a set time frame. Undaunted, the team fought valiantly. And through their indomitable spirit and exceptional combat skills, they successfully overcame the first trial. Next came the realm of wisdom, where they faced intricate puzzles and traps, requiring intellect and teamwork to solve. During this phase, Amy showcased her cleverness, guiding them through the challenges with ease. Finally, they entered the realm of kindness, where they encountered injured souls in need of healing through compassion and care. The team offered warm words and actions, bringing solace to the wounded spirits. After a series of rigorous trials, the Guardian acknowledged Qin Feng and his companion's commendable performance. They ultimately secured the crystal. Yet, just as they prepared to depart the temple, a cadre of dark forces materialized, intent on seizing the crystal. That a fierce battle erupted once more. Qin Feng led his team into a desperate struggle against the dark forces. In the fray, Carl sustained injuries but persisted in the fight, while Amy tended to the wounded. After a grueling confrontation, Qin Feng and his allies successfully repelled the dark forces, returning triumphantly to the academy with the crystal in hand. Upon their return, they immediately commenced research on how to utilize the crystal to lift the curse. After numerous attempts and relentless effort, they finally discovered the method. The moment the curse was lifted, the ominous clouds over the sea began to dissipate, and sunlight bathed the land once more. The populace erupted in joyous celebration, reveling in their victory. Qin Feng and his companions emerged as heroes of the realm, their names forever etched in the annals of history. Following the curse's dissolution, the sea region ushered in a period of tranquility and harmony. Qin Feng and his comrades became revered figures in the hearts of the people. However, Qin Feng remained vigilant, acutely aware that while the immediate crisis had been averted, unknown challenges lay ahead. Thus, he resolved to utilize this relatively peaceful period to further enhance the Academy's strength and influence. Qin Feng undertook a comprehensive reform of the Academy's curriculum, in addition to traditional training in magic and martial arts. He introduced practical courses in strategic studies, diplomatic etiquette, and resource management, aimed at cultivating the students' multifaceted abilities, enabling them to navigate complex situations with ease. Simultaneously, he actively promoted academic exchanges and collaborations with other regions, inviting renowned scholars and masters to impart their knowledge at the Academy, and dispatching outstanding students and instructors to engage in learning and knowledge-sharing elsewhere. In terms of the Academy's infrastructure, Qin Feng invested significant time and resources, establishing advanced magical laboratories, martial training facilities, and an extensive library to provide students with an enriched environment for learning and research. During an exchange trip, Qin Feng encountered a mysterious merchant from afar. The merchant showcased an array of innovative magical artifacts and techniques, among which a magic gem capable of enhancing defensive barriers piqued Qin Feng's interest immensely. After extensive discussions and negotiations, Qin Feng successfully forged a partnership with the merchant, integrating these advanced magical tools and techniques into the Academy. This not only significantly bolstered the Academy's defensive capabilities, but also provided new avenues for students' learning and research. The Academy's reputation soared. It attracted an increasing number of young aspirants eager to learn. Among them was a boy named Jack, who, despite his humble origins, possessed remarkable magical talent and unwavering determination. Qin Feng recognized Jack's potential and personally mentored him. Under Qin Feng's attentive guidance, Jack made rapid progress, quickly rising to prominence within the Academy. Meanwhile, the surrounding regions of the sea underwent transformations as well, with emerging towns flourishing and economies prospering. However, this prosperity also brought forth new challenges, such as resource distribution and territorial disputes. To maintain peace and stability in the region, Qin Feng proactively intervened, organizing discussions and negotiations among the parties involved. Utilizing his wisdom and prestige, he successfully diffused numerous potential conflicts, fostering a harmonious atmosphere for development throughout the region. One tranquil night, Qin Feng found himself pondering the future of the Academy in its courtyard. Suddenly, an unusual light streaked across the sky, followed by the appearance of an ancient scroll before him. As he unfurled the scroll, it revealed a mysterious prophecy regarding ancient relics. It spoke of a long-forgotten site, hidden far away, containing immense power capable of altering the world. yet fraught with peril and challenges. Qin Feng's desire for exploration reignited within him, that he understood that this could be an unprecedented opportunity, yet it also posed a tremendous risk. Nonetheless, for the sake of the Academy and the future of the Sea region, he resolved to confront this challenge with courage. The following day, Qin Feng gathered his core team, sharing the enigmatic prophecy and his decision with them. They all expressed their willingness to accompany Qin Feng on this quest. Thus, they set forth once more on a journey filled with uncertainty, advancing towards the mysterious ancient relic, prepared to embrace new adventures and trials. Chapter 30. The journey to explore the ancient relic. Qin Feng led his team, filled with anticipation and trepidation for the unknown, as they embarked on the expedition to the ancient relic. Along the way, they traversed dense jungles, scaled perilous mountains, and faced countless hardships and obstacles. As they drew closer to the relic, the surrounding environment grew increasingly bizarre. The air was thick with an enigmatic aura, inducing an inexplicable sense of oppression. The previously clear sky darkened suddenly, with ominous clouds gathering and thunder rumbling, as if warning them to stay away. "Be cautious. This place is rife with unknown dangers," Qin Feng warned his companions. They proceeded with utmost care, when suddenly the ground began to tremble violently, and enormous underground worms erupted from the earth, lunging at them with ferocity. "Prepare for battle," Qin Feng commanded, and the team swiftly entered combat mode. Lily, adept in magic, unleashed powerful fire spells, incinerating several of the worms in an instant. Carl, the martial arts master, brandished his great sword, engaging the worms in close combat. Each swing of his blade infused with fierce momentum. After a fierce struggle, they vanquished the subterranean worms. Before they could catch their breath, a sudden wave of mist enveloped them. "Stay vigilant and do not stray apart." Qin Feng's voice echoed through the fog. The group huddled closely together, cautiously feeling their way forward. Within the mist, they faintly heard eerie laughter and strange footsteps, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a multitude of indistinct figures materialized ahead, rushing towards them. Qin Feng focused his gaze and discerned that they were a horde of cursed spirits. They are impervious to physical attacks. "Everyone, use magic," Qin Feng commanded. The team members promptly unleashed their spells, bursts of light flickering in the fog. After a fierce struggle, they finally dispelled the spirits and emerged from the mist. That moment, they found themselves before an ancient stone bridge, spanning a bottomless chasm. The bridge appeared dilapidated, as if it might collapse at any moment. Qin Feng cautiously stepped onto the bridge, testing its stability point one by one. The others followed, moving with utmost care. Just as they reached the center of the bridge, it began to sway violently, with countless stones plummeting from its structure. "Run!" Qin Feng shouted. The team members dashed towards the opposite side, narrowly escaping as the bridge teetered on the brink of collapse. Continuing onward, a magnificent palace came into view. This was the fabled ancient ruin. The grand entrance was tightly shut, adorned with intricate, mysterious runes. Qin Feng meticulously examined the runes, attempting to decipher the method to unlock the door. After considerable study, he discovered that the runes required a specific sequence of touches to open the entrance. Under Qin Feng's guidance, the team members touched the runes in turn, and the door creaked open. A wave of musty air rushed forth, revealing a pitch-black interior. "Be cautious," Qin Feng advised, stepping into the palace first. An unsettling aura permeated the hall, with flickering lights dancing upon the walls. As they tread carefully, a low, menacing growl resonated through the air. A colossal beast burst forth from the darkness, its massive form covered in hardened scales, its eyes glinting with malice. The team members quickly scattered and launched their attacks. Lily's magic struck the creature, but was deflected by its tough scales. Taking advantage of the moment, Carl circled behind the beast to strike, only to be swatted away by its sweeping tail. Qin Feng remained calm, observing the beast's movements, searching for its vulnerability. At last, he noticed that the creature's belly was unprotected by scales. "Concentrate your attacks on its abdomen," Qin Feng shouted. The team members unleashed their most powerful spells and techniques, their energies converging upon the beast's exposed underbelly. The creature let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. Having vanquished the beast, they ventured deeper into the palace, in a secret chamber. They discovered a massive crystal orb, radiating a peculiar glow. "This must be what we were seeking," Qin Feng remarked. Just as they prepared to approach the orb, countless magical traps sprang to life around them. Flames, frost, and lightning surged from all directions. The team members cast spells and utilized their skills to fend off the trap's assaults. Meanwhile, Qin Feng focused intently, striving to unravel the trap's magical array. After much effort, he finally pinpointed the core of the traps and successfully dismantled the magical formation. They stood before the crystal orb, but as they reached out to touch it, the orb unleashed a powerful force, drawing them into a mysterious realm. Within this space, they beheld ancient scenes that unveiled a forgotten history. It became clear that this ruin had once been the seat of a formidable magical kingdom, now fallen due to a dreadful war. Leaving behind a site rife with curses and peril, we must find a way to escape while uncovering the secret of this orb, Qin Feng stated. They continued to explore the enigmatic realm, ultimately discovering a concealed portal. Passing through it, they returned to the Palace of the Ruins. However, the palace had transformed. Countless dark creatures surged from every corner, launching an assault. Qin Feng rallied his team to resist, and another fierce battle erupted. Their strength waned, yet their resolve grew ever stronger. Finally, after a lengthy and arduous fight, they annihilated the dark entities. Qin Feng gazed once more at the crystal orb. Sensing its immense power, yet understanding that such strength should not be misused, we must return the orb to the academy, study it thoroughly, and harness its power for good rather than calamity, Qin Feng declared. The team nodded in agreement, carrying the orb as they embarked on their journey home. Unbeknownst to them, a new crisis awaited. As Qin Feng and his companions retraced their steps with the orb, they found the path they had traversed transformed into an unrecognizable terrain. The scenery around them shifted ceaselessly, disorienting their sense of direction. What is happening? Is this yet another magical interference? Lily frowned. Qin Feng remained composed, surveying their surroundings. Everyone, stay calm. Let us pause and devise a plan. That moment, a fierce wind howled past, carrying with it sinister whispers. There seems to be a message within this wind, Alice, skilled in perception, remarked. Qin Feng closed his eyes, straining to listen to the voices carried by the breeze. Gradually, he began to discern a pattern. This is the guardian force of the ruins testing us. We must rely on our wisdom and courage to find our way, Qin Feng declared resolutely. The others nodded, collectively searching for clues. Tom noticed peculiar footprints on the ground, seemingly left by some creature. Perhaps we should follow these tracks, Tom suggested. The group proceeded along the footprints, eventually arriving at an enormous labyrinth. This maze appears quite intricate. We must tread carefully, Qin Feng cautioned. They entered the labyrinth with utmost caution, each step filled with vigilance. Inside, they encountered various traps and mechanisms, sudden spikes, descending boulders, and toxic mist that could induce unconsciousness. Yet through their teamwork and individual skills, they repeatedly turned peril into safety. At last, after navigating countless forks and dead ends, they emerged from the maze. However, a tumultuous river awaited them. Devoid of bridges, its waters roaring with ferocity. What shall we do? How can we cross? Carl gazed at the river, a troubled expression on his face. Qin Feng pondered briefly. We can conjure a temporary floating bridge using magic. Under his direction, Lily and the other mages combined their spells, creating a bridge of magical energy across the river. They swiftly crossed the bridge and continued onward, after several days of arduous travel. They neared the exit of the mysterious region. Just then, a group of dark sorcerers appeared, obstructing their path. Hand over the crystal orb, or you shall not leave, the leader of the dark sorcerers threatened viciously. Qin Feng stepped forward defiantly. Not a chance. This orb belongs to all of us. Your scheme shall not prevail. An intense magical battle ensued. The dark sorcerers unleashed a barrage of malevolent spells, while Qin Feng and his team collaborated closely to resist. During the fray, Alice was unfortunately injured. Alice, Qin Feng exclaimed in distress. Do not mind me. Headmaster, continue fighting, Alice urged. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng intensified his counterattacks. Ultimately, they triumphed over the dark sorcerers through their indomitable will and relentless spirit. "Let us depart," Qin Feng instructed. The group hastened their pace, escorting the wounded Alice. They finally emerged from the mysterious region. Greeted by familiar sights, "We have returned." The team cheered. Back at the academy, Qin Feng promptly organized a team to study the crystal orb. After a period of diligent effort, they discovered that the orb contained a powerful healing energy capable of curing various ailments. Consequently, the academy resolved to harness the orb's power to provide medical assistance to the surrounding communities. Numerous patients plagued by terminal illnesses regained their health thanks to the orb's healing properties, further elevating the academy's reputation. However, this bliss was short-lived as a mysterious organization learned of the orb's existence and sought to seize it for their own use. They dispatched numerous assassins to infiltrate the academy. One night, they launched a surprise attack. The academy's alarm blared, and Qin Feng rallied the students to defend. "Protect the crystal orb!" Qin Feng shouted. The battle was fierce, with both sides suffering heavy losses. In a pivotal moment, Qin Feng spotted the leader of the mysterious organization and engaged him in a life-and-death struggle. Ultimately, through his tenacious spirit and exceptional skill, Qin Feng defeated the leader, successfully safeguarding both the crystal orb and the academy. Following this incident, the academy strengthened its security measures and placed greater emphasis on training students' combat abilities. Yet Qin Feng remained ever vigilant, knowing that greater challenges awaited them in the future. Yet he firmly believed that as long as everyone united as one, nothing could obstruct their forward momentum. Chapter 31. The conspiracy of the mysterious organization and the grueling struggle after successfully repelling the attack from the mysterious organization. The academy appeared to have returned to its former tranquility. However, a shadow of gloom lingered within Qin Feng's heart. He understood all too well that this assault was merely the beginning. The enigmatic organization would not relent easily. As anticipated, it was not long before the academy received a series of ominous threat letters. The correspondence brimmed with provocation and arrogance, proclaiming that they would undoubtedly acquire the crystal ball, plunging the academy into an abyss from which it could never recover. Qin Feng realized that they must swiftly uncover the origins and intentions of this mysterious organization to effectively confront the impending crisis. To gather more intelligence, Qin Feng dispatched several astute reconnaissance teams to delve into the surrounding regions for investigation. One such team stumbled upon crucial clues in a remote town that it was rumored that the organization had established a secret stronghold within a nearby abandoned castle. Determined to uncover the truth, Qin Feng resolved to personally lead a cadre of elite students to the castle. Upon their arrival, they discovered the site heavily fortified, surrounded by an array of magical traps and patrolling guards. "Everyone, be cautious and do not act recklessly," Qin Feng whispered. They stealthily maneuvered to the rear of the castle and uncovered a concealed entrance. Carefully, Qin Feng pushed open the ancient door, and a wave of decay greeted them. Inside the castle, they found themselves amidst a labyrinth of intricate passageways and chambers. As they explored, unsettling sounds echoed around them, sending chills down their spines. Suddenly, a swarm of dark figures surged forth from behind. Launching a fierce attack, the students reacted swiftly, engaging in a fierce struggle against these shadows. To Qin Feng's astonishment, these shadows were revealed to be puppets controlled by magic, relentlessly attacking with ferocity. After a grueling battle, they finally vanquished the puppets. Pressing onward, they entered a spacious hall, at the center of which stood a massive table, cluttered with various documents and maps. Qin Feng approached and scrutinized the files, discovering that the mysterious organization was orchestrating a large-scale magical assault, targeting not only the academy, but also key towns throughout the entire maritime region. "They are utterly deranged," exclaimed one student in anger. Just then, a low, rumbling roar emanated from deep within the castle. Qin Feng's heart sank, realizing that a more formidable enemy was approaching. "Prepare for battle," he commanded, his voice resonating with urgency. As the roar grew louder, a colossal monster appeared before them, its form resembling a small mountain, covered in sharp spines, with eyes glowing a menacing red. The students gasped in horror, yet Spurred on by Qin Feng's encouragement, they summoned their courage and charged at the beast. Spells and martial techniques flew towards the creature, but its skin was as tough as iron, rendering most of their attacks ineffective. Observing the creature's movements, Qin Feng discerned a potential weakness on its left side. He leaped towards the monster's flank, his spear of destiny gleaming with radiant light. "Follow me! Concentrate your attacks on its left side," Qin Feng shouted. The students rallied behind him, channeling all their strength towards the creature's vulnerable side. After an intense struggle, they finally brought the monster crashing to the ground, its defiant roar echoing through the hall. Just as they thought the danger had passed, the castle began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. "Quickly, find an exit," Qin Feng bellowed. Amidst the chaos, they frantically searched for a way out and managed to escape just before the castle crumbled completely. Upon returning to the academy, Qin Feng immediately convened all the faculty and students, revealing the conspiracy of the mysterious organization that we must unite and collectively resist this crisis, Qin Feng declared. The assembly responded fervently, expressing their willingness to fight for the protection of the academy and the maritime region. The academy commenced urgent preparations for war. The mages tirelessly brewed magical potions and crafted spells, while the warriors intensified their training in martial arts, readying themselves for the imminent battle. Simultaneously, Qin Feng pondered strategies to counter the magical assaults from the mysterious organization. Collaborating with several seasoned mages, they eventually devised a magical array capable of withstanding large-scale magical attacks. As preparations surged forward, the mysterious organization launched its assault prematurely. Countless magical projectiles rained down upon the academy, painting the sky in a dazzling array of colors. "Activate the magical array," Qin Feng commanded loudly. With the activation of the array, a powerful shield enveloped the entire academy, thwarting the majority of the magical onslaught. However, some stray attacks breached the shield, causing damage within the academy. "Counterattack," Qin Feng shouted, wielding the spear of destiny as he led the students into battle. On the battlefield, the brilliance of magic intertwined with the prowess of martial arts, and the sounds of battle reverberated loudly. Each individual fought valiantly for justice and survival, displaying unparalleled courage and resilience. At a critical moment in the fray, Lily discovered the leader of the mysterious organization. She promptly alerted Qin Feng, who wasted no time in charging towards the leader. The leader, a formidable sorcerer, engaged Qin Feng in a breathtaking magical duel. Their magical forces collided in the air, resulting in tremendous explosions. With unwavering determination and exceptional magical skill, Qin Feng gradually gained the upper hand. Ultimately, he unleashed a powerful spell, defeating the leader. As the leader fell, the members of the mysterious organization descended into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the Academy's faculty and students launched a full-scale assault, completely overwhelming the enemy. The fierce battle finally came to an end, and peace returned to the Academy and the maritime region once more. Yet Qin Feng understood that they could not let their guard down, for new challenges might await them in the future. Amidst the ruins of the post-battle landscape, Qin Feng gazed skyward, filled with a resolute belief that he was convinced that as long as everyone stood united, they could overcome any adversity that lay ahead. The Academy, in the wake of the battle, lay in disarray. However, the faces of the faculty and students radiated with the joy of victory and the relief of exhaustion. Qin Feng stood in the Academy Square, observing those diligently clearing the battlefield and repairing the structures, his heart brimming with complex emotions. "Headmaster, while we have emerged victorious, the losses we have suffered are indeed grave," Elvin said gravely as he approached Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, but as long as we remain, the Academy shall not fall." In the days that followed, the Academy entered a phase of intense recovery and reconstruction. Injured students and faculty received meticulous care in the infirmary, while others devoted themselves to restoring the buildings and re-establishing educational facilities. However, the tranquility was short-lived. One day, a mysterious visitor arrived at the Academy. Cloaked in a black robe, their features obscured by shadows, their true appearance was indiscernible. "Headmaster Qin Feng, I bring an important message." The enigmatic visitor's voice was deep and rasping. Qin Feng eyed him warily. What message? The mysterious organization has not been entirely eradicated. Their remnants are secretly regrouping, preparing to exact a new round of vengeance upon the Academy. Moreover, they appear to have gained even more formidable magical support, the visitor revealed. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Who are you? Why are you telling us this? The mysterious visitor paused momentarily. I was once a member of that organization, but I could not abide their actions and chose to leave. I wish to assist you in thwarting their malevolence. Though Qin Feng was skeptical of the visitor's words, he resolved to remain vigilant. The Academy reinforced its defenses, and training became increasingly rigorous and intense. Simultaneously, Qin Feng began investigating the clues provided by the mysterious visitor. Through diligent effort, he uncovered intricate connections between the organization and an ancient dark magical family, a lineage that possessed forbidden magical powers and had long sought to dominate the world. This truly is a vexing predicament. Qin Feng murmured to himself. At that moment, a series of strange occurrences began to unfold within the Academy. Several students mysteriously vanished during nighttime training, leaving no traces behind. Qin Feng sensed that a more sinister conspiracy was brewing. Everyone must exercise caution. The enemy may be lurking among us. Qin Feng issued a warning to the entire faculty and student body. During a patrol, Qin Feng unexpectedly discovered a concealed passage hidden within the Academy's basement. The passage was suffused with a dark magical aura, and the walls were etched with eerie symbols. Cautiously, Qin Feng ventured deeper into the passage, only to suddenly hear faint cries for help. Following the sound, he found the missing students imprisoned within a massive magical cage. "Headmaster, save us!" the students pleaded, their eyes filled with hope upon seeing Qin Feng. He attempted to break the magical cage, but found it shielded by a powerful dark magic, rendering it difficult to dismantle. Just then, a chilling laughter echoed through the air. "Qin Feng, did you really think you could rescue them?" A shadow emerged slowly from the darkness, revealing the new leader of the mysterious organization. "What do you truly want?" Qin Feng glared at him. "That if you hand over the crystal ball, I shall release them. Otherwise, they will perish here," the new leader threatened. Qin Feng found himself in a dilemma. The crystal ball was a vital treasure of the Academy, crucial to the safety of the entire sea region, yet the lives of these students were equally paramount. After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied, "Very well, I can give you the crystal ball, but you must release them first." The new leader scoffed, "You lack the authority to negotiate terms with me." Just then, an enigmatic visitor suddenly appeared. "Your scheme will not succeed." It turned out that the mysterious visitor had been discreetly assisting Qin Feng in investigating the movements of the organization. Taking advantage of the new leader's moment of inattention, he unleashed a powerful spell, shattering the magical cage and freeing the students. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the new leader. The mysterious visitor joined the fray, fighting alongside Qin Feng. Under their combined assault, the new leader began to falter. Ultimately, Qin Feng delivered a decisive blow, utterly vanquishing the new leader. "Thank you. Had it not been for you, we would have been in grave danger," Qin Feng said to the mysterious visitor. The visitor smiled gently, replying, "It was my duty. From this moment forth, I have resolved to formally join the Academy and stand with you in the pursuit of justice." Following this crisis, the faculty and students of the Academy became even more united. They understood that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, but as long as they marched forward together, nothing could obstruct their path. Chapter 32. A new crisis and a mysterious ally. After successfully addressing the threat posed by the mysterious organization, the Academy experienced a brief period of tranquility. However, this calm did not last long, as a new crisis was quietly approaching point one day. While poring over an ancient tome in the Academy's library, Qin Feng stumbled upon a shocking account. The book mentioned that in a distant age, a powerful and malevolent magical force had been sealed deep underground. Now, for reasons unknown, this force seemed to be showing signs of resurgence. Qin Feng immediately recognized that if this evil power were to awaken, it would bring catastrophic ruin to the entire world. He resolved to convene the core members of the Academy to discuss countermeasures. During the meeting, everyone voiced their opinions. Elvin suggested that a reconnaissance team be dispatched immediately to locate the source of this power. Lily proposed reinforcing the Academy's defenses as a precaution, while Tom recommended seeking assistance from other magical organizations. Qin Feng listened attentively to everyone's suggestions and ultimately decided on a multifaceted strategy. On one hand, he would send out a reconnaissance team. On the other, he would bolster the Academy's defenses and initiate contact with other magical organizations. The reconnaissance team set off promptly, following the clues provided in the ancient text. They traversed dense forests and scaled perilous mountains, finally arriving at a mysterious valley. The valley was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere, with the surrounding flora exhibiting distorted forms. The team advanced cautiously when suddenly a deep growl echoed through the air. "Everyone be cautious," the team leader whispered. As the sound drew nearer, a colossal beast emerged before them. The creature towered like a mountain, its body covered in tough scales, and its eyes gleamed with a crimson light. The team members unleashed their spells and combat skills, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. Yet the creature's might was overwhelming, and the team began to find themselves in dire straits. At that critical moment, a mysterious woman appeared. Clad in a flowing white robe and wielding a staff adorned with jewels, she emanated a potent magical aura with a graceful wave of her staff. A brilliant beam of magic struck the beast. The creature howled in agony and fled in terror. "Thank you for your assistance, milady," the team leader expressed gratefully. "And no need for thanks. I have come to stop this malevolent force," the mysterious woman replied. Through their conversation, the team leader learned that this enigmatic woman was named Ella, a powerful sorceress from a far-off land. Sensing the awakening of this evil force, she had journeyed to locate its source and seal it away. The reconnaissance team returned to the academy with Ella. Qin Feng warmly welcomed her arrival and engaged in discussions about strategies to combat the malevolent force. Ella informed Qin Feng that to seal this dark power, they needed to find 3 mystical magical artifacts: the Sword of Light, the Shield of Guardianship, and the Crown of Wisdom. These treasures were scattered across different corners of the world, and their retrieval would be a perilous adventure. Qin Feng resolved to personally lead a team alongside Ella in their quest to recover the magical artifacts. Their first destination was an ancient castle, rumored to conceal the Sword of Light deep within its walls. The castle was riddled with traps and mechanisms, guarded by puppets enchanted by magic. Qin Feng and his companions proceeded with utmost caution, continuously deciphering traps and defeating the puppets. At last, they discovered a treasure chest in the castle's basement. When Qin Feng opened the chest, a blinding light erupted forth, revealing the Sword of Light before their eyes. With the Sword of Light in our possession, we stand a better chance against the malevolent force, Ella declared. Next, they journeyed to a mysterious forest in search of the Shield of Guardianship. This forest was enveloped in mist and teeming with perilous magical creatures. Within the woods, they encountered a gigantic unicorn. Initially hostile, the unicorn came to understand their intentions through Ella's magical communication and aided them in locating the Shield of Guardianship. Finally, they ascended a towering peak, where the Crown of Wisdom was said to reside within a temple at its summit. The climb was arduous. They faced harsh weather, steep paths, and sudden magical assaults. However, through their collective efforts, they ultimately reached the summit and found the Crown of Wisdom, with all 3 magical artifacts in hand. Qin Feng and his companions prepared to return to the academy. Yet en route, they were ambushed by the malevolent force, the cadre of dark sorcerers, leading an array of evil creatures, obstructed their path. "Hand over the artifacts, or you will not leave here alive," the leader of the dark sorcerers bellowed. Qin Feng stood resolute. "You are mistaken. We shall use these artifacts to seal your malevolent power." A fierce battle ensued. Armed with the Sword of Light, Qin Feng and Ella raised the Shield of Guardianship, while the other team members unleashed their most potent spells and combat techniques. During the fray, Qin Feng discerned a weakness in the dark sorcerer leader's magic. Coordinating with Ella, they successfully defeated the leader. Under the courageous resistance of Qin Feng and his companions, the forces of evil gradually retreated. Ultimately, they returned to the academy with the 3 magical artifacts in tow, ready to face the impending final confrontation to seal away the malevolent force and safeguard the peace of the world. Upon returning to the academy, Qin Feng and Ella immediately set to work preparing for the sealing ritual. Neglecting any thoughts of rest, the faculty and students busied themselves, providing various forms of support and assurance for the ceremony. During the preparations, Qin Feng realized that to successfully seal the evil power, a formidable magical array was needed as a vessel. Thus, he gathered the Academy's most adept scholars in magical arrays, working tirelessly day and night to research, modify, and perfect the design of the array. Meanwhile, Ella utilized this time to fuse and calibrate the powers of the three magical artifacts, ensuring they would perform optimally during the sealing ceremony. Just as everything seemed ready, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A powerful dark energy suddenly enveloped the Academy. The malevolent force had sensed Qin Feng's plans and launched a preemptive strike. Dark creatures surged toward the Academy like a tidal wave, threatening to breach the defensive barrier that quaked under their assault. "Do not panic. Hold the line," Qin Feng shouted. The faculty and students unleashed their magic and combat skills, fiercely battling the dark creatures. The Academy was ablaze with fire, and magical brilliance illuminated the chaos. Amid the intense conflict, Qin Feng noticed that the attacks of the dark creatures seemed to have a distinct target. They were heading toward the places where the magical artifacts and the magical array were stored. "We cannot allow them to thwart our plans," Ella exclaimed urgently. Without hesitation, Qin Feng organized an elite team, personally leading them to escort the magical artifacts and the magical array to safety. Along the way, they faced relentless intercept from the dark creatures. Wielding the Sword of Light, Qin Feng cut a path through the adversaries, but the enemy continued to pour forth, making progress exceedingly difficult. Just then, Elvin and a team of reinforcements arrived. "Principal, we have come to assist you." Through their collective efforts, the team successfully transported the magical artifacts and the magical array to a designated safe location. However, the Academy had descended into chaos. Dark creatures rampaged within, and many faculty and students were injured. "That we must initiate the sealing ceremony at once," Ella urged. Qin Feng nodded, and he and Ella stood at the center of the magical array, placing the three magical as they recited the ancient incantations. The magic circle began to emanate a brilliant light, a formidable power gradually coalescing. However, at that moment, the forces of darkness seemed to sense the imminent threat and launched a more frenzied assault. A beam of dark magic hurtled towards the magic circle, seemingly poised to strike in a critical moment. Lily stepped forward, conjuring her most powerful magical shield to block this lethal blow. Yet, she herself sustained severe injuries due to the backlash of her magic. "Lily!" Qin Feng cried out in anguish. Yet he understood that he could not pause now. He must continue with the sealing ritual. With the unwavering determination of Qin Feng and Ella, the power of the magic circle finally reached its zenith. A colossal beam of light shot skyward, aimed at the source of the malevolent force. Wherever the light touched, dark creatures were instantaneously reduced to ashes, and the evil power was gradually suppressed and sealed. Once all was concluded, the Academy fell into a profound silence. Qin Feng gazed upon the devastated Academy and the injured faculty and students, his heart brimming with sorrow and resolve. "We have triumphed. But we must not forget the lessons learned from this ordeal. We must strive harder in our cultivation and studies to safeguard our home and protect this peace," Qin Feng declared. Following the sealing of the evil force, the Academy embarked on a protracted rebuilding endeavor. Faculty and students united, clearing the rubble, repairing the buildings, and gradually restoring the Academy to its former glory. Qin Feng busied himself coordinating the various tasks, ensuring that every injured faculty member and student received appropriate care and treatment. Ella remained by his side, utilizing her magical knowledge to expedite the recovery of the wounded. As time passed, the Academy's teaching gradually returned to normalcy. Having endured this catastrophe, the students studied with renewed diligence, acutely aware of the weighty responsibilities they bore. However, Qin Feng's concerns lingered. He knew that while the evil force had been temporarily sealed, other potential threats might still exist in the world. To preempt future dangers, Qin Feng resolved to strengthen the connections and collaborations with other magical organizations and factions. He dispatched envoys to exchange experiences with magical groups across the lands and establish alliances. Concurrently, the academy itself underwent a series of reforms. The curriculum increasingly emphasized practical combat skills and crisis response capabilities, with new magical research continually underway, aimed at exploring more potent defensive and offensive spells. On a tranquil evening, Qin Feng stood alone atop the academy. Gazing at the starry sky, he silently vowed that regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, he would lead the academy in safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this land. Under his leadership, the faculty and students continued to grow, preparing diligently to face the unknown challenges ahead. The faculty and students responded in unison, recognizing that the road ahead remained long, yet united in purpose. Nothing could impede their progress. Chapter 33. The rebuilding of peace and the hidden crisis. With the successful sealing of the evil force, the academy gradually rose from the ruins. Qin Feng stood in the academy square, observing the bustling faculty and students, his heart filled with reflections and contentment. The rebuilding efforts were in full swing, as construction workers and magicians worked collaboratively to restore the damaged classrooms, dormitories, and library. New building materials flowed into the academy, and the glow of magic illuminated the construction sites, accelerating the progress of the work. Teaching resumed its rightful course, with instructors placing greater emphasis on cultivating students' practical application skills and teamwork. The curriculum was optimized and innovated, introducing numerous practical training sessions focused on magical defense and crisis management. That on a sunlit day, the academy held a grand celebration. This event not only marked the academy's rebirth, but also honored the faculty and students who had displayed extraordinary bravery in their battle against the malevolent forces. During the celebration, Qin Feng delivered a profoundly moving speech. "We have traversed through darkness, yet we have never relinquished hope. Today, we stand here because of our unity, courage, and faith. Let us forge ahead, striving for an even brighter future." Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd, joy and optimism radiating from their faces. However, beneath the facade of peace, a subtle crisis loomed. In the academy's basement, the magic circle designed to seal the evil force exhibited occasional faint fluctuations. The magician tasked with its guardianship noted these anomalies and reported them to Qin Feng. Furrowing his brow, Qin Feng felt a twinge of unease. "Monitor closely and notify me immediately of any irregularities." Meanwhile, in the distant dark forest, a mysterious figure emerged, cloaked in a black robe, his face obscured by shadows. Wielding a wand that radiated an eerie glow, he murmured ancient incantations, and the surrounding dark forces began to stir. This enigmatic figure was none other than a remnant of the dark forces, perpetually seeking an opportunity to breach the seal and unleash evil once more. Within the academy, Qin Feng resolved to establish an investigative group dedicated to studying the fluctuations of the magic circle. The members would comprise highly skilled magicians and astute students. Through thorough research, they discovered that the fluctuations were not mere coincidences, but rather influenced by some external force. Yet, the source of this power proved elusive. Could there be other dark forces lurking in the shadows? A student voiced his concern. "Regardless, we must prepare ourselves thoroughly," a teacher asserted, to bolster the academy's defenses. Qin Feng ordered an enhancement of the magical barrier's strength and organized more rigorous training sessions for the faculty and students. Yet the crisis crept closer. One night, the academy was suddenly besieged by a horde of dark creatures. These creatures were more ferocious and cunning than those previously encountered, cleverly circumventing the primary defenses to launch their assault from the academy's rear. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Qin Feng's voice resonated through the night sky. Faculty and students swiftly grasped their weapons and charged into the fray. The sounds of magical brilliance and clashing weapons echoed throughout the academy. During the battle, Qin Feng discerned that these dark creatures appeared to be under a unified command, their movements coordinated and their objective clear: to breach the basement housing the magic circle. "We cannot allow them to approach the basement," Qin Feng shouted. He led a team of elite fighters to fiercely repel the dark creatures' advance. However, the sheer number of foes began to overwhelm them. At that moment, Ella arrived, unleashing a powerful spell that instantly obliterated a swath of dark creatures, alleviating the pressure on Qin Feng and his team. "Thank you, Ella," Qin Feng exclaimed. and no need for thanks. We must protect this place together, Ella replied. After an intense battle, they ultimately succeeded in driving back the dark creatures, though the Academy sustained considerable damage. Qin Feng understood that this was merely the beginning. The true puppeteer behind the scenes had yet to reveal himself. He resolved to take the initiative to uncover the mastermind and eradicate the threat once and for all. Following the repulsion of the dark creatures, Qin Feng promptly convened the core members of the Academy for a discussion. This assault was no mere coincidence. We must identify the puppeteer behind it and cannot remain passive any longer, he stated gravely. The others nodded in agreement that I believe we should investigate the locations from which the dark creatures emerged. Perhaps we can uncover some clues, Elvin suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied, Very well. Elvin, lead a team to scout the edges of the dark forest, but exercise caution. Elvin complied and set off. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, alongside Ella, delved into the study of the magic circle's fluctuation patterns, seeking to unearth additional information regarding the unseen puppeteer. Days passed, and Elvin's team discovered peculiar magical traces at the forest's edge, indicating that potent dark magic had been wielded there. Following these traces, they ultimately arrived at a concealed cave. Everyone be cautious. There may be danger within, Elvin warned. The team members entered the cave with trepidation. A pungent odor pervading the air, and strange lights flickering upon the walls. Suddenly, a group of dark wizards emerged from the shadows, launching an assault against them. Elvin and his team swiftly reacted, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark wizards. After a grueling struggle, they succeeded in vanquishing the dark wizards, though several team members sustained injuries. Elvin meticulously searched the cave and discovered records pertaining to dark rituals and several mysterious magical artifacts. It seems this is one of the places where they are plotting their schemes, Elvin remarked, hastily returning to the academy with his findings. Upon Elvin's return, Qin Feng and Ella were deep in thought over the data regarding the magic circle's fluctuations in the laboratory. Director, we have made a discovery, Elvin announced excitedly. Qin Feng looked up, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Elvin proceeded to present his findings from the cave, and as Qin Feng scrutinized the records and magical artifacts, his expression grew increasingly grave. Based on these clues, the puppeteer behind the scenes is likely an ancient dark organization that has been quietly amassing power, seeking to disrupt our peace, Qin Feng stated. What shall we do then? A teacher inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied, We must take the initiative and not allow their schemes to prevail. Ella, can you trace their headquarters based on these clues? Ella nodded. I can certainly try, but it will require some time. During the days spent awaiting Ella's tracking results, the Academy heightened its defenses while actively preparing for a potential grand battle at last. Ella made a breakthrough. I have located them. Their headquarters lies in a distant valley shrouded in potent dark magic, making it exceedingly perilous, Ella stated. Without hesitation, Qin Feng declared, Gather all those capable of fighting. We shall depart at once. The faculty and students of the Academy swiftly assembled into a formidable force, setting forth towards the headquarters of the Dark Organization. Along the way, they encountered various formidable obstacles, severe weather, and sudden assaults by dark creatures, but they remained undeterred. At last, they arrived at the valley's entrance that a thick mist of darkness enveloped the mouth of the valley, obscuring visibility. Everyone be cautious and stay close to the group, Qin Feng instructed. They cautiously stepped into the valley, the surrounding silence instilling a sense of dread. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed from the shadows. You have finally arrived. However, this shall be your final resting place. A dark figure materialized before them. Upon closer inspection, Qin Feng recognized it as the elusive leader of the Dark Organization. Today marks your doom, Qin Feng bellowed. An intense battle erupted in an instant. The leader unleashed formidable dark magic, while Qin Feng and his companions fought valiantly to resist. Throughout the conflict, numerous faculty and students sustained injuries, yet they continued to battle with tenacity. Qin Feng discerned that the leader's magical prowess was extraordinarily potent, seemingly linked to the malevolent force they had previously sealed away. Could he be drawing upon that evil power? Qin Feng pondered. Just then, Ella exclaimed, Qin Feng, I have discovered his weakness, Upon hearing this, Qin Feng concentrated his energies and launched an attack aimed at the leader's vulnerability. With their combined efforts, the leader of the Dark Organization was finally vanquished. However, the battle was far from over. The valley erupted with more dark creatures and sorcerers. Fear not. For peace and justice, we shall fight to the end. Qin Feng rallied their spirits. The faculty and students erupted with fierce determination, engaging in a desperate struggle against their foes. After a prolonged and intense confrontation, they ultimately eradicated all enemies and dismantled the Dark Organization's headquarters. As sunlight once again bathed the valley, Qin Feng and his team, though weary, were filled with elation. They understood that this hard-won victory secured a more enduring peace. Upon returning to the academy, Qin Feng gazed at the rejuvenated faculty and students, his heart brimming with emotion. This is merely a new beginning. We must continue to safeguard this land and ensure that peace endures. Qin Feng proclaimed that in the days that followed, the academy placed greater emphasis on the study and transmission of magic, nurturing generations of exceptional sorcerers who contributed to the protection of global peace and tranquility. After the great battle, though the faculty and students were utterly exhausted, their spirits remained exceptionally high. They commenced the task of clearing the battlefield and aiding their injured comrades. Standing at the valley's mouth, Qin Feng gazed into the distance, his mind swirling with thoughts. This victory was but a temporary reprieve. Future challenges might still loom on the horizon. Yet he firmly believed that as long as they stood united, nothing could obstruct the force of justice. Upon returning to the academy, Qin Feng organized a commendation ceremony to honor the faculty and students who had displayed exceptional bravery during the conflict. Simultaneously, he resolved to further bolster the academy's defensive systems and magical research to prevent the resurgence of dark forces. In the ensuing days, the academy's reputation spread across the continent, attracting many gifted young individuals. The academy flourished, cultivating numerous outstanding sorcerers who spread across various corners, safeguarding the world's peace and tranquility. Yet Qin Feng never lost sight of his mission, continuing to guide the academy forward. Through his relentless efforts, the academy became a beacon of hope in the hearts of the people, illuminating even the darkest corners. Chapter 34. Legacy and New Missions. With the great battle concluded, life at the academy gradually returned to its former tranquility. However, Qin Feng did not allow himself to grow complacent. He understood the fragility of peace and recognized that latent threats could resurface at any moment. To better equip the academy for future challenges, Qin Feng resolved to undertake a comprehensive reform of the educational system. He invited experts and scholars from various fields to the academy to collaboratively devise a new curriculum and course offerings. Theoretical studies of magic, practical training, and moral education were all meticulously planned with greater depth and systematization. Alongside the educational reforms, Qin Feng emphasized the cultivation of students' innovative capacities and teamwork spirit. He established a series of practical projects, encouraging students to explore new magical applications and devise solutions to real-world problems through hands-on experience. On a sunlit day, the academy welcomed a new batch of students. They hailed from diverse backgrounds, each harboring a profound passion for magic and aspirations for the future. Qin Feng personally conducted a welcoming ceremony for the new students, delivering an impassioned speech. Dear students, your arrival here marks the beginning of a journey filled with challenges and opportunities. The academy shall provide you with the finest education and training, and I hope you will strive diligently, continually grow, and become the stalwart guardians of peace and justice. The new students were invigorated, brimming with enthusiasm and motivation for learning. Among this new cohort, a boy named Ryan stood out remarkably. Despite his humble origins, he possessed extraordinary magical talent and keen insight. During a magical assessment shortly after enrollment, Ryan showcased astonishing prowess, capturing the attention of the instructors. Qin Feng placed great expectations on Ryan, frequently mentoring him in his studies and training. Under Qin Feng's guidance and care, Ryan made rapid progress, swiftly emerging as a standout among his peers. However, the days of tranquility did not endure for long. One day, the academy received a mysterious letter. The correspondence mentioned abnormal magical fluctuations in a distant border region, indicating the quiet emergence of an unknown force. Qin Feng immediately recognized this as a potential new threat. He resolved to dispatch an investigative team composed of outstanding students and teachers to the border area to ascertain the situation. Ryan volunteered to join the investigation team. After a long journey, the team finally arrived at the border region. They discovered that the villages here had suffered inexplicable devastation, leaving the residents displaced and living in dire conditions. Upon further investigation, they uncovered that a forgotten, dark, magical organization was behind the turmoil. This organization had been operating in the shadows, seeking to restore its former glory and dominate the world. The investigation team decided to take immediate action to thwart the organization's nefarious schemes in a fierce battle, Ryan fully utilized his abilities and intelligence, leading the team to repel enemy assaults time and again. However, the enemy's strength was far greater than they had anticipated. During one confrontation, the investigation team found themselves surrounded by foes. Do not be afraid. We will break through, Ryan shouted, just at that critical moment. Qin Feng arrived with reinforcements. They launched a coordinated assault, breaking the enemy's encirclement and annihilating the members of the dark magical organization. Following this incident, Ryan and his fellow students gained a deeper understanding of their responsibilities and missions. Upon returning to the academy, Qin Feng convened a full assembly. Students, our world remains fraught with challenges and dangers. Yet as long as we uphold our convictions and persist in our efforts, we will surely protect peace and justice. Qin Feng's words inspired everyone present. In the days that followed, the faculty and students of the academy dedicated themselves even more diligently to their studies and training, ever prepared to embrace new missions and challenges. After successfully resolving the crisis in the border region, the academy's reputation soared, attracting even more aspiring individuals eager to learn. However, Qin Feng did not let the fleeting victory cloud his judgment. He understood that greater challenges might still lie ahead. To enhance the academy's overall strength, Qin Feng decided to invite the heads and experts of other renowned magical academies to share their experiences. A grand academic conference on magic was held at the academy, gathering magical elites from far and wide to share their research findings and teaching insights. During the conference, a headmaster from an ancient magical academy mentioned a long-lost tome of magic, said to contain powerful forbidden spells and mysterious magical legacies. This revelation piqued Qin Feng's immense interest, and he resolved to organize a team to investigate the ancient tome after the conference. Meanwhile, Ryan's performance within the academy continued to shine. Not only did he make remarkable strides in magical practice, but he also demonstrated exceptional leadership abilities, becoming a role model for many of his peers. Qin Feng began to intentionally mentor Ryan, involving him in significant decision-making and management tasks within the academy. In a serendipitous moment, Ryan discovered a hidden section within the academy's library. In this region lie ancient and enigmatic magical scrolls, the contents of which left him utterly astounded. It turned out that these scrolls documented a method to amplify the potency of magical arrays, which are the very cornerstone of the Academy's defensive framework. Ryan promptly reported this discovery to Qin Feng, who resolved to personally delve into the study of the scrolls. After a period of diligent effort, they successfully integrated this method of enhancement into the Academy's defense system, significantly bolstering its security. However, as they toiled for the advancement of the Academy, a mysterious organization silently emerged around it. This organization moved with stealth, its intentions shrouded in ambiguity, yet their presence cast an ominous pall over the Academy. Qin Feng dispatched multiple reconnaissance teams to investigate this entity, but none yielded substantial results. Just as despair began to take hold, a scholar named Edwin arrived at the Academy. Edwin claimed to have insight into this clandestine organization, informing Qin Feng that it was a dark faction in pursuit of extreme power, relentlessly seeking a mysterious magical artifact capable of controlling the world. Remarkably, the area surrounding the Academy was rumored to be a potential hiding place for this very object. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Feng understood that should this organization acquire the artifact, the consequences would be dire. He decided to assemble a formidable team to proactively thwart the organization's nefarious schemes. Without hesitation, Ryan joined this contingent, and under Edwin's guidance, they gradually approached the organization's lair. On their journey, they encountered various magical traps and enemy assaults. Yet, through unwavering determination and exceptional magical prowess, they repeatedly averted peril. At last, they reached the core of the mysterious organization, where defenses were formidable, and a fierce battle was inevitable. "Everyone, stay alert and prepare for combat," Ryan shouted. The team members unleashed their most powerful spells, engaging the adversaries in a fierce confrontation. During the skirmish, Ryan discovered that the leader of the organization was attempting to unravel the seal of the mysterious artifact. He must not succeed, Ryan thought, charging recklessly towards the leader. The leader, sensing Ryan's approach, unleashed formidable dark magic to obstruct it. At a critical moment, Ryan erupted with astonishing strength, breaking free from the dark magic's grasp and successfully halting the leader's actions. Seizing the opportunity, the other team members launched a final offensive, capturing all the members of the mysterious organization. When it was all over, Ryan and his comrades sat exhausted on the ground. "We have succeeded," Ryan gasped. Qin Feng approached and patted Ryan on the shoulder, saying, "You all have done exceptionally well. You are the pride of the academy." Upon returning to the academy, Qin Feng held a celebratory banquet for the participants of this mission. At the feast, he announced that Ryan would be the next candidate for the position of Academy Dean, a decision that received unanimous support from faculty and students alike. As time passed, under Qin Feng's leadership and Ryan's assistance, the academy continued to flourish, nurturing generations of exceptional magicians who made immense contributions to the preservation of peace and justice in the world. Yet, new challenges perpetually arose. One day, the academy received a distressing letter from afar. The letter detailed how a small town had fallen under the shadow of a powerful dark force, leaving its inhabitants engulfed in extreme fear and peril. Qin Feng immediately convened the faculty and students. "This is our new mission. We must set forth to rescue that town." The faculty and students responded in unison, armed with resolute determination and formidable magical power, advancing towards the town. On their journey, they faced inclement weather and formidable magical obstacles. Nevertheless, they did not falter, inching closer to their objective. Upon finally arriving at the town, they discovered that the dark force was even more potent than anticipated. The entire town lay enveloped in a shroud of black mist, devoid of any sunlight. "Fear not, for we shall dispel this darkness together," Qin Feng rallied, sounding the battle horn. The faculty and students unleashed their magic, engaging in a fierce struggle against the dark forces. After a protracted and intense battle, they ultimately succeeded in dispersing the malevolent power, rescuing the town. The townsfolk were overwhelmed with gratitude, and the academy's faculty and students gained invaluable experience and growth from this endeavor. Following their triumph, the weary faculty and students took a brief respite in the town before preparing to return to the academy. However, on their way back, they detected similar fluctuations of dark power in nearby regions. Qin Feng realized that this could be a prelude to a much larger conspiracy. Upon returning to the academy, he promptly summoned everyone to discuss countermeasures. Opinions varied. Some advocated for a proactive assault to thoroughly investigate the source of the dark power, while others suggested fortifying the academy's defenses to guard against potential surprise attacks. After a spirited debate, Qin Feng ultimately resolved to pursue a dual approach. He would send elite teams to investigate the origins of the dark power, while simultaneously strengthening the academy's defenses and magical barriers. In the ensuing days, the academy buzzed with activity. Faculty and students practiced tirelessly, preparing for the formidable challenges that loomed ahead. Meanwhile, the investigating teams continuously reported new findings, suggesting that a colossal conspiracy lay hidden behind the dark forces, with an unprecedented crisis encroaching. Yet the faculty and students of the academy remained undeterred, gripping their magical weapons with steadfast resolve, vowing to protect the peace and tranquility of their land. Chapter 35. The Awakening of Darkness and the Final Confrontation. As the academy diligently prepared to confront the impending crisis, the dark forces steadily amassed and expanded in the shadows. What initially appeared as minor dark fluctuations in remote areas began to encroach upon the central city, escalating the situation to a critical juncture. After enduring numerous trials, the investigative teams dispatched by Qin Feng finally uncovered several pivotal clues, It turned out that the source of the dark power was none other than a long-sealed dark sorcerer, who had once sought to dominate the world a millennium ago, but was defeated and confined by the magical alliance of that era. Now, for reasons unknown, the seal was loosening, and his malevolent power began to seep into the world. This dark sorcerer possessed immense magical prowess, capable of manipulating hearts and magnifying the fears and desires within individuals for his own gain. During the course of their investigation, the teams faced numerous dangers, with several members tragically succumbing to the corrupting influence of the dark power, losing their sense of self. When the investigative team returned to the academy bearing this shocking news, a somber atmosphere enveloped the entire institution. Qin Feng understood deeply that they were about to face an unprecedented battle, with an adversary far more powerful and cunning than any they had encountered before. To prepare for the looming crisis, Qin Feng decided to activate the Academy's emergency protocol that he gathered all faculty and students for a rousing mobilization speech. Dear students and esteemed faculty, we stand at a pivotal moment in history. The forces of darkness are awakening, seeking to engulf our world. Yet we shall not retreat, nor shall we cower. We will wield our courage, wisdom, and magic to safeguard our homeland, protect our loved ones, and defend the light within our hearts. Inspired by Qin Feng's rallying call, the faculty and students united with a shared purpose, throwing themselves into the preparations for battle. The magicians tirelessly concocted magical potions, while the warriors diligently honed their combat skills, striving to unleash their utmost potential in the forthcoming conflict. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, alongside several seasoned instructors, meticulously devised strategies. They analyzed the potential weaknesses of the dark sorcerer and, in accordance with the Academy's resources, established a robust defensive perimeter at the city's outskirts. Powerful magical barriers were erected, while the walls bristled with various magical weapons and traps. Within the city, command posts and rescue stations were established in every district to ensure rapid response and assistance during the battle. However, the dark forces did not afford them much time to prepare. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the city, a deep, resonant growl echoed from the distance. A horde of shadowy creatures surged forth like a relentless tide, at the forefront of which were towering demons exuding a terrifying aura. Prepare for battle. Qin Feng's voice reverberated across the city. In an instant, the magical weapons atop the walls erupted in brilliant light, as magicians unleashed a barrage of powerful spells and warriors readied their arms for the onslaught. The conflict erupted with unparalleled ferocity. The dark creatures fought with reckless abandon, fervently assailing the city's defenses. Despite the valiant efforts of the Academy's faculty and students, the sheer number of dark beings began to breach the defenses, creating vulnerabilities. Reserve team, advance. Qin Feng decisively ordered the reserve forces to plug the gaps. At one such breach, Ryan led a group of students in a desperate struggle against a massive demon. The demon swung its colossal claws in a ferocious assault. Ryan stood his ground, channeling his most potent magic to engage the demon head-on. Students, follow my lead, Ryan bellowed with fervor. Inspired by his rallying cry, the students unleashed their formidable skills, and after a grueling struggle, they succeeded in repelling the vile demon. Yet the battle's stakes remained dire. The dark sorcerer, frustrated by the prolonged siege, chose to intervene personally. He conjured a potent dark magic that instantaneously enveloped the entire city. Fear and despair gripped the hearts of the populace, causing their fighting spirit to wane significantly. Do not be afraid. Maintain your faith, Qin Feng shouted defiantly, resisting the encroaching darkness. I could see that moment. Ayla stepped forward boldly. She recited an ancient incantation, her staff radiating a brilliant light that clashed against the dark magic. Through her efforts, the influence of the dark sorcery began to wane, and the people regained their resolve. Now is our chance to counterattack. Qin Feng seized the moment, issuing the command to retaliate. The Academy's faculty and students launched wave after wave of charges, engaging in close-quarters combat with the dark creatures. The battlefield was alight with magical brilliance, and the air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. After hours of intense conflict, the assault of the dark beings was finally curtailed. However, the dark sorcerer remained a looming threat in the distance that we cannot allow him to escape. "We must take the initiative," Qin Feng declared. Thus, he led an elite force towards the Dark Sorcerer's location. Upon seeing this, the Dark Sorcerer unleashed another wave of powerful magic to hinder their advance. Yet, Qin Feng and his comrades had anticipated this move. They coordinated their efforts and broke through the sorcerer's magical defenses. Ultimately, Qin Feng engaged in a one-on-one duel with the Dark Sorcerer. "Your reign of evil ends here," Qin Feng roared, brandishing his weapon and launching a final assault. The Dark Sorcerer, refusing to concede, retaliated with a barrage of dark spells. Their battle escalated into a fierce clash, warping the very space around them with potent magical forces. Just as they reached an impasse, Qin Feng suddenly discerned a flaw in the Dark Sorcerer's magic. Channeling all his might, he struck decisively at this weakness. With a piercing scream, the Dark Sorcerer collapsed, his form gradually dissipating, and the dark power vanished alongside him. This thrilling confrontation concluded with the Academy's triumph. The city returned to its former tranquility, and the people rejoiced, celebrating this hard-won victory. Yet, Qin Feng understood that vigilance was paramount. The road ahead remained long, and they must continue to strengthen themselves to safeguard this hard-earned peace. After the battle, the city lay in ruins, and the faculty and students of the Academy were utterly exhausted, yet the joy of victory radiated from every face. Standing amidst the rubble, Qin Feng gazed at the city, slowly regaining its vitality. His heart brimming with reflection. "Principal, though we have emerged victorious this time, the cost has been steep," Elvin remarked, approaching Qin Feng, his voice laced with fatigue and sorrow. Qin Feng nodded gravely. "Indeed, but as long as we endure, hope remains. Now, we must hasten to rebuild our home and restore everything to its former glory." In the ensuing days, the faculty and students of the Academy devoted themselves to the city's reconstruction. They employed magic to repair damaged structures, cleared debris from the streets, and assisted residents in rebuilding their homes. Rin distinguished himself in battle and received accolades from all. Yet he remained humble, striving even harder to aid others. During the rebuilding process, he discovered that some residents were grappling with psychological trauma from the disaster. So he organized a group of students to provide counseling and comfort. Ayla, utilizing her knowledge of magic, researched methods to purify the land and water tainted by dark forces. Through relentless effort, she successfully devised a way to gradually restore the city's environment. With everyone's concerted efforts, the city slowly regained its former prosperity. Nevertheless, Qin Feng did not relax his vigilance against potential threats. That he understood that while dark forces had been temporarily repelled, they could return to this end. Qin Feng resolved to strengthen the Academy's collaboration and communication with other magical organizations. He dispatched envoys to establish close ties with nearby magical academies and guilds, sharing information and resources to form a formidable magical alliance. Simultaneously, the Academy undertook a series of reforms and innovations. The curriculum was refined to place greater emphasis on cultivating students' comprehensive abilities and crisis response skills. A dedicated research institution was also established to explore more powerful magical defensive and offensive techniques. During an alliance meeting, Qin Feng proposed an audacious plan to establish magical monitoring stations in key cities to promptly detect fluctuations in dark forces. This proposal garnered unanimous support, and implementation commenced swiftly. As time passed, the city's life gradually returned to normal, and the people began to forget their previous fears. Yet the faculty and students of the Academy remained ever mindful of their mission, always prepared to confront new challenges. However, the tranquil days did not last long. One day, an urgent alarm sounded from a magical monitoring station, reporting a powerful surge of dark energy in a distant border region. Qin Feng immediately summoned the Academy's elite forces, readying them for investigation. Given the uncertainty of the situation, we must exercise utmost caution, Qin Feng advised. Upon their arrival at the border, they were confronted by a colossal dark magic array, from which dark creatures poured forth in unending waves. "We must destroy this magic array at once," Qin Feng shouted. The team unleashed their formidable magic against the array, but its defenses proved overwhelmingly strong, rendering their attacks ineffective, just as anxiety began to set in. Ruan identified a weakness in the magic array. Everyone, concentrate your attacks here. Ruan pointed decisively at a specific spot on the array. Through their unified efforts, the magic array was finally destroyed, causing the dark creatures to vanish. Yet, just as they prepared to return, a mysterious figure appeared before them. Oh, you truly believe you can halt the encroachment of darkness in this manner? Such naivety. The enigmatic figure scoffed. Qin Feng regarded the figure warily. Who are you? Why do you unleash dark forces? The mysterious figure laughed mockingly. I am the harbinger of darkness. The power of darkness is insurmountable. Your resistance is but a futile endeavor. With that, the figure vanished without a trace. Qin Feng understood that an even greater crisis loomed on the horizon. They must be thoroughly prepared to face the formidable challenges ahead. Upon returning to the academy, Qin Feng convened an urgent meeting to inform everyone of the recent developments. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative to uncover the source of the dark forces and annihilate it once and for all. Qin Feng declared resolutely. The faculty and students responded with enthusiasm. Embarking once more on a journey fraught with uncertainty and peril, unwavering in their commitment to protect the peace and light of the world. Chapter 36. Darkness returns. The brave, fearless, dawn broke. Gentle rays of light bathed the ancient and solemn architecture of the academy, casting a golden glow upon the weathered ground. However, within the academy's council chamber, the atmosphere was as tense as the stillness before a storm. Qin Feng's expression was grim, his gaze fixated on the urgent intelligence in his hand, brow furrowed, the creases on his forehead deepening. The situation is even worse than we anticipated. Qin Feng spoke slowly, his voice low yet powerful, shattering the silence of the chamber. The resurgence of dark forces is alarmingly rapid. The magic array that appeared at the border is unprecedented in both scale and energy. Elvin, seated nearby, clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Could it be the remnants of the dark sorcerer causing trouble? Or is there a more formidable force manipulating events from behind the scenes? His voice bore a hint of anxiety, his eyes reflecting concern for the unknown dangers ahead. Regardless of who the puppet master is, we cannot sit idly by. Rayan rose, his gaze resolute, exuding an aura of fearlessness. Last time we successfully repelled the dark forces. We can do so again. He clenched his fists, as if pledging to everyone present. Ayla nodded slightly, her eyes glimmering with intelligence. Indeed, but we must not act blindly. The defenses of this dark magic array are formidable. There must be specific reasons for its strength, that we need a detailed plan to identify its weaknesses and strike decisively. Her voice was clear and calm, instilling a sense of steadiness and reliability. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging their insights. Ayla is correct. We must know ourselves and our enemy. Before we set out, we need to conduct comprehensive research on this magic array. Turning to a few seasoned magicians nearby, he instructed, you will immediately gather information on similar magic arrays. The sooner, the better. The magicians complied and hurried off in the days that followed. The Academy's magical laboratory was ablaze with activity as magicians toiled day and night, poring over ancient texts and conducting magical experiments in search of a method to dismantle the dark magic array. Meanwhile, the warriors trained diligently in the training grounds, honing their combat skills and physical endurance to prepare for the impending battle. At long last, through their relentless efforts, they found a glimmer of hope. Through the study of ancient texts and the analysis of residual energies from the magical array, Ella discovered that the core of this array is a mysterious substance known as shadow crystal. This crystal harbors immense dark energy, sustaining the entire operation of the magical formation. Should the shadow crystal be destroyed, the array would collapse into ruins. However, the shadow crystal is shrouded by layers of dark magical shields, making any approach exceedingly difficult. Furrowing her brow, Ella presented this thorny dilemma to the group. Regardless of the challenges we face, we must make an attempt. A resolute determination gleamed in Qin Feng's eyes. This time, not only must we dismantle the magical array, but we must also unearth the mastermind behind it, severing the roots of dark power entirely. After meticulous preparations, Qin Feng led a team of elites, including Ryan and Ella. on their journey to the border once more. Along the way, the atmosphere was heavy, and the expressions of the group were grave. Each of them understood that the arduousness of this mission far exceeded their expectations. Yet they all harbored a fervent desire for peace and a steadfast commitment to justice, showing no signs of retreat. Upon reaching the border, the vast, dark magical array loomed before them, exuding a chilling aura. Surrounding the array, countless dark creatures surged like a tide, emitting a cacophony of roars as if to intimidate the group. "Prepare for battle," Qin Feng commanded in a low voice, and the staff in his hand erupted with blinding light. Illuminating the surrounding darkness, the team members unleashed their respective spells, and in an instant, a dazzling tapestry of magical brilliance intertwined. The warriors brandished their blades, charging toward the dark creatures like fierce tigers, engaging in fierce combat. The battlefield reverberated with the clamor of battle cries and the clash of magic, creating a deafening symphony. Under the relentless resistance of the group, the dark creatures' defenses gradually began to fray. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng led Ryan, Ella, and the others toward the core of the magical array. However, just as they were about to approach the shadow crystal, a powerful barrier of dark magic suddenly materialized, blocking their path. "This is bad. It's a defensive barrier set by the dark mage," Ella exclaimed, her face betraying a hint of urgency. "Everyone stay calm. Let us devise a plan together." Qin Feng took a deep breath. Striving to maintain his composure, closing his eyes, he concentrated, attuning himself to the energy fluctuations of the barrier. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of insight illuminating his gaze. "I have discerned a pattern in the energy fluctuations of this barrier. We can exploit this rhythm to alternately cast magical attacks, seeking its vulnerabilities." Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Thus, following Qin Feng's guidance, they unleashed powerful spells in succession, launching wave after wave of attacks against the barrier. As the onslaught continued, the barrier began to tremble slightly, as if on the verge of shattering. That moment, a colossal dark beast lunged from the shadows, its claws outstretched, charging at the group. Without hesitation, Ryan surged forward to confront the dark beast, engaging in a desperate struggle as he employed every ounce of his magical prowess, the brilliance of his spells flickering in his hands, each strike infused with formidable strength. After a fierce battle, Ryan ultimately succeeded in repelling the dark beast. However, during this skirmish, the group's assault on the barrier was momentarily interrupted. When they refocused their efforts on the barrier, they discovered that the energy fluctuations had shifted, and the vulnerabilities they had previously identified had vanished. "Cursed be it. This dark mage is indeed cunning," Elvin seethed, his voice laced with anger. "Do not lose heart. Let us search more diligently," Qin Feng encouraged, scanning the barrier once more. Just as the group was engulfed in anxiety, Ella suddenly noticed a subtle change. "Look, in this corner of the barrier, the energy fluctuations seem weaker than elsewhere," she pointed out. Upon her observation, the group immediately concentrated their magical energies on that corner. Under the weight of their formidable magical assaults, the barrier finally manifested a crack. Qin Feng, witnessing this, felt a surge of exhilaration. Without hesitation, he channeled his full strength, launching a powerful beam of magic toward the fissure. With a resounding explosion, the barrier was utterly obliterated. The group had no time to celebrate as they dashed toward the shadow crystal. However, just as their fingers were about to brush against the crystal, a familiar silhouette materialized before it. "You!" Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes filled with fury and shock. Standing before them was none other than the mysterious dark emissary who had disappeared earlier. "Umph! Did you think you could so easily destroy the magical array? You are woefully naive," the dark emissary sneered, a long sword radiating dark energy, suddenly appearing in his hand. "Today shall be your tomb." With that, the dark emissary swung his sword, launching a ferocious assault on the group. His swordsmanship was fierce, each strike imbued with tremendous dark power, making it nearly insurmountable. Under the onslaught of the dark emissary, the group found themselves gradually ensnared in a dire predicament. Yet, they did not surrender. They coordinated their efforts and fought back tenaciously. Qin Feng unleashed a variety of powerful spells, attempting to hinder the dark emissary's movements. Ryan, with his agility, sought opportunities to counterattack, while Ella provided magical support from the rear, healing their wounds. As the battle escalated to a fever pitch, neither side relented. Suddenly, the dark emissary turned swiftly, his sword darting toward Qin Feng like a bolt of lightning. Qin Feng, caught off guard, was struck, the blade grazing his arm and staining his sleeve with blood. "Director." The group gasped in alarm, "I am fine. Continue the fight." Qin Feng gritted his teeth, disregarding the pain of his injury, and unleashed another powerful spell. Just then, Ryan spotted a weakness in the dark emissary's defense. A spark ignited within him, and he immediately signaled Ella with a glance. Understanding his intent, Ella swiftly cast a powerful binding spell, temporarily ensnaring the dark emissary. "Now's our chance," Ryan shouted, his magical sword shimmering with light as he poured every ounce of strength into a charge toward the dark emissary. The dark emissary, realizing his predicament, attempted to break free from the bonds, but it was too late. Ryan's magical sword plunged fiercely into his chest. The dark emissary let out a chilling scream as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. With his fall, the shadow crystal began to tremble violently, radiating waves of light. "This is not good. The crystal is going to explode," Ella cried out. "Everyone retreat quickly," Qin Feng commanded loudly. The group immediately turned and fled toward a safe distance. Just as they reached a secure location, a thunderous roar erupted behind them as the dark magical array and the shadow crystal were reduced to ashes in the explosion. This harrowing battle finally drew to a close. Exhausted, the group lay on the ground, gazing at the sky, their hearts filled with myriad emotions. Although they had successfully dismantled the dark magical array, they were acutely aware that the threat of dark power had not been entirely eradicated. While we have triumphed over darkness once more, it is certain that our enemies will not rest. Qin Feng rose, his gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. "We must grow stronger to safeguard the peace and light of this world." The group nodded in agreement, fully aware that the road ahead would be long and fraught with uncertainties and challenges. Yet they were undeterred, for they possessed conviction in their hearts, and had each other. They would continue their perilous journey to protect the world, bearing the weight of fatigue and the joy of victory. The group set forth on their return to the academy. They knew that greater challenges awaited them, but they were well prepared, and no matter what lay ahead, they would forge onward, undaunted. Chapter 37. Undercurrents and perilous crises as Qin Feng and his companions trudged back to the academy, their weary yet triumphant forms silhouetted against the deepening night. The academy remained aglow with light. The students and faculty, eagerly awaiting their safe return, erupted into jubilant cheers that echoed throughout the campus. However, the expressions of Qin Feng and his companions bore little trace of relaxation. They understood that this was but a temporary victory, and the shadow of dark power still loomed overhead like ominous clouds. The celebratory banquet held at the academy, the atmosphere was lively, with students toasting in jubilation. Yet, Qin Feng, Ryan, Ella, and their companions huddled in a corner, their faces grave as they quietly discussed their forthcoming plans, though the dark magical array had been dismantled and the dark emissary vanquished. It was evident that a larger conspiracy lurked behind this dark power. Qin Feng's expression was stern, his gaze imbued with concern. "We must swiftly uncover the source of this dark power and eradicate it entirely." Ryan nodded in agreement, idly toying with his wine glass as he mused. "I've been pondering this." For Qin Feng suddenly rose to his feet, his wine glass crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. A glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. It seemed that the dark forces had begun to spread their influence into the surrounding areas, that we cannot remain idle. Immediate action is imperative. The following dawn, Qin Feng summoned the most elite members of the academy, preparing to divide their forces to investigate various towns. Before their departure, he stood in the academy square, surveying each student with earnest intensity, and spoke solemnly. "Dear comrades, this mission is fraught with challenges and peril, yet we bear the sacred duty of safeguarding our world. Remember, regardless of the difficulties we encounter, we must not falter. We shall support one another and return safely." Rian led a contingent to the nearest town to the academy. The town lay in eerie silence, its streets deserted, with every household's doors and windows tightly secured. They proceeded with caution when, suddenly, a faint sobbing emanated from a dilapidated house. Rian signaled his team to be vigilant and gently pushed open the door. Inside, a small girl huddled in the corner, her eyes wide with terror. Upon seeing them, her cries intensified. Rian quickly knelt beside her, softly assuring, "Do not be afraid, little one. We are magicians from the academy, here to help you." Under Rian's comforting words, the girl gradually ceased her weeping, her voice trembling as she recounted, "The wicked ones have come and taken my parents away." From her description, Rian learned that a few nights prior, a group of cloaked figures had suddenly descended upon the town, wielding dark magic to abduct all the able-bodied men and women, leaving only the elderly and children behind. Rian and his companions pursued the direction in which the dark figures had departed, discovering traces of dark magic that appeared to lead them toward a specific location. Meanwhile, another team led by Ayla uncovered significant clues in a different town. Within an abandoned castle, they found a diary tainted by dark magic, belonging to a magician who had once fallen prey to the dark forces. From the tattered pages, Ayla learned that the dark powers were clandestinely gathering, with ambitions to amass sufficient magical energy to awaken an ancient malevolent deity slumbering within old ruins. Should they succeed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ayla, her expression grave, swiftly relayed this information to Qin Feng. Upon receiving the news, Qin Feng felt an increasing weight in his heart. He understood that time was of the essence. They must locate the dark forces' lair and thwart their insidious scheme without delay. After careful analysis, he deduced that the lair was likely hidden deep within a cursed forest, a place rife with danger and mysterious magical energies, serving as a natural concealment. Qin Feng led his team toward the cursed forest. As they stepped into the woods, a chilling aura enveloped them. The trees twisted and contorted, resembling grotesque monsters. The group advanced cautiously when, without warning, a swarm of enormous vampire bats swooped down from above. Launching an assault, the magicians swiftly conjured spells, beams of light flashing as they repelled the bats. However, before they could catch their breath, countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring them tightly. These vines were incredibly resilient, rendering ordinary magic ineffective against them. Do not panic. Focus your strength on the roots of the vines, Qin Feng shouted. Heeding his command, the group channeled their magic toward the roots, and after a fierce struggle, they finally succeeded in freeing themselves from the vine's grasp. As they ventured deeper into the forest, they stumbled upon a vast cave. A thick black mist pervaded the cave, exuding a nauseating stench. Proceeding with caution, they entered the cave, only to trigger a powerful dark magic trap. Countless black blades shot toward them from all directions with astounding speed, leaving no room for defense. In that critical moment, Ayla swiftly cast a protective shield spell, enveloping everyone within. The blades clanged against the shield, creating a cacophony of sounds and sparks flying in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng closely observed the trap's pattern, identifying a magical rune capable of disarming it. He cast his spell, activating the rune, and successfully neutralized the trap. As they delved further into the cave, the presence of dark forces became increasingly palpable. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted ahead, suggesting the presence of many busy figures. Qin Feng and his companions stealthily approached, discovering a vast underground chamber teeming with cloaked figures. They were diligently working around a colossal magical array, at the center of which floated a gemstone radiating an evil light. The key artifact, the heart of chaos, necessary to awaken the malevolent deity, and we must thwart them, Rian whispered, determination evident in his gaze. Qin Feng nodded slightly, devising a detailed battle plan. They would split into 3 groups, one led by Rian to draw the attention of the cloaked figures from the front, another led by Ayla to launch a flanking attack, disrupting the enemy's formation, while Qin Feng would personally lead a team of elites to strike at the heart of the operation and seize the heart of chaos. With battle imminent, Rian charged into the fray like a valiant lion, his magical sword gleaming as each swing repelled a cluster of cloaked figures. The dark figures, seeing this, converged upon him, and a fierce melee ensued. The clash of magical light against dark powers illuminated the cave, as though it were day. Ayla's team, executed their flank assault, unleashing powerful spells that summoned thunder and lightning, whipping up fierce winds. Utterly shattering the cloaked figure's formation, they fled in panic, utterly unprepared for such an onslaught. Seizing the moment of chaos, Qin Feng led his elite team straight toward the magical array. The cloaked figures, realizing their intention, immediately dispatched their strongest dark magicians to obstruct them. These dark magicians unleashed a barrage of bizarre dark spells, black beams shooting toward Qin Feng and his companions, the air thick with a noxious odor. Undaunted, Qin Feng and his team coordinated seamlessly, casting formidable defensive spells to withstand the dark magician's onslaught. Simultaneously, they searched for openings in the dark magician's defenses to launch their counterattacks. In the heat of battle, Qin Feng gradually discerned the patterns in the dark magician's spells. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a powerful light spell, instantly driving back several dark magicians.